under construction. I'm blowing the whole thing up in the fairly near future. For now, you'll see all the things I used to do. But the most important part is the contact page. If you go to the website, use my contact page, please, in the subject line, put PQ so that I'll know that you're not a Russian bot. And I get a lot of junk mail from my own website. So if you want to get in touch with me, just go to my website, put PQ in there somewhere, and I will get back to you, and we can schedule a mutual discovery meeting to see if I'm the right coach for you and if I believe that I will be able to help you. So it's a mutual exploration, mutual discovery session. It's free, of course. It goes about a half hour. And at the end of that half hour, you'll at least have some new skills that you didn't have before. Because during that initial session, of course, I'll teach anyone who contacts me how to do PQ reps.
All of this stuff, as I said before, has existed. Now it's all under, and tested, it's all under one umbrella of PQ, Positive Intelligence. Steve, thank you very much for being here today. So insightful and so important to all of us, and looking forward next time we get together.
I am too. Thanks a lot, Steve.
We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Cindy Miller joins us live once again here on the Zoomcast and the podcast to talk more about her work as a certified hypnotherapist, certified handwriting analyst, I should say as well, and so much more. Welcome back. How are you today?
I'm great, Jill. How are you today?
I'm fantastic. And how do we reach you?
You reach me at Cindy Miller, freedomhypnosis.com, or my phone number is 620-778-9421.
Beautiful. Well, please tell us a little bit about yourself to start, and then what is our area of focus for today?
Well, it seems like a lot of people are interested in the handwriting analysis, so I figured we'd give some information about that. Again, my name is Cindy Miller. I'm a certified hypnotherapist and handwriting analyst, and I'm a grandmother, and I also work as a lifeguard and aquatics instructor. I just do a whole bunch of things.
Well, we are happy to have you here. So what exactly is a handwriting analyst? Explain the details of that. That's fascinating, the work that you do.
Okay. Yeah, it is very fascinating. There is a difference between, I'm certified as a handwriting analyst, but there is, you can also be a graphologist, but you got to go to college for 4 years for that. And it gets into a lot more detail than what I know. But our handwriting is a very important part of who we are. It's how we think, it's how we behave, it's how we feel. And also, sorry, but I've got company that has a couple dogs, so hopefully
Happens.
they don't
Don't
make too
worry.
much noise.
You got it.
But anyhow, it's how we think on a subconscious level, and it's just as valid as any other form of communication. So, but we can tell a great deal about a person or a client on that subconscious level.
And the work to become, how did you get certified for this? I know we talked about it in an old show, but it's always good to find out. How do you become a handwriting expert, shall I say? Tell me the process of that, and how did you get into it to begin with?
Well, like I said, I went to school for hypnotherapy, and it was part of one of our classes to be certified. Like I said, if you want to get even more detailed, you got to go to school for 4 years. But it's just one of the modalities. It's good for, it's so accurate that lawyers use it, mental health professionals use it, law enforcement uses it. Let's see, human resource personnel can use it because it really tells a lot about the person. Like I said, on a subconscious level, you can really tell emotions and that sort of thing. But it was just one of the modalities when I was going to school for hypnotherapy, and I just found it extremely interesting. So I went on and took an advanced course in it as well, and it's just really interesting.
Yay. And the type
Yeah.
of handwriting, tell me how it works, because you can analyze what sorts of things can we find out from handwriting.
Sure. I got a lot of things you can find out from handwriting.
Ooh. It's okay.
Anyhow, sorry. So anyhow, you can look at everything in the handwriting. You look at the letters, you look at the slants of the letters, you look at the margins. For instance, the margins can tell if a person has how much generosity they have with their time and space that they give to others or they give to themselves. Are they giving giving person, or are they, well, on the other spectrum hand, it could be selfish, but it could also be, there's nothing wrong with giving to yourself first. Things like the baseline slant, the slant of the sentences themselves. Those can tell the mood at the time that the person was writing. You may slant your lines one way one time and slant them differently if you're happy or sad or whatever your mood is at the time. And the slants of the letters themselves, they tell a lot. They tell a lot about how a person expresses their emotions, and the pressure that they use on their paper can tell the depth and duration of the emotions that they feel. So there's a lot of things you can tell. And, practicing your handwriting is a good cognitive exercise. This is why therapists often use it in their practice to encourage people to do journaling, because it's very therapeutic. And, in hypnotherapy, we suggest that you do it right before bed because, like I had said in some previous, episodes, that right before bed, we get into those brain waves, those self-hypnotic brain waves. And so to do your handwriting right before you go into that hypnosis is very therapeutic, particularly because you're going to go into the dream state, which your dream states also consist of, while you're dreaming, you're sorting your day's information, you're planning ahead, and then you're letting go of stuff. So if you can journal and have all your focus on this journaling right before bed, it's amazing what it can do.
Beautiful. And if someone wants to reach out to you, share again the website and any phone number.
Sure. My website is cindymillerfreedomhypnosis.com, and my phone number is 620-778-9421.
Awesome. And what else did you have on the agenda for today? By the way, I didn't get any specific notes, so I apologize. I don't know if you sent anything specific, but I know we're talking handwriting today. So what else did you have on your list?
Well, excuse me. Handwriting, I don't know if many people know this, but if people handwrite their envelopes when they're writing letters, which we don't really do much anymore, the envelopes are like 11 times more likely to be opened. And also actually sitting down and writing the letter as opposed to typing it also shows a more personal, connective type of attitude of the writer. But there's also other ways to read handwriting. You can read doodles and drawings. You can read, look at the type of material somebody has used to do their writings with, and even the color. You can the color of the writing. This is particularly good when working with children. You can have them sit down and draw pictures or doodle, see what colors they're choosing for different things, and it's very helpful in a therapeutic sense to kind of see where that child's mind and emotions are, because as children we don't always know how to express our emotions. We don't even know what our emotions are. We know if we're happy or sad, but that's usually about it. So it's really interesting to see kids and see what they choose for their colors and their drawings and stuff like that.
I had my parent teacher conference this morning for my 6-year-old, and she said he has
Uh-huh.
amazing penmanship. It's so wonderful. And I was looking at it. I'm like, you know what? Compared to my other son, yeah, like it's very neat. What does that say about someone who's very neat in their writing?
Well,
then my other son is sloppy, but just like, I mean, it all depends, I guess, right? You go by letters, or what are you looking for specifically in a child's writing?
In a child's writing, we really don't analyze handwriting in children under 12 because they're just learning. And they're all learning the same way. Remember when you were in school and learning cursive, we all learned it a standard way. But as you get a little bit older, you start developing your own little style. And usually when you develop the style, I mean, I remember when I was in like middle school, instead of dots for eyes, we put little circles.
Yes.
Of course, I don't do that anymore, but you can definitely tell from middle school to even now, my handwriting is pretty much the same. I developed, my own little personality in my handwriting, and it pretty much sticks with you for most of your life. And, it's funny because I can't remember if I was reading something or listening to something, but anyhow, they were saying that your handwriting, as you first start writing something, you're more in that cognitive brain thinking about what you're going to write, how you're going to write it, trying to make sure it's nice and neat and all that kind of stuff. But as you really get to going, you kind of lose all those thoughts and you really get into what you're wanting to say. And that's where the emotion, that's where you can really get a lot of reading out of. You get down to that subconscious and that emotional level. And that's where we pull things out of. The most part is not that first part of the word or the handwriting, but more the middle and the end. And you can also see it show a lot from the person's signature. But yeah, back to the kids. We really don't do a lot on little kids. That's why, the drawings and the colors and stuff like that are really important for the kids. But yeah, that we all learn the same way. So until we can develop our own style of writing.
Interesting. Well, I'm thinking about it now. You're right. My handwriting probably has not changed much over the years.
Right.
But one thing I do that I find is different than a lot of people, maybe it's not so different. I don't connect my letters. I do half script, half print. Is that normal, or does that say something about me?
Well, I think we all do a little bit of that anymore.
Okay.
Half skip, half print, but not connecting. So when you're writing in cursive, you're not connecting your letters?
Yeah, the way I kind of write print and cursive in one. Like I'll do like a script J space, a script I space, a script L space, script. I don't connect anything. Or sometimes, yeah. Does that say something about someone? I mean,
it probably does. It probably does. I'm not sure. Even if I'm not sure exactly what that means, I can kind of guess, which I probably we won't want to talk about over the podcast.
Oh, I don't mind. I'm an open book. I'm a mess mentally. What's wrong? I'm stressed out. Yes, I know this. It means I'm not. Yeah. Could you just share what someone like that?
I would assume that maybe there's separation in yourself. Do you do that with your last name as well?
Yes.
You do that with your last name. Is your last name a maiden name or a married name?
I've never been married, so I never connected with anyone, and that's why I'm not connecting my dots. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a loss of connection, I would assume, within yourself. I would have to do some further
I'll send you a copy. Well, give us.
I'll do some. I'll let you know next time.
Thank you. Well, tell us some of the client stories. Tell us some of the analysis that you are doing.
Well, some of them, especially when I was practicing, I knew a lot of people, and they were like, "Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, you can do mine." So they would give me their stuff, but I knew a lot about them and their personal lives and stuff. So, and when I give them their analysis back to them, I printed everything off in all these different categories and stuff, and they're like, "Wow, I can't imagine. And this is correct. This is spot on. This is spot on." But I really wanted to do people that I didn't know. So I did find some people that I didn't know, and I did theirs, and it was the same with them. They're like, "Oh, that's spot on." But I did have one friend, because of the way she had written a certain sentence. She started this sentence, and it led me to believe that she had this strong feelings toward a daughter of hers, and the fact that the daughter isn't here in town with the rest of her children. It's an adult daughter, and she later told me, she goes, "That is so true, that one daughter is her first, so she's kind of grew up with her, a little extra special, and since she wasn't living around here, she just really had this overwhelming need or want to have this child here." And that really showed in her handwriting. You can tell that. You can tell when somebody's upset, showing aggression. And capital letters show an ego. They're projecting. It's how they wish to appear to other people. But the lowercase letters are how people actually are, how they actually are in their daily life. That's kind of the significance of that. And then they go into more detail about what some of the letters individually kind of are communicating.
Ooh.
So it's like, for instance, if you do your capital T and that line goes clear across your word, you're self-protecting.
Yep.
So there's a lot of people that do that.
What do you do?
But
Did you discover yourself from doing this too?
Oh yeah. And I can look at my writing, and I did, before I ever took the class, I sat out and did myself a whole page. I have no idea what it's going to tell me at the time, but I thought, when I get to this class, I want to be able to read myself and see what it says. And when I did it, I was like, "Oh, that is so right. That's so spot on. This is me." I mean, I had to agree with it. I couldn't disagree with it because it was true. But anyhow, we can get to, I don't want to really go into detail on a lot of letters, but one letter that I think everybody might find fascinating is the lowercase d. The lowercase d.
Okay.
The lowercase d is the sexual self-image of a person and how they write it. Now, some people write it with straight up and down, that the stem is straight up and down. Some people are looping it. Some people, the round part, some people it connects to that loop or stem. Sometimes it doesn't connect to that loop or stem. And if it does connect, and you have a loop for your stem, it shows that you're hypersensitive to sexual criticism. And if you have a D where you have a regular stem, a regular straight stem without the loop in it, but it's not connecting, that round part isn't connecting to the stem, it shows a separation of mind and body. And the writer thinks that he or she would function sexually differently, or function sexually different than what they actually do.
Wow.
Could be better, could be worse. We don't know. That's up to the person. And if they have a loop and it doesn't connect, then they're hypersensitive to criticism or compliments with a separation of mind and body. However, if anybody does this and you want to get to a normal, healthy, confident self-image, start changing the way you make your D's. Make sure you're you don't have a loop, your stem is nice and straight, and make sure that that connects, that round part connects. And if you start doing this and paying attention and focusing, you might notice that these things start happening for you. You start having more of a normal, healthy self-image sexually. Sound interesting?
It is. I don't have a pen on me, but I'm like, in my head, I'm trying to go, D, how I do it? Do I connect it?
How do I do it?
I might even start the round circle first now that I think about it.
Right.
Sometimes
Well,
I
I
do
think we
that, or
do.
sometimes,
Yeah, I think we do.
sometimes I go around and up and down. Sometimes I go down and to the left, but I do connect. I do connect.
You do
Yes.
connect. Do you have a straight line or do you have a loop in yours?
Straight line.
That's a normal, healthy self-image, sexual self-image. So
Okay.
you're good. You're good, girl.
What else? What other tips and tricks you have?
Well, I think I said once before, a long time ago, your letter T's, the lowercase t's show the stem, and the crossing of the T, where you're crossing it at, also shows your self-image. I think the stem is a self-image, and the confidence is the crossing of the T. Now, when we look at handwriting, you have to realize that there's an upper zone, a middle zone, and a lower zone. Okay, the middle zone is where most of your lowercase letters are going to be, like your lowercase n's, m's, all that kind of stuff. That's the middle zone. The upper zone is where those stems reach up into, or the capitals are up in there. And then the lower zone is below that middle zone, like where your Y's and G's would come down. Okay, so in the letter T, the small letter T, if you're crossing your letter T in that middle zone, that shows a lower self-confidence. It needs to be crossed a little bit higher where it's not in that middle zone. So you can, same way with the letter D, you can improve your self-confidence, or your self-confidence if you start crossing your T's a little bit higher, because you have to pay attention. You have to focus on that. And then the self-esteem part is the stem. Is the stem going all the way up, or do you have a short stem? If your stem is a short stem, then you have a lower self-confidence, self-esteem. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah, you can, if you know these things ahead of time, you can change your handwriting. It can change your belief system about yourself.
T.
For the simple reason you have to put so much focus into it. You know, every time you sit down to write something, am I crossing my T's high enough? Am I doing this? Am I making my D's, the right way? So you have to really focus on those. But the spacing of the letters too, it's the width or narrowness of a person's thought process. So I'm assuming, since you have a lot of spacing between your letters, that you just have a really wide thought process. You're very you're not narrow-minded at all. That's what I would think from that.
Got it. What about someone who's depressed, anxious? And what stands out? What could
Depressed
stand
and
out?
anxious. Well, actually, in all of these, if you usually have to have more than one, and there is, for every little trait, there's more than one thing you could look at in a person's handwriting. If you just see one little thing somewhere on that whole page, then it's probably not going to be accurate for that person. But if you see it throughout, so some of the things for like I said, your self-esteem levels, your lowercase t's, that has a lot to do with it right there. Your ovals and your connecting strokes. And if you write angular, very up and down, instead of nice and fluid and curvy, if you're very up and down, that can show a lot about a person. What stands out to me is a person, usually a person with very angular handwriting, can show they'd make a good CEO of a company. They want to get things done, and they don't care how it gets done. They just get things. They have people under them. They get things done. They don't have to worry about that stuff. So, but there's other indicators too. Could the person also be aggressive with that? They can also be aggressive as well. So it could be a bad aggressive or a good aggressive. It kind of depends on the situation. But you really have to look at several different things when it comes to anything, including depression. But it's neat. It can tell whether people's overthinking things. If they have even physical disorders, we were learning that sometimes, you wouldn't want to tell a person, "Oh, I think you need to go to the doctor and have something checked out." But unless your pen is malfunctioning, sometimes there's spaces in certain letters, and you might notice that that person has a problem on whatever, say there's little bitty tiny spaces on the right side at the top. Well, that might indicate that there's something going on with the upper body on the right side, that sort of thing.
Right.
But again, it has to be throughout. It's just not once or twice.
Interesting. Well, we have just 2 minutes left in the show, and to close out, let's find out more about first of all, your website one more time. Mention it. We should have mentioned it again. I'm sorry.
It's Cindy Miller, freedomhypnosis.com. And my phone number is 620-778-9421.
So yeah, not just the handwriting analysis she does, but she can also do hypnosis, which, as we talked about before, can help a plethora, so many things.
Sure. And I did find my list.
Okay, good.
But yeah. But handwriting too, it really helps if we can have a client do handwriting beforehand. It'll tell us so much about the client before they ever come in to see us. So that's why they kind of threw that in with the hypnosis. Yep. It's fun to do, but it's very interesting.
Well, we appreciate your time here. How did you want to leave off for today?
Well, just, if anybody's interested, just give me a call. I do have free consultations. We can do a little talking. And if we think we're a good fit to work together, that's great. We can set up an appointment. And I do work on a sliding scale for anybody that's interested. So just give me a call. And thank you, Jill. I just want to say thank you for having me on the show.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. And looking forward to the next time we get to connect.
Sure.
Thank you again, Miss Cindy Miller. We appreciate you. And if someone's interested in your work, you offer initial consultation?
Yes.
Perfect. So, yeah. Perfect. 15 minutes, 30-minute consult. How does it work?
It's usually 15, 20 minutes.
Can't hurt, guys. Give her a call, set it up, go to the website. Thank you again, Cindy. Have a great day, okay? And to all of our listeners and viewers, stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's It's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
So excited to be joined today live by Yatri Soul on the podcast and on a Zoomcast. You get to see your beautiful face as a spiritual healer, a certified spiritual healer, I should point out. Also, cosmotherapist, artist, astrologer, you name it. She's an empath. Let me have her introduce herself. Hello, how are you?
Hi, Jill. Hi, everybody. I'm so excited to be here today. Just tapping in from Sedona.
Beautiful. Looks like the weather is gorgeous there. Oh my goodness.
Yes, it is.
Oh my goodness. Now, wait, are you just visiting there, or do you live in Sedona now?
I don't, well, so I'm seasonal, so I'll do like 3 months in one place and 3 months in another. And right now it is definitely the season to be in Sedona. So the type of work that I do, doing retreats and whatnot, I'll probably be here for the next season, I would say, for the fall, and then wintertime go to Tulum area, to Mexico, and then back to the Redwoods where I'm originally from.
Beautiful. And for those new time viewers today, just tell us a little bit about all the work you do, and we'll get into a great conversation as we always do.
As we always do. I would love to. Yeah. So I am a psychic reader, and I do Tantra, I do astrology, I do tarot readings and ancestral readings, spirit guide readings, and I do yoga retreats. So I am also an artist, and I make what I do when I make art is I work with crystals, and I work with sterling silver and different precious metals or semi-precious metals to make wearable crystal grids, so that you can have something that really truly can work for you. And this is something that has been happening. We've been using this for centuries. Crystal players are attracted to crystals and metals to help us to ground and help us to channel energy.
Beautiful. And how do we contact you? Tell us the website and social media pages, any way we can find you.
100, yeah. So yatrisoul.com is my website. That's www.yatri, Y-A-T-R-I, soul, S-O-L.com.
Perfect. And what did you have in mind for everyone today? What's on the agenda list?
Definitely want to tap in. It's been a second. I want to tap into astrology. We've got this big full moon coming up again. And one of the things that's really nice is that we're coming forward out of a big retrograde, just like massive retrograde. There's a lot of planetary elements that we're retrograding, and that was pretty intense for most of us. How was it for you, Jill?
Well, it's funny. I don't know. I don't know. Again, you're the one that's connected. I'm sitting here and I know there's like a full moon. I know my dad's off. I know this one's off, that one. But how was it supposed to affect me? You got to help me think about this. What are some of the things that could have happened specifically?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for that that initiative. Let's talk about it. So when things go retrograde, which is what has been happening since for like the last few weeks, I would say the last month or 6 weeks, things have been really going retrograde almost all summer. We had Venus go retrograde, that's direct now. So when things go retrograde, it's a time for us to reflect, to reanalyze, to review. And then when things go direct, which is what's happening now, planets, it's all of that time that we were reanalyzing that there was kind of like this stall, energetic stall. Now it's time for us to go direct, but with like clarity of purpose, clarity of direction, clarity of our life, of all the things in our life, things that broke down, the things that broke down in our life. There was a reason for that. And that was to show us something so that we could initiate into, and what's happening collectively and individually, as I've been kind of trying to talk about, is we're all being really asked to say yes to our true north, our true purpose, our true soul's mission. And this year is all about that. This year is all about laying the foundation. 2023 is all about laying the foundation for our true life, our true, not that it hasn't been true, but there's been a lot of initiation happening. And it's going to be for all of us to really step into that soul alignment, that true north, that true yes.
Oh my gosh. Well, then it makes sense. Well, Yeah, out of a relationship for a few months now dealing with medical issues. So my Claire, but my what I'm seeing, I'm envisioning for my future is I'm on a better path, I think, to finding someone more compatible. But at the same time, I really don't care if I find someone compatible because I'm okay with me. And I think that's the past few months what I've come to realize about me in my life, that I've always been single, never had a husband. I have 2 kids, and I'm like, you always think you want that partner, that soulmate, but maybe sometimes it's just not meant to be. Maybe you just got to learn to love yourself and be okay. And I finally feel like I'm okay. Then all these medical ailments are happening. So I'm just detoured. I'm like, the hernias. Then I have some like tendon deterioration. I need another surgery. And I'm like, I'm 45. I know I'm getting old. Now I got the osteopenia. My bones are weak. What's happening? I feel like there's a message higher above trying to tell me that my body's not doing well. And maybe that's why I need to be alone to focus on this and fix me first, whether mentally, physically, and emotionally. To That's just my feeling.
I think you're 100% right about psychosomatically. We have to identify what's going on with ourselves, and having that time to clarity to get clear on what we need is really good. Although I don't believe that any of us are really meant to be alone. And sometimes the psychosomatic illnesses that present themselves are actually from being alone. So that's something to consider too.
Interesting. Thank you. Wow. Wow. So worldwide, you're working and you're helping people. I mean, some people might want to just talk to you and they don't know what they need. How do you know what someone needs? They call because you do so much. And in that initial consultation that you offer, is that kind of how you find the solution?
Absolutely. Some people know that they want a reading and they won't know what type of reading, and so that's what the consultation is for.
She's good with readings. I know.
Yeah, we did some really sweet readings. So just kind of identifying what's going on, and that can just be through a conversation, and then from there we can schedule a reading. And all of this can be done over the phone, online, or this way through a Zoom session or in person if I happen to be in the area. And I try to post regularly where I'm going to be. Also with retreats, usually what I'll offer is if you do come to one of the retreats that I'm offering, and I try to have at least 4 seasonally and around the world, then we can do readings in person there. And usually they're included or at a reduced price. But the best way is really just to give me a call. My phone number is on my website, but I'll list it here too. If you're listening, you want to write it down. It's 360-301-5356. And you can contact me directly. Just text me. I'm really good at responding to texts and calls. And then we can just schedule a little 15-minute conversation. Through that 15-minute conversation, I can kind of hear and identify what it is that maybe you need. And then from there, I think tarot sessions are always complimentary too. I'll have my tarot there. And tarot is a really good way of pulling from the collective consciousness through just your name. I can even do that without seeing or talking to you. Just with your name, I can kind of see what's going on, which is kind of cool too. People are even just like, I'm not even in a place where I don't have a conversation. So just texting me your name, and if you have a question, I can do a tarot reading and kind of see what's going on and then have some suggestions from there.
Beautiful. Amazing. Amazing that you can connect to so many like this. And this is a gift you discovered at what age did you discover that you had these talents?
Well, I would love to talk about that because one of the things I love to teach, and that's something that I haven't talked about, is this. So I was raised in a really spiritual, but more of like a religious household. And it was in that context. And I was never taught to listen to myself. And as we're taught to listen to another. We're taught to give our power away to the high, to the intermediate person. And I was definitely very dedicated to spirit, but I was never taught to really listen to myself or to trust myself. And so that came much later. I was in my late 20s when I really started developing my intuitive gifts. And we all have them. And it's something that I love to awaken in people and to help people to train into. I also train and certify people as tarot readers, and can help. They do courses on helping people develop their psychic gifts, because that can be on a one-on-one basis, because we all have it. We just have to attune to it. We have to learn to trust ourselves. And that's what the Tantra is, something that I want to talk about. Tantra is a regaining of power. And so some of the retreats coming up, it could be very misunderstood. The Tantra is all about that. It's all about like reclaiming your direct connection to yourself and to your God and your goddess within, so that you can even start to think about what it is that you are seeing and feeling as a direct connection to the divine, as within, so without.
Ooh. And you mentioned Tantra, right? And the specific word Tantra, what does that mean to some people out there?
Oh yeah. Well, so go ahead, Jill.
The basics of Tantra. I think sexual aura. I think how to connect more on a sexual, but it's not just sexual. Could you share what Tantra really is?
I would love to.
Thank you.
So Tantra, Sanskrit, Tan, it really, what it really means is to weave, two parts, to weave. And it's the two different parts in Sanskrit of the weaver's tools. It means many things, but basically, when we get down to it, it means to weave. And what it means to weave is to do two parts, and that's what non-duality comes from. I'm going to explain that. But there's always this black and white, a very linear perspective of there's good and there's bad, there's black and there's white, and Tantra weaves these ideas together. There's masculine and there's feminine. And so we weave, and that's where this idea that it's sexual comes in. Is it sexual? Everything is sexual. You are sexual. I am sexual. These plants behind me, these birds.
Yeah.
That's the nature, that's the true nature of everything. None of us would be born without that. So that's the undercurrent to everything. There is a liberation factor that comes with it. The principles of Tantra are, when we weave these two things together, this masculine, this feminine element of duality of like I am, or this good and bad, maybe doesn't exist, maybe it does. We weave those things together, and then the principle is you have full freedom with full responsibility. And this is what the fundamental principles of Tantra's philosophy is: full freedom, full responsibility, once you realize that you are the god and the goddess of your own life.
Got it. Now, do you also do like couples tantric healings, and do you work with couples? Do you work individuals only, or how does that work?
Absolutely. No, one of my main I'm really excited to do is work with all people instead of segregating people off. It's like it's only women, or it's only couples, or only single people. Absolutely not. All the work that I do is for all people. So that means that men and women are invited, unless specifically, and single people and couples are all welcome. And as far as individual packages, working individually, that would be determined. Some people have asked me, happened a lot, where people couples have asked me for guidance, specific guidance, and that's to be determined based on the situation.
Got it. All right. And then what about you also, now maybe I'm using the wrong term here, as an energy healer, as a healer, you're also doing Reiki, or is Reiki really just energy healing? Or, we talked about chakras, right? And the fact that we could help people in that sense. So what do I call that?
This is Reiki and energy healing. All of this yoga, it's all fundamentally what we understand is how it all weaves together. Mm-hmm. So chakras being that there's these energy centers in our body, and understanding that we are the god or the goddess of our own life, and we can be this direct channel to the divine, which is what Reiki is what we're doing, is that we can heal ourselves, we can heal other people with their permission when necessary, until we can all learn how to heal ourselves. Sometimes we always will need that, even healers need that. So shamanic Reiki and shamanic and when we can use this in Tantra, when we can move energy. We're always constantly emanating things and moving energy around, but when we can do that consciously, we have the power to heal. We have the power to move things in a positive way.
Interesting. So we could shift and really mindset. So with this, we can really change into anything we want. We have to believe, but sometimes we don't know how to do this ourselves. Hence, you step in and could guide someone, right? Could you share some of the people you're working with, some of the readings, some of the work that you've done, and how it can inspire some others, and they can maybe listen today and say, "Oh, that resonates with me," or I empathize with that.
100%. I'd love to. So, the first part of the healing, it comes from within. So the as within, so without, and as without, so within. This is the thing. It's sometimes when we identify that we have some sort of energetic block, or we can see it psychosomatically, like a physical block. For example, somebody will have an issue with, I'm just going to use an example, addiction. An issue with addiction generally is psychosomatic of something that is the word craving or something inside. We all can manifest addictive tendencies to something, one thing. And a lot of people will come to me with, like, I'm feeling this, I have this, imbalance in my life, and it's showing up as addiction, whether it's to food, or it's to a substance, or it's even to sex, or it's fear of intimacy. So there's like all of these different aversions. And what we can do is really look at what the psychosomatic reason for this really is. Everything is from within, without. So we look at what's happening outside, and then we look at what's happening inside, and that's through conversation. That could be through a reading, and then working on understanding what the fundamental principle, what are the fundamental reason inside is. Usually it's really actually really quite, it can be complex, but it comes back down to this. It's a seed issue, or maybe a couple seed issues. And when you can clear these seed issues with knowledge, with like consciousness, and then I can also do psychic clearings. They call it like psychic surgery. And so energetically clearing, and that's the shamanic part of Reiki. And then ways to help maintain that energetic clearing from a distance, based on use of crystals, based on diet even, and based on new mental programmings. This is kind of the package that we use is working with somebody to identify what the issue is, and then working with new ways to program ourselves to make good choices. So it's basically like spiritual coaching if people want to go from the reading beyond.
All right. From the reading beyond. I love it. And again, Yatrisol, we're talking to, it's YATRISOL.com. That's her website. You can just Google her, find her, and she can advise you in so many different things. What else did you want to share for today? Live from Sedona, Arizona, she is.
Live from Sedona. Yeah. Well, really excited to announce a retreat that's happening. There's a Tantra retreat happening. With a colleague of mine in Mexico that just got released and announced, and it's happening in February. Actually, no, I'm sorry. It's happening at the end of January, the very last weekend in January. So if anyone's interested, it's in Mazunte. And this will be a really nice way to practice Tantra yoga every day, and to do some workshops in the afternoon. There'll be enough free time for you to explore the beauties of Oaxaca, Mexico. It's right on the beach. And then there will be from that retreat, that's the beginning, and it's going to start a series of retreats that are going to be going through Central America. Oaxaca,
wow.
Yeah, Guatemala, Lake Atitlan will be the next one. It'll also be 5 days, 5 bodies, and 5 different elements. Some people, so the first one will be based on Tantra. The second one will be based on Tantra as well, but we're going to use 5 microdoses of 5 different elements. Plant medicines and elements from nature to help us for those that are interested in doing that in a really safe container, to really free ourselves mentally, just really tap into what that would look like on a physical level. That's the one in Lake Atitlan, and reach out to me for more details. And then there will be some more in the other side of Mexico, in Tulum, in March for Equinox. And then we're going to be doing a Tantra temple tour on the pyramids after Lake Atitlan in Tikal. So that's going to be really amazing to really start to download things and purify anything that's not in alignment once and kind of for all, because now it's going to be 2024. So 22, 24 is when we're going to be having that initial retreat in Lake Atitlan. And then after that, for equinox, beginning of March, we're going to be really, really with intention doing that tour. So yeah, reach out if there's any interest in any of that. And then by the end of March, we'll be in Tulum doing more Tantra in Tulum.
Awesome. Exciting. I've never been to Tulum. Tell me about Tulum. Is it?
Tulum. Yeah, Tulum is beautiful. It's the whole area. It's not necessarily Tulum in itself. Tulum is the center for like Sedona. It's a center for a lot of people to go to for familiarity purposes and safety in Mexico, in that part of Mexico. It's one of the most beautiful beaches, and it's very comfortable on a retreat level. And then from there, the outskirts of Tulum not only have beaches, but there's cenotes, which are these like really beautiful caves and pools that you can go explore. And there's beautiful beach towns, and it's right in the jungle. So it's like jungle meets the sea. It's one of my favorite places to be.
Beautiful. Sounds great. You got a lot on your plate. This is fascinating. And, when did you, I know you've had this gift, this talent. You started teaching and working with so many people. And then obviously, was it with the pandemic where you started this whole virtual world of helping others, or were you always working with others all around the world?
No, definitely the pandemic. It was very much like, I have very much been like, you have to find me, I'm the witch in the woods.
Yeah.
And that was working for a while, and that worked fine. But then it was only really serving the communities that I would live in, people that would know about me. And that's fine as, trying to be like old school medicine woman. But then as we start to get into this newer age, I had actually a shaman woman tell me, she said, after a deep medicine ceremony, she said, it's time for you to we have to go forward at times. We have to go forward. We have to work with technology. We have to start working with everybody, a global society. And so this is something that, is in development. There's a lot more. This is what this is all about for me, Jill. It's really to get myself out there and to say, here I am as a lighthouse, and whoever wants and whoever feels that calling to work with me is welcome to, and here to serve and here to celebrate life together.
Oh, beautifully said. Oh my goodness. All right. We've still got 3 minutes left, Deatra. I don't want to cut you off, but clearly you love the work you do. You are just so, and everyone says they're an empath. People say, I really don't think so. I don't know, but you just got this aura about you, and getting to see you and talking to you and just listening to you. It's just, you've got great energy. Obviously, with what you do, you have to, but you have such a gift, and it's beautiful, and it resonates here through the airwaves. And I'm sure our listeners are saying the same thing. And to close off today with, the work you're doing, how did you want to leave off with everyone?
I just want to say, just reach out, don't be shy, and give me a text or give me a shout out on Instagram. My Instagram is YatriSoul, YATRISOL. And if you're interested in going a little deeper, and you're like, hey, I think that I resonate with all of this, but a lot of us are already connected to and in alignment. We're walking in that alignment. So it's been something that we've been working on. There's going to be a Tantra Yoga teacher training. There's going to be basically a priestess training that's going to be happening. A priestess training. This is for men and women, and a little bit deeper stuff that's going on. So if you're interested in that, there's going to be an in-person training in Trinidad, and then there's going to be an online training as well. And that's going to be happening with Genevieve, who is another priestess that I'm going to be starting to work with, who I'd love to have on the show probably next week, so that we can talk about some of the other options. So if there's an interest for people that are already feeling like we're on the same level, we're on the same page, then there's places we can go from here too.
Beautiful. Well, thank you again. Remind us how we can contact you.
Yeah. So it's YatriSoul, YATRISOL.com. And my phone number is 360-301-5356.
Beautiful. Thank you again for being here, for joining us, and enjoy. Oh my God, beautiful Sedona. I took my mom there. We called it her World Death Tour. It sounds crazy, but it does. 2017, it was the last year she was going to live. Well, was it? Yeah, World Death. Yeah, she passed away from lung cancer, so we knew she was sick. So one of the stops we made was Arizona, and we drove from Scottsdale up to Sedona to see the beautiful Red Rock Mountains. And oh my goodness, I still regret not going a little further to see the Grand Canyon, but it was just the most beautiful sight seeing those red rocks. I want to take my children there. It's something so spiritual about it, right? And so beautiful.
So grounding, and it's very much like their energy here, the red, earthy groundedness. And so, and we're going to be having some retreats here in Sedona. Genevieve is based out of Sedona too, my spiritual priestess sister. So we're going to be doing some fun stuff here as well. So I am so excited, guys. So just follow too. If you do go to my website, you can follow my newsletter, and that way you can know where all of the next things are happening.
Where she is. All right. She's like, where's Waldo? Where's the entree? She's in Sedona today. Have a great day, sweetheart. Great seeing you. Thank you so much.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. Natasha Coleman joining us. Excited to have her as the CEO of Launching Winners from District Heights, Maryland. Welcome to the show today. How are you?
I am amazing. How are you?
I'm excited to have you as a veteran, as a healthcare professional, minister. There's so much to you. So, author, former pageant queen. Please, thank you for being here. Launchingwinners.com is her website. And I know we're going to talk today about her coaching business, which really is dedicated to inspiring so many. So, first and foremost, would you mind just telling us a little bit about who you are?
Well, I'm Natasha Coleman, and as you said, I have all of those titles based on years and life experience. I am the CEO of Launching Winners, and I just find it a pleasure to be here on today to even just share with your network about what my business is. I come from a background of ministry of over 10 years. I am a veteran that have served in our finest United States Navy for 20 years and 12 days. And yes, I said 12 days, because when I say 12 days to people, they're like, why do you say that? Because every day counts, because everybody's not promised to come back home. And now that I've transitioned out of the military as a healthcare worker, my occupation is a respiratory therapist. So you can imagine what that looked like during the height of the COVID pandemic. And now I'm no longer at the bedside, but looking at really launching myself as a winner along with my clients in my life coaching and mentoring business here in the DMV area. I'm located in District Heights, but I hail from the great state of Houston, Texas.
Beautiful. Well, thank you for being here and doing what you do. Thank you for your service. And I know we're going to get into all about the work you're doing, and especially you're helping veterans even transition right out of the military. Would you mind if I just got a little more of your background? I know when you were younger, you said you wanted to travel the world. Tell us where you grew up, and let's walk down your, your childhood into your adulthood and how you got to where you are.
So one of the things about me is I've always said I wanted to travel the world. I never knew how I was going to get there. When my mother was living, because I lost my father at 10 years old. So as my mother was, rearing us, I used to always tell her, I'm going to grow up, I'm going to travel the world. And I said I was never going to get married. But however, understanding that what we speak out of our mouths and that our words have power. So as a child, traveling and seeing the world, I never knew that that would be serving our country in the Navy. And that is how I got to this place, but also knowing as a child that I was a very talkative child. And of course, getting in trouble at school and saying she won't be quiet because others are trying to do their work, understanding the power of my voice, but looking at what I said I wanted to do and how I ended up doing it. I don't, not always choosing what your journey is going to look like to that point, but knowing that if we listen to even our youth, as my parents listen to me and family members listen to me, we're literally saying what we're going to grow up to be.
Yeah.
So how did I get here? By using my voice, deciding to join the Navy, and, thought I was going to do only 4 years. And I ended up making a career of it that took me from Afghanistan to Iraq to Cuba. And in the ministry parts of my life, I've been able to do ministry even while I was on active duty in the places of Africa and in the Philippines and the Palawan Islands. And so I've had the opportunity to be able to do that, traveling the world and actually making an impact in those places and not knowing what you really was doing until I'm now at this great, beautiful adult age that I am, really seeing the impact of the choice to travel the world, but also fulfilling your destiny and the call that you've been called to fulfill in this life.
Wow. Well, thank you for being here. Now, what age did you enter the Navy? Could you just share a little bit about that journey?
That journey ended up with me and one of my best friends from the 7th grade.
Wow.
we joined the military on the buddy system. Was at the time that we were in Desert Storm. I joined out of high school, but because my mom was having so many problems with my younger brother, I said, I'm going to wait until we could do something with him. So I delayed my time going on to active duty by 8 months. So I joined in September of 91. I did not go active duty until May of 1992. And so that's how I ended up there. And again, thinking that it would be the 4 years, did the 4 years and got to the re-enlistment. And I'm like, okay, there's more. Because within my 4 years, I did end up being a married individual and a divorcee at the same time. I was able to go and pursue this respiratory career because that was one of the benefits, that even though you're joining the military, I ended up with my first job and occupation as a hospital corpsman, which is equivalent to an LVN or LPN. But then I went on to advanced schools, and my advanced school gave me the career of a respiratory therapist that I've been practicing now for 25 years. So I'm still a licensed practicing, therapist in DC and in the state of Maryland is where I'm licensed.
Wow, there's so much to you. This is amazing. Okay, we're going to talk more now, if you don't mind, about the work you're doing. So here we are. The contact information. It's launchingwinners.com, right? Now let's talk about some of the services that you're offering and how it works to work with you.
So how it works for work with me is that going to the website launchingwinners.com. Fill in and that you want to contact us. It will come to my email and I will respond to setting up a consultation with you to see if we are a good fit. One of the services that I provide is the life coaching, because I've found for me coming out of the Navy, not only the Navy, but now having been retired for 12 years, Sometimes we just need to pivot in life, and we don't always get to choose what those pivots are. But understanding while you're doing that, you can make a decision to launch yourself into the next win. So you can do that through what you're choosing to do in life. One of the things that I also do is for the business coaching, those that are thinking about businesses, having them come and we talk about your business, give you those steps that you may need to look at, allowing you to look at your vision of your business, because you're the one that's creating your win, because everybody's idea of success does not look the same.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? I look at myself in the aspects that I've come out of the military. I still am, licensed as a therapist, even though I'm coming away from the bedside now, because I also want to go more into community healthcare work, which is the educational part. But knowing that you can change and you can make decisions along the way to create your win. Some of my clients are women over the age of 45. I'm getting ready. I turned 50 last year, and I happily say that I am a 50-year-old, and I'll be 51 next month. And knowing that in those stages, women go through the transitions, whether it's empty nest, whether it's menopause, whether it's 30 years on, in a career, and they're just ready to make a change. And so looking at that, those women that are 45 and older that are just getting ready to transition into different seasons in their lives and needing just some guidance, or needing some confidence, or needing some capacity, and needing some productivity. So knowing with my clients, whether they're my women over 45, whether it's the veteran that's transitioning out of the military, thinking that they have to start from the bottom, because you don't start from the bottom. We come with too many skills. We come with so much experience. We come with the discipline that when you go into the workplace, whether you're doing it for yourself or for others, you can do it. And a lot of the times when my services are there, it is to do the CCP, increase the confidence, increase their capacity and their productivity. Because a lot of the times they have what they need. Sometimes we just have to develop it, or we need to do that evaluation for them to figure out what is it that's in my toolbox that I can use now to build the next season or the next win in their life.
I love it. Thank you so much. And by the way, I'm on the website. I'm peeking around. It's pretty amazing. So the life coaching, the mentoring, and also you offer a free initial consultation, right? If someone's interested in working with you, which I always find that super important. Also, you are an author.
I am an author. So
tell me about this. Oh my God.
I'm so embracing that. Another journey. So doing the pageantry world that I did, when I came out of pageantry, I said, this year I want to be published. And so when I made that statement, going back to what I said, because I do believe our words have power. I want to be published. My photographer, Lindria Dockett, reached out to me and said, hey, I'm doing this book that's called I Am She. And it's going to be I Am She. And the question was, when did we first hear our roar? So it was, I Am She, we're amplified, so when did we first hear our roar? And so that opportunity came to me, and I was able to do my first writing in this anthology amongst, over 40 some other women that are in this book, telling our story. When did we first hear our voice? And in that, I was able to share about speaking to Hurricane Rita, understanding again the real power of my voice, my mother, and the other part that, that's not shared in there. And thank you for this platform that I'm able to share. That is, when I spoke to Hurricane Rita, no one would also know in that was the last time I saw my mother alive. Because we're sitting there waiting out a storm. Hurricane Katrina had happened earlier, and here we are now with Hurricane Rita. So just going in there speaking to a storm, that it's not going to come in here at a category 5, it's going to come in here at a 2. Speaking and using my voice in that was a part of the clients that I coach are the ones with invisible illnesses. When people look at me, and even for my platform for pageantry, I led with, I am a combat warrior, PTSD, and a lupus warrior. So I led with the invisible illnesses, but when people would look at us, they don't see the invisible illness part. So I led with that. So just understanding, even with the lupus, that's an invisible illness. But speaking to the kidney disease that I was diagnosed with when I was 26 years old. And did I say I will be 51 next month? And when I got that diagnosis, I was like, I'll never go on steroids. I'm never going on dialysis. And to this day, I've never had to do that. So understanding the power of the voice. So in that first book, it was about I am she, Lioness Amplified. And it was really speaking to the roar of our voices to the world and how important that is. So my she was I am she, the saved, healed expression. So what people see now is that, my faith as a saved person and who I believe in Jesus Christ, the healing part, because they would not know the invisible illnesses of the kidney disease, the endometriosis, the lupus, because again, when we show up, I tell people all the time, sometimes I'm looking better than what I feel. But as I also tell my clients, I never give my illnesses the front audience. They'll never get that. And then the second book went out last year. We did a launch in October, and that book is titled 1973, started on a Monday. And that book is also with other 1973 babies that we get to tell our story as to how we arrived at this journey at 50. And in that, I expressed a lot of the pain points because I shared during the launch that a lot of people look at others and say, oh, they got it together, but they don't know the pieces that came apart for you to be who you are that came together. So, so the two books, I Am She, Lioness Amplified, and the other one is 1973, started on a Monday. And again, that was also through the visionary Leandra Dockett, photographer, real estate. She does a lot as well. So I have to shout her out here because even from the pictures that she's done and me doing pageantry, being able to walk in Fashion Week twice.
Yeah, I want to talk about pageantry too. There's just so much to talk about. We don't have time for everything today, but yeah, and you're also a pageant coach and former pageant winner.
Yeah. So all of that came together, for launching winners. And I feel like I'm winning and I have the ability to help others win.
Amazing. And wow. Okay. Can I ask about some of the clients you're working? It'd be great to hear a testimonial or two about this work that you're doing.
So I would say one of the young ladies that was a resident of Maryland, which is now living in Tennessee, with her, just watching her transformation through, again, invisible illnesses, dealing with the mental illness part, dealing with lupus, have walked through 3 surgeries, shoulder, knees, and knowing that she's now on track to gain her life back, that she's now doing ministry as well in Tennessee, living in her own space. So that is one of my clients, to know that there's a life transformation, and not only from just a physical standpoint, but from an internal standpoint. Because one of the things for me working with my clients is being able to coach the whole person, mind, body, and spirit. And so that is one of my testimonials. The second testimonial is a gentleman that's living in California that was homeless at one time. For him to now be in a place and taking his life back, being able to be in a space where when he didn't want to leave out of the house, that he said, listening to you, I get out and I go walk. You told me to go look at the library, find free stuff to do. So just helping people really gain the win in their lives and their own independence. Because again, being at certain ages, we really want to be able to have a life with options and being able to do the things that you enjoy doing and not the things that you feel like you're being made to do. So those are two of my testimonials that I would give.
Beautiful. Wow. Thank you so much. I mean, you're empowering, you are helping so many, and you are worldwide, right?
I
There's no
am.
limit to where you are because you're working with people all over.
And I will do it via Zoom. So we can
Perfect.
always do that.
All right.
Yes.
We still have so much more to get to know you and talk more. And unfortunately, we're out of time for today. So, how did you want to leave off for our first show together? And again, looking forward to the next, of course.
Well, I would leave off here is saying I look forward to helping and working with any of you all that are interested in being launched in the direction of your next win. And I will leave you with the quote from our Franklin D. Roosevelt's wife, Eleanor Roosevelt: "The future belongs to the beauty of your dreams. If you believe in them, is what we're going to do today." And so I thank you all for your time here. I thank you for allowing me to be here and share just a little bit about Launching Winners. And I look forward to having you as a client.
Aw, thank you so much. Pleasure having you here. Thank you. And looking forward to
Thank
the
you.
next time we get to connect. You have a fantastic day, okay?
You too.
Thanks so
Bye.
much. And to
You're
all of our
welcome.
listeners, please stay tuned. More of the show's coming right up after the break. Please stay with us.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And welcome back, everybody. This is probably one of the most important things you can do to improve your relationships, improve yourself, give you a better sense of being, clarity, just feel better. And it seems so simple, but many of us don't even do it. And I'm talking about take care of yourself, self-care. It's crazy. And I experienced not taking care of myself. We'll talk about that later. This guy talks with people about this all the time. He's an amazing relationship expert and offers coaching services to individuals, couples to improve their lives, improve their relationships. William Anthony joins us again on the program. Welcome back. How are you?
I'm doing well, Steve. And how are you?
I'm good because I practiced self-care last night.
Nice. All right. How'd you do that?
So a friend of mine, I never thought I'd do this. A friend of mine suggested that I join this men's group. And I'm like, I don't know. He goes, you have no idea. I showed up. I was there for maybe 2.5 hours last night. It was like a wonderful experience. Just guys bonding, talking about their situations, issues, checking in with each other. There's like a retreat coming up. Yeah, just a group of guys. That's it. But the friend that suggested it told me that he's been in this group every single week he goes since I think he said 2010. Yeah, right around 2010. And this guy is a very successful businessman. He had millions of dollars in properties and lost it all. Almost got divorced, had issues, everything popped up. He joined this group and it completely changed his life. And he goes, every day now is a 10. It was a 0 back then. It's a 10. So I see it. I see it because everybody is there supporting each other. But just one aspect of self-care, and I never thought I would do that. But
Yeah.
it was cool. It was just something different. And I'm
Well,
just
hey, after a comeback story like that, how could you not feel compelled to jump into this group, right? And to give it a shot. So
totally. But you're, even though I know him, he's not a close friend, but a, great guy. Um, you always wonder what's the catch? Is there membership fee? What's going on? No,
Mhm.
no, it's just people supporting each other. So, and these all guys, they come from the same thing where they didn't practice self-care. They didn't take care of themselves. And again, this is my first meeting, but it's you give a goal. What's your goal for the next week? What are we working on? And I said, me going to the gym, like sticking to it, at least 5 hours, harder workouts, in from now until next week. I'd say about half the guys were in some form. It was about exercise because they just don't do it.
Yeah, yeah. It's and that's just one form of self-care, that we want. I mean, exercise is not just about keeping yourself physically healthy. It makes you feel good. It makes you feel more confident, more alive, more energetic, and
Yeah.
and that's why it's important. That's why people look at themselves in the mirrors because they want to see the change. They want to see the growth. They're excited about it. So it's not just about, and what does that do to you? It reverberates back onto yourself, the confidence of that results from the progress that you see,
Sure.
you know, and so that's definitely something that we want to talk about today with the listeners is that self-care takes a decline, especially the longer you've been in a relationship, and you end up just forgetting about yourself and your needs, and it's just a shame. We lose touch with our hobbies. We lose touch with, as you said, self-care, taking care of yourself,
Hmm.
eating right, staying healthy. And we lose touch with our individualism, you
So
know?
true.
And ironically, most of the time, those are the most important things. That's what brought you and your partner together in the first place. Admiring oh wow, I admire that about you. I like that about you. And we lose those things along the way. We lose ourselves, literally,
It's interesting too when you look at it where one person is practicing self-care in that relationship, and let's say it's a longer relationship, the other one isn't, and then the one that isn't looks at the one that is, and then has resentment. But they don't frame it in terms of, well, I wouldn't have that resentment if I was just doing the same thing. They look at it as, well, you have all that time, to work out and take care of yourself and go for massages, and I'm working my butt off, blah 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 blah. Well, you can always find time for self-care. That's what I've learned in my journey. And by the way, it took me, many years. I've only started doing it like in the last 2 years. So, guilty is charged with all of that, not taking care of ourselves.
it's hard to find a time. How did you, I mean, you started, as you said, most recently. How did you find the time?
Um, it's little pockets of that time, finding time to go to the gym, even a massage. Like I'll go every couple of weeks, not an expensive one, just to work out some knots and things like that. Usually
Yeah.
that's on a weekend. Um, my downfall last year, I love kayaking. I love it. I did not
That's fun.
set enough time for it. And then all of a sudden, wow, it's October now. It's cold out. Can't really hit it up like that. But that's my goal this year is at least once every 2 weeks, maybe once a week if I can, make that my exercise or at least part of it. But what do you think about setting the expectations, setting the goals? Like how do we do that? Is it like a New Year's resolution where you you set that goal?
You know, um, what I always tell when I start working with couples, especially working on the individual, bringing out their self-care and bringing out their individual selves again with a relationship, and they want to start something, I always say start small and start simple. Create little wins at first. Sometimes even just a lot of times we make excuses. Oh, you know what? I hurt. I don't feel good. I can't go. Or, oh, I kind of, hurt a little part of my body. I can't go. I get that a lot. And I'll say, okay, well, just don't work with that part of your body. The most important thing is consistency and showing up. Show up, be consistent. That creates the activity and it cements the activity within your mind and within your routine. Once you cement the activity, you'll naturally start to gain proficiency and get better at it and work different things and so on and so forth. That's what it's all about. It's about just starting. Just start anywhere, start something. If you want to travel more, research first, write down areas, get excited, look at photos of where you want to go, where you picture yourself being, and then start looking at flights. Every step closer to your dream, your goal, is exactly what's necessary to get there.
Yep. And
Engaging in every
we have these big pictures. I got to go to the gym every day. Blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to do that because I did it coming up on 2 years ago. I felt I was in really great shape. And then, you gain 15 pounds, your lifestyle changes. I want to go back to that because it's not about the way we look. It's like you said, William, it's up in here. But the little things that we forget, like you got a dog, go for a walk with your dog, but intentionally say, I'm going for 20 minutes. And a lot of times, I'm first to admit, I go out there first thing in the morning and he's doing his thing and he wants to sniff over here and over there. And I'm like, Tanner, come on, let's go. Johnny's got to go to work. Freaking cold out. Come on.
I can't even tell you. Yes. Yes.
But I forget that it's actually a good thing for me to be outside, as is for anybody else, just being in nature, being grounded, fresh air, walking, whatever it might be. I think we minimize those things where we should maximize them. Right?
Yeah, 100%. And that brings up an idea. In the second half, we're going to talk about some things that couples can do together. And you kind of hit the nail right on the head with that, being outside in nature. Sometimes it doesn't have to be an expensive dinner for two. It doesn't have to be any of that. Some of the best dates are just the most simplest ones. Going to a really nice serene spot with a cup of coffee. Couples in the park with a cup of coffee. That's sometimes that's the best thing. And just talking, laughing.
Yeah, it's like,
sometimes
and I can remember all those times in the last year too, where I did that.
Yeah,
I'm not even kidding. Because it was so impactful. And I remember took the girl I'm with. I said, let's go for a walk. Let's go for a hike. She goes, I never hiked before. What shoes do I wear? Sneakers. Doesn't matter. And I am about like a mile. I'm not even kidding. A mile away from a tiny little park that's about a square mile. And we walked together right around, daytime, whatever. She was like, so this is hiking? I'm like, yeah, we're just walking in the woods. It's like, but we're lost. Like, where are we? I'm like, don't worry about it. She goes, so you don't know where we are. I'm like, I can hear the cars. We're fine. But
as long as you hear civilization,
right.
You're good.
There's a target right there. If you look, you might see the red from the building.
Don't panic.
Don't panic. But I remember it vividly, and that was about 1.5 years ago because it was a moment of being outside together, fresh air. I went back to that park in late October this past year by myself. I was like, I got a little bit of time, got to get out. That was the best time I've had in a long time, just walking in like maybe an hour, just like looking at nature, checking things out, drinking a glass, a bottle of water, whatever. It's really important. We don't realize how important it is.
Yeah. And actually, those moments that you get to spend with yourself, and I'm not talking about parking yourself in front of the TV,
right?
And watching your favorite sitcom. You're just mind numbing yourself. You're numbing yourself to life.
Yep.
But when you actually, as you said, you're connecting yourself to nature with no other distractions. That's a necessity. We need that.
Yeah.
It is extreme. It is actually so cathartic, and people miss out on just a simple thing. It's just standing out in your backyard. And last night I was looking at the stars. Oh no, actually, I'm sorry. It was this morning before it got light out. I was looking at the stars and I was like, this is really nice. Like, this is really cool. Breathing in that cold, fresh air. just a simple moment like that can ground you, and we miss that. And that's just a simple part of self-care,
It really is.
um
And it's funny you say that. Um, I sold a house about a year and a half ago ish, and my thing was my passion. I go in the backyard. I completely renovated it. I would do all the plantings by myself. Every spring, just work on stuff, just in the dirt, my hands. I loving it, loving it. No shoes. Like as soon as it's warm enough, shoes go off.
yeah.
And then I realized that was missing from my life. But I never knew that that's why I was happy in that regard. Just what you said, I'm getting back into nature. There is something about it, scientifically proven that it helps us mentally, all of that. Many of us don't even realize that, right?
Yeah, no, we don't. And it's basically you centering yourself. There are
Mm,
many vehicles that we can take, and some, as individuals, we like some more than others, or we just prefer some. But you got to figure out what those are for you. For some people, it's meditation. For some people, it's yoga. Whatever it is that allows you to connect and be centered again, because chaos creates this, you know, this jumble in your mind that you just feel like you have nothing to grab onto, and when everything is just
mm.
all over the place, you feel totally disconnected from everything, and there's nothing centering you, there's nothing grounding you. And sometimes a simple activity that you love, like being in your garden, being outside, being in the dirt, it just grounds you. And it sometimes, I don't know if you've found this, but it kind of puts everything else into perspective,
Mm.
or brings you back to earth a little bit,
Yeah, gives you
and all the
clarity.
yes,
You know, I,
100%.
I got such a visual as you're talking about this just now. Picture all of us with the chaos, right? And a river. And we're flowing down the river, and we're in the river, we're keeping our head above water. We're getting by, not optimum experience, but it's there. And then all of a sudden you see an island. And then you reach for the island and maybe you swim up to it, or at least, you get some grasp on something. To me, that's the grounding for even just a little bit. Sometimes after a while, you got to let go of the island, and now you're going to be going down the river again, and that's all good because there'll be another destination. But to me, that's the chaos, and at least until you stop somehow and I guess ground, literally for that little island, it's not good. Who wants to be caught in the turbulence of the water, just keeping your head above it?
Yeah, and the stress, of course, increases your cortisol, and cortisol, of course, does a number on your body, and negatively affects you physically, your
I'm
blood flow,
glad you
your
said that.
breathing. There's so many things that negatively affected when you allow anxiety and chaos to take over without moments of grounding yourself. And that all leads to, it all comes back to self-care. What are you doing to literally take care of yourself,
Hmm.
in your relationship? And men, we're all about family, we're all about taking care of our own, right? And providing, and
Yeah,
that's a lot of pressure we put on ourselves. We don't even get that pressure from our partners half the time. If you think about it, it's what we put on ourselves.
yeah.
But we have to find a way to implement self-care in our lives.
It's not important. It's critical.
It is
Before
100%.
right before something goes bad, and that was my wake up. A couple of health things here and there. That was my okay, body's telling you need to tap the brakes and then jump into self-care. We have about 10 minutes left. Tips, little tips that we can do to improve our relationships. What do we got?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are a couple of games I want couples to try that are really, really cool. Okay. One fun one is guessing the emotion. Now, communication is huge. And a lot of times we don't realize how we communicate. Okay. Communication happens with the tone of your voice, with the words that you use, and your physical expression, right? So what we do is we call it guess the emotion, and we choose one of those three ways to express how we're feeling. So if you want to use words, for example, you would pick a card. You can create some cards, put them in a hat, pull one out. It has an emotion on it. Okay. If it's sadness, you have to either verbally describe your sadness without using the word sad, or physically on your face express sadness without, signaling, hey, I'm sad. Okay. Or use your hands, your gestures to communicate, I am sad. And what's cool about this is it actually becomes kind of a charades kind of thing, which is kind of fun. But what's eye-opening about it is it allows us a deep understanding in that all of this plays a role. You may think that you're trying to, help someone and you're talking to them. But when they see you, they may see something different. They may not be getting that vibe of you helping them. They may actually get a vibe where you're yelling at them, or you're mad at them, or you're upset at them. Okay. So what's great about it is it's almost like an awakening of the self. How am I actually conveying my communication physically with the tone of my voice? I'm a loudspeaker. Okay. Sometimes I have a loud voice. Part of that is due to a little bit of lack of hearing, right? My hearing isn't the greatest.
Same.
But to others, it could be misconstrued, and they could think, oh, this guy's, he's excited, he's upset, he's nervous, or he's getting agitated. So we have to kind of look at ourselves and how we communicate with each other and use all of this together and see, hey, how am I communicating? And that's what's great about the guess the emotion game, because when your partner guesses wrong and you're trying to express sadness, but they're like, I don't know, are you constipated? Are you right?
You could be sad about that, though.
That's something to be sad about.
Good day.
But the point is, it kind of makes you aware, like, oh, well, maybe I'm not making the right face, or maybe I'm not using the right words. And it allows us to really zero in and sharpen our communication.
I love it. But part of why I really love it is, in a fun way, you are being somewhat vulnerable.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. And, I'm actually glad you said that, Steve, because a lot of times I like to give guys the hard stuff, so it's when it's their turn, I'm doing actual role playing with the couples. I'll give them the emotions that I know they're not used to. Sad, disappointed. A lot of guys don't really know how to do that with their face, so it's kind of, but it allows them to get out of their comfort zone a little bit and express themselves in the different ways.
And there's no judgment. That's the best part. There's no judgment. It's a game.
Absolutely not. It's a game. But again, that's the importance of guess the emotion.
You know what's funny? And we need to move on. Just one quick thought.
Yes. Yeah.
It could be a running bit in your relationship. So you're driving. I got a half hour to kill. All right. So, I usually, I'll pick songs. What do you think of this song? Like, I like to get the bass line. But are you into this or not? And I don't mean the bass line. I mean the bass line for stuff she likes. But you could be driving. Hey, you know what? Guess the emotion. You ready? Okay, what do you got? And then you show an emotion, whatever it might be.
Yes.
You can do it anywhere, just for fun.
Yeah, 100%. And it's fun, but it's a learning experience for both.
Exactly.
And you get to express some emotions that maybe you don't get an opportunity to.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's 2 truths and a lie. Let's see how well you know your partner. 2 truths and a lie. That's an easy one.
Yep.
So basically, you put out 2 truths and 1 lie. Your partner guesses which one is the lie or which ones are the truth. That's a fun one I always love. Story building is a really cool one. So, if I start off with a word and I say I or today, and then your partner would give another word, and they'd say I, and then I would continue that, and we would create a sentence and a story based on offering a word at a time.
Let's do it. You want to try it?
Let's go. You ready?
All right, you go first.
Yes. Okay, I wanted to go first. Okay. This
is
a lot
of
fun. There you go.
Right. That's a simple one. Right. Yeah.
That's a simple one. But I just want to give everybody an example. But be creative with it. Have fun with it. Throw some words that your partner doesn't expect, and it actually can be a really fun game.
Do you remember, this is going way back, there was a game that was done in a notebook, and you would buy the notebook, Mad Libs?
Mad Libs, of course.
Right? and there would just be words missing, and you would fill in the blank of the words, and would create a whole new situation, scenario, right?
Yes. So it's sort of similar to that, and
Right.
it's only the fun is based on your creativity. The more creative you are, the more fun the game is. And I've seen some pretty interesting story buildings.
Story building. I was going to ask you, what's that called again? What I like about it, aside from being fun, and you never know where it's going to go, in a way, it makes the couple seem connected, because how many times have you heard, she's amazing. I say something, she finishes my sentence. She knows what I'm thinking. It's kind of like you're doing that when you could be complete strangers and still do it, but you feel a little bit more connected.
Yes, 100%. And that's what's great. It kind of creates this, same thought wavelength kind of thing. Just like we did, a very simple sentence, and we kind of knew it was going there. And sometimes they could end up that way, but you can make it a little more flirtatious.
Sure.
I think that your blank is amazing, right?
Right.
So there's a lot of ways that you can use the story build, and we have a lot of fun with it.
Oh, this is great. Even the category is this weekend. Okay, here's what we're gonna do, and then you spell it out. So now it's like doing trivia. All right, we're doing 80s music trivia, whatever it is. And I love it too. You could just you talk every day. Let's say you're on the phone with your other half, and a lot of times the conversation is kind of the same. Now you change it up. All right, story building. Ready? Here we go. I'm going to start. Category is, throw the category out. Don't need to. It's optional, but whatever. And just do it for fun. Yeah, I love that. That's cool.
100%. And if you really want to make it fun, do it through your phone. Do it through text. A lot of times, we text our loved ones all the time. Sometimes it's cool to throw in. You can do that with emojis too, right? So there's a lot of great, There's a lot, it goes, there you go.
I'm sensing a peach and an eggplant, but anyway.
He just got it.
We'll be working on that later.
Awesome. 100%.
Really good stuff. How do we connect with you? So many great ideas. You're so relatable, so real, and fun. Relationships should be fun. Looking at them can be fun as well. Together, if somebody wants to work with you, even start the conversation as a coach, how do we do that?
Just go to makinglovelast.com. It's my website. You can catch me there. You can email me at williamanthonycoaching@gmail.com. You can always give us a call at 631-590-9286. And I'm all over social media, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram. Just look up Marriage with Will or William Anthony Martinez or William Anthony Coaching. I'm always there.
Cool. Story building. It
is
a
pleasure
having
you
on
this.
There we go. That was cool. That was super cool. William, thank you so much, and looking forward next time we get together.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It was fun.
Yep. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's It's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to talk today about something that's getting a lot of attention. A lot of people are thinking about it. It's on their radar. Plant medicine, specifically psychedelics, mushrooms. We're going to go down that road today with somebody who practices that and can tell you firsthand from the people that she works with. It is empowering, an experience that helps many people move many different things in their lives forward. She is somebody who coaches, has so many different offerings, and we're going to bring her in here. Sonali Sadiki joins us on the program. Welcome back. How are you doing today?
All right. Thank you. Thank you for having me, Steve. I'm doing fantastic. Excited to talk about this topic.
I'm glad we're talking about this too, because many in my circle that have talked about this, there is some intrepidation, some fear. They may have used CBD, THC, fine experiences there, but are afraid to go this step. Maybe there's not a lot of knowledge. There's, again, fear involved in that. Let's where do you want to begin?
Yeah, well, let's begin with the beginners. How about that? So when I say beginners, I mean folks like you're describing. So if you're somebody who has is intrigued, is interested, but have never done it, don't really know a lot of people, or the stories that you have heard have been really horrifying, and so there's fear involved and trying it. But then you've also heard the research. You've heard how amazing results people are getting with either a microdosing experience with psilocybins or macrodosing experiences. There are a handful of other plant medicines and psychedelics and that are continuing to show positive results in universities and research studies across the world. In my local community here in Atlanta, we have the Emory University, and they've been doing a lot of research, and they're also getting just repeatedly positive results, working with PTSD, people working with depression, anxiety. And so the research, a lot of us have been hearing about the research, and we're part of the reason why we're intrigued. But because we're so unfamiliar for the beginners, what I do is I support the clients that I work with in first educating them, to help them determine if this is something they really want, educating them about the microdosing process, the protocol, the scheduling is part of the protocol, dosing. I educate them about the history as well. History in terms of how did this medicine come to the awareness of the West or in North America. A lot of it is rooted in the indigenous community in Mexico. And so there's Maria Sabina, who was very much part of bringing this to her people in Mexico, and healing the community of people that was part of her community. And back in the 60s, we have had notable professors in Stanford and Harvard, go and visit her, who heard about, the power of psilocybin, the healing power of psilocybin, and they brought it into the West. So that's a little bit of history. So I share with you also the possible experiences that you may have. We may talk about how it's physiologically and neurologically and biologically impacting you. So there's some education that's involved, and we'll have a few conversations about that. Then of course, I don't supply. I don't tell you where to go and get it either. However, most of the people that are coming to me that are beginners, they already know friends, or they already know people. So they supply themselves. What I do is I educate you so that you are engaging in this process in a way that is safe, physically, emotionally safe, and in a way that is also fun and playful, as well as very meaningful and applicable and practical. And then let's talk about that. What do I mean by practical and applicable? And this is where the actual coaching that I offer to my clients comes in. So there's a lot of, if you're doing microdosing, for example, it's a sub-perceptual dose, meaning you hardly even notice it. And this is the microdosing journey. And I don't want to get too much into the education because it'll take up, like, we need actually hours and hours, at least 3 hours, to fully educate everybody here, the listeners. But just to give you a surface level example of what I mean is, people think, beginners, oh, I didn't really feel anything, or I didn't really notice anything. That's okay. Guess what? It's still helping you on a biological, physiological level, in the sense that it's still impacting your brain chemistry.
Wow.
Impacting your nervous system. And especially when you're in a protocol is something that you do for weeks at a time, and then you stop. And then you can continue on with cycle 2, and then you stop again. So there's a protocol to manage in a way. And we know about the protocol from folks that have been partaking in plant medicine, and practitioners and MDs and other coaches that have been doing it already for the past several decades. And so we've learned from their experiences in working with their clients. And so so part of this means that even though you may not notice anything because it's microdosing, it's still impacting you. And so over time, over a period of several weeks, you will notice a difference. On an emotional level, maybe on a nervous system level, maybe not on a visual level, not everybody thinks that, psychedelics, you're going to see like colors, you're going to see cartoons, you're going to see, okay, now that happens, but that usually happens on a macro dosing journey.
So can I interject here? I'm connected to a doctor, and he's connected to somebody in the medical field who turned him on to dosing. I believe it was a microdose where he described he was outside, backyard bonfire, right? And he didn't feel anything. And then all of a sudden he started seeing things come out of the flame, different colors rising out of it. And he said, phenomenal in terms of clarity at that moment. But it wasn't a macro dose where he experienced that. But I guess everybody's different, right?
Well, everybody's different. So the dosing can start from, like, say 0.1 gram all the way to 10 grams, right? It's a huge difference. And so the micro dosing is usually considered 0.1 to 0.5 for some people. That's micro dosing. You'll hardly notice anything, but it's still impacting you. Especially when it's repeatedly taken for several days and weeks. Okay, and then you have the high dose macro dosing. The macro dosing for some people, it's 1 gram is macro dosing because they're so new at it and their system is so sensitive. 1 gram could be enough, but for some people, 5 grams because they've been partaking with, say, psilocybins for several years, and so the tolerance level or their experience of what the experience that they're going for, or the experience that they're welcoming in or wanting to experience, they've upped their dosage accordingly. So there's room to experiment with, to play around with. And of course, as a beginner, I would never ever suggest somebody start with even a 1 gram.
No.
Start with the microdose, and then maybe you build your way up, depending on the experience that you're having. And again, it's all about safety. It's all about the coaching that I offer, right? Is to support somebody figure out and support them and educate them around what their process could be as a beginner, and so they can make informed decision and choices around that.
Wow. Can you tell us about your experience, be it your first experience or a subsequent, and what you experienced? But also, I'm curious. First of all, I want to tell you, thank you for sharing the fact that if you are microdosing and not experiencing anything, it's still making an impact on your system. I wasn't aware of that. Do you think, based on your knowledge, things you've heard, if somebody takes CBD and I don't feel anything, do you think it could be the same situation?
It's similar. Yes, it's very similar. However, if they still don't notice anything and they've been doing CBD for, say, several months, like 3 months, and they still just don't notice anything, then I would say, okay, maybe the type of CBD is just, or maybe the brand, or maybe, like switch it out and play around, because not
Sure.
everything is made equal.
100%. And the
Things like-
potencies are, you don't know where you're buying it from, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Again, if it's not working for you, same thing if you get prescribed medication from a traditional doctor, if the med doesn't work, then it's, maybe not working with your system. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Your personal experience.
Thank you for asking. I would say the very first time I experimented with psilocybin was it more than 20 years ago? It was, and I was with just some friends, and I had no idea what I was doing. I was completely like surrendered to them, and they basically, treated me. And I remember this was I don't know if I should date myself. It was about 20 years ago, when I was in high school. And my high school friends, I was just hanging out with them one day after school, and they decided to cook some spaghetti, and they included psilocybins into the spaghetti. It was like a mushroom spaghetti.
Wow.
And it was not a microdose. I would say it was probably a medium dose for me at that time, and a medium dose, and it was my first time, and it is a very recreational experience. It was not at all something that was intentionally offered with the intention of, say, self-work or transformation or connection to ourself, to spirit. It wasn't at all.
Sure.
It was exclusively for recreational.
Yep.
And that's how a lot of us find psilocybins or psychedelics. We find it through recreational means. And then eventually we realize how magical it is. And then eventually we then find out more about it. And then we think, oh my God, it could actually be a healing tool. So with my friends, I'll tell you, my experience was not that pleasant. It was too much of a dose for me. Especially my first time. And I remember my friend at the time, after the evening ended, we were driving, and we were still very much, I wasn't driving, my friend was driving, and we get pulled over by the police.
Oops.
Yes. And my friend, of course, freaks out, is very much stressed out. He already has a lot of anxiety that he deals with. And so there's a lot of paranoia happening, and very unpleasant. But of course, the police officer sees us. We're young people. We're like in our, maybe, in our late teens, early 20s, right? We look, the earliest we could be is early 20s. And so that police officer was nice enough. He let us go. I think he just, I don't know, his tail lights were out. Something to do with the car. And so it was just a warning. And of course, you can only imagine being in psychedelic, you're in a car, the police has pulled you over. I mean, it was scary. It was unpleasant.
It's scary getting pulled over when you're not on anything.
Yeah, right.
Of course.
Exactly.
Because all these things go through your mind. Again, this is not under the influence of anything where, what are they going to find? What if there's, registration's not right? We all worry about that.
Absolutely. And so all I remember is just a lot of paranoia, emotional paranoia. And of course, what psilocybins have us, because there was no container, there's no intention set with my friends when they offered it to me, and I was, consuming it. Like, so now part of what we do as plant medicine integration coaches, like what we're trained to do and to support our clients with, is educate them in this whole process, so that we're creating a very intentional container and educate them about all the different safety pieces. Like in your first day of microdosing, for example, make it a slow day. Don't plan to do big interviews or big presentations or, like some big thing that you have going on. That should not be your first day of microdosing as a beginner,
Gotcha.
and your first day should be something maybe ideally like you're on vacation, or ideally you have a really light day, you're staying home and you just have chores to do,
Mm-hmm.
and then maybe your second day after your first experience, then second day you up it up a little. Maybe you do have some work to do that you need to take care of, but the purpose of microdosing is that it actually is supportive to your everyday day-to-day life. It's not going to create, and it's not going to interrupt or disrupt you. But if you're like a first timer, then I would say, just for your own sake, make it an easy day, So coming back to my story, so yeah, that whole experience was unpleasant. And I'll tell you what, Steve, I didn't touch it again for many, many years.
Mm.
I mean, probably I would say maybe another 10 plus years. I didn't touch it.
But you looked at it in a different way. Back then it was
recreational.
Let's try this. It's like the first time when anybody, bakes pot brownies. It's like, some have a good experience, some maybe too much in the brownies, but this was kind of just for fun. Later, with your knowledge along the way, then you look at it in a different way. And you answered before I could even bring the question up, intentionality. When you dose now, it's with intention. You have a goal. That's what it sounds like.
Absolutely. And I support the clients to co-create that goal. I support them and we figure out. So it's a coaching process. And so we're still doing a lot of coaching and supporting in their first deciding what their goals are, what their priorities are, what their needs are in their life, what kind of life are they wanting to usher in, and more specifically focused on my specialty is of course the relationships, right? And so what I do is I actually support clients microdosing or using their psychedelic experiences to creating and building and sustaining soulful relationships. And the plant medicines have a way of supporting us to connect with our higher self and our best self and our most intentional selves and how we want to be in this world and how we want to be with each other as people, and then and with ourselves. And so I support them in determining their relationship goals, and then figure out a strategy to support them in meeting those goals, and how the plant medicine, the psilocybin, is actually, what role does the psilocybin play in this journey, in this relational journey that they're in. And we weave all of that in, and I do some translations. We draw up a framework and a container to do this work in a very intentional, conscious, and informed and educated way.
Do you have amazing clarity when you dose? Do you see things? Do you feel things? And by the way, thank you also for sharing your relationship, soulful connection. If there's any reason I'm going to do any dosing, it's for that. I truly mean that. I really do. So, like, for example, you set an intention. Maybe you're connected to somebody, not sure if the relationship supports you. I'm going very hypothetical here. Would you get clearer answers or connect closer to self by dosing?
Steve, you already sound like a coach.
I'm not. I just want answers. That's it.
And you are, you're on the right path, which is we connect more with our authentic self. And what that means is the medicine, the entheogenics, they often show us our places of limitations and our strengths, our intentions, and the core of who we are. Maybe things that we may have denied about ourselves, right, in the past, or maybe things that we're trying to hide, right? We're human. So like what the medicines do is that it reveals more of ourselves to ourselves, both the positive, the negative, and everything in between.
Sure.
Okay. And then we have the option. Then, okay, so medicine is showing me this, and it's telling me this, it's guiding me to this. Am I gonna pay attention or not, right? Am I going to take in, and or what pieces do I have the capacity to take in and apply now? And what pieces I'm going to go ahead and park, but I'm going to put it in my journal. I can come back to it maybe a year from now.
Have you journaled while you were dosing? And
a lot of people do. A lot of the clients I work with, they do.
After journaling, have you looked back at it when you weren't using any medicine, plant medicine, and saw things like, wow, that came out of here? Wow, I didn't know how did I get that? What was I thinking at that moment? Do you have those kind of aha moments, revelations?
Oh, all the time.
That's exciting. That's exciting to me.
Yeah, all the time. Yeah. And dosing influences that, you know, dosing influences that it is. I've heard people say that, you know, when they're macro dosing, you know, there's a way in which a very common experience when for a lot of people is they feel a sense of oneness, like this sense of connection with the earth, with nature, with themselves, and then with everybody else in their life in a particular way that they wouldn't feel before, you know, and then from that sense of connectedness comes a lot of types of insight, you know, like, then what does that mean? You know, like to actually taste that deep level of inner connection that we actually are as human beings. We're all interconnected and we're all interrelated, and we are all influencing one another, whether we're doing it intentionally or not. We provoke each other, right? Especially in relationships, and especially the closer we are to someone, the more we can provoke them just by our tone, our body language, our facial gesture, our words, of course, you know. And so that it's because of the interconnection.
Would you say when dosing, there have been times where you felt a sense of completeness?
Some do. Well, I have, okay, so I'll just say, you know, like I'm very deeply spiritually connected already, coming, you know, and so there's a way in which, for me, it's different, you know, like I feel that connection already. But for a lot of people who perhaps haven't, I find that they're telling me that they finally get it. They finally feel that. They finally like, oh, something clicks in them, you know?
Do you feel that your spiritual connection to self is heightened or deeper when you dose for you?
I would say, yeah, I mean, you could say deeper or heightened. I would say there's a crystallization.
Okay.
There's a crystallization of that happens. And even like the volume of so I pray for, and I do get guidance, divine guidance on a regular basis. But that guidance is, the volume of that becomes louder.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Final question. We're out of time. You don't advise where to purchase or where to get the psychedelics, but what is legally available? How does that go? Don't even know.
Yeah, okay, so that's another part of the education. There are certain states where it is legal currently, I believe like Oregon and California, Florida, and certain places for certain psychedelics. It just depends. And so I don't, I'm not legally allowed to and permitted to direct my clients on where to go or whatnot, but I can talk about the states and the policies and the laws that are in place.
Gotcha.
And what kind of policies, or what kind, like where they can go find that.
Gotcha.
Laws, you know, where the laws are, and then hopefully the laws will direct them.
Gotcha. Fascinating. I don't think I would do this without the help of somebody like you.
That would be very responsible of you.
Because there's a lot here. And if you're going to, you want the best experience. So,
yes. And exactly, Steve. Yeah. Well, and the best experience that's tailored for your goals and your intentions. Because we could be all over the place with it, or you could be more targeted and very specific, and therefore more effective, faster to reaching those goals.
For sure.
So that it doesn't, hopefully. So I work with my clients about 4 months. It's a 4-month program. We have a preparation stage, and then an integration stage, and then the self-regulation, the relational co-regulation skills that also come in, which is a lot of communication skills.
Sure.
So yeah, that's it.
Awesome. What's your website? How do we find you?
Okay, so the website is relateconsciously.com/, well, that's the website basically. And then if you want the actual plant medicine page, it's /relate-soulfully.
And it's even easier to find, even if you don't do that. I'm looking at it here, and even if you go to the main page and the menu, offerings and plant medicine coaching,
Scroll down.
we'll get you there. Yeah. Fascinating talking about this. Thank you for today. Learned a lot. And myself, like many others, don't know who to ask. I love him, my friend Chris. I'm not going to ask him. Not for this. He's got a different view. And he's great, but my view here is setting intentions and getting the best results and outcome. And for that, there's you. Thanks for being here today.
Yeah, thank you, Steve, for having me. And if I may, if somebody wants to email me, it's Sonali, SONALI, at relateconsciously.com.
Awesome. Looking forward next time we get together.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are excited to have Stephanie Korchinski joining us once again to talk more about the work she's doing as a certified Canadian counselor. Inner Strength Counseling and Wellness is the name of the company, and she joins us back here live today. How are you?
Good. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing well. How was your holiday, by the way?
Not too bad, busy with family gatherings and stuff like that. But overall, it was very enjoyable. Got to see a lot of people I haven't seen in a while. So how was your holiday?
Great. 6 and 8-year-old were surprised, but Santa got to see the family. So still on that type of holiday high. And but then it brings us to New Year's, and then it could be a holiday lull, which we'll get to. Stephanie, first and foremost, tell us a little bit about what you do. And of course, let's find out your website and how we can contact you.
For sure. So I'm a Canadian certified counselor. I'm in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And yeah, I create, individual counseling plans for youth, adults. I also do some couples counseling. But of course, a big one, this time of year is self-improvement and sort of those New Year's resolutions that everybody's sort of talking about right now. My website is innerstrengthcw.com, and my email address, if you'd like to contact me, is innerstrengthcw@gmail.com, or my Instagram handle @innerstrengthcw.
All right. So first and foremost, do you make or do you believe in year's resolutions? There's always debate over this. So tell me your take on it.
Yeah, I think honestly, New Year's resolutions can be a really great way to accomplish goals, certain aspects of your life that you want to improve, or, you just want to feel better about yourself. Maybe
Yeah.
it's through a fitness routine or just having a more positive mindset. But I find, yeah, a lot of people, they just don't have an action plan moving forward and sort of never reach, some of those resolutions that they set for themselves. I've certainly been in that position where, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go to the gym 7 days a week and I'm just
Same.
gonna, lose weight to get healthy and all these things. And but it takes a lot more than just kind of creating that resolution. It's coming up with a plan as well, right?
Yeah, but that's why all the gym sales and memberships are really cheap for that New Year's special. Join the gym, $5 a month, because they know they're going to lose you.
Yep,
Most people,
100%.
not all. Let's be positive about this because we can make an action plan, and that's something you can help with. So talk to us about the type of plan that needs to be put into effect to commit to and to make something happen, make a change happen.
100%. So, I mean, we always take a look at the behavioral change model, right? It's one thing where you want to make a change and you're like, yeah, I'm going to have this New Year's resolution, but are you ready for that change at that point in time, right? A lot of people think, okay, January 1st, this is the perfect time to kind of create that new habit or new routine, right? But as a therapist, we sort of look at where are you at in that behavioral change, right? And so that comes from, a very, very old model. It's the behavioral change model, and it goes in various different steps, okay? And so pre-contemplation is usually the first stage. So I like to kind of use, a weight loss example for this to explain it a little bit better. But essentially, pre-contemplation takes a look at, okay, you put on your pair of pants, right? And you're like, oh, you know what? My pants isn't fitting right now, And then it's like, okay, I'm going to go to the store and get a bigger size of pants. Like you're not even thinking about like creating that change at that point in time, right? The next stage is contemplation. So contemplation is like you put on those pants and you're like, oh, it's a little bit tight, maybe I need to make a change or something. I need to do something in order to help with this. And then you go into the determination phase. So this is sort of doing your research, your planning, maybe you're making some SMART goals, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But yeah, you're kind of looking at all the different options. It's like, do I need a gym membership? Is it nutrition that I need to work on? What is it that I need to do in order to, have maybe a looser pant size or something? Then we go into the action phase. So this is where you're going to be actually going to the gym. You're already starting to make some of those lifestyle changes and stuff like that. And then we get into a maintenance phase where it just becomes a routine. It's part of your lifestyle. You're doing these things all the time, right? It becomes second nature. It's essentially a part of you, right? But of course, at any point in this behavioral change model, you could relapse going back to, sitting on the couch, maybe watching your favorite movie because you're comfortable, right? You start dropping off from the gym and all those pieces. So that's what we're really going to get into today is how to make you a lot more successful in maintaining this change overall and sticking to some of your resolutions.
All right. Well, we want to know the magic answer. Is it really one answer? It takes a lot on it's accountability too. Yeah. I wish it was so easy, but it's more about mindset, right? You have to help someone change their mindset.
100%. We talk about motivation a lot, in society, and kind of the two common forms of motivation are that intrinsic and extrinsic motivation factors, right? So intrinsic is those internal motivational cues. So it's like knowing that you're going to feel better. You might have like increased cardio. You just feel better about yourself. Maybe it's a change in positive mindset, or even just creating that purpose and that knowledge about yourself can be intrinsic motivation enough to continue pushing forward. Then we have external motivational factors. So maybe it is seeing that weight loss, or somebody compliments you. Oh, wow, like you look like you've lost weight, or you look better, you look really good, right? Or another person saying, oh, hey, you seem a lot more positive, you seem more happy, right? So kind of knowing like about these motivational factors is really key into understanding motivation itself, right? But one of the things that I always talk about is evaluate where you are now and where you want to be. It's doing that self-reflection is really going to help you understand, okay, you know what? I'm in a good spot in my life. This is a good time for me to make this change. And this is what I want to do moving forward, right? So we kind of take a look at habits, relationships, career journey, traits that we might take a look at as our ideal self currently today, right? So we want to make a list, right? And step away from it for a day and then revisit it later, right? Because we want to make sure that, the things that we're writing down isn't just reactionary to what society wants us to do, right? Are you satisfied with what you've written down? Are these things going to still come true? What would you like to see for yourself? Right. So it's honestly a great idea to write some of these things down, reevaluate, and then work on it some more before you make that commitment to something that you'd want to change, or, maybe create a New Year's resolution plan, so to speak. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, I like this. I like this because I like writing it down. By the way, you mentioned something. Some people put things in their phone. I need to see it. Excuse me. For example, I put Post-its up in front of me
Yes.
in order to see stuff. Like I had to do something to file a permit. I had to make sure you go home, clean the house, make sure you email the attorney. Like I have to, I'm visual. I have to see it because everyone's different, right? Some people can work by that. Some people put it in their phone, but I just need to see it. And I know I can pull it off that wall when I'm done with the task. That makes me feel better. But there's so many different ways, and it depends how everybody is, who I guess how everybody learns because it's different.
100%. Oh, I love making lists. And plus, also, too, writing it down just makes it that more concrete. You can really start to visualize it. The next tip that I usually get people to take a look at is, okay, so you want to be more healthy, but what does healthy look like for you, right? Is it taking vitamins daily? Is it working out 3 times a week? Is it adding more vegetables into your diet, right? So kind of creating the step and action plan moving towards whatever that ideal healthy version is what you want to include in your action plan moving forward. How are you going to accomplish this? What sort of vitamins are you going to be taking? Like, I always go into great detail when people want to certainly take a look at, okay, I want to be healthier, or I want to change my mindset. Well, what does a positive mindset look like to you? What does gratitude look like to you? Right? Asking these questions, it's just going to make it a lot more easier to understand what you'd like to accomplish for the new year itself. The next thing that I usually like to talk about is consider the necessary steps it would take to make them more manageable and reachable. Okay. Oftentimes we'll chew off a little bit more than what we can handle. The big one that I often hear, especially coming from a fitness perspective, is I want to lose 50 pounds in 2 months, right? Probably not the most manageable thing. And honestly, we have to consider, okay, what is realistic and what is going to be manageable? So I always ask people when we're starting a behavioral activation, so including things that try to keep us motivated and stuff like that, is, okay, do you think going to the gym for an hour 3 times a week works with your schedule? Do you think that's a reachable and attainable goal for yourself? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And if a person says, hey, you know what, 3 hours a week, oh my gosh, that's way too much for my schedule. Okay, well,
Mm-hmm.
what is manageable, right? Is it 15 minutes, 3 times a week, right? Is it half an hour 3 times a week? Or maybe it's just getting your foot in the door at the gym to make you feel a little bit more comfortable with creating that routine and creating that habit change. So these are the things that, people really need to consider, like what is going to be too overwhelming and what's going to be just enough to keep you within that routine and keep you motivated to keep going, right? Also, too, in terms of small successes, right? I talked about a little bit about that intrinsic motivation. If you can get to the gym 3 times a week at 15 minutes a week, well, that's a successful week in your books, right? Maybe for somebody else, it's going 5 days a week, or maybe it's including vegetables in your diet every single meal for that week. So, creating those small successes will also contribute to that motivational piece intrinsically and not extrinsically. Now, the next thing that I often hear quite a bit is, okay, Steph, well, I want to get healthy. I want to improve my finances. I want to change habits. I want to create a new routine. I want to do all these things. And I've been guilty of it too, where it's like, okay, I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to get this going. I want to start this project. I want to do this. But don't overdo it with the amount of resolutions you set for yourself, because the brain can only handle many things and changes in your routine itself. It's best to start slow. I usually suggest, okay, maybe one at most, but if you really want to set additional goals for yourself, maybe 2 or 3 at the most, right? Just because your brain, yeah, tends to get a little bit overwhelmed and you're
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, but I said I was going to include vegetables in my diet, and I said I was going to do this, and I said I was going to do that. I'm training for a half marathon. And it's like, oh, okay, whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's slow down a little bit here and focus in on one resolution so that you can create a really good action plan that you can follow, right? Once again, I've certainly been guilty of this. I put way too much
All
on
of
my
us have.
shoulders,
Yep.
100%, right? And when I was younger and I didn't understand, like so much on my plate was going to just create this overwhelming feeling. But it's best to focus in on a couple of things instead of having a long list of 10 things that you want to change for the new year. The next thing is, I talked a little bit about smart goal planning, right? So what are short-term and long-term goals, right? So I talked a little bit about those little successes, right? So those are sort of those short-term goals that keeps us motivated for the long term, right? So take a look at, what do you want to accomplish in your first month? What do you want to accomplish in your second month? And then overall, what is your long-term goal? Maybe it's a year from now. What do you want to see your body look like? Or how do you want to feel? Or how do you want to change your mindset, right? But ensuring that you have short-term and long-term goals and writing out your resolutions, to create a full picture of everything you're hoping to do and change during the year will help you create everlasting motivation in keeping and sticking to that New Year's resolution as well.
Yeah. And
This
at
is
this
kind of,
time, I'm sorry, reminders,
oh,
Inner
no, no,
Strength,
no worries.
CW.com, Inner Strength Counseling and Wellness. If you do want to reach out, I just want to point out all forms of contact before we continue. And you offer a 15-minute discovery call, right?
I do, yeah. So 15-minute phone call, people can chat about like what their needs and goals are for counseling. I go into a little bit about my background, and this is just to ensure that we're a good fit for each other. So
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. And on this path of bettering ourselves, I don't know if that's a word, but to make ourselves better, I guess I like bettering, for the new year. A lot of people have different goals, and it's not just weight loss. It's could be job wise, right? It could be, parenting goals. It could be changing habits and smoking or drinking and eating healthier. And one of mine is make sure I clean the house and organize better, because that's something I've struggled with for years. I have a very hard time with organization, and I always try and I always fail. And this year, like, what am I doing wrong? Right? I mean, you might say, well, you're clearly not following an action plan. I'm not, I never do. So how do you, now, if you're working with you as a coach, like what is the accountability factor? How often are you checking in with someone? And I like the fact that you're also there because I feel like I'd have to perform. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, because here we are working with
Yeah,
someone
fair.
who's trying to help me. I better do this. I'm using my hard-earned money because I'm committing to this year. So yeah, what would you say to that?
Yeah, like honestly, that's one of like my biggest tips for people is having a good support circle around you, whatever you'd like to change. Maybe it's improving your relationships, maybe it's experiencing new things, maybe it's creating, better wellness for yourself overall, like both physically and mentally. I usually check in, like if somebody's coming to see me on a weekly basis, yeah, we do a quick check-in at the beginning of the session to see, okay, how things are going. But I also encourage people, write on Facebook what your New Year's resolution is. Like create, a good support network online. I mean, we're in today's world where social media can certainly be very, very positive for a lot of people. If you're looking to make a big change, maybe I want to improve my organization for this year or something like that. um, Honestly, we can go out and reach out to our support networks on Facebook, on Instagram, create, those accountability factors for ourselves. Tell our friends or family members and stuff like that. A lot of people, they're just like, oh, well, I don't want to involve people in my business or anything like that. But honestly, it's such a good idea to include that accountability factor from other people that are like, oh, hey, look at what she's doing, look at what she's created, look at she's going on her journey, right? I really love support groups for that piece because you certainly have other people, in your corner cheering for you and making sure that you're accomplishing the goals that you want to do. One of the things that I always, let people know, a lot of research has shown that it takes about 66 days to create a habit.
Oh,
So,
really? 66 days.
yeah,
Okay. Okay.
yeah, about 66 days, right? Of course, some people will do it sooner, some people will take a little bit longer, but on average, it takes about 66 days to create a habit. So just knowing that, yeah, it's going to be a couple months before it really creates a new habit or routine for yourself. Um, Honestly, you need to be patient with yourself. You don't have to force yourself to do anything that you don't want to do, but making sure that you're patient with yourself, and hiccups are going to come along the way, or challenges or barriers, right? That might prevent us from, completing a resolution or creating a new routine for ourselves, right? Now, you asked a little bit about, checking in, right?
Yeah.
So I usually check in with my clients, like I said, once a week. If they're seeing me weekly, bi-weekly, if that's something that they want me to make sure that they're being held accountable for, or just needing some extra support or something, I usually just do a little quick check-in at the beginning of the session. But even for, a person that I'm helping through with creating new habits and routines, is I get them to reevaluate and reflect on their New Year's resolutions after a few months in. Like, check to see, okay, did you make your goals that you wanted to create? Are you at, where you'd like to be from, the beginning of setting this new routine and plan for yourself? What barriers, came in that prevented you from maybe getting to that point? But having that little bit of self-reflection, that little bit of evaluation, in a few months in, really creates that accountability for yourself, right?
Hmm.
And not just getting it from other people or social support networks, right? So taking a look at, okay, how can I maybe change my plan so that I can be more successful, right? And how do I maybe get around certain barriers that might be keep popping up along the way? Maybe it's a busy schedule. You can't get to the gym all the time, right? So how can you maybe do an at-home workout? Maybe with finances, maybe you have to adjust your budgeting to help you create a better financial plan for yourself. Maybe with relationships, it's taking a look how you can improve communication skills, or Maybe it's going to social groups or different activities to meet new people if that's a goal of yours, right? But always reflecting and reevaluating after a couple months just to see, okay, where can I make adjustments? Where can I create a better plan for myself? And how to reduce some of those barriers that might be affecting us from accomplishing our goals along the way.
Beautiful. Well, you mentioned not everybody's journey is alike, and so it's really customized and specific to you. How long does it take to get to know the person? Because you got to get to know their ins and their outs and their, right, the way they operate. So getting to know someone, how long does it take in the initial process of, really understanding that person's needs? And because their needs could be different from what they're telling you.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it depends on the person. I'll often have people take a few sessions before they open up to me and really get to sort of the root cause of whatever's affecting them. Maybe it's some trauma that they experienced. Learning about the person in general certainly can take a couple of weeks. It's all part of the therapeutic process and building trust and rapport with somebody. Some people on the first session, things just go in extremely, extremely well. I could talk to somebody for, a couple of hours just because, they just open up about everything. Right. So it really depends on the person and who I'm talking with and just how well the conversation's flowing. I also have to take into consideration that I'm certainly a stranger. The person coming into my office, they're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to open up about all these aspects about my life. And I don't even know this person. Like, how's
Yeah,
she
it
going to
could be
react and
embarrassing,
respond?
intimidating. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. So, I always try to make a very comfortable, very non-judgmental sort of environment for my clients to come in. I try to be super personable so that they can really just connect with me overall on a more human-based level, right? I don't like to create a hierarchy with my clients. You're talking to me like I'm a person. I want people to view me as a person first and not a therapist. Yes, I'm there to provide you with guidance and therapeutic support, but at the end of the day, I want to make sure that we're just having a natural conversation so that you feel comfortable opening up to me and so that I can best support you in the needs that you came to, for me for counseling for, right?
Yeah. And also you are a certified personal trainer too, right?
I am, yes,
Just
yes.
thinking about the
So
weight loss aspect. Hold on. That's another thing that you also give me. So when someone's making a New Year resolution to lose weight, you really have the expertise in that field too, let alone the mental counseling and wellness side, but also the physical aspect too.
Oh, 100%. It certainly it goes hand in hand, especially too if weight loss, is a big goal for yourself for this upcoming year. Fitness and mental health certainly go hand in hand. You want to be mentally great and you want to make sure that you have those good positive motivational factors, right? That keep you motivated, in your weight loss or nutritional goals or just maybe physically feeling better. Maybe you want to walk up the stairs without getting out of breath. Maybe you just want to have a stronger core that makes you pain free, help with joint pain or something, right? So all of that, certainly requires, the physical component, but also to the mental health aspect and making sure you're in a good positive space and that you're doing the New Year's resolution for yourself and not for anybody else, right? You want to be creating those changes that
Mm-hmm.
are going to be beneficial for you and make you feel good at the end of the day.
Yay. Well, thank you so much. And remind us now how we can work with you. Also, there's other modalities that you're doing, the CBT, the DBT, the art therapy. There's a lot to her. I know we focused today on kind of New Year's resolutions, which is great. Great topic because we're here and it's just a few days away. So how can someone reach out to you if they want that initial discovery call?
Yeah, so you can certainly go to my website, innerstrengthcw.com. There's a contact form there. You can certainly send me an email at innerstrengthcw@gmail.com, or you can reach out through my Instagram page at innerstrengthcw is the handle there. So
Perfect. Thank you so much. And do you have a New Year's resolution? Just curious.
yeah, honestly, what I just want for myself is to be happy, healthy, and being able to um, sort of wake up out of bed without low back pain, because that's been plaguing me a little bit. So I've been focusing a lot on functional fitness.
All right, good. Thank you so much. Pleasure having you back and looking forward to the next time we connect. And I will see you in the new year, right?
Okay,
That
take
cheesy
care. Have a
line.
great new year.
You too, sweetheart. Thank you so much. And to all of our listeners, please stay tuned. Don't forget innerstrengthcw.com and have a fantastic day and a very happy, healthy new year.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We're going to talk about something that is major in your life, and you probably don't even realize it. And I'm talking about energy. You are energy. We're all energy. Everything is. This pen is energy. Obviously, a different type of energy than something that is living. Your dog, your cat, your horse, everything is energy. Well, what does that mean for us? It means we need to harness that energy, use it properly to live a wonderful, fulfilling life. And a lot of us don't even realize what's going on there. I didn't until I started studying it and also talking to somebody like our guest today. And she is a health, life, and yoga coach with Elite Motivation 411. Mahatma Starseed joins us on the program. Welcome. How are you?
Blessings. Thank you for having me, Steve. I'm so excited to share my energy, share what the purpose of creating a better energy for yourself is and what it entails. So I'm excited for today.
Same. And in my journey, which in this area started about 3 years ago, but really 2, where I started really picking up on this whole thing energy-wise. And it's been around forever. And people have figured it out long ago. When I listen to lyrics of reggae songs, I love reggae. They talk about it all the time. Like even Bob Marley talks about positive vibes. It's one of his songs. What are we talking about? We're talking about positive vibration, which is what we emit in terms of our energy. And you want to have the highest possible vibration. Lower vibration, not so good. Correct me if I'm wrong in any of this. This is my interpretation of it. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I mean, you're hitting some pretty cool points, and being able to just explore what it means to give off energy and what that really means. A lot of us have very subtle engagements with energy. We usually only identify it in really big moments, like when the energy in the room drops. It's synonymous across the board. Everybody can feel it. Usually when a big figure comes into the room, there's that automatic silence that's happening. And that's really happening because of the transformation of the energy, because so many people have a connection to the energy that's coming through, and a similar connection. And right then in those moments is where you can see the power of energy and how it's not something that you can actually see, but you can feel it and you can sense it coming forward for us.
Totally. Like if you've ever gone to a party and you walk in and you're like, I still don't really feel good. Yeah, I'm gonna come up with an excuse and get out of here pretty soon. It's probably because the collective energy of everybody in the room is just low, the vibration is low, and it just doesn't feel good. But on the reverse, when you go somewhere, it's like, wow, this is good. It feels good. It's probably
Right.
because the vibration is up there. And to your point, when somebody walks in the room and people are like, whoa, well, it's somebody who has a high vibration. I'll give you an example of how I've experimented with this. I've gone to the gym, and before I walk into the gym, I say to myself, high vibration, be positive, bring it up. Come on, bring it up your vibration. And I find when I walk in that people will connect and look at you and maybe smile. Maybe somebody will say hi, and it's a total stranger. Hey, how's it going? How's it going? Um, as opposed to just kind of walking in, it's Monday, I don't feel like working out. I'm in a bad mood. Then people react that way. They're gonna whatever you put out, you are going to get back. So why would you want to put out negativity, garbage, just the bad stuff? Why would you want to bring that on to yourself? I could never figure that out.
Right. A lot of it is just, I would say lack of a preparation, lack of awareness. And it's not like on anybody's part. It's just like where the society has been, where our consciousness has been. We're just now stepping into a conscious field of evolution that's highlighting our sensations that we receive in our body. And so what we're learning right now is that there's a lot more sensations activating within us that we can actually be aware that, wow, like my energy is like changing the whole dynamic of the room that I'm walking in. And that's a big thing that I'm helping a lot of my clients with. I help them to be able to just restructurize what they're paying attention to, allowing them to identify their true scope. Because what has been the mainstream conversation is that we're all here to like appropriate ourselves to the common collective. And the common collective is really changing, especially ever since, the whole 2020 fiasco. Everyone is being placed into it's time to level up and create a new norm.
I've heard that we're heading into something called the fifth dimension. So we're, call it we're in the third now. Some of us will cross over to the fourth dimension. Maybe some of us are in the fifth dimension. I could try and explain it. I don't know if I would do it justice. Can you help me with that?
Yeah, I can definitely explain it. I feel like the best way to explain it is to like envision an in-ground pool. And you know how most in-ground pools, not all of them, have like 3 feet deep, and then it slowly goes down into a deeper area of water. So consciousness is basically kind of the same. Because we are not the only conscious living thing in this world, the earth is also a conscious living thing. And so the consciousness of earth is rising. The 3Ds, 5Ds, all those dimensions are always there, but they're not felt. So when we say we're moving into a 5D world, our community, our society is starting to move deeper into the deeper end of the pool. And we're going to splash and play over there. We won't get to a place to where like we're dangling our feet just yet, but it's like that tippy toe kind of a thing. If you plant your feet all the way down, you're really going to be submersed in it. You're really going to feel all of what 5D has to offer, but we still have chance to find grounding at this point in time. That's the best way. Does that help?
Yeah, I love the pool analogy. It totally comes crystal clear. 5D, from my understanding, you want to be there because you have a consciousness. It's just an overall better sense of being. How do we get there? How do we intentionally head in that direction? How do we go to the deep end of the pool?
Well, it's a lot of unmasking, a lot of taking off your rose colored glasses. That's what one of my tribe mates say. We call them rose colored glasses. And what that means is we have to stop looking at life like it's so rosy and take off those rose colored glasses and really look at life through the lens of what your soul is speaking to you. And we have to remove like what everyone is saying outside of us, not not invalidate it, not distrust it, just remove it as what is like what's going to hold me up on my pillar, because someone else's belief is on someone else's pillar, and we really can't stand on someone else's pillar when it's made specifically for them. So we just have to like really redefine what those pillars are and get like that proper support.
What I'm getting from you, Mahatma, is that, okay, some of us have the rose colored glasses, then some of us have the dark glasses, i.e. just negative, right? So take off the glasses and just be your true self and see life for what it is, understand it, instead of, putting up all the, a front or whatever it might be. Just live in yourself, live genuinely. And for anybody that, I'm going to go back to basics for a second. For anybody that's listening to us, watching us, and saying, this woo-woo stuff, come on, guys, I can't take any more. Stop. You're doing it now anyway. When you say to somebody, good luck on that job, I'm sending positive vibes. Or I just saw in a group chat, somebody's going in for surgery, if you could send some prayers. What are you doing? You're sending positive energy, i.e. positive vibrations. We've been doing it forever, but we don't realize that that is exactly what's going on. And then, somebody will more times than not reply and say, well, thanks for the prayers. Everything turned out great. Yeah, because we sent that positivity out there. So, I just wanted to say that for people that just think that, yeah, come on, guys, what really, it works. We're doing it. We just need to raise the conscious level of what we're doing and be more intentional, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Because if we stay in a low, stuck state, we are conscious, magnificent individuals, and we're literally magnets. So whatever comes out of our mouth, we will attract. So if we're adamant at being upset at the world, and all the world is just like shamming me right now and it's scamming me and all of these things, you're going to have a day filled of validating what you're speaking into existence. And not to say that, okay, you're not getting spammed or something, but what it is saying is that this is calling our attention to take off whatever glasses we're wearing, whether they're the negative or the rose colored, because some people can be very happy being negative. And so they'll wear rose colored glasses, but they'll be very negative, and that's very fooling to people. And so when we just take off the glasses and understand what we look like without glasses, then we can really start to understand what other people can potentially look like without the glasses.
For sure. And we're so habitual creatures that you just said, if you're just used to being negative, you're going to be negative. You're just going to keep doing it over and over again. You don't even know you're doing it. It's just like you're on autopilot. When you work with people, how do you help them see these things, and how do you help them navigate through it?
What I do is a majority of what I'm doing is I'm helping people clean their compass. We all have a compass. We all have something that's pointing towards our North Star. So I work with people with whether it's giving them an energy reading, whether they're going through my cleanse. I work with them to slowly accept what they're already dealing with. So empowerment is a really big part of what I'm coaching individuals into anticipating, because we're really habitual. So it's like I cannot sit there and tell you, you know what, drinking coffee 4 times a day, it's not helping you. It's messing up your compass. You got to quit it right now. That's controlling. It's not empowering. And so being able to help someone understand, like, well, let's talk about why you drink coffee so much. And is there something that you could do instead of the coffee drinking that could help provide a surplus? Because we're learning a lot of people like to put cream in their coffee. And we're learning that if they're putting artificial creamer in their coffee, that's going to create a spike jump for their sugar and then a depletion. And so what the coffee they think is doing for them is just momentary. And so how we create a better pattern is by being able to identify, why do I even take this in the first place?
You're hurting me. Were you being serious about coffee not being the greatest thing for you?
Well, I mean, I always say anything, and I like, like mediating, like having it mediated, as long as it's not overdoing, as long as it's not to where you're going to break down at the end of the day, kind of a thing, and to where you can't show for the next couple of days. We all have breakdowns, but if a breakdown causes us to like chime out for way too long, then we really have to think about it, because we haven't had a proper understanding of addiction. And so I like to like bring this moment up. This is a great time to like say there's positive addictions and then there's negative addictions. And so we're allowed to walk around addicted to coffee all day. No one's going to tell us, oh my God, you're dropping your sugar levels. But on the opposite end, coffee is really powerful for us. It does do good stuff for us. I believe it's like black coffee, if you keep it just like black.
Sure.
If you're going to add stuff, it's like, okay, what am I adding into it? Because now they're going with, they have almond creamer and stuff like that. They have plant-based stuff. It's out there. And so I want to help empower people. If you're going to drink it, just like do it the right way. But I've had people go through my cleanses. So I'll tell you this, my food cleanse, we will definitely tackle that habit, like 100%.
I have a totally different view on coffee. I am the minority. I drink it decaf. I drink maybe 2 cups a day. Well, this is the big one, so maybe there's 2 in there already, so maybe 3. I don't drink it to wake up. I barely put any, maybe I put like a drop of milk in there. There's no sweetener. However, I have a different view on coffee. I'm grateful. When I have coffee, I say to myself, I'm grateful for this cup of coffee because it makes me feel good. I feel like I treated myself. I don't do it every day. I was running a little bit early today. I was like, I'm going to pop in and grab a cup of coffee. But I think of it in terms of gratitude. And that might sound like ridiculous, but I've even kept a gratitude journal, and I'll even write down there, I'm grateful for my cup of coffee. It just, it's warm. It's got flavor. It just makes me feel good. I feel like I'm treating myself for $3, $3.25 over there. So yeah. I have a different view on it.
It's the same. It's the same, like being able to understand that it's the whole why. Why matters so much more.
Yeah, you're right. It's what is your why? I don't think we ask ourselves that enough. Why are you doing that? Why are you drinking that coffee? Again, we go back to habits, because I do it every day on my way to work. I could pop in and get it. Well, do you really need it every day? Do you need the expense of it? Do you need that in your body? To your point, what are you putting in it? You're dumping sugar in it. Now you're dumping that flavored creamer. There's so much sugar in there. You're raising your sugar levels. You could be pre-diabetic, not even know, whatever. What is your why?
Yeah. Because we have to balance out what we're doing. And I encourage people to like an individual like you, I would say, if you hear people talking about coffee in a very empowering way, not empowered, this is your chance to let people know, like, hey, look, coffee does not have to ruin your day. Your mind will ruin your day. What someone set forth for you will ruin your experience of something way quicker than the thing that you're ingesting.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know that you did food cleanses, but before we even go there, we were talking about energy. You mentioned energy cleanses, and that, well, we're talking about energy. Our energy can get stuck, right? Our energy can be, let's say, maybe bad energy in the room. I'm overdue for a sage in this area.
Right.
I am. I haven't, I even have, hang on one moment, please. Palo Santo spray. And
Nice.
it's 100% organic. It is the real deal. Instead of lighting Palo Santo wood and then, some smoke could set off a detector, it's 100% organic with some, carrier oil. Talk about energy cleanse. Let's go there.
Yes, I love energy cleanses. They transformed me literally into being able to speak more clearly, more abundantly. And what it really is all about is it's being able to radically identify your surroundings and learning to do it from a place of more experimental and less emotional. A lot of us are pretty good at beating ourselves up. And we'll just stick with the whole coffee thing, the energy of coffee, and just say somebody can sit there and tell themselves, I'm going to do a coffee cleanse for 3 days. And then they break it the first day. Most of the time, a person won't try to go and continue the second or third day because they feel like they failed already. So when you come through an energy cleanse with me, I walk you through it. So I do 21-day cleanse because I believe in taking that time. And so I help you to mentally prepare for this. I help you to acknowledge that the purpose of setting this cleanse into motion is for you to identify what you can and cannot do and not to judge what you have done and haven't done.
And it's been scientifically proven that 21 days, it's a minimum to change a habit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So and that's why I have it at that 21 days and to ensure it, because like we can do it on our own for sure. However, our success rate may not be as high as we want it to be. And so having someone there that is, experienced in it and vested in this kind of lifestyle is just, overall helpful, because we need accountability for ourselves for when we can't show up for ourselves, because we cannot always be 100%, and so having someone there that's like, okay, I'm going to hold this space for you. I'm going to help empower you in those moments that you don't feel like you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, because we always need to have a night light in the dark kind of a feel.
Love that. And a coach is your accountability. That let me try and do this. Well, like you said, 2 days, 3 days, 5 in, whatever, you derail in your goals. You have somebody that's backing you up. Hey, how you doing with that coffee cleanse? Again, we're not beating on coffee. That's just an example.
Right.
How do you know you have, I'm trying to describe it. Dirty energy. You need, how do you know you need a cleanse?
Okay, so this is a blotch of information that I usually read when someone is starting their first session. I usually tell them a person is usually typically ready for an energy cleanse if they feel like they're being rushed to respond and they're not ready, if they have foggy brain, if they are having cramps in their body, bloat, weight gain, random headaches, lack of attention span, even though you have it. These are great indicators to let you know that it's time for you to clear your energy. Headaches and tiredness are always 8 out of 10 times going to show up for someone that is experiencing cleanse like in need of being in a cleanse.
Sure.
Tension headaches definitely means that there's just so much on your mind that you need someone that has an accountability belt to be able to just help you take it all off and be able to really just look at it. And so if you're feeling a lot of weight on yourself, non-physically and physically, going through a cleanse will definitely help. I've seen people go through my programs and literally their voice will change.
Really?
Yes, because I'm helping you to clear up what's going on for you internally so the energy is able to shoot up much more quickly. So a lot of people are walking around like if you can consider everyone like a water hose, a lot of people are walking around with a lot of holes in their water holes. And so where the stream of water is supposed to come out at that one end, it's coming out in all the little pieces of the hose that has, been ripping open. So I come and I just help mend it. We might have to change your hose out if you have too many holes.
Now, when
And
you
help.
talk about your voice, I'm curious, does that translate to the throat chakra?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, for sure. Because the conversational cleanse is the throat chakra cleanse. So that's basically expanding that throat chakra, really, really defining how you are conversing, how you're showing up, and how you're perceiving how other people show up. Because that's a conversation that
Mm.
you're having with yourself all the time. You are 99% of the time in your world.
Ah,
And when we realize that when we speak, we're speaking about 1% outside of our world. So we're attempting to take all of which that we feel, desire, and know, and speak it through maybe just one sentence to someone. That's why sometimes you'll see it's very difficult for someone to just say good morning
why?
because they're just really struggling to be nice to someone, to feel like someone cares about them, to feel like they're even relevant. All of those things are going through someone's mind just to say good morning.
Isn't that horrible?
It is. It really, really sucks. But I will tell you this, it was transformational watching someone's voice change because one of my clients, literally, they would talk like really, really shaky. I don't know if you've ever really experienced someone that's just like, you can hear the jitter in their sound. And by the time they finish working with me, well, they're not finished, they're still there. But in the first set, their voice sounded so much more clearer. It streamed so much more better through. And like I could actually hear them better. I can respond to them better. And it's happened to females and masculines. So typically masculines, their voice will actually go deeper. It's really cool.
I don't doubt it. And it's almost as if you have in the beginning stages, working with you, a better sense of yourself. Then you have more confidence and you just feel like I'm a little more on point. I'm a little more focused here. And then you'll be more intentional when you speak. But it's funny you say, people are afraid to say good morning. You could be at a convenience store getting coffee and you just feel stupid saying it because it's a stranger. Maybe you're afraid what they're going to say back or they're not going to respond. But think about those times when you have said it or somebody said it to you and what it made you feel like. And when it was genuine, or if somebody said anything like, I love the shirt you have on. And I do. I love the colors, by the way. And I made it. I've said things to, a clerk in a store, and I could still remember a year later because I saw how it radiated to them. But it's the energy. It gets us back to the same thing. It's all about the energy that you're putting out there.
Right.
How do we work with you, Mahatma? How do we find you? How do we start the process? Even I'm sure lots of people have questions. We went a little deep here, but all in a good way. And you have a great way of explaining things and making it clear.
Thank you. Thank you. You can definitely check me out on Linktree, Elite M411. You can also find me, just Google Elite Motivation 411. And I am across the board on many social media platforms. I also have a podcast that talks all about healing the conversation. It's called EM Healing. And that's where people can get more dynamic ways of diving into more specific conversations, whether it's family dynamic, whether it's sleep, whether it's learning how to be more current in your conversation, a plethora of things on there, especially the links to get right to me and schedule a session.
I am so glad we talked about this today. And also I'm grateful that we did it on a Zoom because I feel like I know you more and know more of what you do and what you offer.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it as well.
Yeah, appreciate it. Good Google it, Elite Motivation 411. Mahatma, thanks for being with us, and I will see you in the deep end of the pool soon.
Yay!
All right, we'll catch up soon. Thanks a lot.
Peace and light, everyone.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is the stuff falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are so excited to have the owner of Craniosacral and Earthly Energy Works. She's a craniosacral therapist from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Robin Shankman joining us here live today on the podcast and on the Zoomcast to talk more about some alternative ways of taking care of yourself on, well, so many different levels. So welcome to the show today. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much.
Pleasure to have you here. Would you mind introducing yourself to our listeners to start?
Certainly. My name is Robin Shankman, and I am a biodynamic craniosacral therapist in Colorado Springs. And I also do phenomenal touch massage, lymphatic drainage, and delving into some other modalities.
What is the website? How do we contact you?
The website is Earthly Energy Works, WERX, like you said, .abmp.com, and the best way to contact me for an appointment is 719-685-6372 or my
Beautiful.
email.
And what's your email?
rsltenergy@gmail.com.
All right, perfect. Well, before we talk more about all these amazing modalities that you use, how you can help people, let's find out more about you. Where are you from? And walk us through a little bit of your background to get to know you.
Okay. I'm originally from the East Coast. I was born in Massachusetts and raised in Connecticut. Kind of traveled around a little bit to Texas and then ended up in Colorado, one of my favorite states.
And what did you do then?
Well, I started off working in corporate America, and I worked at the ski resort in Winter Park and some other stores that were in the town. And I just realized that corporate America wasn't really my goal. That it wasn't what I was meant to be doing. So I came back to Colorado Springs and started working as a gardener of all things and loved it. Got in touch with Mother Earth and nature and met a gal who did craniosacral therapy. And she encouraged me to go to school. So that's what I did.
Oh, and for those out there who might say, well, what is craniosacral therapy? Not even probably aware. Would you mind discussing a little bit about it, what you learned?
Sure. It's biodynamic craniosacral therapy is a light touch therapy that works with your central nervous system to release trauma, stresses, and strains on a cellular level. And that's a nice little bundle of a description, but it's so much more. It's working with old traumas that happened as a kid, works with PTSD, everyday traumas that we, have just being out in the world.
Ooh.
And it's an amazing therapy, and it's a light touch, and it's clothed and non-invasive. So it's really getting to the core of where the traumas come from.
Interesting. So, I mean, this can really help us all physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, right? Before we dive into more of that, so you found out from a friend about this, and then where did you get the training to become this? And
Yeah, I was at a session with her actually getting craniosacral therapy, and when she told me that I should do this, and she told me that the School of Inner Health that used to be in Manitou, Colorado, which is right next to Colorado Springs, they're starting a class in a week. You need to sign up. And so you had to go through a process and quickly, and I just jumped in and started the class a week later.
yeah. And here you are. So let's talk about some of the modalities, because I know besides this, you use light touch therapy, there's lymphatic drainage, but let's continue with the biodynamic craniosacral therapy. Let's talk about some of the things that people can benefit from. They come to you, and would you mind sharing some of the benefits of it and how it can help?
Well, I get a lot of clients that have PTSD, traumas from childhood, uh, anywhere that could start an embryonic situation. So what this does is help release those trauma stresses and strains, kind of like a spider web. So we have these traumas that start from the day that we're born. Like that's one of the toughest journeys we go through, is coming down that canal, right? So, and then we just pile things on as we grow up. We might get, fall off our bike, we have a terrible breakup, we might have abuse, parents wise or boyfriend or girlfriend wise,
Yeah.
or anything like that. There's traumas that happen just, could be an accident, could be anything, and they start building up like a spider web in our bodies. And there'll be fulcrums, which are the center of where those exist, and then offshoots. And so they start connecting to each other, and it creates this huge grid in our body. And so when you come in for a craniosacral session, we'll work on whatever the body is ready to release.
Okay.
And then those fulcrums break up. So
Wow.
that loosens that spider web. And each time you come in, something else will release. And so over time, if you're suffering from trauma per se from childhood,
Yeah.
you don't even have to know exactly what that trauma was. Your body knows.
Yep.
And so working with the cerebral spinal fluid and the rhythms of the body, we're facilitating your body to be able to release those traumas.
Amazing.
And yeah, people walk away feeling much better. It's not like you're going to forget the trauma, but you're no longer paralyzed or affected by it.
Now, this work could be done in person, but can it also be done like this over Zoom?
It actually can. We
Wow.
discovered that during COVID, and I've worked on a couple of clients.
Okay.
So that's been a great benefit for the craniosacral world.
Amazing. And then now, what is the light touch therapy that works with the central nervous system? How does that work? That's part of the biodynamic craniosacral therapy?
That's part of the biodynamic craniosacral therapy. So we get in touch with the light hands-on to the rhythms of the body, and there are three main rhythms that we work with.
Okay.
The first one is CRI, which is the cranial rhythm impulse. And that's sort of like where we act on an everyday level.
Okay.
And then we start relaxing into the body, and we call this the mid-tide. And that's where you start feeling fluctuations in the body. Your body could actually react by flinching or whatever. Some people talk about what's going on in their body. And then we dive a little deeper as we move into the session into what we call long tide. And that's where the body is really, really relaxed. It's not quite sleep, but it's deeper than meditation. And this is where the healing can really happen, where the fulcrums can release. And so we call this, it's like being at the bottom of the ocean because it's biodynamic stillness. You know things are happening, but it's so quiet down there, you know. And
That's amazing. Yeah.
that's where the beauty comes. That's where the healing comes.
Ooh, all right. Well, let's talk a little more then about the other services. By the way, I'm on the website. I urge everyone to do the same. Earthly Energy, WERX.ABMP.com. And we can find out more about, we're going to talk about the phenomenal touch massage, lymphatic drainage. Which one did you want to kind of go to next?
Well, I guess we could dive into the phenomenal touch. Because I usually actually end the sessions with craniosacral therapy. But phenomenal touch is a three-dimensional massage with undulating movement. It's kind of like a dance with your client, with deep tissue and long, hard strokes. And, it just works the whole body. And it's not just static, it's movement also.
Got it. And, for example, you mentioned this can also, now this can't be done on virtual though, can it?
No.
Got it. This is all in person,
a
just making sure. I'm like, can we feel the touch? Well, what types of people, what types of things are people experiencing? What type of benefits of this touch massage do you benefit from? And we all know massage, right? In a sense, and some of those benefits, but is it similar?
It is similar. It's like a regular massage in the fact that you're getting your body worked on. There is deep tissue. There's the effleurage strokes and then long strokes. But the one thing that I do a lot of is also stretching and moving and getting that body to undulate a little bit in a safe manner. And it's also a very intentional massage. So the client always feels met, like their needs have been met.
And speaking of clients, do you mind if I would love to hear some personal stories about how you're helping people, but I also read some testimonials on your website. Would you mind if I just shared one or two?
Sure.
All right, thank you. This person, Kaya Gates, says Robin has incredible insight into the body and is very powerful and effective as a practitioner. She has a well-rounded approach to body work that is fueled by her love of sustainability and the environment that we all reside in. Robin has a well-tuned intuition and makes you feel completely at ease and comfortable during your session. Also, Deborah Hall says you're an excellent therapist. I would highly recommend you to everyone. There's even a longer one here, talking about how they've had two types of body work with you, Robin. And both times they both were profound and transformative. So she did the phenomenal touch, was quite moved because she says it simply feels heavenly. I could tell you there were like stuck places in my body and mind that were loosening. And at the same time, the touch itself and the movements are very intimate and healing. Later realized, that she was like in an altered state after the work and did quite a bit of emotional stuff, which came up. So really accomplished a lot. And then she also did the cranial sacral work with you and said she was enthusiastic. She's done this before with someone else, but it wasn't the same. You were willing, to take the chance with her and give her that chance again. And she said it was very difficult. Her body went through a lot, and she had a lot of lessons that she knew she needed from her body. And from the first moment you placed your hands on her feet, the experience was amazing. She said to take a breath, feel the energy, and not to judge it, but just to watch it. She could see a block in the flow of energy near the lower back, and held her hands on her feet. She could see the energy trying to go around the block and down my legs, which did happen. And later, Robin moved up and held that spot directly. I could feel energy pulsing from her arms into the back, and blockage was slowly disappearing. And feeling all this energy movement, basically, she says how she's been able to, amazingly move and feel better, and she feels safe with you, and so much more. So that's just a few testimonials. Could you mind sharing some as well?
Sure. I think the most profound ones that I've had is working with military folk. And
Mm-hmm.
of course, they suffer greatly coming back into the world, and it's a lot different than being in combat. And one of the big things is not being able to sleep or deal with loud noises. And I've worked on a few military men that I actually have gotten phone calls from their wives saying, "Thank you so much, Robin. He's finally sleeping." And so it's just amazing to work with them and see their bodies react because they'll move, they'll release things and kind of flop around a little bit, I guess is the best way I can describe it. And it's their
Mm-hmm.
body releasing some of that trauma that's been held cellularly. And I just hold that space without me reacting. And because if I reacted with them, then that would, jar what their experience is in their healing process. And so that I think that for me has been the biggest, I don't know, aha, great feeling, to actually help and give back to the military that, struggles so much sometimes in society.
Mm.
Um, I've seen people work with trauma from childhood, abuse from childhood, that they know that something happened, but they can't exactly describe the whole thing because we have an amazing ability to block out things that happened to us when we were children, and working through those traumas and realizing that they are okay,
Yeah.
they've made it through, and just the progress that they make from being, oh my gosh, I've been dealing with this all my life and haven't been dealing with it all my life,
Yeah.
kind of a thing, to where they free up that whole energy process and are able to function better in the world. And it's wonderful to see.
Oh, well, thank you. Let's remind everyone how we could reach you. Would you mind sharing?
Sure. The best way to get a hold of me is 719-685-6372. That's my phone, and texting is fine also. But my email is rsltenergy@gmail.com. And those are the best ways to get a hold of me.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. All right. For today, there's still a lot more to find out about you, to enlighten our listeners with. Let me ask, you mentioned there's a whole bunch of different modalities you use to help so many. Who helps you? Just curious. You go to someone who does this, or you do this on yourself?
I actually get craniosacral therapy from another therapist in town. We do a trade. I think it's invaluable. It's just, unfortunately, healers don't get as much therapy as they probably should, but I try to do it at least once a month. And, our systems get dislodged and unregulated. So it's really nice to have someone to work on me also, to get me back into balance.
Interesting. Well, we would love to hear more. We still have 8 minutes left in your show. So, what else would you like to share with our listeners about you or about the work that you're able to help people with?
Well, the one thing, all craniosacral therapists are different. Some are working with
Okay.
more bony structures, others are kind of working with the organs. And I guess my specialty is more of an esoteric, getting into like the deeper traumas of what they've been going through and not necessarily having to know what they are. And we might go, the sessions are usually quiet, but there are some clients that want to verbalize as they go through because they're very in touch with their body. But some are not. And by the end of the session, we usually come to a close, and then we have a discussion about what I felt and what they felt. And most of the time it's pretty in sync
Mm-hmm.
of where I felt something release, or there was a trauma with their inner child, or something came up. And there's also something that happens in craniosacral therapy that we call an activation. And that's
Mm-hmm.
when the body just really starts breathing heavily, and we're touching on something deep. And my job is to make sure that
Yeah.
client is either ready to release that, or if they're not, then we resource them, we bring them back into, I guess, what you would call reality, and allow that nervous system to calm down a little so we can maybe piece that out. We're
Got it.
like onions, we take a peel and open up, and then there's another thing there. So there's always work to be done.
Got it. Well, thank you for sharing that. And I know you mentioned if someone goes to the website, if you mention this, you'd get $10 off your session, right? Does that still hold true for our podcast listeners?
Yes, it does. Yes, it
Yay. All right. Good to
does.
know. All right. And you also, I was reading, you have a huge interest in nutrition as well. Do you want to talk about that and some of, I know your problems with digestive issues, which I can relate to as well.
Yeah, I've had digestive issues for, gosh, almost 30 years. And when I went to Western medicine, they checked, they did an upper GI, and I had gastritis, inflamed gallbladder, esophageal ulcer, and um, one other thing. Anyway, and they told me not to eat tomatoes
Wow.
and to take Prilosec. And I just didn't feel like that was a good enough, you know, prognosis. So I went into, naturopaths and all kinds of different programs to find out what is going to help my gut the best. And one of the things I found is a product called Juice Plus, which I'm also a distributor for. And it's 17 fruits and vegetables vine ripened in a pill form. And I've been on that for, I don't know, about 14 years. And it's really helped me to maintain a good diet because, as we know, we're all human and we don't always eat the best that we can. And that just makes sure that I get the nutrition that I need. But also just different supplements like digestive enzymes and probiotics and prebiotics, and just learning all about different um, supplements that you can take to help with inflammation. And so it's just an interest of mine. I wouldn't say that I'm a professional at it, but I've done a lot of research on a lot of different things. And Juice Plus has been definitely helpful in probiotics and digestive enzymes.
Interesting. And there's also a website there. I don't know if that's still current, the R. Shankman, something about Juice Plus. What is that?
Yeah, I would have to check to see if that's
Okay.
still working because they went through a process of changing them just recently. So, but you can get in touch with me and I can get that ordered for you.
All right. And, is there any challenges, any challenges that have arisen in your life or arose in your life with this business, with this company, do you mind sharing a little bit about some of the struggles you've had and how you've overcome them?
Well, it's interesting because in this work, people get better. And so my clientele ebbs and flows, and I think that's been the biggest challenge, um, and getting the word out for people to understand it and know what it is. I've had a couple of clients in just this recent past that they don't feel anything, so they don't think it's working. But craniosacral therapy works for 72 hours, and it is doing something because I can feel it. But there are so many people that aren't in touch with their bodies and knowing where the releases are happening, and we just get numbed, by society. So I think that's probably the biggest challenge is, you know, having people realize that this is really working. And there have been a lot of times when people have come in like that and then a month or two later come back because they realize that something actually really did happen and that they need some more work done.
Got it. All right. And in our last 3 minutes together, how did you want to leave off with people about, the work you're doing, your passion about it, and, how you could really help them?
Well, biodynamic craniosacral therapy is just the most amazing therapy I've ever experienced because it is so different all the time. The client will come in and think that we're going to be working on one thing, and sometimes the body has a different idea, and it's just always a surprise. And just I guess the feedback that I get from people of thanks that they feel like that they can work better in the world now is probably the best outcome that I could hope for.
Wow. Well, thank you. We appreciate that. And also, I know you also love the great outdoors. Is
Yeah.
that something that you think is important to keep active? Anything you want to share about that?
Oh, absolutely. I am fortunate enough to live in a very beautiful part of Colorado Springs right by Garden of the Gods. And so I get to hike every morning with my dogs. And I ski and I hike and I bike and I just, I just got into paddleboarding too. Um, but yeah, I think it's really important to be in touch with nature and to get our bare feet out there and get the
Yeah.
negative ions into our body. We spend so much time indoors that we lose touch with where
So
we're from.
true. So
And
true. And like to get out there barefoot, grounded outside. Love it.
exactly, yeah. So
All right. Well, thank you again for being here. Don't forget mentioning the website that you heard it here on the podcast. You'll get $10 off your first session. Website, Earthly Energy Works, spelled WERX.ABMP.com. Go there. And Robin, do you offer initial consultation if someone's interested?
oh, absolutely. If somebody gives me a call or, we talk through email, we have a discussion about what's going on with them and how our fit is. And I also explain that the first session is a sort of get to know
Okay.
because it's really important for the client to feel comfortable with the practitioner.
Okay.
And I also, if I'm not the one, I have some other craniosacral therapists that I can recommend. I think it's more
Perfect.
important to get the work than not get the work.
All right. Thank you so much for being here, for joining us, and looking forward to the next time we connect. You have a fantastic day, okay?
Thank you. You too. Thanks so
Thank
much.
you. I appreciate it. To all of our listeners, please stay tuned. More of the show's coming right up after the break.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are joined here once again today by our friend Wendy O'Neill. Excited to have her here. She's the owner of Soul Spark Healing, and we're going to talk today about a lot of her offerings that she has, including Reiki healing sessions, Reiki sound healing with Tibetan singing bowls, her classes, and her yoga classes as well. Let me have you do the honors. Wendy with an I. Welcome to the show. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I have been operating the business for about 3 years, since about 2020. And I decided to open, wasn't probably the most opportune time to open a business. But I did realize that a lot of people probably needed it at this time. So I started with Reiki, and then I got certified to teach yoga. So I began to incorporate that. And then I brought in sound healing with Tibetan singing bowls. So now
Wow.
I'm in Milford. Yep.
Amazing. Well, first off, how do we reach you? What is your website, phone number, any social media pages you want to share?
Sure. My website is soulsparkheal.com. And I'm on Instagram and Facebook. And all my information is pretty much on my website. So, if you go on there, you'll find all my contact info.
Perfect. And also, let's before we get to talk more about the offerings that you have with your Reiki, yoga, sound healing, so on and so forth, I meant to say. I want to know about you. Let's go back to when you were a child. Where'd you grow up and how did you find all of this? Would you mind sharing? Because you were in a different field, right?
Yeah. Well, I grew up in Milford, Massachusetts, and I went to college in New Hampshire. And I came back and I decided, I kind of moved around a little bit. I traveled, and then I just kind of landed on a role in a school system, doing special education. So I did that for a little while in New York City, and then I moved back to Massachusetts, continued to do that. I did ABA, so that's applied behavioral analysis in a school system. So I worked with children who have autism, mostly in the elementary school level. And I actually found that very fulfilling. But then we started a family. I had my own kids. We moved around again. And so I ended up just being a stay-at-home mom, not just, but I was a
I
stay-at-home
know
mom.
everyone says that
I was,
just.
yeah,
How many kids do you have?
3.
God bless you. How old are they?
My oldest is 15, my daughter's 12, and then my youngest son is 9.
Oh my goodness. I have a 9 and 7-year-old and we live alone. I take care of them full time, work full time. But I go back to my mom who raised the 3 of us, and she was always saying, I'm just a single mom, just. And I hate when people do that because I commend you because that is the hardest job ever. And it makes me so angry that years ago that wasn't respected enough. It was like, so I commend you on
Yeah,
that. It is the hardest job
thank
ever.
you.
Going out to work at a job is easier than taking care of children. And for some of the men out there who now know it because they're doing it, yay.
Yeah,
Kudos to you. But my goodness, wow.
it's a
Okay,
lot.
so you've been a stay-at-home mom, which is you have your hands full, and then you decided to open up this type of business. How did you even discover Reiki healing? I would love to hear the backstory and love that
Um,
you have been working with kids. Will you go back to teaching, you think one day, or?
I still work with I'll actually be doing some classes at a preschool next week. I'm
Oh
going to
my
go into
gosh.
a preschool. So yeah, I still work with them when I can. And I love working with kids. It really is they're just awesome because they're so open, so it's really fun. And as far as getting into Reiki, I started that actually after practicing yoga at the studio that I practiced at for a long time. And I got a Reiki healing session, and it just opened up all these different, I don't know, energetic frequencies. So I just immediately connected to it. And so I had gotten my own sessions with someone who's now my friend who ended up teaching me Reiki. So it was kind of a cool full circle thing. And then I ended up going into certification for teaching yoga as well. And I kind of approach yoga from the same way, just from a healing perspective.
And tell me what it is about Reiki that you discovered and how it helped you. Now you're helping others with it. Because some people may not even understand the concept still. I love just making sure everybody knows what energy healing is. And of course, I want to talk about all the benefits.
Yeah. So Reiki healing. So when you become attuned to Reiki, you go through trainings. through different levels. And really what it's doing is it's opening this energy within you to allow who you are to take in this energy, like we call it prana, life force energy, chi. And what we're doing is we're channeling that energy for the client, and it's clearing their energy. So we all have, I mean, some people know about chakras. There are energetic, basically our energetic vortexes within our bodies. Obviously, you can't see them, so that's the other hard thing is you can't see it, so people automatically assume, well, it's not real. But when you actually go into a session and then you realize, yeah, it definitely is. And so I've always myself been just a highly sensitive person, just highly empathic. So I pick up people's energy, and Reiki just felt very natural. That's just how I really realized that it was one of my purposes in this lifetime.
Not only then you start taking classes, then you become a master teacher. We're going to talk about that too.
Yeah.
So you clearly must love it. And I was also reading your notes that you said you were a little more of a, was the word introvert that you said?
Yeah, it's funny because I think people think introverts are like, we kind of hole ourselves up and we don't like people, but that's really the opposite. I love people. I really need to find that balance between, doing what I do and then spending time with family. And then I really need that time, especially in nature, to just kind of recharge and feel recentered. And, during a session, I'm really connecting to the energy. So I'm feeling it within my own body. And so that's kind of how I pick up on anything that's coming through. I usually feel myself. And so sometimes I just kind of need a break to just kind of come back to me, kind of separate from some of that energy a little bit.
All right. Well, I think you seem very outgoing to me. So I would think an introvert would be someone who's not as outgoing, but as a teacher, as a mother, yeah, I could understand people could confuse the difference. But no, I see you as obviously you're working with people. This is your business and your life and your passion. So there is Reiki healing sessions, which I do want to talk about. I know that's top off your list, and the whole sound healing with Tibetan singing bowls is something I want to learn about, and I hope our listeners can benefit from. So these are some of the biggest things that you offer. And by the way, you do virtual work, right? So here you are, you're in Massachusetts, and doesn't matter. And energy healing can travel, whether it's in person or on the phone or on Zoom. And that's something sometimes people are like, wow, by how? But can we dive into that a little bit and what you offer?
Yeah. So with Reiki, it's you can actually you're trained to be able to send it through, we learn certain symbols and things like that. So what we do is because I mean really it's all energetic. So when you think about it, you're just really tapping into energy, not necessarily, it's not just a hands-on process. So when you kind of go into a meditative state, and from there you're really connecting. And honestly, I get a lot just talking to people. And sometimes what people need to do is just talk and work through certain things, and because it's usually we're holding things in our energy. Sometimes we're not even aware of it. So I think sometimes, with me, because I'm getting in there, sometimes, it can bring up stuff that I don't even know if sometimes we're even aware that we're holding on to, because we repress or we get through our lives just by, we do what we have to do. And so when you really get in there, people start to become self-aware, and then you are able to really work through some of these things that you might not be aware of all the time, kind of put on the back burner.
And could you share, some of the things that we could benefit from these sessions? And if you are just tuning in, I want to remind everyone, soulsparkheal.com, and we're talking right now about Reiki, but there's still so much more to talk about. If you're a yogi, we have that too. What are some of the types of things that this could help with, and what
Oh,
aspect of energy healing? You'll probably say everything, but
I was gonna say, like, what doesn't it? Really? It's like everything, but it's also really personalized and individual because everybody has, their own stuff. And I think sometimes like I said, we just put it to the side because we have our daily lives. So, when you're in the session, it's an opportunity to just get quiet and reconnect with yourself. And what I'm doing is I'm clearing your energy centers. We're clearing your chakras. And it's almost, I always say it's like an oil change, like for a car, you just kind of feel, I've had clients say they feel lighter. Overall, you probably feel less stressed.
Mm-hmm.
And, things come up, you might have emotional releases, but that's good. We want to feel those and learn how to really become aware of the things that we're holding on to.
Mm-hmm. And let me ask, with energy healing, which I just recently learned about, you can also heal. There's chronic pain involved, that people are feeling
Yes.
pain, and maybe not the regular doctor can help you. Not saying there's something against doctors, but
Yeah.
there's a place for everything. And I learned about Reiki energy healing when my mom was diagnosed with lung cancer 8 years ago. Unfortunately, it was severe. We never had time to take advantage of the energy healing, which could have helped her with pain. But you hear such amazing stories about it. Could you share like a client experience or two of how you've
Yeah.
helped? Thank you.
Well, actually, my dad actually was diagnosed with cancer as well. And, for him, it's so hard going through that, all of the things you have to go through when you have cancer. You have to go through, it's not just doctor's appointments, it's everything, all the treatments. And so it creates so much anxiety, so much stress that your body's not able to naturally heal. So when you're able to get into this relaxed state, he would say that's one of the times he actually felt relaxed. And when you're relaxed and you're clearing all of this energetic blocks, which are usually due to a lot of the emotional things that we carry, that the emotions kind of get stuck into in your subtle body. So when we're releasing these, you feel overall just more relaxed. And when you're more relaxed, you're more likely to help that healing process. Just helps that.
And also with your energy healing, you also do something with, I'm looking at your pictures on the website, by the way. You look beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
They're Tibetan sound bowls. What are they, and how does that benefit?
Yeah. So what I love about all this stuff is that it's been around for so long, and we're just kind of bringing it into the West now, but it's been around for so long. And mine I bought online actually, and they're handmade, and they were made in Nepal, and they're beautiful. They're made out of multiple different types of metal, and each one of them, the 7 chakra bowls, they form like energetic resonance, and it in itself, these vibrations are healing. So they'll help with blood pressure, stress, anxiety, any physical ailments. You can use the singing bowls to help to clear some of these physical things. And they have done some research on that. So there is stuff online if you ever wanted to look that up. There's crystal singing bowls, there's Tibetan. I just really like the Tibetan ones. So.
And when you're working with someone doing a sound healing session, how long is it? How does it feel like? What does it make? I mean, I'm watching you just through the pictures here. So it's what types of sound is it making? I can't see it because I'm watching you're looking at your pictures, but
No, it actually, it's funny because they look just like regular bowls, right? And then they all have a particular note, right? And this note aligns with your chakras. I also have a bigger singing bowl as well. They call that an antique singing bowl. And that one it sings, and that vibration, it just really works with your energy system. Again, it's connecting to your prana, your life force energy, and really it's clearing. That's really what ultimately these vibrations are doing. They're clearing your energy. If you think about anything, music, any sort of vibration carries with it healing energy.
Got it. Well, let's also talk about the other aspect in your work besides the Reiki energy healing and the Tibet singing bowls. There's yoga. So you offer, do you want to switch gears to that? And your class,
Sure.
is it online, the one that you offer in Milford, Mass?
I actually offer it. I actually my office is in a chiropractic office. So I also have a space there that I teach yoga. I teach yoga at a yoga studio as well. But my practice offers a Sunday morning class with Tibetan singing bowls. But I do offer privates as well. I have some private clients that I do one-on-one with. But the yoga, again, I think the approach to yoga to me is one of a healing modality in itself. Because what you're doing is you're moving the energy through these movements. Again, it's an ancient practice, and it's really designed to move the energy and to clear your energy system. And then it prepares you ultimately for meditation. And that's when I bring in the singing bowls and I just work to clear the energy with those.
Got it. Well, let me ask this because when you're doing a yoga session, right? So it's yoga combined with Reiki?
I do a regular yoga practice. So we'll do about 50 minutes of yoga and then I offer a 10-minute shavasana. So when you come into meditation, that's when I'll do a sound bath and I will also work on each individual student on their energy field. So sometimes I'll do Reiki with the singing bowls as well.
I'm on the website. I'm exploring, by the way, and getting to know more what you have to offer. And you've done this, you said, in schools as well for kids, right? From pre-K to high school. Do you still do that too? That's got to be so exciting to see those little ones.
I mean, it was great because I went back to work for a little while in the school system and then I decided to just focus on my business. But I've gone back and I've worked in the elementary school in my town, the high school, and then again, I'm doing a pre-K. And then I've also done work with an Autism Alliance group. So I've done some teenagers and some adults with that as well. And I don't know, I just think it's for everybody. And I think the more we incorporate it in schools, the more I think you would see mental health and improvement in mental health.
Got it. Well, let me ask, then you also took more classes and not only are certified to teach Reiki, but you are a Reiki master teacher. So you offer Reiki 1, level 2, 3 as well. And tell me that process and what that entails.
Actually, so this Saturday, we're teaching a class for Reiki 2. It's actually the students I did with Reiki 1. This is basically, it's a class that teaches you about Reiki, obviously. And then also there's an attunement process. So the attunement process is really what opens your energy for becoming a practitioner, for being able to give it to other people.
And would you say now, how did you learn from this? Did you have a mentor? Like, I know you read a lot of books, you said in your notes, right?
I read a lot of books.
Tell me.
I've learned the most from, first of all, my teachers who taught me Reiki, but also just other healers, other yoga teachers, friends, I don't know. I love seeing how everyone else does it as well. And I think everybody has their own personal, whatever they bring to a practice. And, I think you're always learning, always. So I wouldn't say that I could pinpoint one specific mentor, but I will say that I've learned so much just from a lot of the people I work with. So.
Sorry?
Just a lot of the people that I work with, I would say that I've learned the most from them.
Got it. Okay. And now you work also, you mentioned you're in a chiropractor's office as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow. And
Yeah,
how does that work? Because here you are, it's like, yeah, the alternative and the medicine. It's like yeah. So you must have a lot of
really
patients
cool.
from there. Do you work a lot with people who are getting their
Um,
adjustments, who have issues? It's a great
I
referral
kind
system.
of, because I definitely have collaborated, or I've worked with also the chiropractor who owns the practice, and she also is Reiki certified. And so she really believes in the holistic aspect as well. There's different offerings at the office. So it's kind of cool because she does incorporate the holistic approach to her practice. And I've had some clients come in that she's referred, or I've even referred some to her. And so it's kind of cool because it's really about working together. And it's all physical, really. All of these things are physical.
True.
I
Yeah.
get chiropractic work done, and I'm a yoga teacher, and my back is always bothering me for some reason. So,
Could you share a client experience or two of someone that you've been working with, whether it's the Reiki healing, whether it's the combined yoga, yeah, I would love to hear it.
yeah, I mean specifically like a specific um like process, or like with
Oh yeah,
somebody in
just to hear
particular.
it's like a client testimonial, like say, of what you've done, how Reiki's helped them or how the yoga. Yeah, it's always good to find out some of the things that your clients go through that you've helped them overcome. I think I like hearing them.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been, I think one of the funnest things, I don't know if I should say fun, but it's kind of cool when somebody comes in that doesn't necessarily, I don't want to say believe it, but they're kind of like, what is this whole Reiki thing about? And then they experience it, and you're getting in there, and you're feeling whatever trauma or wherever these energetic blocks are. And to see, oh, this isn't just, nonsense, that what we do is real. And to see how they feel after a session. And I tend to get in there pretty deep. So it's not always an easy process. I've gotten into clients, some of their tough stuff. And the tough stuff comes up, and I've cried with clients, and it's not easy. So you really have to know going into it, are you what do you want to get out of it? And if you want to get in there and really work through it, and I don't judge. I've probably been through all of it, so it depends on really what you want out of the session. But yeah, there's been a lot that's come through for sure.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
And how do you know how many sessions someone needs? Do you have any specials right now, or do you want to share? Is there any group classes for the yoga that you want to leave with us before we go?
I would recommend it. It's such an individualized thing. So, if you're going through something and you need some extra help and support, I would recommend at least once a month, like an hour session. And I really like the Tibetan singing bowls because I do think that they add a little extra clearing work. I do offer Sunday morning classes from 9 to 10 in Milford, but I do offer privates as well. And, an online session would be, we would do Zoom, and, I would take time to meditate, connect to the energy, and then we would chat about it.
Got it.
But, it's always an individualized process. Everything's on my website. So if anybody, and I'm always willing to, we can always look into different options for payment or, packages and stuff. So
Got it.
that's always available.
Well, thank you. And you offer initial consultation if someone's interested in you to talk to you, like the initial call, see what they
Absolutely.
need. All
Yeah,
right.
we
And
can set something up.
good. And how can we reach you?
I would say, like I said, go to soulsparkheal.com, and that will have all my info, phone number, email, things like that. So I would just go there, and there's also a form you can submit if you
Okay.
want to get more information.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Pleasure getting
Thank
to know you
you.
today and excited to have you here on board and to learn more about the work and help you're doing. And is there any upcoming classes we should be aware of? Any yoga classes? Are there a certain time every day, every weekend?
Yeah, I do a Sunday morning yoga class every week. The sign up is on my website. If you're in the area, you can check that out. But
Awesome.
otherwise, yeah. Yep.
Thank you so much. Pleasure getting to know you today. And again,
You too.
soulsparkheal.com. Wendy O'Neill, thanks for joining us. You could just Google her name too. It's Wendy with an
Okay.
I, O'Neill with two L's, right?
Yes, yes.
Good. Thank you so much for being here, for joining us, and looking forward to the next time we get to connect. Have a great day.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are excited to have Dr. Dwayne B. Thomas joining us here. Excited to have him from Thomas Leadership Solutions. And there's so much to what he does academically, with coaching, with sports networking, and all from ACES Network. We're excited that he's here to continue his mission and bring on some of his friends and, of course, talk more about the work that he's doing. So let me start off by introducing from ACES Network, Dr. Thomas. How are you?
Jill, thank you. Thank you so much. It's great to be back and talking with our listeners and to have these esteemed gentlemen who are going to be joining us today. And so so just a little bit about ACES Network. And so we are really focused on how we leverage the power of sports to enrich academic programs, coaching programs, and enrichment programs, primarily for after-school summer programs, and helping with our school districts in terms of students who are considering themselves student athletes, and all our youth development programs. And so I have two brilliant gentlemen that I have invited to come on today to talk with us. Dr. Watkins, expert in higher education administration, and going to be continuing our conversation around building community partnerships and leveraging the resources that are in college, on college and university campuses. And Dr. Hostin as well could also talk about those things, but primarily I asked him to come on today to talk about how the things that are happening around politics and politics in our communities, in our cities, in our states, and how we can leverage the resources there and how politics impact the programs and services impacting young people. And so we have a great show on tap for today, and looking forward to these gentlemen sharing their expertise.
Beautiful. So who wants to start next? Tell us a little bit about yourself before we get into the discussion, if you don't mind.
I guess I can jump off first.
Dr. Brian Watkins. I've probably for the last 6-7 years, I've been Chief Academic Officer at two various institutions in the Chicagoland area, but predominantly all of my career has been in higher ed in the Chicagoland area, mostly in senior administrative roles, working predominantly with adults, as a matter of fact. So I've known Dr. Thomas for many years. He was one of my faculty members and a director of our sports leadership program back in the day at Dominican University in Illinois. And then since then, we've maintained a working relationship and collaborating on various different projects. And so this work is very exciting to bring, as you heard about the ACES network, it's a network of many professionals from around the country as well as international. And Dr. Hostin is one of those individuals also. So excited to be here.
Dr. Houston, thank you. Thank you to have you here as well. Please introduce yourself next.
Good morning. My name is William Hostin. I am professor of political science at Prairie View A&M University. I've been in the academic sector for almost more than 2 decades. Before Prairie View, I was at the University of Houston. A lot of what I do is I teach urban government, state and local politics, racism and oppression dynamics, and things that just kind of tie social, cultural, and political issues together in order to better understand the landscape of our American society. I met Dr. Thomas decades ago. I don't want to age us too much at Florida.
I was going to make that joke. I'm glad you did.
We were both doctoral students at Florida State. He was one of my mentors and big brothers, and we've maintained this relationship for, let's just say, a number of years. And and we've all just worked together to make this a better place, a better society, and really understanding where we are as not only educators, but Black men and just progressing forward.
Beautiful. So we're going to continue our conversation today on building our partnerships in our communities with college, universities, strategic leadership, and of course, I know you mentioned politics as well. So Dr. Watkins, where did you want to start for us today?
Well, I think we'll start with just, how do we access the higher ed community, if you will, and some of the individuals who might be great points of contact, if you will. First, I'd like to start with the president.
Yep.
The president, he or she, is responsible for obviously running the institution, making sure that young minds are developed, but also physically. So it's about curricular and co-curricular activities. The other piece of what the president does, which dovetails perfectly, is that the president is responsible to make sure that the institution is perceived as a good citizen of the community, good neighbor, if you will. And so institutions are always looking for ways to reach out into the community and benefit the community, if you will. And so the president would be a perfect starting point for any kind of programmatic actions that an organization may want to do. And so I would definitely encourage that as a starting point. Certainly, presidents are sometimes difficult to get a hold of. So then you would look at the next level of administration, the vice presidents, or the position I held as the chief academic officer might be another one. But to understand that with the senior administration, their role is to reach out into the community, to find ways in which the institution can collaborate with the community. And so that would be very important, I would suspect. The other piece is faculty, and Dr. Hostin can certainly echo this. Faculty members, whether full-time tenure track faculty members or adjuncts, faculty members are looking to link the theory in the classroom with what's going on in the workplace, if you will, out in the real world. And so particularly if a faculty member is on the tenure track, they're looking for ways to develop research opportunities. And so these types of programs that Dr. Thomas has developed are perfect to dovetail into these different disciplines. When you're talking about a sports-based youth development, you could see a psychology department, you could see a business department, you could see social work department, education, counseling, et cetera. So many different disciplines can dovetail and work to benefit both the community, but also the students. And so it's about finding the win-win, if you will, what's going to benefit the organization, but also what's going to benefit the institution and the community at large. So I'll stop there for a minute in case anyone wants to chime in.
Well,
No,
Brian, actually, I'd like for you to speak a little bit about, before Terrell comes in, speak a little bit about experiential learning and the connections that we are making and necessary for faculty and staff to be successful on college campuses.
Yes, experiential learning is that piece, if you will, that I had mentioned about bridging that theory with the practice, and so there are opportunities where a student, particularly, can experience an internship. Um, and develop some specific skills, but also receive credit for that. And of course, there's a process that we take the student through where we evaluate the experiences and the knowledge that's gathered and gained, and then a credit can be applied. And so this is an important piece that has been moving, but also continues to move through higher ed, is that we recognize that learning occurs in the classroom, but it also can occur outside of the classroom. And the best way to make the linkage is really to take that theory and put it into practice in some way, shape, or form. And so that's where you have faculty members who are wanting to be out in the community to find out what's going on in the real world and bring that back into the classroom to link with the theory from the scholars who have developed the literature, if you will. So experiential learning is absolute. And so with us, you're looking at the opportunity on campus. You've got students, you've got undergraduate students, you have master's prepared students, and you have doctoral students, all looking for practicums and internships, ways in which they can hone their skills by getting involved with different programming. And so the experiential learning piece is very important and an important outcome for students as they leave higher ed.
Thank you. Joe, I'm going to ask Terrell to come in here to begin to bridge the gap in talking about politics and some of the things that are happening in the community, and how the things that Brian just shared how they're impacted by the influences of our political system.
All right.
I think a lot of what we're talking about now just fluctuate at the state and local level. One of the things we have to do is create greater unison between state and local level, particularly in states that are conservative, but you have these local jurisdictions that are very liberal. So in some of these spaces, they have these liberal initiatives. We need those mayors and those city council people to really speak out and be advocates for community-based services, community-based institutions and things of that nature. Particularly in the city of Houston, there are a number of local people who've created centers. And in these centers, they have things like experiential learning, where you go and visit them. They have a bunch of practicums related to things that you want to do in the community, and kind of helping students get in that space. Let me give you some examples. A good friend of mine, Tiffany Thomas, who is the council person for District D here, she's doing stuff where she's teaching not only students how to do STEM, how to do programming, how to do robotics, but she's also teaching them how to be electricians, how to be welders, how to be mechanics and things of that nature. So we really need to advocate those resources, and they come from top to bottom in terms of how we put those things together. So when we really look at the gap between politics and these community-based things, I just think the resources need to be available. One, we need people on the same page in terms of understanding that our goal is to help the youth. And three, we need programs in place to create residual learning experiences for them. We always want to preach education, 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 but we also have to know that people need particular skills in our society to be successful. There are people that we still need as essential personnel, besides those who we are pushing out into the world to become doctors, lawyers, etc. We have to know that the plumbers, the electricians, and the welders are just as important. So just as a basis for discussion, those are some of the things that I think needs to happen.
Thank you, sir. Jill, did you have some pieces that you?
Well, moving along, I know you all you mentioned a little about the faculty, you mentioned grants, but as far as the the learning and the internships and all that practical experience. How does that all work, right? Because you want to prepare someone to really have their best experience, to do their best they can.
Right.
And I know you were talking about there's so many people, the largest and least expensive members of your workforce, but everybody does matter. And I know you want to talk more about that and the army of students, both the undergrad and graduate levels as well.
Yeah, one of the biggest pieces is that both of these gentlemen and myself have been working on is around grants and writing grants and connecting in our communities. Those grants help us to then be resources throughout the community. So we've got, like I said, we've talked about a number of shows, our community executive leadership program, where we're training executive directors that are working in organizations that are providing, that are bridging the gap between the resources that the municipal leaders have, that the state leaders have, and then pushing those through to the actual programs for the frontline workers that are out there. So we're positioning ourselves to be the lead training group for those types of organizations, primarily around working with nonprofits. And by bringing both of these gentlemen on there, so one being down in the Houston, Texas area, the other one being in the Chicago land area, and myself being in the greater Boston area, that we have a pretty significant reach in terms of where we're doing training, where we're having an impact with the types of folks that are out there looking for the things that we can provide. And so we've come on to this network and build it, and to be able to share who we are and what resources we have and how we can tap into where those monies are, primarily in colleges and universities. That's where Dr. Hostin comes in, and also Dr. Watkins, and both of them working on college and university campuses, but also working out in our communities, working with the folks who are leveraging the resources, the municipal leaders who are writing for federal dollars, bringing those federal dollars into the states across the country and across the world. We're working also with some international leaders on some of the programs on how everybody is working around youth. Everybody has to keep our young people out of risky behaviors. And so they need to be trained up, whether it's their staff that needs training, whether it's their executive leadership that really is trying to strengthen up the foundation of their organizations. And so that's why I asked these two gentlemen to come on board, why we've had a network for multiple decades of working through these various issues, and why we're, by talking about that network, then the way that we build that out is bringing younger folks in. We've dated ourselves, but we need to bring young folks in who can then take the baton and move it forward, who can take the mantle, can build on the foundation that we've already structured, and make it even better, make it stronger. So we're coming to today and to these programs to let folks know the types of resources that are available, to let them know the types of successes that we've had already throughout the world in the programs that we've led, and to really be able to then pass it on and pass on knowledge, pass on experience to those folks, whether it's through colleges and universities, whether it's through social programs and the like, and giving folks that are really out there grinding resources to help support what they're doing. That's where we're coming from.
Great, and let's just take the time to remind everyone how we can reach out to you. aces-network.com, correct?
That's correct. And also on telephone, 617-610-5785.
Wonderful. And I know if you go to the website, you can find out more about all your programs and your services. And as we continue today, it's great. I get to see you both. I know you're on the website as well. I see you. So
we got to get Dr. Hostin up on there.
Yeah, he's not there yet. I was looking before I started today, but it's okay. You're with us. That's important. You'll be there. So you're the Executive Vice President of Higher Education Division, just to point out. And then Dr. Thomas, the Founder and Chief Learning Strategist, obviously. All right, perfect. Yes. So gentlemen, what else did you want to make sure we cover for today's show?
So you guys also give each of your own contact information as well, please.
Yes, well, certainly I can be reached through my consulting division at ravenskeep1555@gmail.com. And of course, my phone number is 847-489-3452. So certainly open to conversations.
Great, great. I could be reached through my website, Halston Enterprises LLC at gmail.com. You could also reach me at 936-257-2557. Looking forward to hearing from people.
Great.
So, Joe, I'd like for us to spend just the last few minutes on some of the program pieces that we have going on.
Sure.
And so we are starting. So we've mentioned it several times. I'm on the campus of Eastern Nazarene College as the program chair for the sports management program, and as well as a senior professor. And one of the things that we're doing is creating what we're calling the Center for Sports-Based Youth Development, and we are working on building the society. And so if there are folks out there that are already doing some of this work, then we are looking to network with you. So please do reach out to us. I'm building up the information. I'm still building, having students working on our social media page. Obviously, I'm a little bit older, so I'm not the Instagram person or whatever the other Snapchat.
I don't know them either. I know the basics. I know Facebook and Instagram, but now there's so much more. It's so confusing.
We're looking at all of that and saying we really want to build this thing out to get folks to be able to connect, and then we can connect resources. And so we've got the center that's coming, working on the society pieces. We have trainings that are coming. We have trainings around youth development for staff, and we have a number of people who are calling us because they want our programs on their sites and their centers. And so we're looking for young people, especially college age individuals, to be trained up to then be ready to work on programs for this summer, as well as carrying into the academic school year. And so there's opportunities that are going to be posted up on our website for that as well. And like I said, the biggest piece is being able to build out the network through various connections. And we really are looking forward to folks joining us joining you. Whatever efforts are going on in your communities, we know that we have somebody in our network who's working in a similar capacity, and there may be resources and things that we can share across the board.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think we just have a few more minutes. Mm-hmm. So I'd like these guys to just give some final words about their areas and some of the things.
We got another 6 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, first I wanted to give maybe a better number to access me at also. It's 847-701-5500. So it's 847-701-5500.
Thank you.
Or 5550, excuse me. But anyway, I think the one piece to hone in on was one of the things that Dr. Thompson mentioned about grants. So grants are truly important. Obviously, the municipal organizations are looking at writing them, but also colleges and universities are always seeking those. It's the best way to both expand and extend the work of an institution. And so they're always interested in collaborating on grant opportunities. And so I would encourage our organizations to seek out the higher ed institutions and to have these conversations, because grant writing is what they do well, but also they're very much interested in that, and particularly faculty members.
Thank you. T, maybe tie in how some of the major election pieces that are coming up and how that will impact resources. The way, obviously we're not talking about voting Democrat or Republican, but we're talking about resources in terms of how those are going to impact, regardless of however the elections turn out, there's going to be these things going on. So if you could tap into that a little bit.
I actually was going to say something related to what Dr. Watkins says in terms of visiting these spaces and seeing what their needs are.
Right.
And from that, you can formulate ideals to write grants to work in their favor. Why is that important? Because so many resources have been cut due to local and state decisions. So as it relates to from a very political aspect, once you visit these centers and see what type of resources they need, then you can appropriately write the grants that'll get funded. I think one of the things that we miss a lot of times is that we write these grants and we throw them in the ocean, right? We don't really have any streamlined ideal of how to write them in such a way to get them funded to really help the target audience. So to tie what Dr. Watkins said and Dr. Thomas said, and you need to identify not only the need, but to see where the need is coming from. So I think that's extremely important as we talk about this really holistically. I know a lot of what I'm saying takes actual boots on the ground. So you have to visit these places, but it needs to happen. If you're really going to help the community, you have to see what the community is going through.
Yeah, absolutely. We call that want satisfaction, Jill. We have to find out what the needs are and how do we satisfy those wants. And we're really pushing the envelope because a lot of this, because of all of those cuts, a lot of it has happened in the back rooms. And so we're looking to bring it out to the forefront of everything that's going on in our communities. We need parents and caregivers to really step up and understand. Part of why we're providing this information is so that they can then step up and go to the city council meetings, go to the meetings that are happening across their state, where they're talking about these resource shortages and where they're also talking about where monies are being targeted and what programs are being targeted and what people are running those programs. And so, so it helps to have, guys who like these guys who are really, they've been there, they've done it, they've driven through it. We've all written and received multi-million-dollar grants, and we're looking to pass that information on, pass that institutional knowledge, pass that the personal knowledge onto the folks in our network, so that they are able to leverage us as resources and continue this work. Because as soon as we stop, then those folks who are making those decisions are going to have a reason to be able to say, well, we don't have anybody. We didn't have anybody to take the money. We didn't have anybody to lead the grants. We didn't have anybody to do all of these things that need to be done. I don't have enough staff and we don't want all of our money being wasted on governmental leaders. We want it to be into the programs and being more efficient and effective in how we run those programs.
Well, in our last few minutes together, we have 3 minutes left. What
Sure.
other, what else did you want to share with everyone for today about getting involved, and of course, how they can do so?
So some action steps. Let's talk about those things. So what's happening in your community? One of the first places to start is what's happening with your school committees. What's going on? We have a lot of issues across the country where superintendents are getting fired, where school committees are taking over what's going on. They control the budget. So similarly as the school committees, then it's what's happening in city government. We've had major funds that have come from the government that have been passed on to our cities. Primarily things like what's called the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. There's millions and millions of dollars that the government from 2001 Biden administration passed onto as a recovery from COVID, but also how we move our country forward. And so cities have been sitting on those pots of money. They're in some ways untargeted. They haven't been, it's basically what is needed to recover. So we put that out into the community. So making sure that you know where the sources of funds are coming from. So school committees, city council, of course, your state legislators, and all the different things that are going on with those folks. Right now, of course, we're worried about our federal elections and making sure that folks are understanding what's going on around voting, about registering to vote, about how that process is directly connected to funding education and resources to reduce risky behaviors for young people. And so we need to make sure that we are aware of all of those things, because all of those things then will eventually either get down to the grassroots or they will dry up. And we don't want them to dry up. We want to be able to be positioned to leverage it as best as possible. And the ways that we do that is by being as informed as possible.
Well, thank you again for being here. aces-network.com. And would you all like to share, of course, your all the forms of contact too?
Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yes. So for me, it's ravenskeep1555@gmail.com. And the phone number is 847-701-5550.
Dr. Halston.
Great. It's Halston Enterprises LLC at gmail.com. And again, the number is 936-257-2557.
Thank you.
Okay,
And
well,
our
thank you so
primary
much.
information is aces-network.com. And my number is 617-610-5785. Feel free to reach out to us, any of us, at any of those contact places. We look forward to connecting with you.
Thank you so much. You have a fantastic day. And we back again next week, Dr.
Next week,
Jones?
we are
All
back
right, good.
again.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Pleasure meeting you all and seeing you. And I hope you have a fantastic weekend, everyone.
You
Thanks
as well,
again.
Jill. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And welcome back, everybody. If you are somebody who is a leader in the field of IT, even a CEO, responsible for a team, who do you turn to for coaching as a mentor? Somebody that's been down this road before. You want to up your game. You're always looking to expand. A lot of times, you don't have somebody to turn to. Yeah, there's lots of coaches out there, and that's fantastic, and they can help and empower you, but they probably don't specialize in IT or have the background like this gentleman. He is a founder and CEO, unparalleled technology leader, renowned mentor, and visionary. He's been working in this field for years in consulting and helping people, and we're gonna pick his brain today about all of this. Tim Gorey from Baton Pass joins us here on the program. Welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Steve. Thank you very much for having me.
Very unique in what you offer, because I've spoken to lots of coaches, mentors, all of that, but none of them with the specialty of IT. How did that come to pass for you, where you said, you know what, I'm in the IT field. I've spent a lot of years, and we'll get to your story in a moment. I'm curious how you even got to this point. But what inspired you to jump into helping others move their lives forward in this world?
That's a great question. I can count on one hand how many people I know of in the United States who do what I do, literally, and I know them all.
There you go.
We actually talk quite a bit and get together, and we're all kind of from different verticals. My background was in education. I worked in schools for 25 years in California as a technologist. 13 of those years, I was a chief technology officer. And about half of that, I was a chief technology officer of a very large school district in the Bay Area. And so I had the opportunity to work with, 42 people at a time in my department. And I just loved helping IT professionals move into areas in their career that they wanted to go. And often we would find IT professionals that would get stuck or pigeonholed in a particular space, and then they were great before and became kind of miserable and weren't performing as well over a period of time. And I just loved finding out what their hopes and dreams were, and then helping them sort of construct a path that got them there. That was my favorite part of my job. And so when I left schools about 3 years ago and thought, what am I going to do with the rest of my life? I really thought maybe I could start a business where I can do mostly that, helping IT professionals move into leadership roles and do that smoothly and really understand the difference between being an IT professional and being an IT leader. It's a completely different role, right? And many of them, I think the problem that I'm really trying to solve in this space is that most of your IT leaders are promoted from the IT professional ranks. And yet the skill set to be successful in both of those arenas is completely different. And so I think the IT professional often feels like, oh, this is the natural progression of my career. I'm going to get promoted into management, but then they find themselves there. And sometimes, often they become miserable because they try to apply the skills that work really well as an IT professional to people as an IT leader. And that doesn't work very well.
So I'm getting a picture here based on people I know in the IT world who are great at what they do, but they don't necessarily have people skills.
Yeah.
And they want to up their game and move up the ladder, but sometimes they find themselves stuck and challenged because they've never had to deal with that before. They've only dealt, with the back end of servers and things like that. Is that a lot of what you help IT people with?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually psychologically pretty nuanced. I have a lot of research that I bring to the table as I work with folks to help them sort of break through the barriers that they get pigeonholed into over a time as an IT professional. But this most simple way that I can put it, I think, is that IT professionals really focus on controlling things. And if they're a really good IT professional, they control things really well. Leaders, people leaders need to lead humans. And so that transition from, when you take your skill set that's really about controlling things and try to apply that to humans, that's where it doesn't work very well. Now, what I found, though, is that it also doesn't necessarily work very well to bring somebody in as an IT leader who doesn't have an IT background. So it's really kind of a weird situation we find ourselves in, where the best answer is to have IT leaders who understand the IT work that their people are doing, but they need to be, number one, I think, called to be a people leader. And so I have tools where we go through a process to find out, are the people who are currently IT professionals looking to get into management, are they called to be a leader? Is that something that really is in them? And then secondly, once they decide, yes, I am called, then there's a set of skills that needs to be brought. And they need to really be able to find ways to measure what great leadership actions look like every day, and then give themselves credit each day for doing those things. So what you find in the IT professional realm is that the work that they do is very quantifiable. You can say, if I'm a help desk technician, I closed 20 help desks today. I know that I'd had a great day. I really did good work that day. And so they can go home at the end of the day and sort of pat themselves on the back and feel good about the work they did. But many of those folks struggle when they get into leadership positions to quantify what is good leadership work. How do I pat myself on the back at the end of the day? We're doing great leadership work. And so I bring the tools for them to say, here are the things that look like great leadership for you. And here's how you quantify that every day so that psychologically you can feel good about the work that you're doing. So many of them struggle that way. And I help them through that.
You make that crystal clear. And as you're explaining it, I'm hearing friends and colleagues say that, where they're in a position here and there's certain things that they took care of. Maybe it's a quota, whatever it is. So now I know I got past this number. I succeeded today. I did a good job. I feel good about myself. When it transitions over to a leadership role, how do you measure your productivity? How do you even know that I had a great day? You know, maybe Jennifer had an issue and with a coworker, and you kind of brought them both together, and it's all working, and everything's great. Cleared the air. All right, check mark there. But then you have the rest of the day to take care of. So, wow. How do you know if you're in IT that you're called for leadership? And I just want a brief look at that. I know that's something that could take a long time. We don't have a lot of time here. We have a lot of stuff to talk about, but I'm curious, how would you know it's inside you where, yeah, you know what? I want to do that. I don't know if I can.
No, it's a great question. And obviously there is a lot involved in answering that question. But if I were to boil it down to one thing, often it comes out in the language that people use. And so if you have an IT professional in your department, and you want to know, is this person future leadership material? If he or she is really called to leadership, pay attention to what that person is saying on a regular basis. Are they using the word help in the same sentence as humans? So often what we find is the focus for IT professionals is on things. But for those who are called to leadership, they have an uncommon desire to really help other people around them, not just to fix the problem that they're faced with, but really they'll be the types of people when they're supporting somebody that they'll fix the technical problem and then spend another 5 or 10 minutes teaching the person how to avoid the problem in the future, right? So that they aren't needed again, and that person is a little bit more empowered to use the technology in the future. Those types of things, if you hear them talking about the desire to help others get better with the use of technology, if you see them taking a little bit extra time to help people and train them and help them really utilize the technology better, you might have somebody who is leadership material.
Would you say that person, after they fix the technical issue, then they've worked with somebody showing them how to use it to better their day, better their job, but they just feel so good inside about doing that that would be another check mark in their mind, like, I like that. It feels good.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the process I would go through a lot of times with IT professionals, is to find out, where is it that you think you want to be in your career 5 years, 10 years down the line? And what are the behaviors that you have that are natural to you that support that? And then really help them sort of identify what it is that they love, what sort of charges their battery when they do that work, and to help them pursue that, give them opportunities to do that kind of work. I will say too that often what I find is that, unfortunately, some of the IT professionals who are called to be leaders are not considered the very best IT professionals, because when you look at the data, they don't solve problems as fast as some of the others do, because they will take that time to work with the human. And And so sometimes our data will show, well, this is my best IT pro up here. This person's kind of in the middle. And it's the best who tend to get tapped and promoted. The best IT professionals, but a lot of times those are not your people who are really called to leadership and who will be your best IT leaders. So I really try to work with IT leaders to recognize that and to help them identify the people who are future leaders in their department and give those folks a leg up in that path, because you'll often find that mediocre IT professionals end up being fantastic IT leaders.
Wow. You would know, and I truly mean that. Because you've been there, you've worked and influenced so many IT leaders. I want to go back to your beginning, working in IT, obviously your passion, decades. Were you a geek when you were younger?
Yeah, I would say I'm the sort of typical geek, at least for my time. I'm 51 years old. So when I started out there, I didn't have a lot of access to computers. But what I was doing as a junior hire is playing like Dungeons and Dragons, role-playing games with my friends. It was kind of a geeky thing to do, right? And that translated really well into playing computer games. And so for many people who are IT professionals, that's where their professional journey really starts.
Sure.
Is with gaming.
Yep.
And so that was what it was for me. I played games with my friends in high school and turned that into computer gaming, love for computer gaming, and had the opportunity my senior year in high school. Our principal got $100,000 grant to get the first computer lab that our school ever had in 1989. Wow. And at that time, there were no IT professionals that were working for the school. So he tapped the geekiest group of friends he could find at the lunch tables, and that was me and my buddies, and said, hey, would you guys want to take care of this lab and set it up and help people with it? I can set you up so that each of you has a period throughout the day where it's a class and you get a grade for it, and you can take care of the lab. And that's really how I got started. And I went into the Air Force right out of high school, had no desire to go to college at the time, and was fortunate enough to get a job in the Air Force, a computer systems operations job in the Air Force. And that sort of solidified that path for my career.
Honestly, my career was the same.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. Minus the military. 12th grade. My friend Greg and I, who was a computer geek and I wasn't, we persuaded the library department to buy expensive video production equipment. 12th grade, same thing. And that's where I started getting deep into video and created a documentary about vandalism. So, the other kids were creating the vandalism. I'm doing the documentary on it. I won an award, and then I got
it's like symbiotic, right?
I know, right? And then I got a job like when I was 17 in radio, but that's where it began. Just the. But I'm sure I know in myself that I felt that calling, that's what I wanted to do even back then, and I feel the same for you. And by the way, my son is a senior, and plays video games, and I never said anything to him about it. It's like, just do your thing. But of course, I'm sure like your parents said, it was like, he hasn't come out of his room. All he does is play video games. Now he's going to college in the fall for cybersecurity.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think all of those things, what again fills your heart, sort of recharges your battery when you do it.
Yeah.
I think, working in schools for 25 years, like I did, I never thought I'd work in schools. Honestly, I didn't like school very much as a high schooler, other than the opportunity to work with the technology that I did. Yeah. And I hear that story over and over again. But that actually ended up in my career in schools, ended up being my vision, my purpose. And that, it really was to bring an element of relevance back into schools for students, and technology is kind of in a unique position to be able to do that, right? I oversaw the path, from putting internet and the first computers into classrooms all the way to the point where we were giving devices to every student. And to me, every part of that was really about bringing the real world into school and allowing students ways to express their strengths and their passions and their interests to the outside world. Because I always felt like school was just this fake thing that wasn't really very relevant to my life. And so I always wanted, as a career technology person in schools, I wanted to create the kinds of schools that I wish I had when I was in school.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was really what drove me. And what I found was probably 98% of the IT people that I worked with had the same experience. They felt school was very irrelevant to them, and they worked outside of school on the things they were interested in, tinkering with computers and doing that sort of thing, and just sort of tolerated school until they got through it. And I would love it if we could find ways, to do a better job of allowing students, finding out what students' strengths are earlier, and allowing them to get credit, class credit, for pursuing things they're interested in, and figuring out how to monetize those things as a career before they're just thrown out into the world. And all of a sudden they have to kind of unlearn the academics that they were thrust through in school, and now figure out how to monetize their interest and their passions at that point. It'd be great if we could do that when they're in junior high and high school.
Oh, totally.
So,
I appreciate your transparency and your insight on all of this. It rings true for me. I'm sure with many students, they just go to school, but it's almost like a make-believe world. Like I'm learning, how to do this and how to do that. Will I ever use it? Now, if there was things that they were actually interested in and they could apply it to something and have measurable results, we talked about that before. I think it also, all right, so I got a good grade. All right, big deal. I never did. I never did, by the way, but that was, for another day.
And I think ironically, something similar happens a lot of times in commercial companies and organizations where you have an IT department or an IT leader who's disconnected to the real mission of the organization. So that's where a lot of times, CEOs or owners of companies will ask me, how do I know if my IT leader is doing well? And the thing that I'll always say is, well, you can ask yourself the question, is your IT leader prompted to do new things by you asking or telling them to do it? Or are they bringing you new projects because they're so in tune with the overall mission of your organization that they know how to leverage their IT department and their expertise to get that mission moving forward? So they come to you and say, hey, I have some ideas of how we can use technology to really forward the mission of the organization. And so many of your IT leaders and IT departments are stuck in this sort of maintenance mode, where all they do is just keep things running. And then whenever the leadership comes to them and says, we'd like to do this new thing, it's kind of like, oh, well, I guess I'll just see if I can try to find the time to do that.
Right.
That's sort of the key when I tell CEOs, if you're the guy with the ideas and you're kind of forcing the IT people to do what you need them to do rather than them coming to you, then your IT folks, especially your IT leader, probably needs some coaching and some help.
Have to ask you, Baton Pass, name of your company, how did that come to pass?
Yeah, it's all about, it's the sort of imagery of a relay race, right?
Sure.
You're passing the baton on, but there's always been this idea for me in leadership that's my goal. My goal isn't to hold on to the leadership of an organization, but it's to create as many new leaders as I can, and in that process, pass the baton on to them and allow them to lead. And to me, that was the sort of pinnacle of my leadership. What I was going after was to let go of as much as I could in favor of giving my folks who were coming up the opportunity to lead in those areas, and not to hold on to those things, but to pass it on to them. And what I found was, when I was confident enough and in tune with what was going on enough to let go of that and have faith that they'll be able to pick up that baton and run with it, that was when the best things happened in my career, was when I got to that point where I was just passing it off and letting everybody in my department really run with their strengths and their passions and become the leaders that they were called to be.
Well, it does start at the top, as they say, and I'm sure you prepared them for that. You didn't just throw, "Hey guys, here's the baton. Have a great
Oh,
day."
absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's a mix, right? It's a mix
Right.
of things that you do. You identify, like, what are the skills gaps that we need to really plug for this person to be in a position to get to that next rung in their career. But then at a certain point, you have to lay down your ego and have faith.
Yep.
and pass that on to them, and they're going to screw up sometimes, and that's part of the process. That's how we learn best, is when we cement that learning with something painful that happens, right?
That's
So
how
you
you
do
learn.
it, and it doesn't. Yeah, it's like, that's how we learn. But how you respond to that as a leader is critically important too. When somebody drops the ball and fails, do you come down on them, or do you help them through the process of recovering from that? Because they usually, it's that person doesn't need you to punish them. They usually punish themselves plenty in that process. So the question is, as a leader, how are you going to come alongside them and help them ask the questions, the critical questions that get them to the answers of, what am I going to learn from this, and how am I going to do things different in the future?
One thing I've learned from you and about you today is you get into the psychological aspect of working with people. That's part of what drives you and motivates you. Yes, you got to make sure you have a great IT team and you're plugged in and you're innovative and all of that. But what's going on up here? I've honestly, I haven't talked to many coaches in general that go that deep. Even in just a few minutes, I detected in you, and it's fabulous. And I really think that makes you and what you do radically different. How does somebody, let's say they're in the IT world, they want to progress, or a CEO and they want to empower their team, how do they find you? How does that process work?
Yeah, thanks. I am big on all the social medias, but primarily on LinkedIn. So
Sure.
my name is pretty unique, Tim Gorey. There's a few of them out there, but none of them are technologists. And if you Google search me, you'll find that most of the things that come up are me. But if you go to LinkedIn and connect with me there or follow me there, I post something probably 5 times a week that has something to do with IT leadership and how to get better. Sharing resources there for free all the time. So that's a great place to follow me. You can also go to my personal website at timgorey.com, and that has links to everything that I do, including my business, which is at itbatonpass.com. And so that's where you can read about all the services that we provide and the coaching program that I have and the different iterations of that. So all of that is there. I do love the psychological aspect of all this. I think it's really critical that you get into that, because what I find often is that performance is critically tied to interest and to passion. And so you, in order to get into somebody's interests and their passions and understand what those are, in order for them to get the best out of themselves, the best performance out of themselves, you really have to think about, what it is that we're doing, why we're doing it, why we feel the way we feel when we do this or that or the other thing, and how to let go of the things that we are not individually strong at, and allow other people to get involved in that. So it's a lot of it is about identifying unique strengths. That is a big part of what I do. One thing that I would love to share too, to let people know why it's important, I think, not to just engage with a general leadership coach if you're in a position of expertise like IT. And it's because and that's not to say that not a lot of the concepts are the same, right? And general leadership coaches, I'm sure, can help anybody. However, what I found through my journey was I was really focused on leadership. And when I got my first IT management position, I went to town reading every book, pursuing all the learning that I could about leadership and how to do it better. But it still took me about 8 years to get to the point where I felt like I was actually doing it well, and had evidence to show that I was doing it really well. And
we're out of time. I would just keep, there's so much to talk about, but nobody can relate to it in the IT world better than you. And I just want to share, Tim, your last name spelled Goree.
Correct.
Yeah. If somebody's searching you out. Thank you for being here. Learned a lot. And from the AV squad to the geek squad, and here we are.
Yeah, exactly. Here we are. Yeah.
Definitely.
Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. And looking forward if we get a chance to talk again.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Thanks. We're coming right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are back here with our founders and visionaries, of course. Creating champions for life is what they do. Bonnie and Thomas Leota joining us here today for another amazing show to talk about all the work they're doing to help you, your family, your children, your parents, your relationships, and really bringing out the true potential in every child. Welcome back today. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We're great, Jill. Nice to see you.
You too. And for those new time listeners, let's remind them of your website, how we can contact you. And I know we're going to jump right into the true potential of each child out there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're looking for help with your family, always go to learntospeakkid.com for some free resources that can totally transform your life. Yeah.
And Thomas, how are you doing today?
I'm right there between good and great. I want to say thank you for asking.
Well, thank you for being here, guys. I appreciate it. So let's talk about this true potential. You mentioned Dr. John Locke. What does he have to do with all this from the 17th century?
Right, from the 17th century. Well, he was the very first doctor or person in history to write any article on parenting. And if you go back to the 17th century or even before that, we touched on a little bit last week where the caveman used to beat each other over the heads. And during the 17th century, things were very they just beat children to get them to do what they wanted to do. So he wrote this article saying that children are born knowing nothing, and he called it a blank slate. So when I say children are born with a blank slate, that's his words that he used word for word. And what he meant by that is like a blank canvas. If you're an artist and you look at this canvas, so they're open to receive any life skills that you're willing to take the time to teach them, but to make the point that they're not born knowing anything. They're not born knowing how to use their manners, how to sit straight up in a chair. Everything you want your child to be, do, and have, you must take the time to teach them. And Thomas has a story to share about the martial arts tournaments that you take your students to, and something that you noticed back then.
Yeah, one thing that I noticed is that from white belt to black belt, there's 12 steps, and each one builds on itself, starting off with self-control, responsibility, self-discipline, and so forth. And what I would notice is that when we went to tournaments, this is where you got a chance to see other schools and other disciplines. And I always ask myself, why is it that this child, who's a student, who is about halfway, a little bit more than halfway, about a brown belt, why is he running all the way over to mom, who's in the stands, to come tie his belt? And this is the belt that you would wear around your waist, where you tie it and you're ready to go, like tying your shoes. I can see when a child was maybe 2 and didn't know how to do it, and mommy would do it for him. But I'm thinking to myself, how do you get from white belt all the way to brown belt and mommy's still tying your shoes? Second, you would have moms that would come to the classroom and go, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Little Timmy's uniform wasn't clean. And I'm so sorry. I'm just so sorry. I didn't get a chance to wash it for him yet. And I'm thinking to myself, what is curiously off the mark? I don't want to say wrong, because then people take it personal, but what's off the mark? Like, what's left out or what's missing to this puzzle so we can solve it when a mom feels that she has to wash the child's uniform when we teach self-control? I'm in control of my body, my actions. Responsibility. I am responsible for my actions and my belongings. You see, the martial arts comes from the ancient trainings of self-control to take on all the missing life skills that starts you off from 0 to hero. And it's a process that every animal in the animal kingdom follows. So where was it? And then it kind of clicked. Wait a minute. I remember learning in the studies when they asked me to get a couple degrees in child behavior education, because there was a formality to run a daycare, which is it was just a loop to go through. However, moms have been conditioned to believe that their self-worth is about the ability to provide and do for their offspring or their children. So now you've got this conflicting idea of passing it on to raise a champion, or I have to do it because society's saying, what kind of mom doesn't get her son their lunch?
Right.
Or provide them a clean uniform?
Yeah. Where's the accountability on the child?
Right.
There's the rub.
Yeah. So what was the difference between like 100 years ago, where we ended up with the Henry Fords of the world and the Thomas Edisons of the world, the leaders who created the world that we live in today? How were they so innovative and so responsible for their own selves? I mean, Henry Ford had like a grade 6 education, started building cars, and we all know his history, I think. What was the difference? So if we go back, children back in the day had purpose. If they wanted to eat dinner, for instance, the 2 and 3-year-olds even had jobs to do. Where in today's world, like Tom was saying, the mom does everything for the kid just shows up and says, where's my dinner? And we're literally conditioned to believe that the kids are just supposed to listen to you when you speak. And when they don't, then they're being kind of blamed, like something's off the mark, there's something wrong with the child. But we really need to think about this if we want to, I want to say, save the next generation from these labels and from, just living a life where they feel like there's something wrong with them. Like they feel like I can't do anything without mom. The second thing is life skills. So because parents back in the day, the baby boomer parents had more children than the norm because they needed help on the farm. So their whole purpose was to begin with the end in mind. If we want help on the farm, then we need to teach our children how to help on the farm. That's how they duplicate it. And I want you to imagine every business in the world. You start off with just one entrepreneur and then you hire one or two. And then as it grows, you begin to duplicate through your employees. But imagine being the boss or the leader of your business and you have the mindset of, I need to be doing, have everything for my kids and all they, or my employees, and all they need is attention. And you went around and you did everybody's job for them. Like business wouldn't run very well, kind of like our homes aren't running very well right now. The next thing is they earned privileges. My great mentor, Napoleon Hill, he wrote Think and Grow Rich. He wrote the books, The Laws of Success, back in the 1920s. And, the whole thing is that if we did everything for our kids, they would grow up like lack of ambition. They would grow up with a belief of being unworthy. So he didn't have a pair of shoes till he was 12 years old, right? So he talked about earning privileges back in the day. If you wanted to go fishing, you needed to earn your own fishing pole kind of thing. Where today, our kids' rooms are filled with a Toys R Us. We provide everything. In fact, toddlers are being given iPads as a distraction so mom can go do the dishes or something like that. So kids aren't earning their own privileges. And talk about Ray Charles.
We all know Ray Charles is a phenomenal musician. He took the 12 universal notes and created some amazing music that we all know. But a lot of us don't really know that when he was really young, he had a situation happen where he lost his eyesight. And they were growing up on a farm, very poor. And so it was him and his mom. And there was a one time in the documentary which showed Ray fell down and was crying, "Mama, Mama." And the mama knew with the end in mind, I can't always be here for you, little Ray. You're going to have to pick yourself up all by yourself. So the mama stood on the side and watched her boy fall down and had tears in her eyes of like, I can't do it. I can't come over there anymore. And he kept yelling out, "Mama, Mama, Mama," and then stopped yelling because Mama didn't come. And he said, I see you, Ray. Now you got to be able to one day pick yourself up. And I want you to think for a moment and listen. What do you hear? Well, I hear the cricket over there cricking. I can feel the sun on my face. So I know which way east and west was during the morning and night. That's right, Ray. And I want you to feel around for something to grab a hold of. What do you feel? Well, I feel this is the chair. That's right. And so you look for those things and you build yourself. You stand up on your own. And it was that transformation right there, which is, wouldn't say the missing piece, but what if it was the missing piece, moms, that we be able to separate? There's that emotional umbilical cord that is between the mother and the offspring that serves its purpose to do for why they can't do anything. But between 1 and 2, at the age 1 to 2, if you keep doing 4, that's a formula for terrible 2s. You keep going, it's horrific 3s. And I've even seen it posted in Facebook, the effing 4s. Ooh. So if you held on to that emotional umbilical cord that served its purpose, it's expired after the age of 2. What if you could start to be just like Ray Charles's mom and start to transfer it? And that right there creates champions for life.
Beautifully said. Wow. I didn't even know Ray Charles' story. I never seen this. Now I'm going to look at that more. There's actually a movie made on this, a documentary.
Yeah,
Jill,
docudrama.
I want to ask, who's a genius over there?
Oh, not me. You told me.
No. You put two and two together all by yourself. You're
Thank
very
you.
smart.
This is awesome. Okay. This is amazing, right? Someone like that who's accomplished so much with what some people may call a handicapped or a handicap, or I could say an ability, not a disability, but it's amazing what we could do. And I know we talked last week a little bit about Dr. Spock too, right? And his parenting technique. Is that something you wanted to kind of touch upon too?
Well, yeah, because all of these, like even Ray Charles, come back from back in the day, right? Where his mom knew I needed to let my child struggle. So when Dr. Spock came along in 1946 and wrote the book Baby and Child Care, it sold more copies than any other book except for the Bible for 50 years running, millions and millions and millions of copies. That's why every single parent in the world today uses what we know is called timeout. Super Nanny use it called naughty mat or naughty time, where we're supposed to come in and catch the child doing something inappropriate in the moment so that we can offer a consequence. And what we're saying here is, if children are born with a blank slate and they have no idea how the world works, then isn't it our responsibility to show our child what to do? So let's talk about the hitting. You brought it up last week. What do you do when a child hits? And let's use the actual magic formula in Dr. Spock world. And we're going to talk gentle parenting, attachment parenting, like all of these pretty name kind of parenting is still based on Dr. Spock's book, where you would come in, catch your child doing something inappropriate like hitting, and then we would offer some sort of consequence. What we're saying is, when you see a child hitting, they're missing life skills. We must, as parents, start stepping up as leaders and go, what life skill does this child need to be successful when I'm not here? Because Jill, like, who can follow their toddler around going, I won't let you hit, and make sure that the toddler doesn't hit another child? It's impossible. The teachers, the daycare workers, the friends' parents are not going to follow your lead if that's what you're doing with your toddlers. So what do they do, Tom, when the child starts hitting, in layman's terms, parenting terms?
You're always going to see something that you don't like when you first start. The electron, the negative, always shows up first. Yeah. So we do that reframe. Obviously, I see something I don't like. Whoop, switch it around. What if it was just a little genius embracing his own uniqueness and going after something in his own unique way that he only knows how, like cry, and it's hit? What if there was a way to show them the missing piece to the puzzle for them that could be raise a hand, tap on a shoulder, ask, could I play with that? When could I have a turn? There's so many things. And if we sung it one time, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, you know, the Pointer Sisters back in 1876 that had that pinball game on Sesame Street that we can all remember, the jingle jangle. What if there was anywhere from 1 to 12 things that parents could show that would be not only better, but would be righter for who? And it'd be that little genius going, I've been asking you to show me, and if all I know is hit, and you didn't show me anything else, anybody would do that to survive, especially like kick, bite, scratch, or claw, just to get your head above water for oxygen. It's called survival mode. And to be blamed for that, if you don't know, you don't know. That's one thing. But now that you do know, shame on you. Second time, shame on me.
Wow. Empowering. Wow. Okay. What else did you want to add to that, Bonnie? It's so true.
Well, what I want to add is it's so much easier to do things on your own. So when Tom's talking about between the ages of 1 and 2, we need to start releasing the emotional umbilical cord and give the toddler many chances to say, look at me. Now, if you've got a school age kid or a teenager, the same principles apply. It's never too late. It's time to kind of step back as a leader in the home and give your child or your teenager a chance to rise up, to go, look at me, I made that happen. And so if it's putting the toys in the toy box as a toddler before you get your treat, you know, I want yogurt, I would love for you to have yogurt, let's put the toys in the toy box. To me and you, putting a toy in the toy box is simple. You go, you put your toy in a box. to a toddler looking at a room full of toys, it might be a little bit overwhelming. So we've got to think with the end in mind to teach the life skill. Parents put the toys in the toy box, take the toy out, watch the toddler put the toy in the toy box, one toy at a time. And if you have the plan in place, and you have something to share on this, we have the plan in place, allowing your child to struggle a little bit to learn the life skill is going to be really valuable to that toddler, because how do you learn anything without experiencing it first, and without experiencing a little bit of failure? The toddler putting the toys away, simple to you, but to the toddler, it's a big job to do.
And just a +1 to this one, Jill. When we see the child be able to get on 2s, or they're still going on 4s, but the moment that they grab something off the shelf or out of the box, this has to be, if not the #1 missed window of opportunity to go, my little genius is ready to learn. Honey, did you see that? That's called out of the box. And that's called off the shelf. Of course, they've already learned play mode, because that's what they do. They grab everything. And right then, what if we could show them opposite of out of the box would be when you complete the cycle? It would be the opposite of out would be, you guessed it. I was waiting for the thinkers to go. It's called in the box, because mama puts it in the box to complete the cycle. But if we always let them take it out and play, and then we distract them with lunch, and here's a TV thing, and then mom comes back and puts everything back in, where does that sacred game between 1 and 2 of game of opposites get a chance to be trained in the brain? Because every child would easily be able to take it out, go, did you see that? Yeah. And I played it over here. And guess what? I put it back in the box. Who's a little genius that knows how to do that all by themselves? They're always good at taking food out of the fridge. The opposite of out of the fridge would be put it back in the fridge. That's the cycle that's missing. And if we had it, then everything would just keep moving along as it's been designed originally by our creator.
Yeah. Next week, we're going to talk about internal motivation, right? You were asking last week, how do you get a kid to do their homework? How do you get the toddler to put the toys in the toy box? Well, if we're constantly telling them what to do, then they don't want to do something just because you told them to do. They want to be recognized, and they want to be able to do it and feel good about themselves. And I know that it's important to all of us parents that our kids feel good about themselves, right? We build their self-esteem, their self-confidence. And this whole struggle thing is really important. Allowing your toddler to struggle, allowing your school-age kid to sit at the table and struggle with his homework before coming in and taking over, allowing your teenager to struggle a little bit by getting a job or doing what they need to do to be able to make what's important for them to show up. And I want to share that Napoleon Hill in the book, I love Napoleon Hill because I love universal principles and the laws of success. This is what I've studied for over 30 years, and this is what we are applying to parenting. But when we understand that the strongest of oak trees is not the one that's protected from the storms, it's the one that stands in the field that has the hot, scorching sun and all the wind trying to blow it over. And as it's trying to blow it over, it builds strength here and it builds strength there. But this is quote for quote out of the book of the Laws of Success, published in 1928. He says, inaction leads to atrophy. So when we as parents feel like we need to be their maid, their cook, their chauffeur, do everything for them, and while they sit over there and watch TV, inaction leads to atrophy. And this in turn leads to a loss of ambition and self-confidence. Without these essential qualities, a man will be carried through life on the wings of uncertainty. Far from being a disadvantage, struggle is a decided advantage because it develops those qualities that would forever lie dormant without it. And this is so powerful because when you're watching an 18-month-old try to get up on a chair, and they might even cry a little bit, and you come along and you help the toddler up on a chair. Right then, you're wrecking the struggle and you're breaking their self-confidence, because if you had just allowed them one more minute to get up on that chair without you, how do you think they would feel when they got up on the chair, as opposed to you coming over and helping them up on a chair? That's an example of struggle. Teaching your school age kid how to handle a bully and then trusting that they can go and stand up for themselves is allowing them to struggle. When we think that we have to go to the school and we have to talk to the bully and the bully's parents and we have to do everything for our kid, we're not allowing them the chance to actually grow and create strength and create self-confidence. And now how does that kid handle bullies when he's 15 and 16 at high school and so on? So that's a really important point to make.
Oh my
I do love this so much. And there's just let's give a little like appetizer of why we do want to tune in next week when we go more in depth of how do you get your kid to do their homework? I was asked that all the time in the martial arts school. The moms would come and say, how do you get them to do all these stuff for you? It's magical. And I'm like, you don't. But if I could give you a hint to tune in next week, what if it was as simple as make it their idea?
Ooh, interesting. Let's try that out and give us more advice how to do so. We got 2 minutes left.
2 minutes. Okay, so validate. We're talking about validate through role playing. Go ahead.
Well, validate is just to recognize that they're doing something. Think yourself as taking that negative, what you don't like, and just look at it that they actually did something. Just like every kid will do something to be validated. Look who's ready to learn. When they do something, that's called I'm ready to learn mode. If they knew how to say it, they would have already said it. But that's our interpretation of you got to look beyond what you don't like and see a little genius who's going, did you see me? I'm starting to do it. Like, I don't know yet how, but I'm ready to learn.
Yeah. So from 2 to 20, or if you've got a 29-year-old living in the basement, the whole point of this is to recognize that they need to learn life skills. They're not going out of their way to do something wrong where they need some sort of consequence or punishment. So I think next week's going to be really exciting as we get into how to motivate a child or a teenager from the inside out. It's life-changing.
I cannot wait because I'll be at that year soon. 10, 8. I got a few more years, but it'll happen. Thank you guys so much for being here. Please remind us how we can reach you.
LearnToSpeakKid.com, and you'll find a bunch of free resources and access to our Creating Champions for Life app that way.
Perfect. Thank you so much, guys. And in closing today, I got to thank you for being here. Always awesome. And thank you for your patience today with the late start. And I'm glad we were able to still complete the show. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Well, I don't have to tell you that relationships are challenging. They can be, but even more challenging when there is a certain level of trust or not, and being vulnerable in a relationship, and I'm not just talking about the close relationships, the romantic relationships, there's trust and vulnerability in business relationships as well. We're going to look at all of that today and how you can navigate more easily through it with somebody who helps people on the life coaching level all the time with this. His name is Mike Corral, and he's back with us. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Hey, Steve, how are you? It's good to see you again.
You too. You too. Yeah, I'm loving that we're talking about this because let's start with trust. So important when it comes to a relationship. And I didn't think of it until you started talking about it before we got on here. That trust is pretty much everything. When you're dealing with somebody, you have your people at work you trust. There's different levels of trust. You have your personal relationships, different levels of trust. Your thoughts on that? I'm intrigued.
You know, I have been a victim of either too much trusting in the wrong people at the wrong time, or wondering why people don't trust me the way I want to be trusted. And, you know, in analyzing all of it, you come to find out that I'm better off when people don't trust me per se. If they trust the fact that I'm human, that gives me a bit of a break, because what they're really trusting is my goodwill, my good intentions, and any benevolence that is, you know, inherent in who I am as a person, as opposed to me, the person who makes mistakes and who can forget things and, you know, make myself vulnerable in that way. So I prefer for people not to, you know, trust me, but in the goodness that they see, you know, because that's going to be all, that's always going to be, you know, if I'm a good person, I'm going to be, I'm a good person. That may make mistakes. So
well, that's your morals, that's your integrity, right? And I'll be very transparent here in that I am piloted by these words, and I'm not sure if Shakespeare said them. I see Bob Marley it's attributed to him as well, but it's pretty simple. It's love everyone, trust few, do the right thing. I might be paraphrasing a little bit there, but that's the essential part of it. And like you, I would trust everybody, and then it went wrong. And it doesn't mean you can't love everybody or send a positive love vibration. You could go to Starbucks and the clerk behind the counter, you could send, you know, you love him for making a great cup of coffee. You know, it's a different type of love, but you're sending it out there in that positivity. You trust few though, but you always do the right thing. And when I say do the right thing, I mean for the greatest good, because we can say, wow, yeah, I did the right thing for yourself.
Right. Technically, I did the right thing.
I did the right thing. Yeah. But how did it affect others? So for the greater good. But how do you navigate the whole trust thing? How do you, yeah, I guess it boundaries? How does that all go?
Well, you know, trust comes from demonstrating a consistent level of trustworthiness. And we do that with the things that we involve ourselves with, the communities that we involve ourselves with, the behaviors that we engage in, the causes that we defend. And, you know, the thing about all of that is once we begin to make decisions, any decision worth making is going to have somewhat of a polarizing effect. So we can't please all of the people all of the time, but we do need to know who we're pleasing and why. You know, the Bible says, "Woe unto you when all men speak well of you." And it's because you're being a man pleaser, and you're only showing superficial levels of yourself and who you represent. Whereas if you were to be moving forward with integrity as you're a whole and complete person, people are going to see you for everything that you are. And they're going to make decisions based on that. Yes, I believe in what you stand for or not. So we have to be okay with the portion of people that do not want to support who we are, and with good reason.
When you feel that they don't want to support you, where do you go from that point?
You have to consistently evaluate your decisions and who you are. In other words, take another look at your integrity. Are you in integrity, number one, or are you failing in yourself? Are you failing yourself to some degree by not living up to who you say you are? When we're okay, when we feel whole and complete, when we know that we're doing the quote unquote right thing, when we know that we are in integrity, it doesn't matter who doesn't approve. It's just a matter of time before people get a clearer understanding of what you represent. And from there, they can make a decision to reevaluate and make a new decision. Yeah, now I know who he is. Now I agree.
So what I'm getting from you, it's a product of I am who I am, and I'm going to stay true to who I am. And I guess that's key, being authentic and not pivoting because you think people want you to, because you want them to trust you. Just, this is what I am. That's the way it's going to be. And if they change their view later in life, then that's great. Assuming it's a positive view.
Yeah.
It kind of sounds that way. Just be your authentic self.
Yeah. And I'm going to be transparent with you too, because just recently I was talking with my therapist about my life decisions. Here I am in the later stages of life, and I still feel like I have grown and have lots of room to grow. And so in my life journey, I came to the realization that I lived a good portion of my life trying to please other people and getting into trouble for that. A lot of it had to do with my fear of rejection, my fear of being alone, my fear of, being an outcast for whatever reason. But in doing so, I didn't actually give myself a chance to develop into a person of integrity. I spent decades of my life just being whoever I thought I was supposed to be, or whoever I thought would make me the most acceptable as a human being.
I want to look at that for just one moment, what you just said there. A person of integrity. I got to believe that you were a person of integrity all along. But maybe it didn't resonate with you, and you felt that you had to maybe overcompensate and be a people pleaser, which many of us are, and do a lot of other things just because of your past, your upbringing, which, we talked about that before, how your childhood can sometimes kind of dictate your future.
Yeah. And for some of us, the areas of life that we are not proud of, for whatever reason, tend to get hidden, and they tend to be like put under a rock in some shape or form. It's kind of like, have you ever uncovered a plant that has been covered for a while? You pick up a rock and you see a plant underneath it that was trying to grow, but it's like white.
Totally got it.
We do that to ourselves by not fully allowing ourselves to be who we are, not letting our light so shine before men, and by not doing that, we discredit the world, because we don't give them a chance to see who we can become. But more importantly, we discredit ourselves because we don't give ourselves the opportunity to be accepted for our true self. It's like wearing a veil all your life, and you expect people to appreciate you, but yet you're not revealing who you are.
Does it feel, when that happens, does it feel almost if you're wearing a mask?
Yeah. And underneath there's this desire to come out, to show the world your talents, to show the world your skills. And it could be because your little inner circle of people were not appreciative of the things that are you, or you didn't want to appear as if you're, not a part of the group that you grew up with. And so you just kind of keep those things under wraps for a little while. And
based on that, I want to share. This sparked in my head. There's a song by Billy Joel called "A Stranger."
Mm-hmm.
And it starts, we all have a face that we hide away forever, and we take them out and show ourselves when everyone has gone. Essentially, we know who we are, but we don't show everybody else.
That's
And
right.
then there's this part here. Well, we all fall in love, but we disregard the danger. Though we share so many secrets, there are some we never tell. Were you so surprised that you never saw the stranger? Did you let your lover see the stranger in yourself? Um, I think that says a lot in terms of, you know, us being true to ourselves and true to others. Yeah, and that basically what the song is. You will never quench the fire you'll give into your desire when the stranger comes along. So essentially, when the stranger, you don't even know who the stranger is. It's that person you're trying to be, but you're never going to feel fulfilled when you are the stranger. Basically, a stranger to yourself. You know you're not being you.
That's
Others,
right.
others may not know it, but it
Yeah.
doesn't feel right. Something doesn't feel right.
Right. When we were kids, we used to make fun of each other, our siblings. We used to have these little sibling things going on. My brother was the guy who looked at himself in the mirror 15 times. And every mirror he passed, he had to stop and look, do the the Fonz thing. My sister was all about performing, and she'd take a hairbrush and she'd be dancing in front of a mirror and pretending to be singing. And we would catch each other in our act, and we would just lay into each other. Look at you! Who do you think you are, the Fonz? Oh, who do you think you are? Cyndi Lauper or whatever. And we would shame each other, which is a terrible thing. Now that I think back, because what it does is it contributes to that shame, and it's not really anything to be ashamed of, but we use it as a way of protecting ourselves and saying nobody's going to see this desire of mine to be a singer or to look good or to do whatever it is.
Interesting. And by the way, I want to tell you, move your camera down a little bit. Seems to have slipped a little. Want to see more? There we go. Fantastic. It almost seems that when we're kids, we pretend to be something that we're not, but that we secretly would want to be.
Yes.
The singer, the performer. I can just kind of look in the mirror. For example, like your brother would look in the mirror and just like, yeah, I look good, yeah. Deep inside, probably is saying that. I want. Same thing with your sister. If she could be a singer, you probably would be a singer. When we make fun of each other in doing that, we're not really doing it in a serious way.
No, we're not.
Right. Because we think that those people, whether they're friends or siblings, we think that they're just having fun, but deep down inside, that's really what they want to do.
They're letting their aspirations, be revealed to themselves.
Right.
They're looking at what they aspire to be, to become, and allowing it to present itself so that we can decide, yeah, that's what I want. That's who I want to become. And we, as teenagers, as kids, we are becoming whatever it is we're becoming. And that's a very important part of our lives. So either we get the affirmation from someone, an external force that will lead us into the direction that will help us do that, or we bring criticism and add doubt to it and cause people to be shy.
Interesting view I'm getting from all of this. And I would have never thought of him until you brought it up, Mike. But it's as if as kids, we're teenagers, we're testing the water by doing it in front of other people, because then it becomes a reality whereby it may have been just a dream. And I'm thinking back, I'm getting, visuals of my life when I was little, that I wanted to draw as a cartoonist, and I would even copy cartoons and see what everybody thought. Like even as a kid, like I'm 5. Oh, what do you think of that? And then I would go and draw my own stuff, and I was just waiting for feedback to see if it's okay to go to the next level. And same thing with radio. I would record myself on a cassette recorder, and then I wouldn't let anybody hear it, but every once in a while I let them hear a little bit of it, and then it would grow. It got to the point where I taught myself electronics, built a mixer, and then made up tapes that actually would steal my sister's turntable because I needed to. And I got my first job at 17 when I was interning at a cable station, and the general manager worked part-time at a radio station. He took the tape out. He would hear some of the stuff and thought it was so good. He took the tape out and submitted it. And that's how I got a job.
Wow.
Because I had zero confidence, got bullied for being the fat kid and all of that, lots of other stuff. I didn't have the confidence to say, I'm going to apply for a job at 17. Back then, and radio's still big now, but back then, I mean, I got a job at the top station in the 12th largest market in the country. And at 17. And
that's amazing.
And that was an AM station. Then 6 months later, I got a job at the behemoth big station, and I was there for 26 years. But what you're saying there, I would toss it out to people, just to see what they think, because I had no confidence, and I think a lot of us don't. Like your sister singing in front of the mirror, and
right.
Siblings are around. She's testing the waters. I think do you feel that we do that as well, even as adults? We want feedback. We want affirmation. We want, is it good? Is it bad? No matter what it is. No matter what it is.
We do it as adults, but we're more careful as adults to choose an audience. We choose an audience that we think is maybe going to be more affirming, until we feel brave enough to actually be challenged and ask for critical feedback. I studied improv as a young man. And after I was married and had kids, I studied improv in LA. And improv, I'll tell you, in LA, the criticism is it's awful, relentless. And it's not a place for shy people. You go there because you want to build character. You go there because you want to challenge yourself. You go there because you want to use the feedback. You want to try the feedback, many different aspects of it, until you decide on your own, well, this feedback works. That feedback, okay, it just doesn't work for me. When you become your own person and you become your best critic, the external criticism, isn't dangerous for you. It's not as harmful as it could be, for someone who hasn't done that.
Yeah, I wish I did improv, take classes. And real short, friend of mine is a great singer, plays guitar, does gigs around town, things like that. He took a class, and he said it was one of the most amazing situations ever. And he's a funny guy. I wish he would use that more when he's singing. Like he'd just walk up to somebody and kind of play with them a little bit, and then walk up to skid. And it's all about reading people as well. I want to, before we run out of time, vulnerability. Trust and vulnerability is what we're talking about today in relationships. The vulnerability side. How do you become vulnerable to improve your relationships?
You pick a part of yourself that you're very confident with, and you allow people to see it for its benefits, for its dangers, for its limitations as well. But knowing that you're going to be safe despite their criticism, knowing that you're going to be safe however it affects them. Because at that point, you want to make sure that your vulnerability doesn't trample somebody else's space. It doesn't create a sense of insecurity for them. And so, yeah, we do it with caution. We do it with caution in the beginning, choosing our audience, like I said, but at the same time, being sure that our audience is still susceptible. They're just as vulnerable as we are.
Do you think that we choose the audience and the part that we want them to see that we feel good with, because deep down inside we're saying to ourselves, I know it's pretty good. Like I've never I've never done improv, so I don't think I would test that on people right away. Other stuff I would, because inside I know it's pretty good, and we all minimize ourselves. We're all superstars in many different areas, in all of our talents, but we're afraid to sometimes fully admit it. But we're careful when we test it out as adults. We pick those things, and the audience, knowing that the results are going to probably be decent, and who you pick.
Right. You know, when I was studying hypnosis, we had to do these clinics, and we had to do several presentations of stage hypnosis. And one of the keys for choosing somebody to come up stage is by assessing which are the ones that are most eager to do the things that you're saying before you choose them. And you're making eye contact with those people. Once you have made an internal assessment, oh, that person's going to be good to come up, that one's going to be good, then you say, I need volunteers. And all of the ones that you had pre-assessed as, you pick them and they go up and they just perform.
Yep.
They're the ones who wanted to do it anyway.
Yep.
But it looks like, oh, they picked me. I didn't want to go up. They picked me.
Yeah. It's like you pick your audience. It's the same thing as if you're trying a new hobby or whatever it is. You're probably not going to pick your best friend. And, if you're a guy, you're probably not going to pick your best friend, Joe. You might pick your spouse first because she's going to be nicer to you.
Right.
And you're going to, you're going to be careful about what you show in the beginning stages of asking. Again, I'm just picking a hypothetical thing like a hobby.
Sure.
Vulnerability in romantic relationships.
Yeah.
How do you peel the layers back and expose more, but feel comfortable in doing it?
That was very tough because you have to start with what you like about the person and what you feel they need. Sometimes you can go with what you think they need more confidence in. Like if somebody's that's constantly hiding their eyes or you say you have the most beautiful smile. There's something about your eyes that just doesn't let me pull my eyes away from you. And you begin to build the confidence in them, because right after you've done that for them, the cue is for them to do the same thing for you. And that's going to be the time where you reveal something that you think they would appreciate. And you have this kind of like I don't want to call it a banter, but you have this give and take relationship with vulnerability. When you are vulnerable to somebody, they are going to be more vulnerable with you.
Do you think it's possible?
I'm sorry?
Is it possible in a long-term relationship for vulnerabilities to be exposed? Let's say you've been married 15, 20 years, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Are there new vulnerabilities that may pop up?
Yeah. There are, because we're growing people. We're dynamic human beings. We're always growing and changing. And we're making decisions about the ways that we want to grow and the ways that we want to change. And as we do that, we're becoming different. So there are new vulnerabilities in that case. What we do, generally speaking, is that we remember the things that we couldn't get away with, or the things that we got negative feedback on, and we conceal those things. And we choose something that we know we would get praise for, and we reveal those things. So, I mean, there is some safe forms of vulnerability, and then there are unsafe forms of vulnerability.
Yeah, I guess in the long-term relationship, there should be new vulnerabilities even after 20 years, because to your point, and it's such an excellent one, you're growing. You're individually growing and growing together, but you should be growing individually. And if you're at the point where you're not exposing new stuff, even little things from time to time, you might have a problem, might have some challenges there, because it's, the relationship could be, maybe that's the grounds for getting kind of stale.
Yeah. And, but one of the things to keep it fresh is that we allow each other to grow, and we kind of make an assessment of the pace that each other grows. Some of us grow at a faster pace.
Sure.
We can't grow at the exact same pace. But to give you an example, and this is, let's say you wanted to go out shopping, and your spouse wants to change their style a little bit. They want a new fresh look. Well, you're going to go out and you're going to remember what they feel comfortable with, and you're going to compliment the things that inspire you. You're going to compliment the things that maybe they weren't that confident wearing. You say, oh, that looks really good. Wow, what a great look that is on you. And you build their confidence, because at the same time, you're providing the safety net for them to say, look, I'm going to go out on a limb and try a new style, new color, or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Once you do that, they'll do the same thing for you. It doesn't have to be with clothing per se. It could be different, something different.
I guess it also comes down to, when you give that feedback, you have to be authentic. because
Yes.
I'm a big proponent of you can always spot a phony. You can,
Yes.
we can pick,
Part of being,
especially it's a close relationship.
part of being kind is being authentic. You know, you can give these shallow compliments to people, and I mean they're gonna know. They're gonna know you're just,
Yeah.
salesmen do it all the time,
You look fine. You look
Yeah.
fine. You'll find like that's a kiss of death.
Yeah, yeah, you look fine.
Uh,
I like to test people and deliberately not look fine or do something that would
right.
require that negative feedback. Just to
Was
see
that
if
was that the time you were wearing the lederhosen?
Huh?
With the Philly shirt? Was that
Oh
it?
yeah. No,
I just remember that.
but
We're out of time. I would love to continue talking, and I appreciate your vulnerability in
Thank you.
what you shared today because it's real and real relatable. Mike, you work with people all the time on all different levels of this kind of stuff. How do we find you? How do we connect?
You can reach me at optimallifepractices.com or call 508-648-0825 and make an appointment. I'll offer a free consultation just to get you going, and we'll just take it from there.
Awesome. As we said before, we shouldn't be strangers.
Right.
Shouldn't
Right.
be. We need to be real and take the mask off. Great talking with you. Appreciate it today.
Likewise, Steve. You have a great one.
You too. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
I'm still trying to perfect how this works. And I'm hoping that she can help all of this with it. It's been said before that if you think something, it becomes a reality done right. It's called manifesting. Some people believe it. Other people say, come on, how can that even happen? The art of manifesting what you want in life doesn't matter what it is, be it abundance, a sports car, the perfect partner, whatever it is. We're going to talk about that and something called astral travel. Don't even know what that is. She is a hypnotherapist, a coach, a life coach. She does so much to help people transform their lives, and she's back with us. Bonnie Barnes is on the program. Welcome. How you doing?
Hi, I'm so excited. I can't wait for us to jump in and talk about all these really interesting subjects.
Oh, if you were to look in my living room right now, you would see 2 books that haven't been read, maybe 5 pages. One of them is about manifesting. I heard it was, a great book. I think it's called 369 something. And the other one, another manifesting book. I've been studying this. I still haven't nailed it, in my opinion. Explain manifesting for anybody that doesn't know. I briefly did it, but what's your definition?
Okay, so I'm not going to, well, I'll give you a definition, but I'll elaborate. Okay.
Okay.
You know, a long time ago, the book The Secret came out, and everybody was like, oh, I want to manifest. And they thought that if they just really want something and they're really excited about it, it's going to happen. And for most people, it didn't happen. And people thought they were doing something wrong, which kind of sounds like with your books, like what I'm reading these books, and why is that what they're talking about not happening? So I had a really interesting experience that I was excited to share with you. You know, I told you about my esoteric knowledge teleseminars that I've been having. And that after the second one, I had that cluster of synchronicities. Remember, we talked about it, and you talked about how you see numbers and your mom comes to you and communicates to you through that way. And how everyone who was in my seminar, they all had synchronicities and coincidences happening, which was really unusual. So I was preparing this last week for the seminar that's going to be this Thursday, and I was going to talk about synchronicities. And as I was writing it and preparing it, I started thinking about the things that had happened to me when I had those that cluster of synchronicities, and I realized that I had this really unusual manifesting experience, something I'd never had before. And what that was is that I live in a gated community, and I had received a notification that my lights in the front by my garage had gone out. They needed to be replaced, and that javelinas, which are these animals that live here in the desert, had eaten some of my plants, and I needed to replace them. And I was really busy, so I didn't have time to do it. And I was just driving my car to leave, and I waved my hand to my neighbor, and we talked a little bit, and they said, oh, I noticed your lights are out. And I go, yeah. And he says, well, you know what? I know how to fix everything. Do you want me to come over and fix it? And I go, that would be amazing. And he said, oh, no, it's easy for me. I said, can I pay you? He goes, no. Anyways, I come back. Just like a half an hour later, he'd gone to the store, he'd picked up the stuff, and he had replaced it. It was some kind of an electrical problem. My lights are fixed. Okay. Then the next day I get a knock on the door. Somebody came by, another neighbor, who said, oh, I noticed that your plants have been eaten. I happen to have some plants here that I was going to plant in my landscape and don't really have room for them. Do you want them? And I go, wow, sure. And they said, here, I'll plant them for you. That's an example of what they talk about in those books about manifesting. I didn't do anything. I didn't put it out to the universe that I wanted the universe to bring this to me. It just happened, and it happened within days. And it happened right after my first seminar that I had. So, and then I had another experience, which is why I was bringing up about astral travel, because since I was 23, I started having experiences in the astral plane. So I had different types of experiences when I was dreaming, and they weren't normal dreams. And I started researching what this could be. And I learned that what I'm doing is what it is they talk about how we have a cord that's connected to our body. And when we're sleeping, part of us leaves our physical body and goes into the astral plane and has these different experiences. And so I've been having this throughout my life. So right after the first seminar, and this is unusual to have things happen this much for me. Like, I have things throughout my life, but to have so many in such a short time. So before the first seminar, I had received an email about some kind of event that was taking place in Sedona where monks from Tibet were coming, and they were having different types of events on different days. And I looked at it, and there were a couple of things I was interested in, but didn't really work with my schedule. So I wasn't planning on going. One night, I have a dream. It's one of my astral travel dreams, but it was different than the others. It was so cool. I didn't know anything really about Tibetan ceremonies I know about spiritual concepts and things. I apply those in my life and do those in my workshops. But I was sitting in a cave. It was a dark cave, and there was like a fire pit, like a fire going. And behind me was a monk. And I knew it was a monk. He was dressed in like this crimson type of robe, heavier robe. And he was standing behind me. And then next to me, I was here, and on my left side, there were 3 monks that were sitting cross-legged. And there might have been a fourth, but it was too dark for me to see because it was further away from the fire. And the monk that was behind me, he handed me a cup and it was a cup of tea. But it wasn't like the tea we normally drink. It was like tea that's like Chinese tea. When you make your own Chinese tea and with the leaves and the herbs and everything, and you cook it on your stove and it's thick, it was like that. So I woke up and I thought, wow, that was neat, right? But I'm used to having unusual experiences, but I'd never had something. Well, I just took it in stride, okay. And then when I woke up, I thought, you know what? There's the Tibetan monks that are coming to Sedona. I wonder if there's anything connected with that's related to it. So I looked up, and that weekend they were having a tea ceremony that weekend. I go, okay, maybe this is a message that I'm supposed, not maybe. I thought this is like, I listen to those things. So I went to Sedona, and it was a tea ceremony. But what was interesting is it wasn't like in my dream. We didn't drink a tea. They made a tea and they drank it, but it was a tea drinking ceremony that was related to manifesting. And
my brain is all over the place here. Now,
and that's what I'm saying.
I mean, some could say, oh, well, maybe subconsciously she heard something about this and internalized it. Maybe that's what's going on here.
But by the way, I knew nothing I didn't know they had anything with tea. I didn't know they had tea ceremonies. And I didn't know that you drink the tea in your tea ceremony. And I didn't know it had anything to do with manifesting.
What's an astral plane?
So all of the ancient texts and literature talk about how there's we have the physical plane that everything's energy and everything vibrates. And so the earth and our bodies are at the lowest vibrational density. And that as you evolve and the whole thing with enlightenment is as you evolve, your vibrational frequency increases and it gets faster. So for example, there's been research that's been done that says that that feelings like anger, hate, the vibrational frequency is very slow. Feelings like love and joy and excitement, the vibrational frequency is very fast. So what I found is that as I'm evolving, my vibrational frequency is getting faster. And as it does, I'm able to connect and have more and more of these type of experiences. And that's what's happening with the people who are coming to my seminar. Is they were people that had already experienced the shift with me and a number of shifts. And I just felt for these particular people that their next shift was going to be tied together with this knowledge. And that's why all these things have been happening to them that never happened to them. And I didn't expect that it was going to be affecting me as well. So that's what happens. And when you go into, when your vibrational frequency gets what the ancient texts say is that the other realms, like in the astral plane and other beings and everything, if they're high vibrational beings, their vibration is much higher than ours. So we can't connect with them because it's too high. But as we evolve and as our vibration increases, then we're able to connect more and more with these other realms.
You're making some things come very clear why the manifestation works for some, maybe not yet for others, in that if you're living your life on that higher vibration full of love, I know it's not easy, but if you've kind of elevated yourself and squashed the negativity, the lower vibration stuff down, you can get where you want to go easier and faster because, as I'm learning from you, the higher vibration moves faster. It's not slow and sluggish like hate and all of that.
And then should I jump in and say some more? Or
go
did
right
you
ahead.
want to say? Okay, so like when I shared with you about my experience and with the cluster of synchronicities that basically led me to getting a bouquet of flowers on my birthday from the universe, like I was listening to my intuition. I was following these feelings and it led me to the universe or people who passed away or other beings. They wanted to give me a bouquet of flowers and I got it and they figured out how to do it. What was interesting is a lot of times people talk about that there's communication through technology. And it was interesting. I just realized my computer didn't work. That's what started the whole thing.
Well, I remember you shared that a while back, and then call it synchronicities again. You ran into somebody that fixed your computer. It was a whole story. Go back to previous podcasts, but it's like what you shared when we first started talking today, that electrical problem, somebody shows up to fix it. Plans. I got extra plants. You want them? Just out of nowhere or somewhere. It depends on how you want to look at that. But the same thing when you had the computer issue where you went to fix it and just somebody randomly was there.
And it was fixed within minutes. And it cost me $20 or something, you know? So
how do you get to that place?
Okay.
Bonnie,
so
how do you get there?
I'll tell you. Okay, because I'm very much I've studied all of this esoteric knowledge throughout my life because I had those experiences when I was young and I wanted to understand what it was. And my journey started when I was younger, and just there were things that happened in my family and I had a lot of pain, and I'd always been happy, and I lost that, and I want to know, how am I going to be happy again? That's what led me to have all the knowledge that I have that created the shift actualization process, where I'm able to help people be happy. And it's not a lot of work, like you said. It's not, by the way, it's not about pushing down those feelings. There's a process to it, which is what I do with people. That's why what I do is different. It's not pushing it down. It's recognizing if you're sad, if you're angry, okay, let's look at why. Let's look at what's underneath it. Is it something that's happening? Are they thoughts that you're having? And it allows you to grow. When you grow, then your frequency gets faster because you are let go of those things, because you have a different way of dealing with things in life. And so you don't have that kind of anger, and you don't have that kind of sadness, and you don't have that kind of pain on a regular basis. You'll have it when something happens and you feel sad, but then again, even then you process it because you can see it from a higher vantage point. But so what I want to tell you is that I wrote a workbook. It's actually a book, but I didn't have time to write the whole book, so I made a workbook called Manifesting Your Dreams. And what it is that there's a difference between goal setting and manifesting. Okay, goal setting, I was always very high achievement person, and I set a lot of goals for myself and I reached them. Manifesting, I'm manifesting as many dreams, but it's a different process. And the process is connected with getting in touch with what you really want and what you're really drawn towards, and making sure that you have enough time, precious energy and time and resources to put into manifesting that. A lot of times people want to manifest something and they start, but they really don't have the time and energy for it. It's already been designated. I shared with you my definition of precious energy, which is we all have a certain amount of energy, and that's also time, and it's precious because it's our own, and it's finite. And that's the energy we use to create and to manifest. So it's important when you're going to manifest that you ask yourself, has that precious energy have I already allotted it to certain things, other things I'm manifesting? And if you want to manifest, it's about you're changing things around so you have the time and energy to do it. And then deciding which one you want to do, because there's so many possibilities. It's about narrowing it down to what you really, really want. And you have to really want it. And then there's steps to doing it. And that's in my book about how to manifest it. There's actual steps how you manifest.
I want to talk about some of those steps in a moment. Just as an example.
Yes.
When we talk about that energy, this is, what type of energy did you call it?
Well, I call it precious energy. It's my term. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So we have precious energy right here. It's within us. Is it reasonable to think that if there are things in your life that are sucking your energy, people, situations, that this is what you should be putting into manifesting your dreams? But if there's things here that are pulling from your energy, whether you want to or not, allow it or not, it's going to happen. Is that taking away from the manifestation and potentially derailing, getting your dreams?
Okay, so what I would say is we have that precious energy. Now, if there are things like people that you're using so much precious energy to deal with them, to defend yourself from them, to explain yourself to have arguments with, you're using so much of your precious energy, your excess precious energy on something that's not going to give you anything,
right?
Because all of that is toxic and it's unhealthy. So it's about actually deciding if you want this person in your life, and or growing yourself and shifting so that they will shift as well, so that you can have a healthy relationship. So then instead of your precious energy being wasted, you're able, it grows, because when you're giving out precious energy and you're receiving it, then you're not losing any precious energy.
Okay? The way it should be. It's give and take. You're
right.
It's the same thing. Why I think we're here. We're here to teach and learn. Teach and learn goes back and forth. But yeah, to your point, there are people in our lives that take our energy.
Right. But the
Or
thing
we
is,
allow it, or we allow it.
That's right. They want to take it, but we have the ability to decide if we're going to give our precious energy to them. And when we realize, this has been like a really powerful concept for my clients because it's put together in a certain way. When you realize that your precious energy you have available to manifest and to create your life is finite, and you're using so much on that, yes, it does deplete you. Then you're exhausted. You don't have the energy to manifest. So that's number one.
Yep.
So there's certain things that we use a lot of precious energy on that we can make changes within ourselves, and also our false voice. And when we're criticizing ourselves and judging ourselves and going around and around about how we didn't do this or beating ourselves up, that's using a lot of precious energy. So the shift actualization process, you shift out of all of that into a different way of thinking, being, and seeing in life. And then you have all this precious energy available to manifest. Now, that energy is there to manifest. Now, there's sometimes things come up, health issues, somebody passes away or they're ill. The thing is, we are actually choosing to use our precious energy to help ourselves heal. We're using our precious energy to help somebody else heal or to give to someone else. We're choosing to use it that way. If we want to get better, we're actively involved with helping ourselves to feel better. So our physical body is part of our physical reality on earth. And as much as we'd love to be able to just not have to deal with some certain physical things, it's part of life. So the thing is that when we know that at that time that our precious energy is being used in those areas, it means that we just put a pause on the manifesting. Because now what we're really doing is manifesting those other things. We're manifesting getting our health back, or we're manifesting in helping somebody else, and we've chosen to use our energy that way. But it's for a certain period of time, and then it's about most of the time those things get better most of the time, and then we're able to have our precious energy available to manifest. And I believe everything happens for a reason. So I believe that I found that in every terrible thing, and I've been through a lot of terrible things, painful things, that there's always a gift. And if you're going through a really hard time and you're going through it consciously and learning and growing through the process, even surviving the process, but looking at it from a different perspective, then once you've passed through that, you're still on this new path that you've been walking on. That's what I do with clients, on a new path. And you're actually further along because you've grown a lot through the process. And you know that to be true.
I believe everything does happen for a reason. And there's part of the reason is to learn something along the way so you don't do it again. Because if you don't learn it, the universe is just going to throw it to you again. You didn't learn. I'm going to show it to you again. Going to learn. Going to show it to you again. Interesting what you say, Bonnie, about the energy, the precious energy, because how many times have we said, you're wasting energy on that person? Why are you? We really are wasting energy. Literally. All right. How about a few tips in the steps to manifesting what you want?
So give me an example of something that you may want to manifest, or somebody would want to manifest.
Okay. It's probably one of the number, one or two things that people say. I want to manifest the perfect person for me, the perfect partner in my life. What do I do?
So I would say that there's a spiritual concept that says like attracts like. So if you want to be with somebody who is really healthy and wonderful and loving, and which that's what no one's looking to be with someone who's like bitter and angry and like, then it's important.
You know what I'm looking for somebody who's miserable, a cheater, nasty, can't trust them. Oh, and just doesn't even care about how they look or, whatever. Yeah. Bring it to me. Yeah, never.
So when you focus on yourself and on growing and becoming healthier and being able to release pain from the past and to be able to have a higher vibration and to really be on that level, then you'll be able to be bringing in people who are at that level. When people have a lot of pain still or things that they're dealing with, they'll bring in different people, will come in and they'll choose to get involved with somebody who's at a lower frequency level, and they'll get involved with them anyways. So they're using all that time involved in a relationship when they could be focusing on themselves and growing, and then also putting yourself in environments where there's people who are also healthy and who are living life and passionate about life and who are healthy and have worked through all these different things. And so then you have a better chance of meeting somebody who's right for you.
Why do we settle? Why do, in your example, with somebody who doesn't support you, lower, and I don't mean this in a nasty way, but a lower vibration than
and
you are.
When I say lower and higher, there's no judgment attached to it.
Yeah, just different. It's not you.
No. It feels a lot better to be higher vibration. It's just that it's like when I talk about going to higher levels of consciousness. It's not. It's a process of always growing, of always evolving. So I was at a lower level of consciousness even 3 months ago. And I'm at a higher level now, okay? Because what I've been doing with all the work I've been doing with my clients and with these seminars, I'm ending up, my vibrational frequency is going higher because I'm involved with all of these different types of concepts and how to bring it into our lives. And so my vibrational frequency is higher. So what were you, I forgot what you were saying.
Why do we center on those?
Oh yeah, why do we choose people like that? Yeah, because really bottom line is when we were children and we were growing up in a home that wasn't healthy, we were treated if we were treated in a certain way, we learned how to survive and we couldn't get away. So we learned how to adapt to it. And so when we meet other people like that, I think I was mentioning it last time, instead of going, if you grew up in a healthy home and no one treated you like that, or you never saw your parents treating each other like that, you'd say, thanks, but no thanks, and you wouldn't even put an ounce of your precious energy there. But when there's something that you're used to putting up with, when you have and having this mindset that if I want the good things, I'm going to have to put up with some of these awful things, then you allow yourself to be in those situations and in those type of relationships. And also people who are there's a difference between people who are very like understanding and compassionate and know that nobody's perfect. That's all really healthy. But if you take that a little further and you put up with being treated badly because you understand, like I had a client last week who told me just a few days ago who was saying, I was talking with her because she's in a relationship with somebody who had originally was really nice and everything. Then he went through some hard times and he started like yelling at her and being angry at her and everything like that. And I was helping her not to put up with that and stuff. And so she spoke with him about it. And she said to me, last week he came to me and he apologized. He realized he was doing these things. And, so I feel bad, because I've been tough on him. And I go, no. You see, nice people say, oh, the person realizes it. So now, and nice people do this all the time, that the person realizes it. So no, I was too hard. No, the reason he's apologizing and actually having an opportunity to grow is because you said, I'm not willing to put up with this and be treated this way. That's why he's apologizing. Just because he's recognizing it doesn't mean he's going to change. Let's wait and see if he changes.
Interesting. The points that you bring up, a lot of us already know, we're aware of a lot of what we're doing. We just don't take action on it, or we resort to those things from our past. So, okay, you're in let's say a relationship with somebody that doesn't support you. Why are you not moving away from that? Many of us have that fear of rejection or being alone. And that all comes from our childhood.
Right. And so when people work with me, I help them. What I call it is that when we're born, we only have our true self. That's our soul. And our true self, as we grow up, our true self has a voice. I call it the true voice. That's being kind and compassionate to ourselves. But when we're growing up, if we're around people who are critical and judgmental, we start to internalize that and we create a critical judgmental voice in our head, which I call the false voice. And so what happens is as we get older, if that false voice gets louder and we bring in other people who have that same, are critical and judgmental of us, then our true voice starts getting softer and our false voice is louder. And so there's a psychological and spiritual concept that says what we think affects how we feel and how we feel affects our behavior. This is all in my first book, the Experiencing the Shift book. And so when your false voice is loudest, then you feel bad and then your actions follow. So it has to do with if you feel like you're an addict, then you feel really bad about it and then you'll go use again. Okay. Or whatever it is to make yourself feel better. But your action behaves if you are with somebody and they pull away from you and in relationship and your false voice says, oh, you see, I'm unlovable, so then you feel really bad. And so then you stop saying what you were going to say and standing up for yourself. So what I do is I help, that's what the basis, the foundation of the shift actualization process is I help people to hear their true voice. People think that you have to just tell yourself not to say the critical judgmental things. It doesn't work. That's why what I've discovered is different. It doesn't work telling yourself not to say it, because you keep still saying it. It's about recognizing, hearing your true voice more, listening to it more, being around people who see your true self, telling them, yeah, you're right. Okay, there was a client of mine who called, and a new client, and she had decided she wanted to end a relationship with somebody, but she needed strength to do it. I actually had 2 that did that recently. Okay? And the thing is, they knew it, they had all the clarity, but how'd you do it? And I helped them reconnect with their true self. Then they were able to hear that true voice, because everyone has in their head, like, and they say, why am I doing it? Why am I staying? I know this, but it's because they're disconnected from the power that you get when you're connected with your true self. That's your power to create. That's your power to manifest. And so that's what I do. I help people reconnect with their true self.
You brought up a point. We're out of time, but this one point, I never even thought of it. We tell ourselves not to talk negative, which is reasonable. And if you've gotten to that step in your life, well, good for you in terms of what you're thinking, what you're saying to yourself. Like, let's say you look in the mirror, look at whatever. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say those things. I'm not going to say those negative things anymore. But if you look at it on a subconscious level, your subconscious doesn't know the difference. All it's hearing is, say those negative things, say those negative things. It doesn't know the negative. So it's productive
Right.
but counterproductive at the same time. I never even thought about that.
I know. And that's why, like, everything I share, that's why I take all the things that are around, that are there to help us be happy, but people don't know how to put it together to make it work. And I have. That's what the process is. And same thing now with the spiritual evolving to these levels and having these manifesting and everything like that happening on that kind of level. You can manifest your dreams without things like that happening. We have the ability to, through our actions, through our choices, to manifest dreams. And if they don't happen, it's because it's not meant to be, or because we're choosing something. Like if someone chooses to be a basketball player and they're 5'4", you have to pick something that's realistic. Okay, but if it doesn't, if you follow the steps, which are in my workbook, if you follow those steps, and it doesn't happen, it's because it's not meant to be. There's something else that you're supposed, that your purpose that you chose to come down here to do, and it wasn't that. And that's another very interesting part of manifesting as well.
We're out of time.
Yeah.
This is fantastic. So interesting. In my mind, this is what I'm getting so far, along with a lot of other stuff, is we're probably manifesting, those of us who have studied a little bit, manifesting well, but the stuff around us that we're focusing on is inhibiting us really getting what we want. Bonnie, how do we find you?
So my website's bonniebarness.com. And then also I have an esoteric knowledge revealed workshop that's going to be on Thursday. So people can sign up for that. I have my books on my website also, and the Manifesting Your Dreams journal and my Experiencing the Shift. So I'd love to meet everybody. I also have telephone sessions, so you can always call and have coaching sessions.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot that can truly change your life. Manifesting is just one part of it. But even if somebody wants to even ask you questions, are you available for that?
Absolutely.
Super cool. Always great talking with you. I know the viewpoints that come here, especially today, because I've been struggling with the manifesting thing. But I see
Can I tell you something really quickly?
Sure.
You're manifesting what you're doing. What we're doing right now is incredible, Matt. You had this in your mind at some point to create this, and you have this. It's incredible. So it's also important to appreciate what we have manifested and to look at the things that we did that led to that happening. You've manifested a lot in your life. So it's about continuing to do what you were doing, but those unusual type of things that I shared with you that happened to me that are really unusual, that's not usually what happens. And people think that's all what manifesting is. It's not. It's what you've created here. But I've created for us to be here together. That's manifesting, right? But those other things happen when you get to higher and higher levels of your vibrational frequency. Then you're able to connect from everything I've read is you're connecting more with the higher realms that are able to do those kinds of things that seem magical, because you're actually tapping into that level of vibration, and then you can start seeing those kinds of things happening more and more in your life.
Well, the synchronicities,
the astral travel.
the synchronicities that you spoke about, where they just show up. No, they
Yeah.
didn't. You asked for it. I need to fix this electrical. There's somebody there. Plants. There's some plants. By the way,
No, and yeah, exactly.
Brings
And
me to
what I didn't even ask for, I mean, I love flowers and I love flowers on my birthday, but I didn't think about having flowers, but I was supposed to receive that bouquet. Thank you.
Good for you. On April 5th, correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like your mom.
Yeah. I speak in music. I've played music for forever, and these lyrics dropped out of the sky to me. Fly me high to a starry space, maybe to an astral plane.
Did that just come to you now?
Dreamweaver, big song from 1976. You remember that song? Dreamweaver?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, but I didn't realize those were the words.
Those are the words.
Well, that's my experience.
Well, if that's your experience and it was in a dream. So there you go. Look up those lyrics. I think there's a reason
that's amazing.
They're dropping out of the sky.
But did you see how you said the words came to you?
Yeah.
That's actually you're tapping into. That's channeling. That's why people use these words, manifesting and channeling and things, but you just did it. That's inspiration.
It happened earlier today. Somebody was talking about something and there was a song that popped in my head by Sting. I mean, these are not random songs. These are like major songs.
Yeah, but it just pops in your, like something like that, right? It just comes to you. You don't have to think about it. Oh, I knew a song. What were the words? That's why they call it downloading, and that's channeling. And
I always wondered what's an astral plane, why that was in that song. Now I know, thanks to you. Bonnie, thanks for being here today. Always super
You're
cool.
Welcome. I know.
Love talking with you. All
right.
We'll talk soon.
Okay, honey. Bye.
Coming right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We're so excited to have our guest, Corrine Lemus, joining us here live on the podcast, also on the Zoomcast today to talk more about Align2239.com. That's her website. It's Align2239 Wellness Services. Let's talk a little bit about the company you have. I know you're helping so many individuals, groups, businesses with all these different services. So could you give us a little overview, please?
Yes. So Align 2239 is a wellness services business I created this year, but I've been in the mental health field for like over a decade now. And yeah, it's just I work individually doing life coaching with clients, but I also want to get deeper into the community and get to know more people and provide more support to more people at one time. So I've been doing groups. It's been great. And then also I want to help the community through their employment. And so I also help employees cope with the stresses of their job, but also provide consultations for the employers about how to be more sensitive to mental health needs and be more inclusive about diversity. So I do that as well. I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. So that's technically my day job still, but I'm also just loving this business venture that I started.
Beautiful. Well, then let's get back. Let's talk a little about your history. What brought you here to help people with the wellness? As you mentioned, you always wanted to help people, right? Could you share a little bit of your background?
Yes. I was either going to do in high school, either like pre-med or psychology, and I wasn't sure. But my high school teacher, Ms. Calby, I just saw her for lunch a few weeks ago. She worked with prison inmates as a therapist, I believe, or a social worker. And then she decided to be a teacher in order to help people at the beginning of the line instead of at the end of the line when they're already in jail. So then she would like really nurture all of us and be there for us if there were difficult things we needed to share and talk about. So I was like, I want to be that person for people because she was that person for me. So just then I chose psychology and went there for my college career and just built towards that. Also, I enjoy scientific research. So what I might talk about today is my book that I have that is available online. And I did a lot of in my development as a clinician, I also did a lot of scientific research. So in my writing, I also provide lots of citations and resources and stuff like that. So that's where I'm coming from.
Yay. Tell us about the book. When did you write the book and what is the book
Yes.
called and what is it about?
Yes. So this is my mini workbook. It's called the mini map and it's called Align in Love. So almost everything that I provide, any service, any group, it's going to have like a line in it just to make everything all like go together with each other. But the book is called Align in Love and it's the mini map. So basically it's a mini roadmap to help strengthen your personal development journey. There's still a few left in paper form, but there's also an e-form on my website, align2239.com. And there's like a little bookmark you get if you buy the paper copy. But I released it this year and it's available online, but I also provide it during my events. I give it as part of the goodie bag. And so it's basically like a mini course on just how to check in with the main parts of your health, and then so that you can basically like tune up your life, like your tune up for your car. It's like a tune up for your being, and how to just check in on each main part of your health so that you can like optimize your health.
Beautiful. How exciting. Oh my gosh. To become an author like this. When did you start working on that?
It's been like a labor of love through it's a compilation basically of the different activities I do with my clients. So especially in the therapy room. So when people work with me, even if it's life coaching and I don't do psychotherapy with them, there's still, like years and years of just the way I talk now, pretty much. That's like ways to help them and just tools that work for me and worked for clients. So it's kind of pretty much like a summation or I condensed a lot of the tools that have worked time and time again with my therapy clients, and I put them in here so that I've been creating it, but this past year is when I put it into paper.
Beautiful. Well, we love this and excited to have you back here to talk about this. And since it is our first Zoom, let me ask you, what did you want to kind of dive into for today?
Yeah. Well, as I stated in like the last podcast, the audio version, I do like to provide value in so that also potential customers and clients can see what it would be like to work with me, but also whoever's listening to this can get a little value out of it, can get something to think about and chew on for their day. And it just, helps me use my platform, that you and the Professional Business Network has given me to just help some people. So I would like to just kind of go through a few of the tools that are provided in the book so people can use them after listening to this or watching it.
Yay! Excited to talk about that. All right, you said ebooks? Wait.
I have ebooks and I have the print version.
So we can download it anywhere, watch it listen to it anytime.
Yes. Yeah. I'm working on the audio book. So right now it's an ebook and a paper form.
Perfect. All right. And just to remind everyone how we can get a copy.
You can go to align2239.com and it's in my shop.
Mm-hmm. Where are you located?
In Los Angeles, and I can meet virtually like this worldwide.
And I'm sure, are most of your clients virtual at this point?
Yes, a lot of them are virtual, but I do go in a couple times a month in Culver City in person.
Okay, awesome. So did you want to share more about this, about spirituality?
Yeah. Yes. So I will just I'll just start. So with the book, just like a preview of it, it's like a journal. You're gonna maybe have to journal a bit. But I want listeners and also like you and I as well. I need to do this more often. But one of the tools, so the first tool that I'll share from the book is all you need to really see is the stoplight. So it's basically the traffic light analogy. And I've gone through this with many of my clients where it's a self-awareness tool. So just think of a stoplight, and then we have this added light that I'll tell you what it is. But I want people to check in with themselves. And you and I talked about a little bit about that last week, about just how we're doing mentally, physically, spiritually. So one thing that I encourage clients to do is to assess what are the levels for them. So let's say I'm using myself and as an example, the green zone is when I'm feeling good. I am able to cope with stress. I feel productive in my day. I am eating pretty balanced, hydrating. But then especially I've legitimately noticed over the past week with the holidays, we get towards the red zone. So the yellow is when you notice I'm a bit more irritable, or I have too much going on, or I'm missing deadlines. I'm getting to a stressful state. And then the red is when we are in basically almost fight or flight or panic, or we're not having a good outlook on life. This is where if we have any depression, anxiety, where it comes out. And so it's good to know. So as whoever is listening right now, and also Jill, you and I can just check it, where am I today? And it's just good to know this, so then we can also know what to communicate to our loved ones if we need a moment, we need a break, we need assistance, if we need to delegate help. Let's say the next holiday coming up, some of us might be celebrating Thanksgiving. Are we cooking the whole thing, or are we delegating, to loved ones, you potluck style, maybe, just to not take it all on, right? So it's good to know if we're in the green, make that whole meal. But if we're in the yellow or red, we might, put in Boston Market, right? Or, put in some orders. Yeah. Right.
That's mashed potatoes. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So yeah, just, put in orders. There's no, unfortunately, I wish there were awards given to especially moms who, do the extra work to make things at home. And I wish there was an award, but unfortunately there's no award. So whatever is the food gets on the table and we spend time together, that's what's important. So if we're in the yellow or red, delegate, ask for help, ask for assistance. And then if we're in the green, we can grind a little more, hustle a little more. So I want everyone to be checking in with that, especially during the holiday season. But lastly, with this analogy, with the traffic light, I added this little fourth light, and it's kind of sparkly because it That's how it looks for me. But I always tell each person to think about not just when you're feeling stable, which would be the green, but when you're feeling optimal. So what does optimal feel like? And for me, I was like, okay, the color for me would be like a turquoise with sparkles. So that's why it looks like that on for the book. But when you're feeling optimal, what does that feel like when you're feeling great and you maybe wake up and you're ready for the day, or your favorite songs, they just hit like real good. What does that feel like? And then when we're in those states, we also know we can take on some challenges or engage in some more growth or new experiences. So yeah, like that's something I want listeners to kind of check in with themselves and identify a time in their life when they felt more optimal. And then, so also you can work towards like getting there and spending more time in that zone. Jill, do you have an example of a time when you're feeling like optimal? What's like one way that you know that you're feeling good?
It's when I get my stuff done. Okay, I have a 6 and 8-year-old. We live alone. It's me and the boys 24/7. So it's school, get them on the bus, go to work, then got to meet them after school. Oh, then we're doing homework. Then we have sports. Oh, then it's dinner. Then it's the PTA meeting. And I'm always with them. There's no every other weekend. So there's last weekend I asked for help. I sent them to my friends, their friends, one of the kids' friends, the parents watched them for 5 hours. I felt optimal. I was able to take down my Halloween decorations, make piles in the house. Even though the stuff is not done, it's on the way to being done, and I feel good. And it's very hard for people to understand. What do you mean you want to be alone? You want to organize? I'm like, because I never get to be alone. So I feel optimal when I'm alone, which is a rarity. And I feel like, but I'm always doing stuff for the family, for the house. It's not like I'm going out partying, but I feel good when I'm getting my bins done. And I got bins all together. I took all the old kid stuff out in donation bags, and we're going to donate them. So like, I feel good when I get stuff done. I feel optimal. What about you?
Yes. Yeah, that is one. And it's almost like, so this is a secret almost. And so my husband's now going to know my secret. But what you're saying about that 5 hours that you had to get things done alone, like that feels, we can feel optimal. It feels almost, it could feel almost indulgent sometimes about like no one's here and I can put on music or I can and just organize or get these things done that I really want to. I like to do that too. So if my son, if my husband or anyone can be with my son and I can clean alone, that feels awesome for me. But I feel like it's a little secret because I don't want support, like a mom support system, to know that also is like fun for us sometimes or feels really good for us sometimes, because we also need to do it. So I also want any mom listening to know, like, to ask for that for sure, because then it feels great, right? When you come home and those decorations are put away and you finish some things on your list, it's like, oh, that feels good and we feel optimal. But I think also whenever possible, asking for time alone or time to also like whatever feels restful as well. So even if it's like an hour just to like take a bath, like I haven't taken a bath in a long time, only like 2-minute showers, but
so little self-care, getting the nails done. I feel good. Can you see my nails, how horrible they're growing out?
Me too.
I just, well, they were so long. I actually clipped them yesterday because they were like this. And so now they need a huge fill-in, or I'm just going to rip them off. But like those little things make us feel good, right?
Yes, and we feel good and we like how our nails look when we're doing stuff. And so yes, those things count and we need to do those for sure. And then so yeah, lastly, then the other tip I'll give and just is during this time when we are asking for help or just seeing like what we need. So where we are in the traffic light analogy, but also then if we notice we're in the yellow or we're in the red, this is something that I adapted from the book Nonviolent Communication. So that's another recommendation. And so just needs, looking at your needs, your connection, needs for connection, needs for peace, needs for physical well-being, also play. That one during the holidays is wonderful to build in about play, building gingerbread houses if you do that, like playing board games with family, play connection. So those are things too that I want listeners to check in. And the book is, I put that in there, but if you also get the book Nonviolent Communication, or you just Google needs list, needs inventory, sometimes we need to take that minute for ourselves and see what we need so that we could ask for it or go get it ourselves.
So it's not being called selfish, it's self-care. Just want to remind everyone of that.
Yes, it is not selfish. No. And think of like when you're on an airplane and they're giving you that safety rundown of like, what do you need to do?
I don't know what happened. I didn't touch anything. It happens sometimes. Glitch.
Yeah. And so on an airplane, what do they tell you in the safety talk? They say if the oxygen masks come down, who do you put it on first? Yourself first.
In order to take care of the others. Yeah.
Yes. So we got to do that, because if you put it on others, that's very noble. But once you pass out, you're not going to be a help to anybody. In that metaphor of the airplane, you need to put the mask on yourself so that then you can help everyone around you, because you will be taken care of.
Oh, beautiful. I love this. And hold on. When we call you to work with you, I mean, it's great to have the book, right? But you're doing your sessions like this. How often do you meet with someone to get them to where they have to be? Like, is there...
Yes. Yeah, about so I recommend the base meeting would be about like 6 weeks. And we can spread them out as well, but about 6 weeks to meet like weekly. And I use a platform that allows me to also give the client homework and then be commenting during the week. So what's really cool is we can meet, talk, discuss. I can encourage them, but then also during the week, if I see them finish a homework assignment, I could be like, hey, great job, think about this. And so there's a lot of contact within that 6 weeks. And that's like the basis that I set my foundation on, is like at least 6 weeks to like just intensive, give some attention to yourself.
Perfect. Will do. All right. What else is on tap for us today?
Yes. Well, and the last thing I had, if we had time, because I know time goes by so fast.
We got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. So the last one is, this one is about, it relates to spirituality, but I want to just have some things for people to look out for. So this is adapted from one of my favorite books called like Emotionally Healthy Spirituality. And they had, the author has in that book outlines what looks like healthy spirituality and what's unhealthy spirituality. And just, if you've listened to the previous podcast episodes, or if you've seen my website, you know that I work with people of like all faiths, all backgrounds. So even atheism, like this can apply to about nature, stuff like that. So I just want to encourage, I'm going to just state the tips about how to have healthy spirituality. And I think that can just be something to think about, especially with everything going on in the world, and the differing beliefs. And so I'll just share that about like what to try and keep in the forefront of our mind when it comes to like our spirituality, which is like how we conceptualize like the universe and what's going on in the world. So our goals in whatever kind of spiritual belief system we have is to be able to be ourselves. One goal is to be ourselves and to celebrate our uniqueness and the uniqueness of others. Have partnerships, whether it's a boyfriend, a marriage, friendships, have those partnerships be with open communication and teamwork. Allowing our children to progress through developmental stages and gain autonomy. Cope with crisis in a healthy way. We can get along with others without demanding that they have the same views. That's a huge one, especially right now. We can state our beliefs calmly without putting others down. That's a huge one right now as well. Allowing ourselves to feel free to enjoy life and play, and have our being sure of our personal beliefs, but not closed-minded, allowing for other people to have other beliefs, and respecting others without trying to change them. And I think that can go with, like all of the things going on in the world right now, but also too, even on a micro level in our families, the holidays are coming, we sit down and sometimes these discussions get heated with politics, so to remember those kinds of goals about respecting others without trying to change them, being sure of ourselves while also allowing others to be sure of themselves. And just that's something that I want to leave people with to think about, especially during the next couple months.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much. All right. Well, we are about done. We have 2 minutes left. Always happens so quick. All right. Well, how do we reach you? What's the process? Share one more time.
Yes, the best way to reach me would be on my website, align2239.com. And if you scroll down, there's a contact form, and you could tell me exactly what you're looking for, how you would like to work together. You could also email me at align2239.com, or no, align2239 at currylimas.com, and find me on Instagram. That's a great way that I like to just connect on a casual way, but it's hard to contact me directly because I get random DMs. But that one is a great one to start just getting to know me, and we can start getting to know each other on there.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Pleasure having you back, and great to see you here in person. And again, pick up a copy of the book or the ebook, reach out for some personal sessions, and you do groups, right?
Yes.
You also do corporations and events. Perfect. All right. Thank you again for being here. Bye-bye, Corinne. Thank you.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
There's just something about a company, an organization, when it's firing on all cylinders, everybody's aligned, everybody's working together. It just feels fantastic. You look at the goals, you achieve them. That probably sounds kind of foreign to you because it doesn't happen that often. Unfortunately, this guy can help make that happen in your organization. If you're a team leader, entrepreneur, own a business, just responsible for a lot of people, he comes up with successful strategies for businesses. We're going to talk about team building today and how to get that done, how to make things more cohesive with the communication and such. Jeremy Berrio, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I had a brain block, and your last name is spelled way different than it sounds.
Yes. Yeah. The joys of French Canadian names.
Exactly. Berrio, right?
Yes.
Berrio. Got it.
Yes.
All right, Jeremy, thanks for being here today.
It's always a pleasure.
So do you hear this a lot from people that you work with, that there is just, as much as a company tries, the connection there is sometimes a little bit lost?
Yeah, it's very common. I think normally when people build out teams or kind of get teams set up, is they don't fully appreciate the different personality types and how they can merge together. Usually it's just, okay, I need this type of person, this role, this role, this role. Okay, let's put them on a team and away they go. And usually like they will be able to provide some results, but maybe not as what it's expected.
Challenging when you say, let's go back to personalities. You're always going to have different personalities. You got to put them together. When you, as a manager, identify who is who, what makes them tick, what motivates them, where do you go from there? Or is that in itself a big challenge?
That it's not a big challenge, but I think it's understanding what the different personalities and how they react and how they even to provide the right messaging to them so that they can be able to take what you're looking for, what your expectations, what your goals are for the team. And I think for the most part, if you're seen as someone that likes that speaks up and maybe has a big booming voice, like me personally, I've been told this is like, oh, you're standoffish because of the way your voice carries or the way I look or the way I sound. And really, it's part of it is I can't control that. Nature kind of, my parents gave me my voice. My parents made me, like, I got as big as I am. But I think it's not, it's just instead of pigeonholing, it's understanding the actual individual and then providing the right messaging. Because someone could talk to me in one way, one form, provide information to me, but they shouldn't provide that in the same way of providing that information to someone else that might be maybe more inclusive or more introverted, because they won't be able to, they might see that type of information format coming in as a little more standoffish and more aggressive.
It's very challenging with those personalities. Once you've identified them, how do you bring people together? You know, I've heard that term team building. Sometimes it will be exercises that are done. Sometimes, happy hour, everybody gets together, or a retreat on a weekend or something. Yeah. I don't know if those things really work, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
They work if they're done right. If the team building exercises, like for me, I've done agile transformations. There's games like the Lego game. There's a whole bunch of other games to get the team to work together and understand. But it's having them understand the different personality types, but also how to interact with each other. And I think that's where a lot of teams kind of fall in providing any sort of productivity, is that they will sit there and they will work together. They have kind of their goal, but one person would be maybe take full control or be the big booming voice while the rest of the team kind of sits back and becomes quiet. I'm working with a client right now where I'm experiencing that with those teams, and I'm helping them build out into a more functional cross-functional team, where there's, out of a team of 8, there's 3 individuals that like to talk, that like to voice their opinion and bring up. The other 5, I have to try to pull out information from them. And I want to show them, like, there's the psychological safety where they have every right as everyone else on the team to say what they feel, and trust everyone on the team that they're not going to be either bullied or pressured, peer pressure, and like that. They can still work together and still accept each other's opinion.
I've experienced this. I've seen this many different times. And I've found that when it's people involved in sales, they're usually, in my view, more standoffish, because it's like almost every person for themselves when it comes to sales within an organization. Have you seen that too?
Yes. I've seen it where, like, the team would try to work together and try to provide some sort of solution. And one person who felt, in this example, one person just felt that the solution was just not the right one. And they, in the end, took it upon themselves to provide their own solution. So really, you almost have like a team of teams kind of colliding with each other, trying to fix something. And, like, honestly, like, that's not the right way to do things, because 1, you're duplicating work, and 2, you're creating friction within the team. So they have to still understand, like, what the main goal is. What's the main goal? Like, even for sales, like, everyone's standoffish. Everyone wants to provide get their numbers, obviously because they get paid by sales. But the overall goal of the company, they're all trying to achieve the same goal, to help the company achieve that goal. So there's ways you can work around as a team to help each other not only so you can thrive as an individual, but you thrive as a team.
What are some of the best practices when dealing with a team, different personalities, bringing everybody together? Let's say you have a meeting and you just want to kind of get it all out there or talk about a new procedure or whatever it is. How do you make that even a more positive experience? Because in my experience, now I do a lot of independent work, don't have to deal with that so much anymore, but it would always be like, oh, Dave wants to have a meeting at 3 today. Oh boy. All right. It's everybody perceives it as a negative.
Yeah. I think starting off, I think one of the best thing I've seen teams do and work with is create a team charter. So it doesn't have to be, and when I say charter, like a team charter or something like that, people think, oh, it's like a 500-page document or like a multi-page document. Really, it could just be a one-page document with a set of rules. Okay, this is how we approach the meetings. This is how we work with each other. This is here are our values. We believe in quality and trust in each other and psychological safety. And you put that team charter together, and then once the team agrees on that, then everyone's accountable for each other on that. So when you have that type of meeting, you shouldn't have that. It's like, oh geez, Jeremy scheduled another meeting. I don't want, like, eyes roll, and I don't want to, like, they're kind of dragging their butt in. They understand this is how the meeting is going to work. This is how the team is going to work together. And we get to the end, we have our solution, we have our goals. And I think outside of that, you put a cadence on and a time box on all your meetings. So if the meeting is scheduled for an hour, it does not go past an hour.
Okay.
It's you set that time limit, and it's like, all right, we're coming up on the hour. What's our outcomes? What are action items? And then you write them down. Okay, everyone go away and take care of their action items. And I think that's probably one of the key things where people don't like those type of team meetings where, yeah, okay, it's scheduled for an hour, but we know it's going to take 2 or longer. So I think that the team charter, along with a time box and whatever you're doing, that will set the guidelines for the team on what they're going to achieve, so that they can focus on what the issues are or what the goals are for that particular meeting.
When we use the word charter, is it essentially we're talking about the guidelines, like no meeting shall last longer than 10 minutes? This shall be this way. This shall be that way. Is that kind of what it is?
So it's just a set of rules and guidelines. So like depending on the team charter you want to build, like you can have a team mission statement, a team vision statement, and then it kind of rolls up into what the organization. So the reason why the team exists, what the team's going to do to meet their vision statement. And then you have like their guidelines and kind of rules and your values that add in that everyone kind of collectively believe in, right? So the team believes in quality. Everyone agrees on this. Yes, everyone agrees that we should be producing quality. Everyone should be we should be flexible. And then when you have those situations where maybe there's a little bit of negative conflict, this team charter is your guiding, your North Star, so to speak, where you are now, okay, hey, we're having some problems here. What does our charter say? Our charter says we should be nice to each other. We should be respectful of each other. And it's like, okay, so this isn't getting anywhere. We're kind of going against what we agreed upon. Now let's refocus and deal with the issue that's going on at hand and see where we can find a solution that we can all agree on.
From a logistical standpoint, I want to focus on that charter for just a sec, because I think many companies don't have them. It's just kind of a free form. Certainly mutual respect and things like that. That almost, to me, kind of fits more in the company handbook territory. But the charter, the logistics, like I love the no meeting shall last more than 1 hour. And every company is different. Our weekly morning meeting shall be no more than 15 minutes, whatever it is. Are there some other things that are floating out there that maybe we might not be mindful of that could or should be included in a charter?
One of the key things that every team I work with, I add into their charter is a conflict resolution page or part. So the team, as we work through and we create this charter, you usually could take up to about an hour or so to create one. There's one section I always create is, okay, what are you guys going to do if you run into a conflict? If there's a disagreement, if you're in a meeting where tension starts getting a little too high, how do you want to deal with that? And I've seen some suggestions where it's like, okay, if we're in a meeting and things get a little tense, meeting is done. Everyone takes a 5-minute break, walks out of the office, takes a little bit of a walk, and we come back and we focus on this and we just recap what the issue is and then look at a potential solution. So that something like that gives everyone that time to relax, to just kind of maybe kind of mumble under their breath or just take a little bit of a quick walk, come back, and then they can be a little bit settled down, and they know that, okay, it's not personal. The issue is not personal. We just got to solve this issue, and we got to work together to solve that problem. It's like no different than, and I'm sure we've all experienced this, and I know we've all seen it, is like if you write an email and there's a little bit of emotion involved in that email, instead of hit send right away, walk away, come back, reread it, and see, okay, now that you've got a fresher perspective on it, how can you write it so that doesn't sound emotional, that you're focused on that particular issue?
I believe if there's any takeaway today, that is probably the most important one, that many of us will be in a situation where you just type or text and just hit send. If you even take 10 seconds, ideally take 10 minutes and come back to it, you're probably not going to send it. You're probably not.
Oh, and I've done that. I know.
Sure.
I've responded.
Do it all the time.
And the emotions come out, and it's like, hold on, okay, I know my blood pressure is up. I know my heart rate's getting up. Do you know what? I'm just going to take a walk. I'm going to get a coffee. Well, mind you, adding a stimulant to a body is not probably the best thing to do, but still, that's that opportunity to at least walk away from the screen.
Decaf.
It's that opportunity to walk away from the screen and taking like 5-10 minutes just to get your mind away from that particular issue. And then another trick I was told to help out is read it out loud. So as you read it out loud and you can hear what you're saying and what you've written, then you're like, oh, no, okay, I don't like how that doesn't sound too good if someone tries to read it that way, right? So you're trying to write the email in a fashion that it is taking your time. Same thing with a team in a meeting. You just take a step out, walk back in. But also with that team charter, you're now, other people on that team should be holding those individuals accountable, saying, hey, you're going against the team charter. Remember, we said we're going to be respectful for each other. Let's kind of take a breath and let's see how we can get to the solution.
When there is conflict, how should that be resolved? Is there any way that we can come up with ways? Let's say we're designing a charter for our company and we want to put stuff in there. When there is a conflict between team members, or could even be a conflict between the team and a vendor, or whatever it might be, what's the best practice for resolution?
I think probably the biggest thing I always tell the teams is never take anything personally. So if there's something that's going on, it's more than likely it's a process issue somewhere. There's something going kind of maybe not going the right way, the way you expect. But if I'm presenting to you, Steve, that okay, here I have a problem, and for you'd focus on the problem. I'm not yelling at you, or I might be raising my voice, but I'm not yelling at you because of what you did. I'm maybe upset about the actual situation. So everyone takes that step back and just kind of refocus. Like, oh, okay, you almost repeat it. It's like, okay, so what you're saying, Jeremy, is this, right? Yes. Oh, okay, now let's work together and try to get through. So there's plenty of techniques out there to try to kind of level the emotions and focus on the solution. And those are kind of what I do, is like I either repeat, I take a step back, maybe if things get a little too heated, stop the meeting for about 5 minutes, everyone can take a quick breather, come back and focus on the problem.
Have you been involved in working with a client where those things come up, those challenging situations come up and you're called upon?
Yeah.
Okay.
It happens a lot. I've been, my career is gone over 30 years. So if I were to sit there and say, no, that's never happened, and then I've had like a very blessed career for 30 years. But it's usually, and that's when I kind of take those breaths and understand that, like, about 15, 20 years ago was when I figured out, it's like, hold on, someone's not upset at me. They're just upset at something that happened. Like, they're angry at something that happened. I may have been a part of it, maybe something I did, but it's not, I didn't do anything in any sort of malicious way. It just happened. Okay, let's try to find a solution.
Big challenge. And it rests on you and on your shoulders. Like it's almost as if you become, you didn't sign up to be the mediator, but you usually are the outside entity that might be the voice of resolution.
Yeah, and I've like, again, my current client right now, and I've gone through a few meetings where I was just there to observe, and then after there would be tension would rise, and then I would just I would break it up by asking a question. I would just ask as an observer, it's like, oh, okay, so when you guys talk about this, is this how it kind of flows? And then what that does is it just almost switches their brains, like, hold on, now let me explain this particular thing to Jeremy so that he can understand what's going on. And normally when I've done that a few times where I've done that. I didn't really I was interested in the information, but I wanted them to shift their focus and then go back to looking at the actual problem. And I found that when you do that, everything settles down, and then they talk about the problem and they got the resolution they needed.
Without detail, full confidentiality, I'm curious what the challenge centered around. Like, can you tell us like basics?
It was, what happened was there was I guess a support ticket that was sitting there and no one touched it for a few months, and it should have been looked at. And yeah, there's a lot of people started getting angry, and there was no fault of anyone. And really what it was the fault of the actual process itself that caused that ticket to stay there. And they're trying to blame, there's a couple individuals that are blaming this one individual. And it was just one of those like, okay, it's not right, because it's making the person feel bad, and they just doing their job. So all I did was I just asked the questions like, oh, so what does that system do? Like, what caused this? Like, was it just this one client that had this issue? And then they kind of looked at me and they started answering the questions like, oh, okay, so you guys know what you got to do to fix it, right? Yep. All right, go ahead, fix it. And then that took the pressure off that individual that was responsible for managing these tickets. And it took it off a bit, and they understood that, okay, now we got to maybe change our process a little bit, our guidelines in dealing with these type of tickets, so then they won't have to run across that again.
Do you find that many times the process or the flow within a company is not really there until you start peeling the layers back? Like, some don't know. I don't know. I was supposed to do that. I don't know. I was supposed to do that. How is that supposed to work? Like, everybody is on a different page.
Yeah, and normally that happens. Like, usually, obviously, a company will have their guidelines. Like, here's our process. Boom, boom, boom. They all have their steps. But then over time, if no one reviews those steps, people will start not being malicious, but they'll find a way to make the flow easier for them, or maybe they'll skip through, or maybe there's additional work that's coming in. There's a lot of different variables that can happen. But if it's not being reviewed on a regular basis as a team, to be agreed upon as a team, if someone does one thing a little bit different, then everyone could start getting upset about it. Or sometimes you just forget about it, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we have to do this process. I've ran one client where they had to have an internal audit for their technology and for their processes for software development. Everyone they were doing their own thing, they were providing their results, but what happened was the external auditor came in and looked at what the flow was, look at the documentation. So, okay, here's your flow, boom, boom, boom. And then when they started reviewing what the work was being done, they changed the teams themselves, kind of looked at it and started changing the way they are doing things, which wasn't exactly to what the documented flow was. And they started getting dinged by the auditor saying, hey, you guys are not compliant because you're not doing what you're saying you're supposed to do. Wow. But they were still getting the results. Like, what they did was perfectly fine. Like, they weren't being malicious or creating any data issues, like for customer data or stuff like that. They just found a new way of getting to the work done and being efficient.
Is that the flow something that would go in the charter? Would you put that in there?
I think you would. No, in the charter you'd put in maybe a sentence saying, okay, we review the flow as a team, we review the flow every 2 months, or we review the flow every month. You don't want to. The charter itself is meant to be a very kind of one page, very straightforward. This is how we're going to react. This is how we're going to be as a team and how we're going to work together.
Okay.
And then that it gives that kind of the internal team processes of how they're going to get their work done.
Would you even, and I'm going on the fun side here, would you even put in there, everybody is invited to happy hour at O'Malley's every second Friday of the month. And first drink is on the company, whatever. Would that be something reasonable to put in there, or is that too fluffy, if you will?
Well, it's a team building, exercise, or going out to have a drink, or even just to go out socially outside of the office. And
sure,
you can put that in saying, yep, every 2 weeks, every second Friday, we're going to whoever's invited. Everyone's invited on the team. We're going to meet at, again, O'Malley's, and away you go.
Yeah, attendance is optional. So that's the other. So many times I've heard from people working in companies where they have to show up for certain things, and that's maybe there's a reason for it. But many times they just complain like, "Oh my God, I have to go to this thing. I don't want to." Yeah. And I guess it's an uncomfortable situation. The intent, I get it. We're trying to bring people together. But then sometimes the employees maybe not on board. What do you do in that situation? Final thought here. I guess company holiday parties are different, where it's more of a respect thing to show up. Where do you force employees to do things that is really maybe not a part of their job?
For me personally, and for the teams I've managed, and the teams and the clients I work with, you don't force it. Everyone should be like, unless it's like a very formal, to say a town hall. Okay, everyone have to go to a town hall. But if it's something that is kind of outside of the work environment, again, like a Christmas party, or again, like every second week going to O'Malley's and like that, people should feel comfortable that, hey, if I don't want to go, I don't have to. Mm-hmm. If I can't go, I don't feel guilty or trying to rush, because all of us have lives outside of work. And I think it's giving the respect for that, saying, hey, okay, you have to pick up your kids after you go work from school. Completely get it. I'm not going to force you to go to a bar, right? And you're going to stress out or have to figure out how to get a ride in. So,
gotcha. Appreciate your transparency and your honesty, and even the examples from the companies that you work with. If somebody wants to change it up at their company, see more of a cohesive team, maybe more profits, get this all together, how do they reach out to you, Jeremy?
They can reach out to me through our website at berrioandassociates.com. So BERRIAULT and associates, all one word, .com. You can also reach out to me through my phone at 416-209-4198.
Great having you here. I love all the things that we talk about. It's so relatable to any company, big or small, and a lot of stuff that they have to figure out how to get through, and sometimes don't. And that's where you step in. Thanks for being here again.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Same. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We've all got stuff going on. We've all got problems, call them challenges. It's part of life. Let's look at that in terms of them being solutions to your life. Kind of reframe it. We're going to look at that through the eyes of somebody who does energy work, psychic healing, and so much more. She's an amazing artist as well. Sarah Lovett is back with us. Hey, Sarah, how you doing?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, it's great having you back here. And yeah, a lot of us sometimes think of these things that crop up, the challenge that is before us, even before we get into the part about there being solutions for them. Are they happening for a reason? All these things that pop up?
Well, they're happening because there's some kind of an energetic block or an energetic charge in our bodies. Usually we hold we hold things in our bodies, right? So there's an energetic charge in our energy field or in our body, and it's either an agreement that we haven't yet stepped into, right? It's like it's pushing us to step into it, or it's something that we have planned to do, right, and are working on, but could be doing better. Finding those things is not a mystery. Like they come up, we bump up against them every day, right? We're constantly dealing with our problems and our issues. People are telling us we have problems sometimes, right?
Many of us go into the victim mode.
I know, or onto the defensive, right? The minute someone talks to us and says, you got a problem, but if we can turn inward, if we can be with that experience and go, okay, this is my problem. Where is it really coming from? Is there often our problems are a pattern that helps us to understand ourselves more deeply or to develop in a particular way, right? We find the problems that we need in order to push us in a particular direction. So if you're an outsider, you're always an outsider. You felt rejected by your family, or you didn't feel like you were part of like you were an outsider looking in, then maybe, and you probably got some harsh treatment to make you into that person that is an outsider. Like you picked up on something that didn't sync well with you or didn't appeal to you very much or hurt you, right? And so it made you step back and see the world from a different perspective, right? As an outsider, you're observing maybe more than you're participating, or you're participating in certain kinds of activities and not others. And I feel like we find the things that we need in order to develop. So being an outsider might really mean that you're an independent thinker, or that you have to choose your own path or be really clear. Sometimes when we have a specific wound, it's like that is the very thing that we need to be the most clear on. It's almost like giving you the opposite picture, the thing that's lacking in your life, like I wasn't loved enough. Oh, well, then you really need to work on loving yourself, figuring out what your relationship to love is. And we often do that naturally. Love is, one of the most foundational issues, right, of being human.
Well, isn't it the thing that we all want? Everybody wants to be loved, and it's the highest energetic vibration there is, right?
It can be. I mean, as long as it's clear, and it's kind of pure in its truth, right? If it's really true for you. I mean, there are different kinds of love, I suppose.
So what do you do when you're confronted with a challenge? It's before you're looking at it saying, how am I going to deal with that? Wow, mountain in front of me. What do you do?
Well, one of the first things that you might do is sit down and be with the mountain. It's like, oh, what is this mountain? Look at it from a different perspective. Can I be open and curious about the mountain? Because often we're already on the defensive, like this is a problem. But if you can look at your problem as, oh, this is a challenge, right? Challenges have better energy than problems because we've stepped into the idea of taking it on as something that we can handle or learn to grow from.
Do you believe there's a lesson in everything? Everything that's going on, it's for us to really learn something.
I said, yeah, I think so. I mean, I think we can be. Some of it's attitude, that old saying that attitude is something that we can always change, right? You can always have a better attitude. And attitude is kind of like character building. And how you choose to build your character is a part of your spiritual growth, right? It's fundamental, really. So when you take that perspective of, oh, what is the character growth that I'm developing from this? It might not be fun or easy sometimes, right? It doesn't automatically become a fun thing, but it can be fun, it can be enjoyable if we step into it. In a way, when we step into our truth, right, where we need to grow, and we become more into alignment with what we're choosing, right? We become more into alignment with our growth, with our purpose. And when we're in alignment with our purpose, then the universe sort of conspires to support us. It's like it can give us everything that it has. And if we're fighting it, it can't help us. It can't help us move through that and grow.
Do you believe that when things repeat themselves, let's say somebody gets into a relationship with somebody, doesn't really support them, then the next relationship, it's kind of the same. Next one, it's kind of the same again. And somebody looks at it and says, well, why do I keep picking these same people? What's going on here? Is it because there's a lesson to be learned? And unless we learn it, we're just going to keep repeating?
Well, it's because there's a pattern. I mean, that is a pattern. And often those patterns are things that we learned in childhood. They're beliefs that we've picked up somehow. They're also probably showing us our area of growth in some way. But the problems that we pick up when we're children is that imprinting that we do with our parents. The very first person you imprint with is usually your mother. What does she think about money, love, relationships, housekeeping, whatever it is? You learn from them. So you imprint your moms. If your mom has a bad attitude or a problem, or even short-term problems, right? If we're an infant and we're imprinting at that moment, because I don't know if having a baby is easy for anyone, right? It's a big transformation. Some people are better prepared. Some people move more quickly. Some people take a long time to figure it out. Some people are working out their own wounds on their children, right? So our experience as an infant imprints on us, whatever it is, and we pick up these patterns that are our challenges to work through, really. But when we suddenly understand, so what I like to do is we sit with that problem. So you have this pattern, you sit with it. And then I like to look in the body. Where do I get, where does my body crack? Where does my body get tight? Where does my body, get tense when I think about this problem? So it's usually associated with the chakras. So if your heart or your throat, often we have like a throat block, right? You suddenly you start coughing or just get tight in your throat. And then I like to say, well, when did I pick this up? When did I first feel this? If the very first time you felt it was, well, I usually just say, think of a number. What number comes up for you when you first think about, when you go into your throat and feel it and just be with it? Is there an age that comes up? So we start looking for when we might have picked up that feeling first, like that's the imprint, right? So we try and go to the earliest time that we picked it up. It might be that we get that something else has a higher charge on it, like that feeling has a big charge from when you're in high school. So we go there, whatever time we picked it up. Sometimes we have multiple imprints, right? Or places where it played out and kind of hit us more strongly than others, right? So we look at what age, and then we kind of start looking at who were we around at that time? Who did I pick that up from? When they're infants or childhood, sometimes it's just a feeling. When we're a little older, it could be a particular date, a particular birthday party, something that happened, some specific, a trip. I've seen people who are triggered by a trip, with their father, and it was not what they wanted. And so they went into this trauma around it. So once we find the trauma, and then we go, oh, what was that other person that we were with? What was their attitude? What were they thinking? What was their emotion around that? And suddenly we often find that the emotion that we're playing out is their emotion. And that makes it so much easier to release. As soon as you realize, oh, that's not even my stuff, then you're like, oh yeah, I can let go of it. Until then, it's a big story and we're holding on to it and we're trying to figure out reasons why we're feeling that way.
Wow. That, for a lot of us, that's going to be the light bulb that goes on. When you realize that you're acting on somebody else's emotions, challenges. Like, for example, let's say that your mom had a lot of anxiety. Go hypothetical here. And then later in life, you find yourself with a lot of anxiety and then think, well, it's probably hereditary. It's probably, but is it really?
We often think that. I think that it's hereditary. I think diseases sometimes are emotional energy patterns too.
I totally.
I remember dating a guy who said he had beautiful curly blonde hair, and he said, well, don't get used to it because every man in our family loses their hair by the age of 30. And I'm like, well, there's a family imprint. That's
right.
It
exactly.
might be true. It might be true, but it
Maybe.
could be different too.
But they always say that the majority of the stuff we deal with health-wise is genetic. But the more you look at it, it really is only, and I forget the percentage, it's only like 30%, 20 something percent.
Or less, maybe even.
Or less. Yeah.
Like 17% or something like that. Yeah. And I think a lot of it is this family energetic imprints. Or families, like our family history comes with us. And not only the bad stuff, the good stuff comes with us too. Like, for instance, when you start looking into your history, you might find that you're descended from craftsmen of some kind. And naturally, everyone in your family is creative. This is my family. They come from a craftsman background. They were builders and creators. And everybody in the family, and then they're artists, and then so it's kind of native, it's our native environment. So there's that. And that can be good. It can be a sign of where you might need to go, and you're like, embrace it instead of rejecting it in your own way.
Do you believe in past lives?
I do. Yeah, I do. I mean, there are two different ways to look at past lives. One is we lived this life and we had this experience, and sometimes we carry the good things, our talents and skills that we gained from the past life. So we have a certain support system that we created and are bringing with us, but we also have traumas. So past lives that come up are either these beautiful skills that we've created, or they're the traumas that we haven't resolved. The other way to look at past lives is it's an energy that you're picking up from the past, and you're carrying the vibration of a certain person. So you're tapping into a certain kind of energy, a certain life, the pattern that someone else lived, and you've chosen to embody that in some way. So I feel like you could do either or both, maybe.
I want to share this because it ties into what we're talking about, but I've always had an affinity for the 1800s. I just love, I love looking at pictures. I love looking at the clothes, and there was photography toward the end of of that century. So now you can see it, but I like the 1800s for the simplicity, a little bit of technology, but not too much. So I find out recently that I'm Lithuanian. I didn't even know I was ancestry, right? So yeah, pretty larger degree than I would ever even imagine. And then I had a genealogist offer to look at my background. And it turns out that my father's father came from Lithuania, and he was a tailor and worked his butt off and made his way to New York City and was able to buy his family a place to live. But the whole, like, I love looking at the clothes and like, how did they even do that back then? And the guy was my, great, he was a tailor. I think there's something there. Maybe in a past life I was in the 1800s. I don't know.
And or maybe in a past life you were a tailor, like you pick those things up.
I
Those
don't know.
kind of craftsmanship things, right, can be a part of our history. Or maybe we're totally into, the new technology, and we came into the world with an intention to grow this part of the world too. So we can be forward thinking as well. I'm going to take my creative skills and I'm going to apply it to this new technology.
Right.
So it's not that we're stuck in the past, but it can give us some special talents that are just kind of natural to us.
So it sounds like your jury is out on past lives.
Yeah, I feel like my past lives have, I've had dreams and I've had some past life regressions, and they have always made a lot of sense to me.
Okay. Yeah.
They have a relationship to what I'm experiencing now, and healing them. Like if it was a bad past life, I can't say any life is bad, but if it was a life that ended badly, often our traumas are bad lives that ended badly. We didn't have time to process them or clear them, or a life where we got stuck in a very restricted or limited situation. We tend to have a lot of emotion caught up in for a long period of time. So it's like a repeated trauma. Those things stick with us and we have to clear them. And, we have to get over them somehow.
What's the first step for somebody if they feel like they are somewhat stuck and things aren't moving forward? How do they confront that?
Well, one way is just to be with it. Like as we were saying, kind of look and see and be open and curious. What is it that I came? You could do genealogy, and that can be like getting the story on your family can be interesting and helpful. It can just kind of confirm a lot of things that maybe are happening. I would say if there's trauma, working that out is important. It wouldn't be coming through if it wasn't something that you could work on, or that you need to work on, right? So if you're experiencing something really difficult and it's making a mess of your life, you have to look at it, right? It's forcing you to look at it, really. And it tends to, according to the law of attraction, it gets bigger and bigger as you push it away. So you're putting energy into it by pushing it away. I don't want to see this. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want anything to do with those people or that person, whatever that is. You're actually putting energy into it. So one of the first things I like to do is to pull all my energy out of the problem. Like what happens when I just say, okay, I'm just going to energetically pull back from the problem, giving it space, right, to just be what it is. Because often we have a lot of beliefs, emotions around the problem. How do we manage the problem, right? There's all that. So all of that, we pull all of that out. That can be good for projects too. If you're working on a big project, you have a lot of energy caught up in it. You pull all of your energy out, and then all of a sudden, number one, you see how much energy you're putting into something, which could be good, but you also can give it space to breathe, and maybe even space for someone else to be helpful, right? Like in a relationship, we tend to get enmeshed with other people who we're in one-on-one intimate relationships with. We get really tuned in. We finish their sentences, etc. We start to look like them sometimes. And every day, it's a good idea to sit down and meditate and pull all of your energy out of their space and give them all of their energy back, because it creates more space for the relationship, creates better space for communication, because you're not projecting yourself onto them. In a way, we are always interacting and exchanging energy. And if we can, for a moment, during our day, sit back and pull all of our energy back out, just get to know your own energy again, and give them space to know their own energy, then you start to see them for who they are, and they start to see you for who you are. Maybe we value each other more that way. just opens up space.
It's almost as if you're wiping the slate, just momentarily if you need to, and energetically wiping the slate.
Yeah. So then there's like a clean start, I guess, or you just recognize the foundation of what that was to begin with. Sometimes it happens when people separate, right? It's like they're all caught up in each other's space. Then finally they separate and they clear, if they can, it takes a while sometimes, clean their energy out, pull all your energy back, stop being angry, story gets shorter. And then you suddenly go, oh, well, I guess we can get along again. We can work things out because we're not in each other's space trying with our judgments and our patterns and our pictures of who this person is or how they hurt me. Or sometimes we hold people accountable, right? When you're holding someone accountable for hurting you, I call it a hostage situation. I think we're holding someone's energy hostage until you do this or do that or step up or whatever it is we want them to do. I'm not gonna, it's like a stubborn, I'm not gonna help you, or I'm not gonna be there for you, or, you're sleeping on the couch or whatever that is. And when we're holding someone's energy hostage, well, they don't have that energy to heal themselves. They probably don't recognize as much what the issue is because it gets kind of muddy. And we're also managing someone else's energy, and it's energy that we don't like very much. So we're holding this negative little bit of energy in our space, and it's not making us happy with that person. It's not going to help resolve the situation. So releasing other people's energy is a skill for sure. Valuable.
Yeah. And does it also come into under the same category of forgiveness? Like this scenario you gave, it kind of sounds like that.
Yeah. I think forgiveness is largely for ourselves. When we forgive, then we can release their energy, right? Oh, I don't have to hold their energy anymore in my space. It gives you a big old release, a relief of having to manage something that was painful in the same way, right? You don't have to manage their energy. If they did something wrong, well, yeah, they did something wrong. Or if you feel guilty, and that's another whole story, but you can release a lot of that and see it more clearly. I mean, the whole idea is that when you release other people's energy from your space, you're dealing with your own problems, not with someone else's and your own.
Yeah, and we hang on to it like we're I'll get them.
Right. And how is that helping you?
Yeah, they've already moved on. They don't care, but I know it's not easy. I totally get that. It's challenging. And then that's just the forgiveness aspect. When you think about that, you're holding that energy as well. It just even makes it harder.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because it's something else that you're managing.
Right.
And it's not yours and you don't like it. You already didn't like it, or you wouldn't have been holding it. I feel like forgiveness is releasing other people's energy from your space. I don't think that we teach that very much in our society, is how to let go.
Right.
How to peacefully move on. And I think making separations, it is a key. It's something that we need to learn.
I completely agree with you. And we come from a society, maybe it's media, TV, movies, I don't know, of getting them back. I'm going to get them back.
The whole concept of good and evil is really a modern concept. Fairy tales, if you look at fairy tales, they're not about that person was an evil person. That person was not that bright sometimes, or didn't have a lot, wasn't very savvy, or was greedy, but they don't call them evil. Like they're just somebody who has a bad attitude.
Interesting way to look at it. And it kind of releases a lot, to say, yeah, they're just not so bright. That's because if they were, they wouldn't have done what they did. So yeah, I feel bad for them. Yeah.
Learning curve. Right.
I kind of like that. I'm going to go with that. It kind of tempers the negativity and puts it into understanding to take away the negative and puts that person more in a position, the person that did you wrong, more of a position of feel bad for them, really?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't respond to you in the way that you need somehow.
Yeah, because you're an idiot. But anyway, I'm kidding.
Well, evil's a really big, heavy, like boulder
Oh.
that we're sort of carrying around. And I don't think we have to. I think we
No.
can put it down. I think we can go, well, where can I do some good in the world? Where can I help? And maybe it's only in your community. Maybe we all have world influence right now all over the place, right? Nothing can happen in the world without a big portion of it knowing about it.
For sure.
And that's a really different burden than humans have carried in the past.
Love our talk today in terms of the perspective and going a little bit deeper and the understanding about a lot of this stuff. Sarah, how do we connect with you? Somebody's got a question, wants to learn more about what you do. How do they do that?
Lovettarts.com is my website. It's Lovett, Sarah Lovett, LOVETTARTS.com.
Awesome. Great talking with you today. Glad we did the video was fun. Like, I feel like I know you more just by doing that. Yeah, great topic. And looking forward next time we get together.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Coming right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are again joined by Megan Coy. Excited to have her here from Davenport, Iowa, and all the work she does with the Wellness Nook. And want to point out, she's a registered biodynamic craniosacral therapist, licensed massage therapist, registered yoga teacher, and also the owner of the company, and so much more. So welcome back today, Megan. How are you?
I'm doing good today. Thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic, and great to see you here live on the Zoomcast as well. And for those that may not know who Miss Coy is, would you mind just telling us a little about what the Wellness Nook is all about and some of the services you provide?
Sure. The Wellness Nook is my healing arts business. I think of it as a cozy, welcoming space to provide a safe space for healing. I offer therapeutic massage, biodynamic craniosacral therapy. I do Thai body work with a mixture of restorative yoga poses. I focus as well on prenatal and postnatal treatments for mothers and newborns. And I also have a variety of therapeutic add-ons that I do in sessions. I don't think of every session as a one-size-fits-all sort of thing. So I have a lot of tools and techniques that I like to incorporate that may enhance the healing potential in a session. Some of those are natural facial techniques, cupping therapy, abdominal chi massage to check in with the internal organs a little bit more. Hot stones is such a nice, warming, relaxing thing to add as well. And I do in-person sessions. I do also offer long-distance sessions for the cranial sacral work and one-on-one yoga therapy yoga sessions as well.
Great. Well, thank you for sharing that. And how do we contact you?
My website is definitely a great resource and way to find out more information and contact info, and that's thewellnessnookqc.com. I also have my email, which is info@thewellnessnookqc. Instagram account is @thewellnessnookqc, and Facebook, The Wellness Nook.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. And what did you have in mind for our listeners today?
I thought today I would maybe talk a little bit more about what body work is. I think it's kind of a term that is an umbrella for many different things. Maybe just getting a grasp a little bit more on what that means when someone says that they do body work. And then I just kind of wanted to share a little bit of my journey with the bodywork path that I've been on. And more specifically, I haven't talked yet in our sessions about the Thai massage or Thai body work that I offer and just how it's evolved over the years in my own practice, thanks to other influences, and offering these sessions that I think really are incorporate different things that are Thai massage, but also a little bit of extra things going on as well. So I'd share that. First off, bodywork itself is a term for natural therapies. It's a broad term that encompasses a variety of techniques that are used to manipulate the soft tissue in the body. And so some of the more popular forms of bodywork that you hear about are massage, acupuncture, and chiropractic care. And those are so different from each other, yet they do their own things to help heal the body by actually doing some sort of physical manipulation, whatever that may look like. But the goal of all of those is to help relieve pain, improve circulation, and promote relaxation in the body. They can help with correcting structural imbalances, or releasing endorphins, helping with stress relief. The goal as well for all of them is a combination of helping to bring a sense of relaxation and peace to the body, but also the mind. And Thai massage falls under this term of body work as well. And I've been a yoga teacher for many years. Gosh, my training was back in 2008. And that was kind of the first healing arts modality that I dove into, and I just love the philosophy behind yoga. And just through teaching it through the years, it's just a continuous learning process. And so eventually, when I knew I was going to be going to school for bodywork, I knew that when I was done with that massage training that I wanted to train in Thai massage pretty much right away afterwards, because of its connection that it has with yoga. Thai massage is sometimes termed lazy person's yoga, just because you get to lay there and relax, and someone is actually taking your body and putting you into these nice stretches, and you just get to receive and lay there and actually kind of get to go a little bit deeper into these stretches than you would normally get to on your own, just with that assistance of someone else helping you. So anyways, after I was done with my massage school, I found a place to train in Thai massage in the Denver, Colorado area with the Institute of Thai Massage is what it was called. And I did 2 trainings right away, level 1 and level 2. And my teachers were awesome. It was a husband and wife team who had been teaching for a long time, at least over a decade. They'd been to Thailand several times, and they really embodied the tradition of Thai massage. And if someone's not familiar with what Thai massage directly entails, just a little history of it is that it's been a part of the Thai medical system for well, it dates back to about 2,500 years ago. I guess a physician that was also the physician to the Buddha back in the day came up with these certain stretches and techniques to kind of help complement other medical things that they did to keep a person's system healthy. And over the years, it's been influenced by different healing and medical systems from India and China and different parts of Southeast Asia. And it's now so ingrained. I don't know if you've been to Thailand before.
No, but I've heard so many amazing stories, and I would love to hear more because that's on my bucket list for sure.
Yeah. After my training in Denver, probably I think the next year, I not convince him, but I wanted to go to Thailand and actually do some training as well and just experience the country because I was just really loving the work and really loving the connection of not just the physical part of doing Thai massage, but also the spiritual connection that they have with with everything that they do, but combining, a sense of spirituality with your medicine and your healthcare. I thought was awesome. And I would love to experience that in person. So we spent 6 weeks in Thailand. And I did a couple of trainings in northern Thailand. But anywhere that you go in the country, there's just Thai massage, Thai body work. It's offered on just every street corner, on every block. It's just so integrated into their culture that, Thai people go and receive it, once a week or more. I don't even really know, but it is just such a big part of their way of living there. And I just think that is so amazing because that's not necessarily how it is here in the US. We kind of think of our healthcare as having to go to a doctor most of the time and finding out, what's wrong with you or if you are healthy. But there, it's definitely a part of just a maintenance of keeping a healthy system. And so I did this 2 beautiful trainings in Chiang Mai, in northern Thailand, with this school called Blue Lotus. And one of them was called Dynamic Rocking Thai Massage. And it's become kind of this newer thing to incorporate into Thai massage. Traditional Thai massage includes, traditionally in Thai medicine, sessions are like 2 hours or longer. Here, that's been kind of scaled back to maybe an hour to 90 minutes of Thai massage here in the West, but it incorporates the person laying on a mat, fully clothed in comfortable clothing, and the practitioner is centering into themselves and into the clients, and then doing these assisted stretches, yoga-like stretches, or even going into different yoga poses and then helping to assist in doing some stretches during that. And then there's also a lot of work with acupressure. So following what in Thai massage, they are these energy lines that run through the body called Sen lines. And they're these invisible energy lines that relate very closely to meridian lines in Chinese medicine. But essentially you're doing these acupressure points along these lines, along the major parts of the body, the arms, the legs, the inside, the outsides of those, through the head, the chest, even down into the abdomen. And the theory of working these lines is you're helping to clear out any energetic blockages that the body may have, helping imbalances, disease, toxins to start to move through and out of the body. There's also a lot of work on the joints, joint compression work, and helping to improve flexibility with the whole session. It's also known to help bring a sense of strength into the muscles and also to help promote relaxation and well-being. And so it's just when I first received Thai massage, I loved it and really.
What is Thai massage? Could you just share a little bit more about the specifics of what it is? I've never had one.
Yeah. Oh, and I highly recommend you try it, especially if you do enjoy body work. But it's performed on the floor on a mat. I have this really comfy mat that I used. You're kind of wearing yoga clothes or comfortable clothing that you can move around in. And then you just get to relax. And then whoever the practitioner is, I'm just helping to move the body around into different stretches. I kind of work the legs first, the arms. You can turn around and I can work the back side of the body. And it's kind of using my whole body in a session. So yeah, I'm using my hands for sure, but there's also moves where I'm using my feet to help get in to different areas. And just over the years, as I've done different trainings, I just have a bunch of different stretches, things that I can do that can help work on certain areas that may need a little bit more focus. But that dynamic rocking training that I took in Thailand was a game changer for me. And that philosophy is I'm still doing the Thai massage, but I'm learning how to like rock that person's body as I'm doing it in different ways. And so it's kind of, you think of as it kind of is a little bit more, adds a level of nurturing to the session. I think of rocking as you can go all the way back into when you were in your mother's womb and we're in that fluid. And, those first 9 months of our lives, we're just kind of rocking in this water. And so it's in our system, and maybe not even realizing that when we're needing to relax a little bit more, that rocking can actually help us deepen into that relaxation. And so adding this to the Thai massage sessions to me was really great. I really resonated with it. When I got to receive it, I was like, wow, this is a whole different ball game.
Yeah, it's a different beast. This is great.
Yeah, it was great. And so I've actually found myself incorporating some of that rocking philosophy into my other therapies that I offer, into the table massage, cranial sacral work. Sometimes I will use it, even though that's a very subtle therapy where I'm just doing gentle holds on the body. Sometimes I can feel that there's an area that is pretty stuck energetically, and just making sure that person's okay with it and just doing some gentle rocking motions into that, I find very beneficial in helping. So that training helped influence the rest of my work as well. And just going to Thailand and getting to receive Thai massage all the time, I just really enjoy that work and how it's evolved. And so after that trip to Thailand, came back and was offering it my practice and really excited about it. And then fast forward, I think maybe 2 or 3 years after that, I ended up in this training in Salt Lake City, which is a few hours from where I was living, in a modality called Yo Massage. And this was with some women from Portland, Oregon, that came up with combining a gentle restorative yoga class. And while you're in these restorative yoga poses, getting really supported and then doing hands-on massage work during the class. So they're small classes so that you have time to put your hands on every person during the class. And it's a really neat thing that they did. And I was excited to take the training, and I happened to have 2 friends from my same small town I was living in the training as well. I didn't know that they were going to be taking it. So we took this training together and felt like we wanted to offer these classes back in Moab, Utah, where I was living then. And so we started offering them, and we got really good feedback, and we were doing them. And then at some point we felt like they could even be a little bit more. And because doing Thai massage, I'm like, oh, we could add in some really cool Thai stretches during these classes. And so we had to drop the Yo Massage name because that's a registered trademark, and you have to kind of do what they taught us in these classes. And we kind of evolved them into more of our own thing. So incorporating some Thai massage stretches with restorative yoga and a little bit more movement in the classes. And we just got a really, really good response with them. And then another kind of light bulb went off in my head where I was like, how could I incorporate some of this into my one-on-one sessions with Thai massage and body work? And so that led to really feeling like during Thai massage, if I could also take time for the person to get into a restorative yoga pose where they're supported with a bolster or blocks in certain places and let them hang out there for a few minutes. I can do some hands-on massage and then continue on from there. And that also got a really good response. And I think that is a good combination of doing stuff in a bodywork session. Yes, manipulating the body and the soft tissue, but also taking time for them to undo and settle into a pose and feel really supported and not feel like something has to be getting done all the time. And so that's a kind of another evolvement of what happened with those Thai sessions. So now I do call it Thai body work with restorative yoga because I feel like incorporating those poses into the bodywork sessions are extremely beneficial. And so that's kind of where I am today with offering those sessions as well.
All right. Well, thank you for that. By the way, the wellnessnookqc.com. That's the website. Got to remind everyone of that and how to reach out to you. And I know we're talking mostly today about body work, but there's also the craniosacral therapy you touched upon. There's postnatal baby care too. Really, there's a lot that you can offer. And for the rest of today's show, what else in particular do you think is important for your listeners to know? And by the way, just got to mention you're in Davenport, Iowa. So obviously a lot of these approaches, techniques are hands-on, right? But is there any that you do virtually to others anywhere else?
Yeah, so the craniosacral work can be done long distance wise. That was kind of discovered during the pandemic with a lot of craniosacral therapists and most body workers finding themselves without clients for a little while. And I think a lot of experimentation happened, and it was found that the craniosacral is just as beneficial as in person. And so I've done a lot of work with honing my skills in on the long distance craniosacral sessions as well. So that can be offered long distance through Zoom or even over the phone. And I just had a really lovely session the other day I relocated to Davenport, Iowa within the last 6 months. I moved from Utah. I grew up here in Iowa, and so moved closer back to family. And so some of my clients back in Moab, we had a great relationship and thing going. And so now I do distance sessions with them with the craniosacral work. And wow, just things that come up in those sessions are just something that would happen in person. And so it can be, I'm excited to offer that in my practice as well. And that information can be found on my website, thewellnessnookqc.com.
Yay. And just a little bit to dive into about, yourself, if you don't mind sharing. You mentioned the relocation, right? And what were you doing before this? How did you first learn about this type of modality? Would you mind sharing? Because I know you were into healing hearts for some time.
Yes. In my early 20s, when I decided to move away from Iowa, is moving out west and kind of finding my first experience in a yoga class that was in Colorado, and just really resonating with what that entails. And I had never really, I was way active in exercising and all this, but I never really considered that connection of tuning into your mind as well as your body. And so that kind of was the catapult of my interest in what healing arts is. And so I immediately took a yoga teacher training shortly after that year in Colorado, and just started teaching in what capacity that looked like. In the meantime, I was also still moving around doing seasonal work. I went back to university in Montana for environmental science. But at the same time, I was teaching yoga on the side, and really interested in massage therapy. I received massage therapy somewhat regularly since my early 20s as well, just because I was so active, and I knew that it could be a good thing to do for the body. And so I always loved receiving massage therapy. And there was a point where I was like, oh, I might be interested in doing this for work, but I just always had so much else going on. And then eventually I landed in Moab, Utah, and it was really amazing. As soon as I kind of settled in there, I was teaching yoga. I was also working on a farm, and I met some friends that were massage therapists and really encouraged me, if that was something I was interested in, to do the school that they did that wasn't too far away, but it was a little bit more flexible, where I didn't have to move somewhere to go to school for massage and come back. And so I did this training with that they recommended, and then I just opened my own business. And then it just, my interests are always evolving, and I'm always thirsting for knowledge in whatever it is that I want to be offering in my life. And so that's just led to many different trainings in yoga and body work, the cranial sacral work. I found my teacher while I was living in Moab and did a 3-year program with that, and realizing, like, yes, the body work, the manipulating physically of the body is really beneficial, important for so many things, but also subtle work and just getting to undo sometimes and just drop into stillness and help people settle their nervous systems in order for even deeper releasing and trauma to let go in a person's body, to me was really fascinating, and I find very important to do. So I'm now focusing more on that cranial sacral therapy as well as the body work, and I love it all. And you can combine those as well. Some people don't want to have the massage work, they just want the more energetic, subtle work. Some people like them both, and everyone's on their own path to healing. And so you resonate with different things at different times in your life. So I want to be able to offer all of those things at any time.
The word path, which is one of the quotes I was going to read from your website. You say, I view the path to wellness not as a straight line, but as a spiral. It is a continuous commitment of understanding and meeting your needs with compassion and grace wherever you are on the journey. I view each session together as a chance to open up new possibilities and growth on your circular path to radiant health. Love it, love it, love it. And we still got 2 more minutes left today here, so I don't want to cut you short ever. What else did you want to share about the Wellness Nook and why people should reach out? Did you want to share a story or two, or you tell me?
Yeah, I think that I would love for anyone to reach out, especially if you're in the Davenport, Iowa area, which is a part of a larger metro area called the Quad Cities. So it does encompass a little bit larger population of people. So if you are closer to Davenport and are interested in just having a conversation, reach out. I offer free 15-minute consultations just to chat about, what you're interested in or how I may be able to assist you with that. Again, the distance sessions are available, and I have many stories on things that come up in those that we've had amazing sessions, distance-wise. Energy is transmutable, and it can be tuned in from anywhere, which is just fascinating. And I would just love to connect in any way if you're resonating with anything that has been talked about today or any of the previous episodes.
Oh, my goodness. Well, thank you. By the way, Mallory says she's been going to you for years. You've done a great job of making her feel better all around, but most importantly with helping her regulate the seizures she has since a car accident. And that was over 20 years ago. So whatever you're doing for her, particular, she's gracious for. Massage therapy from Susan Bafico and biodynamic craniosacral practice sessions she's been going to for years. Loves all these different modalities and all the things you incorporate into each sessions. And they say you're very grounded, calm, and you have the most healing hands. So compliments to you. And thank you again for being here. So the wellnessnookqc.com is that the best way we can reach you?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for being here. Always a pleasure having you. And thank you for sharing more about body work today. Always appreciated and enjoy your week.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And welcome back, everybody. We're talking with an amazing interior designer today. And not only does she handle her home base, but she travels all over the place. She's like the woman in demand when it comes to all of these great designs. We're going to look at some of them today and go a little bit deeper into the process, the thought behind them. Laura Sullivan joins us on the program. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming back here. I love looking at these projects. I have them on the screen over there. That's why I'm looking to that side. But you're based in the Vegas area. Your company, My Favorite Design. But you're going all over the place, typically. Yes. Do you physically travel, number one? And number two, does it start with a Zoom, prior? Do you work with the client that way? What's the process when somebody's not in the Vegas area?
Well, we start with an initial phone call, and what takes us to different states, and we've seen more and more of that especially in the last several years. Some of them are for past clients. Our clients here in Las Vegas, they might have a vacation home in a different state, and then we've been asked to come over and take care of that for them. Sometimes it's complete strangers. They find us, they look on our website, our house website, or myfavoritedesign.net, our Instagram page. They see our projects. They get a little inspired. It starts with an initial phone call, and then we take it from there. So it's not necessarily someone that we've known for a long time, but I would say that the majority of our last several projects have been just that, for people that we've done several homes for. We finished their home here in Las Vegas, and then we're seeing a lot of people come from California to Las Vegas and vice versa. And a lot of the people from Las Vegas are moving to different states. In the past year, I've had several clients that one in particular moved to Tennessee, starting her business there. She has a home that we've done for her in Los Angeles, several homes here in Las Vegas, and then she asked us to come out to Tennessee to do a beautiful rustic farmhouse chic, is what I would call it, home in Tennessee. So that was exciting. Wow. So we do travel, and we don't necessarily have to know the people that we're traveling with, because we are a one-stop shop, and we'll do everything in-house here in Las Vegas. I'll make all the arrangements, do the shopping and the prior arrangements, and then we fly to the home. And sometimes we'll see it for the first time. I just got back from Utah last week.
So how about, let's go to California. Yeah, I know you've done a really cool project on your website for California. What's this one called?
This is in Palos Verdes Estates, which is a gorgeous spot in California. It's on a hilltop about 15 minutes from the beautiful Southern California beaches. And it's just a lovely area. It's a really kind of a unknown gem, a little pocket, and it's just gorgeous. So the homes there were built in the 1920s. And so that's very specific in the style. They have a lot of requirements. And so when we do an out-of-state project, such as something in California, we don't do any remodel out of state. We only do decorating and whether it's wallpaper and furniture, accessories, we put the home on the interior together for the clients, but we don't knock down walls and do any remodeling outside of Las Vegas.
Gotcha. Okay. But can you direct somebody on that? For example, would you say you could be in California and say, this is not a load bearing wall. Might want to get rid of it to open things up, and then they would take care of it.
Absolutely. Yes, we could definitely do that. But I like to take the people that we've worked with. We've been in business for 17 years, and I don't veer from them. So if I need to do interior painting or wallpaper installation, drapery installation, I will actually fly my people out to that state.
Oh, wow.
So there's only been a few times that we've gone to like a local person for their assistance, and that's just because of maybe it's a time restraint or it didn't coordinate with what we needed at the time. But usually I've got plenty of advance notice, and I take my people out with us. So we go as a team and we get it done very quickly.
So this project in California, what was the goal, the end goal? What were they looking for?
Just to enhance it was remodeled during COVID and then sold very quickly thereafter. And they did a beautiful job. The homeowner did a really lovely job in remodeling the kitchen and the bathrooms. So really, we just had to enhance what was already there. So bringing in the furniture, it's just kind of a coastal, relaxed vibe. Some of the pictures on the website, I'm actually going out there next week to take some professional photographs again of that particular home, because we've kind of evolved. It was a quick fix for the homeowner at the time. Just their suggestion was, could we just bring in some furniture, make it comfortable for us, and then let's think about what it is we want to permanently add. And so a lot of the furniture was sourced locally, like through Pottery Barn and big box stores that we can get furniture items quickly. But they had some really pretty wallpaper. So from Serene and Lily, it's very coastally. Their color scheme was, they have a beautiful yellow door in the front, and inside it's lovely. It's all blue and white. So it's just very nice, serene, pretty relaxed. It's just a cute little house. I mean,
it really is. Yeah. It's not huge, but there's a certain element of charm with this house. And my finger's not on it yet, but I look at it, and even just from the outside in, unique fence, almost like a farmhousey feel, but it's not a farmhouse. But yeah, just overall, and just a nice vibe inside there. And you picked up, the yellow door, but it also translates. Yellow seems to be their jam. I mean, that wallpaper has yellow. You picked it up in some pillows, right?
Yeah, and just pick it up with some furniture and some, blankets. But we did everything turnkey, and that was a fun project because we sourced everything out before we got there, and our delivery guys transported everything from Las Vegas. Actually, we didn't get anything delivered there locally. We actually purchased everything here. I had a moving company follow me out, and we literally put the house together in about we started at 10 o'clock in the morning. And we were completely furnished, artwork up, furniture in place, rugs down, beds made, towels in the, bathrooms, and turnkey by 3:30. We were done.
I'll give you my address.
Yeah, I'd love to. That's really fun. I mean, I think it's exciting and it's fun. And People think we're absolutely nuts for doing things so quickly, but I think what they don't see is all the hard work that goes in ahead of time. It's really important to be organized, and we are like ultra organized. We have everything
Totally.
out ahead of time.
Totally. Shame on those people that say, "Well, I was only there for 6 hours." Okay, look at an NBA game. The game. How long does that last? And what went into the player and the practicing and the everything? We're talking years. It could even be for that one playoff game.
Yeah.
In the backyard, and just final questions on this project, and then we're going to hit up another one. I'm loving the table, which is gray, but it's like a half circle, a half round. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like a sculpture. It almost looks like, but it's a very functional table.
It's actually a fire pit. So what
Oh,
you don't,
wait, let me see
yeah,
that.
it's a fire pit. So it's
All right, how does that work as a fire pit? Because there's this white thing on top of it that looks like another sculpture, almost like a interesting looking shell, but a big shell.
Yeah,
What's going
so
on?
you can just take that off, and it's a propane tank that we have hidden. So it's really just it's not a gas fireplace. It's just decorative, and it was pretty. And we just try to find elements. We don't need a lot. This house isn't particularly large. It has everything that the client needs. And so you have to be very selective in what goes into the home. And the important thing to keep in mind is like pick a color that you love. Maybe it's an accent color, and stick and go with that throughout the house, because that's what makes it consistent. So in this particular house, we added some really beautiful draperies and shades and things that it needed because it didn't have. The wallpaper was there. It was fantastic. The flooring was there. It was done prior to us arriving. The paint was very nice and neutral. So all we had to do was just add to it, so our primary color, believe it or not, is white, and then we just added some blues and touches of yellow. And consistent, it's nice,
Well,
and it's all the way. It's from the second you walk into the backyard.
this
And
is
that's
like we're going to call this learn from Laura. Learn from Laura. So that's one of your secret sauce tips. Keep a common theme color going through, and obviously yellow. It's amazing how gray and yellow look really great together. There's some combinations that just, at least me personally, I want to ask you while we're outside in this California project, outdoor rug. I've had them before. I struggle with the durability, keeping them clean. A couple of years into an outdoor rug, and maybe I don't know if there's a shelf life on them, but I was out there scrubbing the rug, hopefully getting it a little cleaner looking. What's the expectation? What's your thoughts on them?
So the lady that I have that does all of our construction clean, so she does when we finish a remodeling a home, we always have the home cleaned professionally before we move any of the pretty stuff in. And her secret weapon is Dawn soap, equal parts with water and white vinegar. So that's what she adds, and she cleans windows with that. And newspapers. For the rugs, if it's all white, you add a little borax to it in your mix, and that really brings out it revives everything. Like if you were throwing white towels in the wash, for example, if you put a little borax with your detergent, it really comes out fluffy and extra white. So that's the secret. That's what we use.
Cool. And I got to believe the vinegar is something that would take care of any kind of mold that's on your rug. Because I don't know. I don't know if anybody's not had a mold situation. Good for you. Congratulations. But it's minimal, but it's there, and it changes the color. And even the rug that I'm referring to outdoor, it's blocked a little bit by some shade, but it's still, gets a decent amount of sunlight, but still you're going to have mold on it.
Yeah. So you have to just it's really difficult to keep up with outdoor products because just the elements itself. For like the Palos Verdes house example, it's very misty in the mornings there and in the evenings. And so all the furniture we had covered in white upholstered pieces, and that's outdoor graded. But we did have a little bit of an issue there for a while, and the homeowner said, gosh, I noticed a little bit of mold happening, and we had them take off the covers and then wash it with what I just suggested, and it came back to life. So
Awesome. Shall we travel to Nashville?
sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
So this project, tell everybody what we're digging into right now.
So the client that I was referring to before, she is moving part of her business to Nashville. She's in the music industry, and which was interesting. I had never been to Nashville before, neither had Jordan. Jordan is our social media director, and she and I looked at this brand new, almost 6,000 square foot home, and it just was. It's black. Number one, it's black on the exterior, which is odd. You don't really see that in Tennessee, but what we discovered is the client sent us photographs of the home that she had just had built. And the builder is kind of prominent out there. And he's, you have these gorgeous Tennessee, very old fashioned Georgian style homes, things that you would see like, Graceland, right? Pillars out front and brick. And then all of a sudden you have these modern farmhouses popping up all over. And it's the same builder. And it's either a white combination exterior or it's a black home. And so we had never been to Tennessee. So what we did was we looked at the photographs that the client sent, the layout of the home. It was just, the interior was just a blank slate. It was just white. No personality, nothing. So Jordan and I flew out there to take a good look at, just to walk the property, get a good sense of what it was. When we came back, we decided, the best thing to do for that pop some personality there is wallpaper. Wallpaper is, it transforms a space. We don't need to paint. We bring our wallpaper installer with us, which we did. And it's sensational. We, a shout out to Tebow, that's our wallpaper company that we really predominantly highlighted in this particular home, because they have all sorts of wallpaper. It's very casual to glamorous. These people had a piano room, which one of their clients, I don't know if I could say her name, but she's pretty famous in the country world, and she's friends with the client. So the client wanted a special piano room for this one client. And she says, all it's going to have is a piano in there for her to just come, and we can, sit around the piano and sing. And I may not be highlighted in the actual photographs, but it's just a white piano room. And we did this really glamorous, swanky wallpaper for that particular room. And then the rest of it is just, a modern farmhouse. The laundry room has peacocks of all things. It's a gray and kind of muted, very, very bold wallpaper in the mudroom to kind of match the built-ins that she had. The bedrooms have, more subdued, maybe it's a grass cloth. The upstairs is in the hallway. We had, white and gray large stripes, which people don't usually put on their walls, or they're afraid to use large patterns. But it's such a big house that it was fun. And the client was great. She gave us the freedom to do basically whatever we wanted to. We did meet with her in person and show her the wallpapers and say, this is what we're thinking. These are the drapes that we're going to make ahead of time. This is the furniture we're going to purchase. And we literally did it. We went back to Tennessee, stayed at the house, put up our vendors at a hotel, and we cranked that project out. It was fun. We did it in 4 days, but we could have come home a day earlier. Because when you're doing the work and the clients aren't living there, it goes super fast. It just flies.
It is the wallpaper's a thing now. And I believe in one picture, was the piano black? I thought you said white. I'm not sure.
Oh, the piano's black, but the room is like cathedral ceilings, and the white wallpaper had glass on it. And it's gorgeous. I mean, it's really beautiful. In person, the pictures sometimes don't do it justice because it is kind of a wow factor. So that was fun. It was really fun.
I'm looking at it now, and the focus is not on the room; it's on the wallpaper, so it's a closer shot. But it's best description, kind of swirly, but just very. It's not in your face. There is some wallpaper that could be a little bit more in your face, but what an interesting selection. Let me go back to that picture right now. Okay, here we go. I'm not sure if this is a bedroom or what, but it's very gray, dark gray, pops of like a beigey kind of goldy color. Very flowery. What is that? And where is that?
Yeah, that's the mud room. So everybody comes in through the garage in Tennessee, and they had some built-ins, and it's actually up close. It is a Tebow product, and it's peacocks. If you look at the pattern closely, they're actually peacocks. They're camouflaged, but they're really beautiful. And I think part of that is that we had just finished our California house to tie this in. And we had noticed all the peacocks running around in the backyard in California. And we thought, oh God, those are beautiful, And when we saw this wallpaper, we just thought, well, no one really can make it out, but we like the colors. That was kind of a bold step for our client because she really doesn't, it's not her comfort, A lot of the clients that we have that are, if they're accountants or they're bankers,
think we may have lost her video. Oh, there you're back. You froze for a moment. Yeah. So
Okay.
you were accountants, bankers,
Yeah, they tend to be more conservative and not really want to take a risk on color or patterns. And so this client is she's a businesswoman, and so we're like, listen, let's just do something fun and out of your comfort zone just for the mudroom. So she allowed us to do, she gave us a lot of liberty on the home, which was fantastic. And we were able to do draperies and furniture, and then we just went above and beyond because, she was so generous with us and just allowing us to stay at the house so that we could work day and night to get it done. Jordan and I went out and did a little extra shopping to just zhuzh up the backyard. She has a screen porch, which was fun, something that we don't usually get to do. And so we just added, we touched every single room in that house. And so when they came home, the beds were made, the towels were ready to go in the bathrooms. We even, helped with the purchasing of dishes and bowls.
Oh,
And
wow. Wow.
yeah.
You have full service. Talk about one stop shop, full service. Amazing. Yeah. I out of all the projects you've done that I'm aware of, this one really takes wallpaper to a new level because I want to say, at least in these pictures, pretty much every room features pretty much, maybe not all, wallpaper in some regards. But again, a lot of it is subtly stated. The peacock, that was different. And by the way, I appreciate that paper more in that you told me it's peacocks, because when you look at it on your screen, on a computer, you're not seeing the full effect. Maybe if I was in the room, I might have picked up on the peacocks, but so much more cool knowing that that's what it is.
Yeah.
Really.
So, we kind of laughed with our representative because when you're doing design, there's always, you build relationships with different vendors. And we have a really nice relationship with our wallpaper companies because we always give them a shout out. Why not? It's behind the scenes, like how they do this is incredible, how they design it, how they make it, fabricate it. Vahalan is another wallpaper company that we work with often, and it's all done by hand. It's incredible. It's a work of art. And but this house, we really concentrated on the Tebow brand because of the variety. Each room could look so different. The bedrooms had to be a little bit more casual, and the common areas had to be something that would be attractive to a lot of different uses. They have a lot of company that comes over, so they didn't want anything like crazy, but they were, happy. They wanted it to flow and be comfortable for everybody. And so we joke with our vendor from Tebow that we were just gonna Tebow this house to death, So we did, and it was fun, It's just really I get excited at the end, and sometimes we don't get to see the client's reaction. Like the client wasn't there while we were doing it, so it's always fun to do that. But I would really like to be present when the client actually walks through the doors for the first time. I'm going to try to make that something that I really try to do. Make sure I'm there when they are walking in for the first time, because we always get really nice thank yous, but I want to see the reaction,
Yeah, the reveal, that's half of it, especially for you to, feel what they're feeling. Moment left. I never focus on the negative, don't ever need to, but I'm kind of curious along with the process. What was your biggest challenge in this Nashville job?
Oh gosh. I I don't think we had a challenge, which was interesting because you would think we had done our homework, so we were really prepared. I think it would have been different had we not previously gone out, just a quick trip to
Okay.
just the property. Then I think it would have been super tough because that was very helpful. We took measurements, we took photographs, we looked at the area just in case, like what's our backup plan? Because we brought everything, we had everything shipped to the house. And then, obviously there's last minute runs so Jordan and I went out shopping, the last minute we had to figure out where are we going? We've never been in Nashville. So that was great, but I don't think there was any hiccups actually. We always encounter something on other projects, but on this particular one, I have to say it was pretty smooth, and it all had to do with the preparation in advance that we did.
I have to believe that it is so much better looking at the project, the home before you dig in, because you pick up on the energy. Everything to me is energy. So you go there and you get a certain vibe for it, where it's located. I mean, again, you might have drove down the street and saw a crow, a peacock, or whatever, and maybe that's native to that area. It's like, you know what? I saw peacock wallpaper. That might work, and kind of ties the whole synergy together. Super cool. Thanks for taking us on this journey. It was really interesting.
Yeah, we'd love to travel, and we'd love to help anyone that's not in our state. We're not afraid, and we're very prepared and capable of doing it. So by all means, look us up.
So how do we find you? How do we start that process?
So Instagram is a great source because a lot of people have access to that. It's very quick and easy just to take a quick peek at our projects. And that would be my favorite design .lv. Houzz is HOUZZ.com. And we have definitely our website there, and myfavoritedesign.net. But if somebody would like to reach out and email me or give me a call, by all means, feel free to do that. I'm happy to return your call or your email, and we can chat.
She'll arrive at 9 a.m., be done by 3 p.m. No, I'm just kidding. But not out of the scope with preparation, right? With preparation, anything is possible.
I'm going to New York. I'm going to New York in July, so you're next.
First I have to find a house. I'm searching as we speak. So yeah, but even where I am now, I'm like, I'll make that your pet project. Thank you so much for today. Appreciate it. And we'll talk soon again.
Thanks, Steve. Have a great day.
You too.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are with Sil Sebastian. Have you heard of him? Maybe, maybe not. But today you're going to know a lot about him. And of course, the Mourners Project, which, boy, oh boy, if you haven't heard, you're in for a treat because this man is so eager to help so many. And with his programs, with his coaching, as an author, as a poet, you know, he does everything. And we're excited to have him back. Go to nobelia.org and you can check out that portal there, the website, all about Mourners, what he offers for self-change, life-changing programs. And, you know, he's here to help. So welcome back today. How are you?
I am well. I am well. I'm well. I had a fun not last night, the night before. I gotta go to bed. No, but I'm not sleeping. I gotta go to bed, not sleeping. Next thing I know, I go the whole night without sleeping. The entire night.
What?
Like, wow. Okay. Yeah. So then, it gets light in the morning and okay, now I've started a new day. I have a cup of coffee and everything's fine. I was a little dozy in the afternoon, but I thought, well, I'm not going to go sleep now because then I'll really mess up my whole cycle.
Yeah.
So I went to bed early last night and I essentially slept for 12 hours. So I feel great. I feel great.
Wow. All right. I'm glad to know you're okay. I'm glad you got that sleep. It's important, but wow, sometimes the body just doesn't want to do what you want it to do. So glad you're here, raring to go. Sil, tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
What I'm doing is sharing a alternative culture, an alternative paradigm. We hear much criticism about what we live in. And we're always saying, well, this is bad, this is wrong. But when you criticize something, you are trying to improve it, essentially, right? That's the idea. You may not even think of it deliberately or consciously, but that's what you're doing. You're looking to improve it. But some systems are so broken, so flawed, you can't improve it because the fundamental intent of the system is messed up, right? So superiority paradigm, this is the system that we live in. Hierarchy, competition, dominance, pushing others down, pulling others down, all about you, making yourself look better, getting approval, getting attention, etc., all that. It's all flawed. It's going nowhere, right? Because your happiness is dependent on others. And it's dependent on being better than others, which is relatively better. To simply be relatively better doesn't make you absolutely good or valuable or useful or happy or joyful. No, it's just relatively better.
Yeah.
Right? It's not intrinsically good. Yeah? So relatively better, it means nothing, absolutely nothing. If I'm relatively wealthier than you, well, your wealth is 3 pennies and mine is 4. Woo-hoo.
Yeah.
Absurdity. Huh? So now I think I've achieved something because I'm 1 penny wealthier than you. When we put it in terms of pennies or dollars, it becomes absolutely idiotic. And beside which, you might be a trillionaire and I am a trillionaire plus 1. So what? Doesn't make you happy either. Right?
Nope.
So all of this artificial measures of happiness. Our entire culture is all about artificial measures of happiness. Now we shift that. Instead of saying, it's broken, let's fix it. No, let's make an alternative. If you want to do that, that's okay. I'm not saying don't do it because, when you tell people they're wrong, they start to get defensive.
Oh, very defensive. Very defensive.
Yeah, and for no other reason than the culture tells them you cannot be wrong. Oh my God, this is like the biggest no ever. You must never look bad. Look bad, right? Look bad, not be bad. Look bad. It's astonishing. It's just really astonishing that this is what is so important, not to look bad. Look. Ah, man, where's the realness? You've got nothing. Okay, well, now I look good. It's still a look. It's not a thing. It's a look. It doesn't mean you are good. You're looking good, but it doesn't mean you are good. Right? So to be good, this is not an impossible criteria. Yes? And a lot of people think this. When I grew up, to be good, it's like impossible. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. I know zillions of good people. Yeah, all the people that I really know, all my friends, they're all good people. Joel, there you go. You got a good person, right? Family, all good people. Just because that means you can improve here, you can improve there, that doesn't mean that you aren't good. Yeah, you can always go good and a little more good. Right? It can just be good, right? There's no real quantifying to good. If you are good, you're good. End of story. How you apply that, your daily practices, your habits, that's a different story. Yes, because we grow up in a way where we've been taught to be not good. The superiority paradigm is all about not being good because it's all about hierarchy and dominance. It's not good. Yeah. Collaboration is really what's built our civilization, despite the hierarchy. The look at your background. That's civilization representing behind you.
So true.
All of what's behind Joe, that comes from
Yeah.
collaboration, right? There's no one individual. No one individual can do that on their own. Collaboration, right? Any of those projects, you might say, yeah, but the so-and-so built the bridge. No, nonsense. So-and-so didn't build the bridge. There may be somebody who started the idea to make the bridge. All right, fair enough. But, typically stuff like that, it's sort of obvious that we need a bridge. At some point, somebody might be just that one little spark. Well, let's make the bridge. And we say, well, yeah, duh. Okay, and they get going. But if they hadn't said it, somebody else would have, right? So we like this idea that, it's always a collaboration. And when we understand the power of collaboration, when we collaborate, isn't 1 + 1 = more?
True. Yeah.
That's collaboration. If you want to teach your children something valuable, teach them that. 1 + 1 is more. Right? Or 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 = more. Always, always, always. When we are collaborating, what we get is greater than what you would have had individually, even if you add all of that up, right? Much, much more powerful, much, much more powerful. And collaboration allows us to do more. And this is where moreness culture comes from, right? Not just from collaboration, but this idea of more. But more in terms of moreness culture isn't just about quantity. Sometimes, but it's about quality. And when we say more, we're talking about that which you don't have access to normally, right? And moreness, and you can get this on your own. You don't have to have collaboration to get it.
Of course.
Yeah, right. So moreness would be like the ineffable, the glorious, the fantastic, surprise, wonder, adventure, yes, joy, thrill, yes, bliss even. Any of the superlative characteristics, qualities, ways of being, feelings, moods, all of that, that's moreness, especially that which you don't expect, right? Now, when we think of typically, and I think I mentioned this before in one of the earlier podcasts, but when it comes to moreness, can always bear repetition because it's a new way of thinking, and new ways of thinking you can't just hear once. The first time, wow, oh, that's cool. Yes, all right, wow, brilliant. Oh, okay, cool. And then where does it go? It just goes out the other side and it's gone. It's just the way our brains are. So we need to hear it multiple times. I'll talk about the inner bureaucrats in a moment.
Sure.
So we need this repetition so that we can get used to this new idea because it is new. And our inner bureaucrats, that's what I call them. We have this whole little bureaucracy inside of us called the brainstem, right? Or whatever you want to call it, the lizard brain, whatever.
Lizard brain, yes.
Right. It doesn't matter, but it's there, right? It's there inside of us. And that primitive brain, what is its mandate, right? To keep you alive. That's its mandate. That's what it is, right? When you look back at just go back into nature and you'll see this is what animals are all about. There's survival, 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 survival. But there's a flaw to that thinking. There's nothing in staying alive that says you must be happy.
Yeah.
We don't think about this. Well, I want to survive, I want to survive. But we don't think about it for staying happy. Okay, so you're going to survive and you're going to live in pain and misery for all of your life.
No, we don't want that. Come on. We want to be happy.
Exactly. But we don't even think about that. The mandate of your inner bureaucrats is to keep you alive. They don't care whether you're happy or not. No, it's to keep you. They will keep you alive even if you are grossly miserable and unhappy. It's quite terrible. I mean, you can just look at people in very miserable situations, right? Yes, there are people who do commit suicide, but it takes an enormous act of will to commit suicide, right? It's quite a serious business. We are very negative against suicide. But of course, if you're going to literally face a lifetime of misery, well, then it's the only sensible thing to do. But we have to override that But let's not go there. That's not necessarily the point here. The point rather is to say that even if you are in a miserable situation, if you have some other tools at your disposal, like perspective shifting to multiple perspectives, thinking things through to the end, and if you have the tools like mood management, you can learn to enjoy what is otherwise not enjoyable. It's a profound skill. It's a very profound skill. But I want to stay on where I'm talking about with this.
I know we always get
moreness.
distracted, but this is great. No, moreness.
Yes.
That's what it's all about. So tell us. We are here
So
all ears.
moreness, especially the moreness of the unexpected.
Yeah.
Our minds are so limited really by our beliefs in what we expect, the typical, the usual, and not just our beliefs but our agendas, our intents. And when we get back to those inner bureaucrats, their intent is just stay alive. They don't have any more to that. That's it. It's very, very limited. But now, before I go into the moreness as an alternative, when we understand the inner bureaucrats, we really get to understand ourselves. Now, and be aware, the inner bureaucrats are a part of you. They're not all of you. They're the inner bureaucrats. So the greater you, has to deal with your inner bureaucrats. That means, what part is it that's dealing with the inner bureaucrats? We don't realize that because we sort of initially kind of identify with the inner bureaucrats. But if you literally look at your brains, how many do you have?
One.
No, you don't.
I have more than one brain?
You have more than one brain, correct. Yes, technically, it's one physical organism. But when you actually start to examine it, it's not just one organism. It's a conglomerate. You've got the hindbrain, you've got the medulla, the oblongata.
Got it. Okay. Yes. All the different parts. Okay. I'm like,
I can't even name them all.
I'm like, whoa.
There's like a dozen of them. Right. Your left brain, right brain, forebrain, oh, God. So basically, it's like in our computers, right? Remember when the first computers came out? Maybe Jill is not that far.
No,
I do remember when
I got my first computer in 1996. I was just going into college.
Wow, brilliant. So then you remember.
People had them before that, but it was like, wow.
Right. Well, I think I had my first one in 86. Okay. When they literally were like very new, right? So in those first computers, they just had one chip, right? It was called the 8086 chip. It was quite fantastic. And then a little bit later on, they got to have a math co-processor, and that was like a big deal. Oh, you got this fancy new computer, and you've got the CPU, and then you've got the co-processor, which only does math, right? Specialized just for math. And then later on, that went away, and it got back into one chip. But now, lately, if you look at a modern computer, you've got a CPU and you've got a GPU, right? Your graphics processing unit, right? Which processes graphics, and it's on your graphics card. But in most modern computers, because we're so graphics heavy now with all the video that we do, right? That GPU does more work than the CPU. It's quite amazing.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it's a more powerful chip usually even than your CPU. If you don't have a modern computer, especially if you are, even if you're just streaming stuff, you're just watching Netflix or whatever, right? You need to have a good GPU, otherwise you're going to not be able to do that. So my point is about specialization. We've got that math coprocessor, which is built into the CPU. It's a subsection of the brain. And likewise, there are other subsections, storage subsections, and that's how our brain develops. Now, our brain over the years has did this. But what happens when we have old brain? Right. So now I remember when the 8086 got upgraded to the 8088, the AT it was called. AT
computer. Okay, got it.
That was a big deal, right? The AT. The AT was like the first major upgrade. It was very exciting. By the way, for those who do not remember, when you got a computer back in that day and you turned it on, you had a black screen and it was blinking. If you turn that on today and you got to say, my computer's broken, and you'll be on with customer support, my computer's not working.
And then what about the sound when it connected to the internet?
Right. Well, there wasn't even internet back then. There was no internet.
You're right.
Back then.
I'm ahead of my time.
Right. So that black screen, you had to write your own programs. You got a little manual of basic, and you had to write your own programs. So when programs came out, it didn't take very long when they realized that people want to be programming their own programs. This is like nerd heaven to get your computer and program. But for regular, people, nope, nope, nope. Word, the word processing program. Actually, wasn't Word. Word came later. I'm trying to remember the very first one. I think it was like WordCraft or something like that. But the first word processing program, huge big deal. And then came Lotus. Lotus 1, 2, 3. If you're a computer nerd from back in the day, you'll remember Lotus 1, 2, 3, the first spreadsheet program. Absolutely revolutionary, changed everything. It was incredible. And then you added a database program. Those three, that was the holy trinity. The word processing program, the spreadsheet, and the database programs. Oh my God, it just changed the whole thing, everything. Anyway, very exciting. So you had moreness, right? You had this idea, but that was profound moreness. The point I'm making is that our computers, they evolved. And then when that AT computer came out, to get back to the AT and why I mentioned it, that new chip, it included the entire 8086 chip. They reduced it, yes, they shrunk it. I mean, the physical size was more or less the same, right? Actually, I think it was slightly bigger, right? So you needed a whole new motherboard to put it in. But nonetheless, the 808 chip, the entire 808 chip, was now a small part of the 808 chip. Yes. And likewise, ever since then, right, each new chip included the old chip, which included the old chip, and right, and so on back and forth. And so why?
Wow.
Why did we need to include the 8086 chip in the 808?
True.
For redundancy.
I don't know. You got to tell me. I don't know.
Right. For backward compatibility.
Okay.
Because the programs that now used to run there, if you just have a completely new chip, a whole new brain, in other words, all your old programs are going to stop working. Yeah. They're still perfectly good programs. On the new thing, they just run faster. But if it's a entire new infrastructure, a whole new model, they need to be compatible, right? Otherwise, every time we get a new chip or we get a new brain, we have to develop a whole new language and everything. Right? There's no need to start from scratch. Right? That math coprocessor still works just as well, for instance, maybe just work faster. But there's not really improvement on it. And just maybe make it smaller and all that, more efficient. But math is math, right? So likewise with certain other things. And that's why we have our old brains, because they do need to run the old programs, even if the old programs are no longer useful or valid or needed. Yes. Now, if you go into your most modern computer, you have that command prompt, it's called, right? And what is the command prompt? It's a way to access DOS. And DOS is the way old language of the computers, right? So it's still there in some way. But think of it this way, yes? Our lizard brain, which is our survival brain, it's also our fight or flight brain, right? Even though, by the way, fight or flight are not the only two options. I've got a very wonderful article about this, right? The option of options. We tend to assume, because we've always heard fight or flight, there are many other options beside fight or flight, but that's another topic. Maybe we'll get into it a little later. All right. Now, the point is that that lizard brain, it is also our most primitive brain. Yes. And that primitive brain was essentially, because it's very limited, it's very unsophisticated, it doesn't know more options. So it's stuck in that limitedness of those two options, fight or flight.
Totally stuck. It happens a lot. Yes.
Right. Now, when is that useful? Well, in my everyday life, I'm not really often in a situation, but every now and then, I go out into my yard and suddenly there's a cougar.
Panic. Yeah, I panicked.
Right. Now I need my primitive brain.
Sure do.
Because suddenly I've got to jump this 6-foot fence, which otherwise I wouldn't be able to get over.
Yeah.
Yes? Well, now I can. And suddenly, I can climb a tree or whatever, right? For cougar, trees not all that useful, but still, it can be. It can be, but not necessarily, right? Not the best thing, because cats also climb trees. But at least you can limit their range of options, right? Anyway, my point is that we occasionally do need that primitive brain, right? when dealing with situations like when we're dealing with a cougar or something, or a snake or whatever, where it's
Bear.
primitive, right? That's it. Our only
Oh.
options are primitive. Yes, if I'm walking and I have a big gun, or I've got a big noise machine, or I've got pepper spray on me. All right. By the way, if you have pepper spray, don't spray the animal. Spray between yourself and the animal.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Didn't know
Well,
that.
why? Because when you spray the animal, now you get them all enraged, yes? And then they see you as the source of this, and they may attack, or they may just in blind rage and fury attack you. But if you spray between you and them, they all got sensitive noses. All animals have sensitive noses, right? More than us. The smell is very important to animals. So with that line between you and them, it's a line they don't want to cross, because it may get worse. Yeah, see? So it's very helpful to just put it in between. I mean, yes, as a last resort, save some of your pepper spray, and but still, just to by the by, a little moreness. When you think about things a bit, oh yeah, well, duh, okay, right. So very handy. And also, an implied threat is much worse in the imagination than the actuality. Yes.
Yeah.
Usually, for most creatures. So when you have this impliedness, well, come closer. They all know this is just threat. If you come closer, you're going to get worse. Okay, well, there you go. You can still back off. Come closer, and it's going to get worse. Right? So they know this, right? It's just part of our primitive brain thinking.
So true.
So
yep.
use that. And this is now. I'm trying to point out that we keep our primitive brain because occasionally it's needed. Now, of course, we get this muddled. We tend to deal with people the way we deal with the cougar. Yes.
Ooh. Tell me how we do that.
No, not good. Not good. Yes, because
that
people
doesn't seem. That's like, that could be a little too aggressive. I don't think I want to deal with someone like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. It'd be a big fight.
Or too defensive. Yes.
Yes. Oh yeah.
You take in your average corporate meeting.
That's
if you
my
retreat
brother.
if you retreat, what happens? Yes, we think fight or flight. Why is flight not a good idea in many circumstances? Because the moment you run away, you trigger the chase reflex. That cougar might not even be hungry, but now you said this is prey, and it's in a bureaucrat say, oh, it's running away, it's prey, and therefore you must chase it. Must chase it. That's why with bears, when you say, what they say when you come to a bear, yeah, you kind of stop, you pause, and you retreat, but you retreat slowly backwards, right?
Okay, slowly.
Yeah.
I hope I never have to experience that, but why?
and the retreating slowly is to say, I'm not a threat.
Okay, yeah.
So you the dominant, you the boss. I'm not challenging your territory. I may have wandered into your territory accidentally. Sorry. Okay, there we go. All is chill, right? No aggression needed, no stress, no escalation needed. But if you turn and run, the bear can't help itself but chase you. Why? Because now you prey.
Yeah.
See? Even though bears do not typically eat humans, except polar bears.
Interesting. Didn't know
Polar
that.
bears, the only predator that hunts people deliberately.
Oh, you're teaching me something new. Okay.
Yeah. Polar bears, they see you, you're food. A lion sees you, you're not automatically food. Right? We use the lion often as the example. Oh, if the lion wants to eat you, but it's very seldom do they actually eat unless people have done something to the lions. Right? Those rogue
if you
lions
hurt them or harm them, provoke them.
Correct.
If you're just
Yeah, and now they're not hunting you as for food; they're hunting you for revenge.
Oh,
yeah,
so
quite amazing.
we have to realize
those stories of the wild rogue lions that are terrorizing the villages or whatever. Right? Those are instances of lions that have been injured and hurt by people and are now looking for revenge. It's quite fascinating, right? And we don't think of animals having revenge or anger, but they do. Quite phenomenal. Anyway, now the key here is to understand that when we have these primitive brains in us, to get back to our computer analogy, why keep that old brain? Because we need it for backward compatibility, for those instances when we need the primitive brain. Yes, there are instances. However, we mustn't also confuse it and understand that psychologically, figuratively, if somebody's criticizing me, it's not a physical attack. Somebody's criticizing me, it's not a physical attack, psychological attack, which means I don't have to go into primitive brain and react okay, I might not want to come and fight with them, but a lot of times people do. You insult some, especially, people who are a little bit more connected to their primitive brains. The first thing they want to do is come and fight with you physically. Dude, I was just criticizing your work program, whatever you were doing, your way, right? But
and now you want to
the
attack.
ego translates that and associates it with physical, right? So people get overly physical, overly stressed. And here's the key, right, is to understand this. However, and now we create new brains, and those new brains allow us to be different. So be aware of your inner bureaucrats and be aware of their mandate. But there's more to them. I'm watching our time. I'll wrap it up. Yeah. Right. Those inner bureaucrats are very much bureaucrats. They don't throw away anything. Right. Bureaucracy never throws away anything. They always throw. Why? Because it might come in handy. Because here's the key point to remember. I'll close on this. The key point to remember about the inner bureaucrats, right, is that they will not ever throw away anything because it might be useful, right? Might be. Might be useful. And it's very important to be aware of that. And as a result, they store everything and they hang on to everything because they are extremely conservative. And the absolute core reason why they don't throw away anything, and the point I want to end on, is because they are not allowed one mistake. Their mandate is to keep you alive.
Yeah.
One mistake and you're dead. See? They don't have a second chance. You're dead, you're dead. There's no second chance. When you think about that, if your mandate is to not make one mistake, you have to be ultra conservative.
Okay.
And when we look at our politics and we see ultra conservatism, it is those people who are very connected to their inner bureaucrats. Right? The inner bureaucrats have come to dominate. And so they're afraid of any change, any newness. Why? Because newness is risk. It's unproven. It's untested. I can't make one mistake. I need proof. I need testing. So be aware when you are dealing with that, and in your own self. If you're afraid of newness, well, go out and test it, even in a small way. Provide your inner bureaucrats some proof of how this is going to be okay. Put them at ease. Right? If you've ever dealt with bureaucracy, you'll know you've got to show, you've got to demonstrate. Right?
Absolutely.
I want all this new. Right? They want to have proof that this will work. They won't just take your word for it. Never. Right? But if you can prove it to them, no problem. Okay, all right, there you go. Right? And sometimes their proof is bogus. Well, if everybody does it, it must be true. Okay, this is true when it comes to eating berries. Well, if everybody eats it, it must be okay to eat. Yes, I think so. Of course, not always. You may have a berry
allergy or get allergic and vomit or,
But in general, if everybody's on the ice, it's okay to walk on. It's generally true.
Until someone falls in. But I get it. I get it.
Well, I mean, you may be the 100th monkey that tips the scale and the ice breaks and everybody else. But in general. So if everybody believes it, it must be true. Watch how people subscribe to that. And conspiracy theories, well, everybody believes it. It must be true. Not necessarily, right?
Nope.
So be aware of the limitations of your bureaucracy, right?
Beautiful.
And when dealing with them, you can just provide them with instances. Well, so-and-so believes it. So, oh, okay, well, then it must be true. So they're not all that smart, right? But they are very, very conservative. It's very useful to know, very useful to be aware of, right? Very powerful.
You are very useful. You are doing so much. And as we wrap up today's show, tell us how we can contact you and some of the programs that you offer.
Yes. So I offer my main program is called Way of Impeccability. It is a profound, comprehensive, extremely sophisticated life change program that takes a minimum of 4 months. And it's very revolutionary, very different ways to do it. And that's the main program that I offer. Then I write books as well. But if you want to do a program, it's a life change and a self-change program. And it changes everything, right? Not just a certain thing. We're not just dealing with depression or whatever, right? It's everything. It teaches you how to be, how to think. It provides the tools. I don't tell you how to build your house. I just give you the tools. You build your own house.
God bless. Thank you
so
much.
Nobelia.org/connect.
Always a pleasure having you here, Sil. Thank you so much. #Moreness Project. Check them out, and we'll see you next week. Always a pleasure, darling. Have a fantastic day.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are excited to have our next guest with us, Joseph G. Papa, our self-empowerment specialist and life coach. And he's here empowering so many and has been for such a long time. Starting out with a career as a comedian and, all he's done to entertain troops over Europe. Also, we do have to mention all the books he has written. Oh my goodness. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about his large family and how he's been helping so many with the work he does. Let me have him introduce himself because you could probably say it better. Joseph, go for it.
Well, thank you very much, Jill. I appreciate it. My goodness, with such an introduction, I think I'll close my mouth and I'll be ahead of things already.
And that's the comedian in him. Love it. Love it. Oh, great segue. Joseph, tell us about who you are and what you do for those new timers out there who are tuning in today.
Well, basically, I'm a self-empowerment specialist. I help people kind of reprogram their subconscious and realize the fact that we come into this world with all this potential to be virtually anything we want to be. And it's kind of sad that the average person kind of gets stuck and they stay that way for 30, 40 years. And, they feel they're too old or don't have enough education or this or that. So they don't start reaching out anymore like we did when we were kids. And it's my job to help kind of light a fire under them, if you will, and realize that we could do virtually anything we put our mind to.
Yep, I know it's possible. By the way, how do we contact you? What is your website?
It's whatiwillican.com.
Okay. And by the way, the work you're doing, did you want to discuss some of that? Do you want to discuss the books? Where did you want to go next?
Well, I had a private practice for 10 years. I help people reprogram their subconscious. I was going to finish my doctorate and I started doing a lot of research with, it was amazing. The Russians were so ahead of us during the Cold War. They did a lot of research on mental programming and they came across some really fascinating things. They found out, and for me, this is really key. When we're born, we come in with a matched set. Our subconscious is tied directly to the sound of our own particular voice. And what's interesting is there are no two voices on the face of the earth exactly alike. So we can have 500 voices that sound just like us saying a command like pick up the book. And our mind will just kind of, not really pay attention to it until it hears our voice. And then bam, suddenly our subconscious becomes very alert. So this is important. So the bottom line is they found out that what we say with our mouth tends to go in our ear and program us. And a lot of people aren't aware of this. And consequently, especially in the Western world here, we find out that about 85 to 90% of the people out there program themselves to fail every day without even realizing it, just by virtue of their talk. They say things like, well, I could have maybe done it when I was younger, but now I'm older, I can't do it. Okay. Okay, you can't do it. Boom. Suddenly we're programmed and we created a limit. So all the limits we have in our head are self-imposed, and they're basically from the way we talk. So we have to start watching what we say with our mouth, and that's key.
Love it. Well, thank you for sharing that. And by the way, can I also mention, you're a world-renowned celebrity, and it does not look old enough to say this, but you entertained the troops in Vietnam.
Well, not in Europe. In Europe,
yeah,
it was
during the Vietnam era. I'm like,
yes, during the
what?
Vietnam era.
See, and you age with grace. Beautiful. That must have been some experience for sure.
Oh, it was incredible because, comedy is so helpful, so medicinal. When I would get interviewed on television talk shows or something, I find myself using the term comedic. And then it dawned on me one day, comedic, if you separate that, it's co-medic. It's medical. Comedy is medicinal. And the old cliche, comedy is the best medicine, there's a lot of fact to that. Comedy is very, very important. When we laugh, we produce neuropeptides into our system. Neuropeptides are some of the most powerful healing chemicals the body can make. And so that's wonderful. I mean, there's study after study done at Harvard and all these places where they found when they go into a hospital, for example, and work with people, showing them funny movies, funny jokes, and getting them to laugh a lot and everything, they find out they need less medication. Their body actually kind of substitutes for the medication the healing effect with neuropeptides from laughter. And that's really neat.
Wow. Well, this is part of it. And we love to laugh. We love to thrive. And what makes you happy in life? You're helping others. What brings you joy? Is it helping people at this point with all your self-empowerment?
No, by all means, it's helping people tap into their potential.
Yeah.
When you see that, there's such a joy because, Zig Ziglar, one of the greatest motivators of our time, he said, it is so sad that so many people go to their graves with their songs unsung. And you think, wow, how true that is. How many great inventions there could have been. How many great arias. How many stories could have been written. We'll never know because people chose not to tap into their potential.
Yeah,
and so it's my job to kind of help people to realize that they come in prepackaged. Basically, we have everything we need within us to become wherever we want to go or wherever we want to be.
Beautiful. Well, what else did you want to share with our listeners today? We have plenty of time.
Well, the fact that I've written 3 books, that my books are, and I'm not one to toot my own horn other than the fact that these are helpful. They're helpful books. They're guidebooks. They're made to be used step by step to help a person get to where he or she wants to be. All we need sometimes is a little tap on the shoulder to remind us of how powerful we are. Nelson Mandela, basically, when he got out of prison and everything, when he gave his inaugural speech, he said one of our greatest fears is not that we're weak and can't do things, but that we are more powerful than we'll ever know. And that's so true. We have all this power in us, and if we don't use it, it's really kind of sad. I always talk about, like in a great car race or something, you have a Ferrari revving up at the starting gate, and then the light turns green and every other car takes off, and the Ferrari's still there revving his engine. You think, what a waste. You got all that potential. Use it. Go do something. And that's how we are.
It is
that's how we are.
True. Oh my goodness. Well, clearly you're living, are you living your best life? Go ahead.
I am. I'm going to be 82 years old, and somebody says, what would you do different? And I say nothing because, I believe in enjoying life and taking it day by day by day. The past is over and there's nothing we could do about it. The future, there's no guarantee. All we have is the present. That's why they call it a present. It's a gift, and we need to cherish it and really utilize the day to be as good as we can make it, to enjoy it. The key to life, I think, is to enjoy.
I agree. I really do. And not everybody lives that way, but you're helping inspire so many, and it's got to be a good feeling.
Well, thank you. It is. It is. I come from a big Italian family. There are 11 in my family, and people say, "My goodness, how could you be in such a big family?" But it was wonderful because there was so much love and so much help. The big ones helped the little ones. We helped each other.
Of
and if
course.
you didn't know something, you ask your big brother or ask your sister or somebody. And we were there to share and to cooperate. And to me, that's the key in life. Life isn't a competition; it's a cooperation. And I think as soon as people realize that, they'll be much better off. Just psychologically, they'll feel better too. The commercials, in order to sell their product, they try to make us feel inferior. They want us to keep up with the Joneses. They want us to be like him or be like her. And the truth is, we can't, because we're individual beings. And that, oh, sorry, I got some background.
Okay.
But
okay.
The bottom line is, we're not like everybody else. We are completely 100% unique. And that is so, so important. People don't realize that. We have to tune into that and remember that, okay? That we are completely one of a kind. It doesn't make us weird. It makes us absolutely special and unique. And, a lot of people don't. I worked with at-risk kids for years, and it was so sad to see so many of them beaten down from their parents, from their friends or whatever. And, they're 11, 12 years old and they say, "Oh, I'm worthless. I can't do anything. I'm a nobody." And you think, oh, how sad, because their life's just beginning and they have all this potential. But before anybody can believe in them, they have to believe in themselves. So it's my job to try to get each person to truly realize how powerful they are and all the beauty and wonderfulness they have inside of them. I tell people there's no such thing as an insignificant human being. It simply doesn't. It simply doesn't exist. People say, "Oh, he's one of the homeless guys laying in the street. He's worthless or something." My goodness, nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing could be further from the truth. We all come in with so much potentiality to be what we're supposed to be. And everything we're supposed to be is wonderful and unique and beautiful. And people need to realize that.
Oh, well, remind us at this time how we can contact you and purchase your books.
Again, it's a website, whatIwillican.com. WhatIwillican.com. And the books are there. I have some package deals, some discounts and everything. I'm also on Amazon and Barnes and Noble and everything. But if they go to this particular site, whatIwillican.com, they could get some discount packages. And it would help them, save
Tell us, what type of discount packages?
Well, I have all three of my books bundled together, and they could get the whole thing for $35, which is kind of a sale now with the way prices are all over the place and everything. So they can get a bundle of all three books at once. And each one is a little bit different. They all deal with self-empowerment, but it's a good package. I believe it's something that when I teach people in my workshops and seminars, they usually get the book and kind of go along with the seminar using the book as kind of a guidebook and stuff. And that's what these are. These are guidebooks. One of them basically is kind of a fill in the blank type thing, where they can personalize their life as they go, following the book, using it as an assist or a guide.
Got it. Well, thank you for that. What else in particular today did you want to kind of go? Do you want to share some more stories, read some excerpts? What did you have in mind?
Well, the key for me is, when I talk to people, sometimes people will say things like, "Oh, I'm too old," or "I'm the wrong race. I don't have the right background. I come from the wrong side of the tracks." And none of that matters. I think if I get nothing else across to people, it's they have to realize
Yeah.
how filled with potential they are, and I often talk about walking when we were little kids, because to me that blows my mind. When we were little kids, 12 months old, 15 months old, whatever, we looked around, we had, we were little kid, little baby, little head, little brain, everything else, looking around. We saw people walking. We thought, wow, that's pretty cool. I think I'll try that. We got up, we tried to walk a little bit. We fell down, hit our chin, hurt ourselves, got up, skinned our knee. Did we quit? No, we kept trying until we start taking that first step and starting to walk. And I think that's absolutely fabulous. When I lecture to 500 people, 1,000 people in an audience, and afterwards, a lot of people come up to talk to me. I've never had a single person crawl up to me. And I say, what are you doing down there? Oh, I don't do that walking thing. I fell down once. I hurt myself. I don't like it. No, every one of us saw the walking when we were little. We wanted to do it, so we did it. And that's the spirit we have to keep as an adult. Okay?
I love it.
Yeah, we have that fire inside of us, and we just need to aim at something and go for it. We'll never know if we can make it until we try. We have so much potential to be a great anything.
Anything, right?
Anything, yes. For you, for example, you may be one of the greatest archers in the world, and you don't know unless you tried archery. Yeah. So, that may be a hidden talent that you'll never know and never use. And you think, whoa, how sad. Why not give it a try? See, maybe that's your thing. You don't know. I mean, the world out there is magnificent. We could do and be virtually anything we want to be.
I love that. I believe in that. My goodness, it's so true. Not everybody has this outlook, though, right? Come on.
Absolutely.
We got to change this.
Absolutely. I'm from Chicago, and back in Chicago, horse racing was a big thing when I was a kid growing up. And there was a jockey named Eddie Arcaro. Oh. He turned out to be the world's most prominent jockey, won more money than any other jockey, blah, 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 one of the greatest jockeys ever lived and all that. But what people don't know is that Eddie Arcaro lost his first 45 races in a row. Now think about that. Wow. What have you ever done 45 times and failed at and kept going? Probably not
Nothing.
Much.
No.
Exactly. But he knew he had something inside of him, so he kept going. He kept going. And I always say, imagine who would give him the horse the 46th time, Eddie, right? Have you ever won a race? Well, no, I haven't, but he knew inside that he had what it takes. And so the 46th time he got on the horse and won. And from then on, as they say, the rest is history. It's so important. You got to keep going, because if you know inside you can do it, you can do it. It takes belief. That's the key. Nothing's going to work until you believe it's going to work. Belief is everything.
What is, what experience of yours did you ever doubt yourself? What's like the biggest thing that you would say that you've accomplished, you've overcame, that you had trouble with,
Well, it's funny. I think it's tenacity, and some people call it stubbornness. My father told my mom one time, he said, I never saw a person more stubborn than me except my son, Joe. Yeah. He said, if you ever want Joe to do something, tell him he can't. And to me, I love challenges.
Yeah.
I love challenges because, again, I think we can accomplish all things we put our mind to. So I welcome challenges. And, a lot of people call them problems and kind of give up when they encounter a block. And I think, no, I mean, Hannibal, who crossed the Alps with elephants. I mean,
my gosh.
That guy blows my mind, because Alps, if I was married in Switzerland, my wife was Swiss, and the Alps are like our Rocky Mountains. I mean, they're just big rocky hulks of things, and to use elephants to cross that is virtually impossible. But Hannibal did it. And the Romans down, they had all three sides of the, Rome protected, but they left the side with the Alps open because they said nobody would be stupid enough to ever try to go over the Alps. And Hannibal did it not only with his soldiers, but with elephants. I mean, and he was only 22 years old at the time.
That's crazy. That is insane.
He was a general, 22 years old. But he had a famous saying that I really love. He said, we will either find a way or make a way. but he was determined to go, determined to do something.
Tenacity. Yes, that
Yes.
tenacity that some of us lack that we need to work on.
Exactly. I mean, to say that, we'll either find a way or make a way. He didn't say we'll either find a way or give up. He said we'll either find a way or make a way. And that's the way it should be with anything we want to do. And usually by the time we're an adult, we pretty much have a good inkling from within of where our strengths lie, whether we're artistic or whether we work well with numbers or whether we're good with people or whatever. We get all these little prompts and they're there for a purpose. They're there to encourage us to say, hey, we're ready and willing to support you. You got all the stuff you need right here inside. Let's go for it. We need to start listening to that. So many people are afraid to listen to themselves. I know a lot of people that are afraid to be with themselves. I know people that they come home from work, they grab the mail, they open up the door. First thing they do is turn on the TV. They're starting to look through the mail. They turn on the TV. They're playing with their phone. They cannot just be with themselves. They're afraid of that for some reason. And that's when you get the most benefit from life. Just sit with yourself and let the ideas come.
Yeah. Love it. Sounds so simple. If we all could just listen and live our best life. What are some of the things we should be doing each and every morning? What do you do when you wake up?
Well, I have my rituals. I do some meditation, a lot of meditation. I have my affirmations that I use and things like that. Again, I try to pre-program myself for the day. Again, having learned what I say with my mouth goes in my ear, I watch very carefully what I say. And so I tell myself I'm going to have a good day. Things are going to be good. I'm going to be free from negative thinking, things like that. But when I had a private practice, I help people work with affirmations, and you have to be really careful with affirmations, because if you put in the wrong wording, you're going to program yourself to the negative without realizing it.
Yeah.
For example, our subconscious, which is a phenomenal apparatus, people don't realize our subconscious can't think. It has no rationalization. It can't think. It doesn't know right from wrong. It doesn't know truth from a lie.
Yeah.
None of that. Whatever goes into it, it's its job to just program it and help us to become it. That's what the subconscious does. It's like putting in a program into the computer. The computer will do whatever the program tells it to do.
Oh gosh.
That's how it is with us. That's how it is with us. We are programming ourselves constantly without even realizing it. And so I try to make sure in the morning that I program myself in a positive mode. And I try to be very much aware during the course of the day not to say anything negative about myself or anybody else for that matter. I try to stay pretty much in the positive frame. It's interesting, when the Creator made us, he made the subconscious so that it doesn't accept a negative word.
Yeah.
If you're trying to quit smoking, if you say, I will not smoke anymore, the subconscious takes in, I will smoke. I will smoke, because the not gets canceled out. It cancels out negative words, which is really interesting. So in an affirmation, which obviously affirm means positive, you cannot put any negative things in there. You can't say, I will not be fat anymore. I will not be heavy anymore, right? No, the not is eradicated. It doesn't acknowledge the negative. So you have to form your affirmations in a positive, here and now form. Like I will be, because if you say I will be such and such, it puts it off in the future. You have to say I am now. So it helps to create it for now. Like I am a happy, joyful person, not I will be, because will be always puts it off to tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day.
Oh, goodness. I love it. I love hearing it. Well, in our last few minutes together, how did you kind of want to end off for our listeners?
Well, I would like to say that every day is a beautiful new opportunity. It has nothing to do with age or where you've been or anything else or your schooling. I think decide to do something and then go do it. And the bottom line is, I was a teacher for years, an educator with high school, college, middle school, and so on. And when I would talk to kids as they start to enter college or something, I say, what do you want to be? What's your program? What are you going to follow? And they'll say, I'm going to do such and such. And I'll say, why are you doing that? Oh, that's where the money is. And I think, how sad. I say, what do you really want to do?
Yeah.
Well, if money wasn't a problem, I'd like to really, do greeting cards or something. I said, why don't you do that then? The key is to follow your heart. Follow your heart. If I tell people to do anything, just follow your heart. If it gives you joy and pleasure, it's going to be worthwhile for you. That's what life's all about, to enjoy life. I used to teach with teachers who, during the break, they'd come into the faculty room. I had one guy would come into the faculty room. He'd be about 50 years old. His face would be red as a beet. He'd have all the veins coming out of his neck saying, oh, I hate this job. I hate these kids. And I'd say, why don't you quit? Why don't you retire? Well, 7 more years and I will. And I think, wow, this guy's not even going to make it 1 more year. He's probably going to, God forbid, drop dead, because, you can't keep putting things off. You got to do it today. Change today. If you don't like what you're doing, change it. We are in charge of ourselves. Life is a choice. Every single thing in life we do is a choice. I tell people you are exactly where you are now because of the choices you made yesterday and the days before.
Yeah.
If you don't like what you're doing, do something about it. I used to tell people when they come to my office, it seemed like kind of a joke, but there was a lot more truth to it than fiction, because they come in, they say, oh, I hate my life. I said, go stand in the corner and argue with yourself then, because you put yourself there.
Wow.
We are exactly where we chose to be. We're here because of choices. This is why we're here. Yeah. So,
well, thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Remind us how we can reach out to you, please.
Again, whatiwillican.com. Again, my books are also on Amazon and Barnes and Noble. But if they go to whatiwillican.com, they'll get some history about me and they'll find some discounts. And it'll be, as far as I'm concerned, a much better deal. Such a deal. Such a deal.
Love it. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure having you here, and looking forward to the next time we connect. Ditto. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic day. Pick up the copies of some of his books. My goodness. And one more time, the website.
whatiwillican.com.
Beautiful. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Yeah, sometimes it's not comfortable to do this one thing, but it can really free you up in terms of your mindset, your time. We're going to talk about it. For me, it comes under the umbrella of self-care, and that is boundaries, putting up those boundaries when it's okay to say no. And we're going to talk about a lot of other really impactful things today. She is the founder and CEO of Perpetual Butterfly. She's an amazing life coach, helping people all the time with stuff that we're talking about today. Ashley Bass Mitchell is back with us. Welcome. How are you?
I'm doing well. So happy to be here again.
Yeah, it's good to have you back and back doing video as well. And this whole boundary thing, I'm a work in progress when it comes to that. There are some people that can get over my boundaries. There are others where I just put them up. I have no problem there. Why is it so important to have boundaries?
Oh man, boundaries do a variety of things for us. It depends on like who we're connected to how well we are, how firm we are on our boundaries. But boundaries help us to define our space. Boundaries help us to keep us safe. Boundaries help us to make sure that we are just not going overextending ourselves and making it a protective factor for us, but it's also a protective factor for other people. If that's something that I can't take on, or that's something that I can't hear right now, or whatever that space it is, if I don't set that boundary and you come to me and you have something going on that's really important to you and I'm not in the right space, how I respond to you could impact how you feel about whatever that situation is. It can impact how you go and move forward. It can impact whether or not you come back to me to have that conversation, because I didn't say, hey, I'm not in a good space right now to be able to have this conversation. Of course, I do life coaching professionally with my company. So that's very different than me having a friend to come to me and talk and say, hey, I got this, and this going on. And sometimes, we get to that friend and we want them to be our safe space, and we just kind of dump all of our thoughts, all of our activities, all of the things that we have going on. And we never take the time to just kind of say, hey, is it okay for me to do this? Are you in a good space to be able to do that? And sometimes we may hear no, and they're setting that boundary to be able to say, hey, I'm not here, but maybe let's reconvene in an hour and I would love to hear all about it. I'd be in a better space then.
Yeah, the word no, I've learned that no is a complete sentence sometimes.
Yes.
It's okay. Just say, Ashley, no, I'm sorry, I can't.
Yeah.
That's it. You don't have to give an excuse, deliver it with the right inflection, maybe with a smile. And that's it. It's also, I think there's an art to saying no. Somebody even wrote a book about that.
Absolutely. Because a lot of times when we're explaining no, we're explaining it for ourselves. We feel so bad, or we feel guilty, or we feel like we should do it, or we want to people please. Whatever our situation is, we don't necessarily want to say just no and be strong and comfortable in that. We want to say no or, but I can do this type situation. And it comes, and then we put ourselves in the position of, I didn't want to do that, or I can't do that, but I'm trying to figure it out so that I can make and satisfy that other person. But then we're discounting ourselves, and we're not honoring ourselves because we didn't want to do it in the first place, or we weren't able to, whatever the reason may be.
I'm glad you said that. And I want to get to the reasons in a moment, but I just had a thought as you said that in that when you ask somebody, hey, Ashley, can you help me move some furniture tomorrow? And I say no. More times than not, the other person is already thinking about who else they're going to ask while you're giving the excuse, because I can't, I have to do this on that day, and I'm really sorry, blah, 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 blah. The other person already checked out. They're all right, let's see. Can Gary do it? I think they're already thinking of somebody else. So I don't even think you need the excuse. But why do we not respect our boundaries? Is it because we lack confidence and we want to just be a people pleaser and show value in ourselves and be liked and be wanted? Is that a lot of it?
It's a number of reasons. Sometimes we want the security. We're social creatures. Humans are social creatures. So like, if we say no, does that mean they don't like me anymore? Does that mean they're not going to be my friend? What does this no mean? What kind of follow-up is going to happen as a result to me not saying no, saying yes to that person? And oftentimes we don't even think about, what does me saying yes to that person and not saying the no that I want to say, does that discount us? How do we take away from ourselves because we're working and aiming so hard to be pleasers of others? We put ourselves in such awkward positions.
It's totally true. And then you also think, maybe not completely consciously, but well, if I say no, what about next time and I ask them if they'll help me out? Then and it may not even be a help out. Maybe it's just like, I just need somebody to go to dinner with me or something like that. And now you don't have them as an ally. I guess when you think about it, if that's the case, you don't need them. They're not true.
We're wired that way. We're wired to see outcomes, horrible outcomes. We remember the negative things that happen, and we remember that, we have that if then situation. If I say no to this, then this is going to happen. If I do this, then that's going to happen. So we're constantly kind of battling ourselves because we want people to like us. We don't know one wants to really be isolated. We do. Even if you're an introvert, you kind of want to be able to still peek out and see what's happening in the world and be able to kind of notice and know what's going on. But no one wants to be kind of completely isolated or completely to themselves. So it's very hard to say that no. And if you're a person that is just kind of a social butterfly or an empath or whatever it is, or you may have had just a traumatic experience saying no to someone else, it's really hard to have the power to embrace your power of saying no, I can't do that. Even if you don't just say no, period, say no, I can't do that without the explanation. And it's not necessarily an excuse, but it takes that no was firm, that no was hard, and that no meant something to you, even if it didn't mean anything and that person had moved on.
Yeah, I think it comes down to also making sure the person realizes that you want to help them out, but you can't for whatever the reason may be, and they need to respect that reason. You might just need to go to sleep. You just got tired. I just can't. I want to, but I need to catch up on sleep or whatever it is. I also want to talk today, before we got on here, you said, I think it was the power of A-N-D.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, let's go there.
So when we're talking about the power of and, oftentimes our mind is like, or we can do this, or we can do that. I can be afraid, or I can be brave. Sometimes you can be both afraid and brave. Sometimes you can say, I want to do this. I want that ice cream and I want this cracker, whatever it may be. You don't always have to choose. You don't always have to decide, I want to be an entrepreneur and a professional. I want to be a dancer and I want to be a scientist. I want to do all these different things. And we oftentimes feel as if we have to choose in so many different things. I have to be this, I have to believe this and I have to believe that. But in the end, sometimes we just can do both, and we can balance our lives to be able to incorporate who we are, how we operate, and how we want to move forward with the things that we want to do.
Can you give me an example of how that looked for you with the and, this and that, for you personally, maybe in the last week too, whatever?
Absolutely. So as I'm going and, going throughout my journey, I knew that I wanted to be able to be an entrepreneur, but I also wanted to be a good mom. I wanted to do I wanted to be a good sister. I wanted to be a good daughter. I want to do all these different things. I can be both an entrepreneur and pursue my dreams. And that does not take away from me still being a good mom. I can do both. I can have this dream. I can go hard for what I'm doing. I can believe what I want to believe as far as how to make this business successful. And I can be there for the football games. I can be there for the dance meets. I can be there for the track meets. I can be there for the school lunches. I can do all of these different things. I don't have to choose to be a mother or a professional.
Yeah. And you use the choice word, which is so impactful. You have a choice. So if that's what you want, you need to make the choices to make that happen, right?
Put an action plan together. How can I achieve both goals? Which is one of the things that I help to do with my company, Perpetual Butterfly. We talk about, you want to do all these different things. What are all the different balls that we're carrying? How are you including yourself in all of these different things? And if your life is not where you want it to be right now, what does it need to look like? What do you want it to look like? And what are some things that you can put in place? What's an action step that you can take today to help progress and move forward towards getting those goals that you're trying to accomplish?
So I'm glad we talked about this. When you said the the power of and, I have another look at the word and here it is. And I'm digressing a little bit, but the word but. You replace the word but with the word and, because if you use the word but, it negates the first thing you said. So, for example, it's a nice day out, but I don't have time to enjoy it because I'm working. Well, you just ruined the first half of it. Substitute the word but for and.
In many cases, sometimes when you're using the word but, you're using it, whatever follows the but is an excuse. I can't do this, but I can't do this because whatever. Like in for your example, you were saying, I want to go outside, but I have so many things to do. Can you do any of those things outside? Can you take a 5-second break out there just to breathe the fresh air? If the going outside is what you need to do, there doesn't need to be a but. How do I incorporate it into what I'm doing or into my day? Even if it's not right now, everything doesn't have to be immediate. I want to go outside. I can go outside in an hour. I can go outside and I can get this accomplished that I can make sure that I'm doing.
I always feel there's a bit of a negative going in there with but. And where I learned that is from kids. When kids talk, they just say and I went to the store today and I got ice cream and it was a lot of fun and we had, saw a pony and why not just use the word and instead of but? It just kind of reframes it. But that's my my take on that. What else should we talk about today? A lot of this comes under the self-care umbrella.
And just following up on your statement before we transition, the and gives power to that want. It gives power to that need. So when you're wanting to be able to do those things, I want to do this and I want to do that and I want to do those things like a kid, like they're so excited to do those different things. They want to do all of it. There's no thought of, I can't do this because of whatever. They're like, I want to do that. Let's go. Let's go right now. Let's go do it. And as adults, we're kind of like, how can I do everything? You're thinking about so many different things. I know my 5-year-old and my 7-year-old, they want to do everything. Let's go skateboarding and then let's go ride the scooter and then let's go run around the park and let's go do it. And they want to go. And I'm just like, Mom's tired. Like, can we just do one of those different things? Or what do you want to do? And they're like, well, you can sit here in this space and they'll action plan for you. You ever listen to kids? They will action plan and you can sit here. I'm gonna ride the skateboard back and forth. Then I'm going to get my scooter and then I'm going to do this and then I'm going to do that. And they just incorporate it all in there.
Oh, they're like master negotiators. My daughter's 15 and still does it. And she'll say, no, wait.
Yep.
No. I want to look at it this way. And what do we do as parents? We typically will say, well, I'd love to do that with you today, but I'm tired.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of takes away from typically we hear the last thing that was said. So you don't hear the first, I'd love to do that. And you really mean it. But what are you saying? But I'm really tired. Really, mom or dad, really tired. They don't want to play, whatever. So yeah, sub, but, and I just remembered it's kind of a phrase, a cliche, but no buts about it. So yeah, no buts about it.
Yep.
Anymore.
Absolutely. And just taking a moment to pause, which transitions me into the next thought. Pause is an acronym that I use often. And what it means is the P, place your reaction on hold and just breathe. A, acknowledge the situation that you're feeling. You understand that your response is a choice. You don't have to respond to everything immediately. Understand that there's a choice and take time to think about what you'd like to do. As strategize on how or if your energy is needed in that situation. It may not even be needed. Sometimes we take things, we feel like we have to just put so much energy into it, and you just kind of don't need to, especially if it's kind of a confrontational situation and that's going on. That person believes what they believe, you believe what you believe, and y'all can just agree to disagree. Sometimes you don't need to put your energy into it. And execute your recentered approach to that situation, whatever the situation is. After you've thought about it, after you've paused, then decide how you want to move forward and what the next steps need to look like.
The power of the pause is really important.
Absolutely.
It really is. Even in conversation, I read recently that if you want to make an impact on the other person after they make a statement, don't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. And in your mind, it's like eternity just went by before I respond. But if they say something, they end their statement and you wait. That's a really interesting point. Yeah. It changes everything.
It does, because you don't have to participate. And even if you are going to participate, silence speaks loudly. So
yes.
Silence speaks loudly. So when we're doing it, if you've said no, and that person is, well, you can do it, and they're coming up with all these different solutions, You gave your answer. Everything else they're doing is extra things that they need to do. If you said no, stand on that. And there's really nothing else that needs to be said. And and getting comfortable and being confident enough to do that, it takes time, it takes energy, and there's no judgment in all of the explanation that may come along with it. But when you get to a space where you're just comfortable with, no, I'm not able to do that, or just no, it makes a big, huge difference. And it creates a balance in your life to be able to know what you can and can't take on, what you're willing to take on, what you want to do, if you're willing to rearrange different things, and how the things that are important to you can be navigated throughout your life.
How do you get that? And I guess we're going back to the boundaries here for just a moment. How do you get that confidence to know when it's okay to say no or put up a boundary? Maybe a boundary is not a no. It comes in many different shapes and forms. But where do you find that confidence to realize that I need to put the boundary up?
It is a practice. It does not come. Sometimes it doesn't come naturally, especially given whatever personality type that you may have. Create the habits. That's why it's important for affirmations. A lot of times, we say positive affirmations to ourselves. I am enough. I am this. I am that. And those things are great. But the action step behind that is to keep talking about it. We put things in our mind. The power, creating habits. There's the 2190 rule. And I took notes just for a second. And so it says,
sure.
It takes 21 days to make a habit and 90 days to make it a permanent lifestyle. So when you're doing stuff, you just have to keep practicing. You keep going. You want to change your eating habits, keep practice it. When you want to change that you get more comfortable saying no, practice it. When you want to be able to speak out or step outside of your comfort zone, practice it. Talk to yourself, compliment yourself, reward yourself, and say, hey, I did that today. I am so proud of myself. Even if someone else doesn't compliment you, it's up to you to be your biggest advocate and your biggest cheerleader.
Yeah, good stuff.
And when we talk about facing your fears and doing things, even if you say no and that person says something and you're kind of like, okay, you still failed forward. You can still say that you said no to that. And even if you kind of gave into it, the next time you knew what that felt like when you kind of gave in after you took the courage to even say no, then you now know the next time I'm going to say no, and I'm not going to give in that time. So you're practicing and you're going forward and you're changing your mind. When we talk about neuroplasticity, our brain has the power to heal and to help change the way our mindset is going. And so every time you're facing a fear or you do something outside of your normal everyday life, your brain records it and it gives your brain evidence of, hey, this is possible. It doesn't have to be that way. It is okay. And it becomes more and more comfortable.
Thank you for giving the 2190 rule, because many people think, and you hear it all the time, 90 days, and they think it's a sales pitch. Gotta have a coach for 90 days or 21 days, can lead to a new habit. It is scientifically proven. You can Google it. You can run deep in looking into it, but don't bother because we've already done it for you. There's a reason that it takes that amount of time. You need it. Otherwise it just doesn't work, or it doesn't stick. Great example, the New Year's resolution. What happens? People give up before 21 days. They haven't formed that habit, and they're done in a week or two, whatever. And that's why it doesn't happen for them, right?
Absolutely. You got to keep going and pushing through, even when you want to stop.
I don't know why this popped in my head, but if you were facing yourself younger, let's say you were 10, right? Let's say you were 12, 14. What would you tell yourself?
I would tell myself to pause. I would tell myself that everything that you're doing is leading towards a greater good. Keep going, keep pushing, keep fighting. And remember that no matter what it looks like right now, as you continue to go down in your journey, you'll see that all of your efforts will turn into something amazing, because you are amazing.
Love it. I love the fact that you even said pause, because as I'm hearing you, I'm thinking back to myself as, my younger self. And if I just paused, things would be better. Like even when, I got bullied. So, bullied as a large kid, instead of reacting to it, getting upset, sad, feeling lonely, Pause.
Yeah.
It's almost like you take stock in yourself, take inventory on yourself. What do I got going on here? Yeah, that's good about me. That's good about me. But no, we just fall right into it and react into it. So the power of the pause is powerful.
Absolutely. And it's not just our younger selves. We are changing and growing every day. And so to expand on what you're saying, as adults, we are so hard on ourselves. I should know better. I should do this. I should do that. We do not offer ourselves the space and grace to make mistakes, to live through life challenges, to understand that it is absolutely okay that this is where you are, and absolutely okay to take those next steps to get where you want to be. And free of ourselves.
Yeah, 100%. And I've heard this before, that we reevaluate our lives every 5 years. And then, depending on what you want to do, it takes about 2 years to take action. And that's why there's the 7-year itch in relationships. And I think if a lot of us look back to relationships, whether good or bad, there was pinnacle moments at the 7-year mark. Do it. Think about it. And nowadays, I just read something recently, the 5-year reevaluation, and it's to your point, like we're always evolving.
Yeah.
People are now doing in their minds a 12-year, like they're looking ahead to 12 years. What's life going to be like? What am I going to be doing instead of just, the 5 years? So, there's a lot of stock in that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Don't forget to live in the moment and be present now, but also see yourself down the line. My sister actually was one of the ones when I was kind of going through, and she would always say, see yourself. How do you see yourself down the line? Where do you see where you want to be? Like, don't look at this moment right now, because I was in the thick of it and I was, dealing with divorce and dealing with so many different things. Where do you see yourself going? What do you want? And so we would have those conversations, and it expands the thought, because you can get so caught up in tunnel vision and whatever you're experiencing right now, but it's hard. It's easy to forget that the future is coming, that you're able to get there, but you still have to take those steps to get there, and you can do it. You just got to keep affirming, keep believing, and changing that situation slowly but surely.
Yeah, and I think that's great advice. And somebody said to me in my journey 3 years ago, my current journey, they asked, why do you not live in the moment? Because I didn't. It took me like a week to figure out what that meant, but I always look in the past, I look to the future. Now I try to live in the moment. There's nothing wrong with the future if you view it the right way. A lot of times we have anxiety about the future. You have to look at it in a positive way, but you just, pop something in my head. When your sister said, where do you see yourself in 5 years, whatever, 10 years? They say we create our reality.
Yeah.
If you believe in manifestation, what you're thinking is what will be. And you should be thinking of the future if there are some things that you want for yourself, because that's how it's going to come here.
Yeah, because the thought is the seed.
Yes.
The way that the actions that you move, that was what helps that seed to grow.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. At this moment, we're going to pause.
Okay.
To process that. We're done. Okay. It was great talking with you. How does somebody connect with you? It's your company is Perpetual Butterfly, right?
Yes.
Which, is exactly what we're talking about. What is a butterfly? Metamorphosis. It goes from one thing, changes into another thing. How do we find you?
You can go to perpetualbutterflyab.org and go to the website. All the information and services are available there. You can email me at abas@perpetualbutterflyab.org, or you can find me on social media at Perpetual Butterfly. And the phone number for the company is 919-808-4618.
Thank you for today. It was great talking with you.
It was great talking to you as well.
Yeah, looking forward to next time. And pause, people, and no buts. That's part of the takeaway. But thanks again, Ashley.
See ya.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are joined again here live with Jacqueline Campbell on the podcast and on the Zoomcast to talk more about the work she does as the owner and CEO of Restoring Minds Wellness. Welcome back, Jacqueline. How are you?
Thank you so much, Jill, for having me back. I'm doing really well. What about you?
I'm okay. I'm recovering from a cold, as you can hear. I can't hide it in my voice, but I'm feeling better. Just don't sound that well.
No worries.
It's like that stress, right? We're all, you work with people.
Right.
Stress on the body sometimes causes sickness.
It's got to be hard too because you're interviewing people all day.
Yeah, and my son was sick last week, so then you use your voice and then it's okay. I'll be fine. But I know you're here to help so many. Tell us a little bit about the work that you do.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm a therapist and I primarily work with executives and entrepreneurs because of the amount of stress. And what happens when we get full of stress, and a lot of times it's from our childhood too, is it exacerbates it in the body. And then it closes up our perception of reality in the present. So it affects relationships, connection, communication, time management, focus, and so many different things, especially as leaders. They're making very tough decisions. A lot of times they don't realize they're missing a lot. And so if they work on their trauma or if they work on their stress, they can really manage it a whole lot better.
Got it. And I know for today we have, we're going to talk a little bit of, to start about your upcoming book and let's talk about that and some of the lessons in it.
I'm so excited.
Tell us about the book.
Thank you. So I've been collecting some notes from the nervous system. And, there's a lot of textbooks. You can read self-help books, and then there's life experiences. There is no better teacher, in my opinion, than the human nervous system because it knows what it's talking about. As humans, we tend to mess things up sometimes. So I've really been learning a lot from the human nervous system and taking those down as notes. And I have the book is called Life's Contradictions. It's actually 25 compiled lessons that I've learned from trauma from the nervous system. And they're so backwards. You would never think that these are actually the lessons because I was like, you got to be kidding me. So a couple of them, and surprisingly enough, which kind of goes with a lot of our shows that we've talked about, the main premise of the book is that our strength is actually in our vulnerability. We as a society tend to think that, you're weak if you show weakness or limitations or areas of growth, emotions, passivity. We don't realize that there's a whole lot of resources in that space,
Wow. Well, thank you for sharing this. I know there's so much to it and we're excited about it. But when is the book coming out?
So that's a very good question. I'm still in the process of writing it. I've been collecting notes for years, but it should be out by the end of the year. And everybody who wants to purchase a copy can go on Amazon. It will be there.
Beautiful. And let's talk about the main premise of the book, right? Your strength is in your vulnerability, you say.
Right. So, okay, so for example, like we have a stressed out leader, or really this can work for any personality, anybody, but like a lot of times we try to hold it together, right? Like take off your bootstraps and wipe your tears, like don't do that. But that's actually not normal. What is normal for our nervous system is to feel the detoxification process of our emotions. And so when we have somebody who's always holding it together, never shows emotion, never shows limitations because they're wanting to act like they have it all together because they don't want to come off as vulnerable, they're actually closing themselves off to the entire right hemisphere of their brain, which is where emotions and connection, it's also intuition. That's where a lot of that comes from. And so when you're working off of your gut instinct, but you're not paying attention to any of your emotions, you actually don't have full accessibility. So you really have an obligation to yourself to get in touch with your vulnerability.
Ooh. All right. Well, this is so good because you are going to share some more stories with us as well, right?
Yes, yes. Okay, so there's a couple of them, and then I got some good stories, I think. Hopefully our listeners will enjoy them, or at least resonate with them. But one of the big ones that I've noticed is to love unconditionally, because we tend to always say that we want that or we want to provide that. We actually have to emotionally detach from the people and the things that we love so much in order to love ourselves. And the reason for that is because you can't give from an empty cup, and I've seen this from entrepreneurs and executives, but, especially parents who they're just trying to give, 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 and they end up so tired and so stressed and so empty. They just don't have anything left to give, you know? Another couple are of the lessons actually that the book is going to go over is to, and it kind of goes along the same lines, is to, give unconditionally. We have to be selfish. So you can't, again, it's just in a different concept because if you don't give to yourself, you can't give to other people. So it's not just about loving yourself. To love unconditionally, you have to love yourself, but also to give unconditionally, we have to give to ourselves too, you know? So if that means asking for your alone time or, rejuvenating yourself before you have to go take care of somebody else. I've known a lot of people, especially in the nonprofit space, where they just want to be self-sacrificial and that ends up killing them, physically killing them. I've known a lot of people who are very altruism, like just sacrificing of yourself and giving so much. That is what is very widespread with that personality trait is cancer because they are physically constantly giving and they're empty and they just don't have any more. And so they have an obligation to themselves to stop the giving, let people help you, ask for help. And it's not saying that you're weak or anything because you're showing the vulnerability. I think as a culture, we have to reframe that idea that it's okay to ask for help because then you can actually give more and longer.
Interesting. I never thought of it like that, but you're right. And then the whole loving unconditionally, learning to love ourselves, give unconditionally, right?
Right.
Be
Well, you're a
selfish.
mom too. You're a single mom. I'm a single mom as well.
Yeah. And
So
how old are yours again?
okay. So I have two
She's
adult daughters. They're biological, I'm sorry, they're stepdaughter and adopted daughter, and they are away in the Air Force, so they don't live in the home. And maybe you can resonate with this. With my 14-year-old and my 11-year-old, I tell them like I have to have an hour of alone time at the end of the day. But mom, we want to stay up. We want to do this. And at the beginning, it was guilt. Mom guilt. I'm sure you have this too. We want to be able to give them the things that they want. But if we don't give ourselves what we need, then we can't be on our game. So I actually say, no, I need that hour so I can be a better mom. So they understand that's what self-care looks like.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. I believe in it. It's not easy, right? It's nonstop. God bless you. Oh my goodness. So what
Me too.
else
I'm
do
sorry,
you
do you take alone
no, what is the alone time, Jacqueline? No.
time? How many kids do you have?
Two, 7 and 9. And I mean, since I've been single forever, we sleep in the same bed. We go to bed at the same time. There's no we're just like
I get it.
3 and 1. So it's
Yeah.
morning, wake up, breakfast. Oh, go to the
Yeah.
bus. Then I'll rush to get ready for work. Oh, then they're
Yep.
home from school. Oh, and it's just, yeah. No, there's really no
Yeah.
time for myself.
Oh.
That's why there's no dating life. And people I've
Yep.
dated and dated, but I'm like, nobody gets it. Just letting you know now I don't have time for you. And then it becomes, hey, you don't have
Same.
time for me. And I'm like, told you since day one, I'm not, if you want to date someone that doesn't have time
Yeah.
for you, that's the type of relationship I want. I'll see you every few weeks. I don't mind, but most people want more. I don't. I'm just like, yeah, I have two main men in my life. There's really not a room for a third, but hey, you want it, you think you can handle it? Let's see. And it
You
always
know,
goes
you
south
have
the
a
same
really
way.
good point.
Yeah.
Because even if we do tend to get in relationships or if we're running our own business, we only have so much to give. So if we're giving everything to one area, there is nothing left at the end of the day.
No.
You give to work, you give to your kids, you give to your spouse or your partner if you have one. And it's because of guilt too. We feel so guilty that we're not able to give or we don't want to. Then we become resentful a lot of times. And so, kudos to you for saying up front, like, dude, I don't have it. Like, there's just not enough. And so you have to understand that I can give what I can instead of giving where you don't have. Because if you're giving from an empty cup, it always turns into resentment.
Yeah, I'm just the honest person up front. I'm like, I have an empty cup. This is all I can offer. And I finally realized I'm like, I can't, I'm not looking for a relationship. I dream about it, but it would have to be an extreme circumstance where someone really gets it. But it's not easy because everyone wants their time and I just don't have that to give to someone. But all right, enough about me. Go back to you. Let's talk about you. Go ahead.
Hey, it's working because it
No,
actually
thank
kind of
you.
goes with the
Yeah.
other lessons in the book. There was 25, and I'm sure we only have a few minutes to go over in the show. But another one is in order to be productive, you actually have to slow down and
Yeah.
stop working. You know, Hands down, that goes for everything, whether you're giving to the relationship, giving to your kids, or giving to, professionally as an entrepreneur or an employer. It really doesn't matter because we want to be productive. We like that feeling of accomplishment and success. But in order to really achieve your highest potential, and it's not just about money, it's about achievement, just
Yeah.
being fulfilled by
Yeah.
putting your hard work into something and seeing the fruits of your labor, you have to stop.
Ah, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I need a break. Ah, but it sounds good. No, but
We all
the
do.
importance of it is just so, yeah, I take it very lightly and I shouldn't, but maybe things will change because, all these lessons that you've learned, I'm learning, we all have our own lessons, are going to bring us to a different place and hopefully more productive place that we can,
Right.
yeah.
Absolutely. I used to know this couple, and it kind of goes with that story as well as the next lesson, which is in order to control, you have to actually let go of control.
Mm,
Which is another backwards one, right? Nice lesson from the nervous system. And we all kind of logically know this, but in order to fully experience it, because we're all kind of scared of letting go of control, then if we want to be successful, we have to stop and pay attention to ourselves, right?
mm-hmm.
And so I knew a couple who they were struggling, and one of them had owned a business, and she was very successful, very wealthy, but her partner and her, like, they couldn't work things out with their communication. And so my client, who was the owner of her business, and she was just trying to kind of give to a partner just to keep her happy. And and at the end of the day, you have to stop and pay attention to yourself and give to yourself. But then she'd go to work and give more. And so we
Wow.
had talked about, like, okay, in order to be productive, you have to stop, right? So don't schedule your schedule. It's a time blocking system, back to back to
Yeah.
back to back. Schedule a 10-minute break. From this meeting, I cannot schedule another meeting until I have a 10-minute break for myself. And she flipped out because this was just an idea we were pondering.
Yeah.
Instead of just giving, we're going to take a little bit, and it's really taking time. We talked about breath work, meditation, just sitting in silence. You as a
Yep.
mom, I know you know this. Silence is bliss. But
Yeah.
we don't get it naturally, so we have to make it happen. And so what happened is, once she implemented this, which it was a challenge, 10-minute interim from one meeting to another, or transition. So she's going from work to home, 10 minutes sitting in the car by myself. She, at the end of the day, was not exhausted. So she would come home refreshed. She was less stressed, more energized. And so when she had told her receptionist, because the receptionist had to do this for her, she couldn't do it herself, right? Like, sometimes we need help. And so when she got home, she's like, you know what? I'm going to implement something along the same lines with my partner. And so this goes along with the giving, right? And not taking. So we had discussed, okay, so we need 10-minute rule, right? If I don't have anything to give to you, I'm going to call for the 10-minute rule. And the partner can do the same thing.
Okay.
Like, it's okay. Like, say, dude, I don't have it right now, whether it's to argue or to use my brain to coordinate, even planning things together, the logistics, it's too much sometimes. Or to even tell you what I'm thinking, that's still giving. If I don't have it in me, I call the 10-minute card, and then I get to go just be by myself. I don't have to think about anything. I can turn my brain off. I can meditate. I can breathe, or I could just sit. And so whenever she implemented that with her partner, it was very hard at the beginning because her partner thought she was abandoning her, and she was, upset with her. And she thought, she wasn't able to talk to her in those 10 minutes. But then she realized, and this is the other partner, realizing, like, I really enjoyed that too. Like, I come back refreshed too. And so at the end of the day, now they have 30 minutes. This is, a couple of years later. Now they have 30 minutes of quiet time when they both get home from work. They go to their own corner to do whatever they want to do. And then they come back together and then share what happened during the day. Then they can, do the logistics of the day, care for the kids. And how did your day go? Oh, I had these stressors. Okay, did you want to talk about that argument we had on Tuesday? Because then we don't have to give and we don't have to be productive in order to be productive and continue to give. It's the opposite. So this goes with the last lesson. In order to control, you have to let go of it. That we're constantly trying to do and do and do all the time. And that's when we mess things up. So to just stop, let it go. I know a lot of entrepreneurs, especially a lot of moms, and whether you're single or not, like it's hard to be a parent, And so sometimes we just have to turn it off. My brother, he's a loan officer, and he does a lot of accountability meetings for networking meetings. A lot of people working on commission, high stress jobs, entrepreneurs, and he calls it "put it down." That's his card. Mine's the 10-minute card. He says "put it down." If your brain is not functioning, if you are operating from an empty cup, put it down. Shut up the phone, shut up the computer. Don't talk to anybody or anything. I'm just enjoying the evening with my family tonight because tomorrow I might have more. After somebody gets to the point where they cannot give anymore, if they shut it down and then they come back, that's when ideas and solutions, they come back. That's because you can't find them in the cognitive fog with all that stress. So sometimes we have to put it down.
Yeah, we do. Remind us how to do that. How do we contact you?
Yes, thank you. Yes, so to talk to me for a consultation, to work individually with me, you can call 214-235-9087, or you can email me at jcampbell@restoringmindswellness.com.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's continue the conversation. We still have a lot to get through. Where do we leave off, technically?
Well,
I mean, we're just talking, but
we are. I think we only have a couple more minutes, but I
we have
guess
6 more minutes.
Lessons.
Yes,
6.
go ahead.
We can
Tell
totally get through 6 more lessons. No. I think another one, which kind of goes with a lot of the other shows that we were talking about, because what I dealt with, and this goes back to the first couple of shows that we had, is that I grew up in a chaotic childhood. Parents did the best that they could with what they had, but they both had traumatic pasts too. So generationally, we pass down our traumas that are unresolved. So I got a lot of that. So did my siblings. Then I went into the Marine Corps, and I was tough, right? Had a traumatic past, have to be tough. Go to the Marine Corps, have to be tough. And then I ended up working on myself and becoming a parent and a spouse. And what I realized is, like, I gotta stop trying to do this, badass stuff. Like, I have to just be normal. That's when I went into therapy. I worked on myself and I found my vulnerability. And so now, many, many years on the other side, I've been able to realize that my true authentic self is completely different than I used to be. So in order to truly find ourselves, we have to lose ourselves, because a lot of times it's our false self. This is where we get to find our true authenticity.
Yeah, my true authentic self would be staying home in pajamas, just different than what I used to be, and not going out and not going anywhere. Very different. And that's okay to change, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of couples, they get divorced because they change when realizing, like, that's actually a normal process of life. And so we get to change together And so a lot of times, especially in the healing journey, there's a lot of people who heal and that's why they change. And so that's why we need our partners to like be with us. And it doesn't have to separate that way. It's okay to change.
All right, good. Well, in our last few minutes together, do you want to share some more stories? Do you want to talk about some of the people you're working with? And it's up to you if you want to
Of course,
jump
yeah.
on that.
So a couple of different kinds of people that I work with besides executives, entrepreneurs, they're individuals who really want to own their business or own a business for themselves, or they want to be promoted into leadership roles. And the reason for that is because they kind of already see we're the ones that hold ourselves back. And so I was working with this one very young, very bright individual, and he had so much potential, but his anxiety from his past traumas was holding him back. We started meeting for trauma work for a good while. After we got to a point where he was pretty confident, he found his true, authentic self. He was in a very healthy, loving relationship. He's like, you know what? Let's do some business coaching. And I was like, you want to do business? I'm not a business coach. He's like, yeah, but we can use these techniques this is, a while ago, we can use these techniques to kind of propel me into the business world. You own a business? I said, okay, I can't teach you to run a large business, but I guess I can do that. So then while we were working together with leadership in mind, he was one of the individuals. Now he went off and he owns his own business. A lot of the clients that I worked with previously were able to promote into executive roles or quit their job because they were tired of listening to other people and they just wanted to own their life. And so that's what eventually moved me into the role that I'm working in now, primarily with executives and entrepreneurs, because there's so much joy that we can get back from empowering people.
Yeah.
And what I do is I give people full access to their brain. So I love it. A lot of people really do want to own their own business when they absolutely can.
I love it. By the way, I love your background today. Is
Thank you.
is that like wicker? That is so pretty.
It is, yeah. Just order it online.
Are you serious? It's so nice. I love that
Yeah,
wicker look.
you.
I was looking at wicker furniture for like the backyard recently, and I'm like, that looks like I saw it at Costco, but no, that's
Very
not
zen.
it. Oh,
very, very zen. This is my oasis. I got plants all around.
oh. And by the way, where are you based out of again for people? I don't know if we talked about that in the beginning.
Right. So anybody who's, coming into town, DFW area, that's the place that I serve. I can do trainings as well as consultation for emotional intelligence in corporations. But when I see individual clients, this is where I see my leaders and entrepreneurs, I'm located in Midlothian.
Yay. All right. But again, available everywhere. Perfect.
Yes.
All right, good. Also, before we get, oh gosh, how is it possible? No, we have yet 3 minutes left. We're still not done. Okay. Stress on the body. I know this is your big thing, with helping so many. Anything we can start doing at home today to start relieving the stress? Any breathing techniques? Are you into visualization, into meditation?
Absolutely.
Just like all of the above.
So all of the above. Yes, do everything. A lot of times we do have to start. I think it was about 3 shows ago we had talked a little bit more about meditation. So if it's okay, if we talk about mindset, we got about 3 minutes, that's perfect. But our mind, it's creating these thoughts. So we assume that it's reality, right? But we were talking about even before the last one on meditation about your thalamus reshaping what's reality. So it's actually not true. What we believe to be true, that's what becomes true for us. So if you don't like your truth, if you don't like your reality, change your mindset. Now, what happens is it's not an easy road. It really isn't. You don't just do it like that. So don't worry. Don't get mad when you're like, okay, well, this and this is going to happen and it doesn't. What happens is then the triggers in our body, these emotional landmines, they come up because they've just been triggered because now you've challenged the reality. They're coming up to be cleared. Once we sit in the discomfort and the emotion, usually fear and doubt, then we have to physically feel that because the nervous system is detoxing it. After you physically feel it, wherever it is in your body, after it calms down, then you can go back to the mindset shift of whatever it is that you're wanting your reality to be and check in it now. Now, do you believe in it? The more you do that, all you're doing is you're reframing. And then this takes some time, but then you'll start to see your actual reality changing. So this is the mind trick that you can play on yourself all the time you just lie to yourself. I'm a millionaire. I'm a millionaire. I'm a millionaire.
Totally.
And just keep saying it. But then what's going to happen is then you're going to get all these chances in life to propel you forward, and you're going to stop not taking them. A
Oh
lot of
my.
times we don't take them because of that fear is holding us back, but it's not once you detox it.
All right. Well, remind us one more time how we can contact you.
So my phone number is 214-235-9087, and my email is jcampbell@restoringmindswellness.com.
Perfect. Thanks so much. We'll be right back with more. Always a pleasure having you here, and we'll be back again next week.
Actually, this one is the last one.
Didn't realize that. Oh, well, it's been a pleasure getting to know you.
Time.
No, same here. Until next time, I'll say, okay? Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are honored today to have two very special people here joining us, Leanne and Dale Foster. And as a psychologist at NeuroSource, we're excited to talk more about, well, Dr. Dale, I want to hear your story about your brother. Leanne, I want to hear about your challenges. And also together, when you founded NeuroSource back in 2004, all that you're doing to help so many people out there with whether it's with autism, anxiety. I got to read up on both of you, so I commend you for being here and are honored to have two people that are working so hard to help others. So thank you for that and welcome to the show.
Thanks. Thank you, Jill.
First and foremost, would you mind by starting off, introducing yourselves? Thank you.
My name is Dale Foster. I am a neuropsychologist, also have a PhD in counseling psychology. I'm board certified in neurotherapy, quantitative EEG, and I spend a lot of my time helping people become what we call N of one scientists, so they can actually do science on improving their experience, whether they have suffering that they want to eliminate or whether they want to improve their performance in life in any way. With the brain approach, we understand that the brain is our engine of experience. And so oftentimes we look at tuning up the brain as tuning up experience. And would you like to hear some of my backstory, or let me just introduce my wife?
Yes,
Leanne.
both. So please, Leanne, introduce yourself, and then definitely would love to get into both your backstories and, of course, how you met and how this all was founded. So go ahead, Leanne.
Okay. Well, I'm Leanne, and Dale and I are going on our 30 years of marriage. That's July the 9th. I was adopted into a family that was, let's just say, very challenging. And so I had what we now call complex developmental trauma, a lot of trauma. And I got a master's degree in psychology did a lot of talk therapy like we all do. And but it just wasn't cutting it. I was still having those what we call triggers, right? Getting triggered and going back into old bad habits of fear, basically. And I met my husband and got involved in neurotherapy, and it got me so much better. We re-regulated my physiology and the habits of my brain and body, and so it's been personally very helpful and important for me. And now, as a neurotherapist and a massage therapist and a counselor, I work with the whole mind body complex with people and try to just help them enjoy their lives and be independently healthy and happy.
Beautiful. Well, thank you for sharing that. And would you mind giving us a little bit of your backstories as well to kind of what brought you here and got you into this field, both of you?
Yes. So for me, I grew up with a little brother who is quadriplegic due to cerebral palsy. And he was my closest sibling. We spent a lot of time together. He was a great person. I found out that he was more intelligent than I, even though he couldn't speak. We would sit and watch funny things on TV. We would, Lucille Ball, Carol, Andy Griffith, Laugh In, just everything as a child. We just put it on the show on TV. And I noticed that he often got the jokes before I did. So I began to, be very curious about who he is. And we became very close. And I grew to understand that his quadriplegia was due to the brain. It was a brain problem. And so I became very curious about the brain and how it worked, and became a neuropsychologist and a neurotherapist. And being curious led me to being solution focused. If the brain is so important in our experience, our feelings, our behavior, then if we can understand it and intervene, then we can improve the quality of life. And that's kind of what I do. I'm sort of like a personal brain coach most of my day. But it's not just the brain, of course. The brain is in the whole body. And I specialize in the cerebral cortex and limbic system and cerebellum, while Leanne has a specialty in the body systems with her. I'll let you talk about how you specialize in the body and modifying the body.
Yeah, so I use a technology called frequency specific microcurrent, which is just phenomenal. If anybody wants to look it up, it's on frequencyspecific.com. And we really help the body re-regulate. The body is so brilliant and intelligent, and the body heals itself, right? And so with the tools that we use here, we're just giving the body the information that it needs in order to heal itself. And that is very important to me as a person with a background in pretty extreme trauma, where I was being controlled by other people. The ability to be free and have self-control and self-agency is of utmost importance to me. And I know it is to our clients, because when people come in here, it's so great to watch them be able to become themselves, get beyond their obstacles. And everybody, when they do that, they're like, I want to use this to help other people. And what a great world that we will have when everybody gets freed up and can use their experiences to help everybody else heal. I often say we are the genetic cream of the crop because we're alive, right? So we've all made it, we're alive. But the other side of that coin is we have more generational trauma to heal than any other human beings who've ever lived. And so that's part of the work that we do here, is we help people heal that trauma so that they can be the amazing human beings that they really are and create and bring goodness into the planet.
Beautiful. Well, thank you for sharing this. And of course, I want to dive deeper into the work you're doing. Now, you both are based you're in Tennessee, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and it's neurosource.net. And there's so many services that you provide, as you say, better brain, better life. And I know I would love to hear more about how you're helping people train their brains in a sense. And for today, I know you wanted to talk also a little bit about the 19 channel Loretta Z score neurofeedback, though there's a lot to talk about. So I'll let you all get started.
So if you want to change your experience, then you need to change your engine of experience. And we think with the brain. You're literally collapsing the wave function, quantum observation. You're creating your reality with your thinking processes. Your thinking changes electricity into matter, which becomes neuropeptides, which becomes the molecules of emotion that flow through your bloodstream and surround your cells and play the keyboard, the genetic keyboard that creates the proteins that make you who you are. So who you are is very linked to the thinking that you're having right now. Most of our thought is pre-programmed. We've been doing it so long, we don't even know it's there. A little bit of wiggle room, though. You can change your thinking.
Yeah.
And so when we quantify the brain, Loretta Z score uses an inverse solution. With 19 channels on the scalp, you can actually quantify down to a few millimeters, 12,000 voxels. You can quantify the energy in your brain, and you can compare it to an optimal database. And then you can use that to do operant conditioning. Just like we train rats to run a maze, you can train any network in your brain. We have networks that do specific things, functional networks. If you have a problem with attention, we can train your attention network to get stronger, just like a muscle. If you have a problem with pain, we can train your pain network to reduce chronic pain experience or depression or anxiety or impulse control. So every function can be identified with specific networks in the brain. We can target those networks and improve that function through training and stimulation. So training is hard work.
Yeah.
You're lifting the weights. Neurofeedback, EEG biofeedback has been proven effective for things as profound as seizure disorders and attention deficit disorders and anxiety and depression and executive function disorders. So anyone who wants to improve their mood regulation, which is basically the ability to feel good about life, and we know where that is in the brain, we can exercise that muscle. And so we train toward a specific state of being.
Yeah.
We want you to be in a state of being where you're enjoying life. And so if you're not enjoying life, if you're suffering in some way, we identify where in your brain there's network activity that's suboptimal.
Yeah.
And then we train you toward optimal. And then if we need to, we use electrical stimulation, transcranial electrical stimulation, transcranial magnetic stimulation. You can stimulate the vagus nerve. So when you turn those networks on with some electricity, those networks that are fired together then wire together. So the stimulation can help someone who just can't lift the weight. It's like getting someone to give you a little assist until you can push. So it's stimulation and training together that allow us to modify the brain toward optimal. And then lifestyle. We focus on the entire picture. Everybody needs community. Everybody needs a positive habits. Everybody needs to eat well, exercise well, and get sunlight and touch the earth and touch each other. So we're holistic in that way. And we work as a team. So if I do a quantitative EEG and find where some kind of symptom is probably located and what we're going to do in order to train it, then that information goes to Leanne, who then uses the frequency specific microcurrent based on what their symptomatology is. And it's amazing what you can do with that kind of stimulation. So it works together.
Beautiful. Do you want to add to that, Leanne?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the the people that work with us are people who are willing to change their lifestyle, to tweak their lifestyle, to make those changes.
Yeah.
So, not everybody is our client, because you have to be able and willing. So, for instance, if people have early onset cognitive decline, if we catch it early enough, we are a great fit for them, but they have to be willing to make those lifestyle changes.
Yeah.
And we now know that Alzheimer's and dementia, very, very small percentage of it is genetic. Most of it is lifestyle. And that is such good news because we can change our lifestyle. They're now calling it diabetes type 3.
Wow.
So if we can get people off all those sugars,
yeah,
get people eating real whole food, right? And then with my frequency specific microcurrent, I can non-invasively, safely stimulate parts of the brain to help that part of the brain wake up and start to function more properly. And we have home units that are very economical, and people can sleep on them and get treatment all night while they're sleeping. And this has been a game changer. So it's so exciting, the technologies that are coming up and how they're now scaling down so that they're affordable. Now we have the capacity to help people heal like we never have before. And it's just so exciting.
Beautiful.
And we can quantify it. See, that's the beauty. People want to know, is this working?
Yeah.
And measure it scientifically and
of
show
course.
them how they're moving in the right direction. And we use objective and subjective measures because most importantly is your experience. How are you experiencing life? And so I help them understand how quantifying subjective experience is part of their effort. They need to make the effort to subjectively evaluate, am I getting better in this way, am I getting worse, and what makes me better, what makes me worse. And we also use objective science saying, if you'll do this long enough, you will get better in this way based on research. So, and we've got so much research. Most people are unaware of it. So that's part of my job. As a neuropsychologist, I am open to and seeking out the brain behavior, brain experience relationships that help me educate people about, if this is what you want, this is how you get it. And then I go about helping them do that. And we have an amazing success rate. Amazing success rate.
Well, at this time of the show, I just need to remind everyone the best forms of contact for you. Could you share the website, phone number, any social media pages before we continue?
Yeah, so we're on Facebook under NeuroSource and Instagram and LinkedIn. And our website is neurosource.net, N-E-T. And our phone number, we actually do free phone consultations. And most of the work that we do is in person, but there are things that we do remotely as well. And we're moving more toward more of those options, remote options. But our phone number is 901-624-0100.
And we can do intensives. If someone lives out of town, they want to do an intensive, they can come in and we can do intensive brain training, intensive stimulation, intensive frequency specific microcurrent, and they can stay in town for a period of time. And we've seen people remediate seizures or attention deficit disorder or chronic pain in a 3 weeks time. And it's amazing what the speed, if you've got the accurate information, you're continuously updating. So that's what SW Loretta is. It's standardized weighted inverse solution, and we can quantify your brain in 32 times a second. Wow. And so that high rate of quantification being shown to you becomes an experience. It's like learning how to balance on a bicycle. Talking about it is too slow. You need about half a second to have a conscious thought. But if you're seeing the results 32 times a second, you start to get the feel of it. And you can start to habituate the state of being in touch with yourself and knowing how to correct your balance. So to speak, you're balancing your electromagnetic self. And that's who we are. We're not just matter, we're energy, electromagnetic energy that can be measured. And that's what we're quantifying. We're measuring it in real time. And you learn to take charge of your own energy, which is becoming matter because we're collapsing it from the quantum field all the time with our attention. The observer is observing their self into reality.
So when he says being shown something 32 times a second, what that means is people are sitting in a comfortable chair with a quantitative EEG cap on, and they get to choose any movie that they want to watch. And when their brain is improving, the movie gets brighter and bigger. And when their brain's not improving, the movie gets dimmer and quieter. And that's happening at the rate of 32 times a second. So that it's not a conscious learning, it's a physiological reprogramming. So the brain is upregulating dopamine during this process, and that is the neurochemical of learning. And that is what is being hit so hard right now in the world with blue light from all the devices and the cell phones, the tablets, the computers. And so our kids at very important developmental stages are absorbing this blue light through all this technology, and it is hitting their brains hard. And one of the things that we've seen that's quite disturbing in the past 10 years is kids' brains are starting to kind of look like they have dementia. And so we've got to protect our kids with blue light protection and getting them out in the sun and getting their feet on the planet and getting them outside and off the technology.
Yeah.
And when we're not against technology is amazing, but we have to be able to have intelligent conversations about how we protect ourselves from the downside of it.
Oh, my goodness. Well, thank you for sharing this. And we still have just 9 minutes left in the show. What else did you want to make sure we cover for today?
Bet you. Yeah, I think we're in a mental health crisis for reasons. We've tried to solve the crisis from a level that's making it worse. We keep doing the same things over and over again. The chemical solutions don't work most of the time. They work sometime partially, but oftentimes the pharmaceuticals that we use to solve a problem are only temporary, short-term solutions, which create a longer-term problem. Like if I take a stimulant medication, it's going to kick in my dopamine, but eventually it's going to downregulate my ability to produce my own dopamine. And so I've got a blooming addiction, which is going to kick in at some point in my life, and I'm going to be worse off than I was before. And we're doing this to our children. And in fact, teachers are asking, put this kid on drugs because he can't sit in his chair or pay attention, and there may be a time for short-term medication, but we have to look at the long term. We have to look at what are the consequences of these chemical interventions and what are they doing to our brains in the long run. And that's quite a problem these days. And a lot of people realize that we need something else. And that's training. And that's what we do. We help people get off the medications they're addicted to by training their brains so they feel better and better with less and less until they feel the best with none. Chemical interventions are appropriate and helpful sometimes, but they are a constraint. And so you're keeping somebody in a chemical straitjacket, maybe for a good reason for a temporary period, but eventually they want to be free from that constraint. They want to be free to feel and experience what the widest range of experience under their will and control.
Yeah.
And that's what happens when we work with people.
And this is not new. What we're doing is not new. This is decades old. And but insurance companies don't want to pay for this. And I won't go into the reasons why that is. It's very political and economic. It's problematic. We need new systems for sure. But this is a way to help people be free and happy. And that's what our hearts want to see. And I know everybody really wants that, right? We want to all take part in making this a more peaceful, cooperative, loving planet. Because can you even imagine what this world could look like if we could all love one another and cooperate and have the highest levels of creativity? Look what we already come up with when we're at war with one another. What could we come up with if we were in love with one another? That's what our hearts desire the most.
It sounds complex. It sounds like what we do is very complex, but I like to simplify it to the most basic thing. What you want to do is you want to have habituated unitive experience. You want the habit of your being to feel like being more connected and more loved and loving and more fun and joyful, as opposed to habituating fragmented experience where you feel like you're falling apart, disconnecting, feeling less and less joy and peace. And so learning to habituate unitive experience is what we're all about. How do you know when you're having a unitive experience? And how do you know what helps you have a unitive experience? So that's where the science comes in, but it's just learning to manage your own experience of life and learning how to feel what you want to feel more of the time with the instrument that you use to feel and experience. So it's a lot simpler than all this complex science that I'm talking about.
Oh my goodness. Well, I love hearing the positive stories and outcomes of the work you're doing. Did you want to share another one or two of a family, someone who you've helped?
Oh man, we have so many. I don't know if you got to look at the reviews. We work closely. We're a mom and pop shop, so we get really close with our people. And so many kids with learning disabilities, with ADD, with autism, with Tourette's, and to watch them come in and they're just so unhappy and depressed, and to watch them leave after their neurotherapy package and they're happy and they're engaged and they're getting good grades and they're relating with their peers. And there's tears oftentimes, and they don't want to leave. Because we just get so close. But also older people, getting your memory better, getting relief from chronic pain that you've had for a long time. It's just, and we used to work with veterans. The VA used to pay, that's a long story, but to see these people come in on loads of medication, on suicide watch, and to see them leave free of it all and ready to really engage life again, it's just worth everything that we pour into this.
So a lot of what we do with adults is help them resolve trauma. Our trauma that makes us have those fragmented experiences. It breaks us apart. We keep repeating them over and over again. And we teach them to break the habit of being themselves and form a new habit of being who they want to be. And that's the big picture.
Well, thank you guys for being here and doing what you do. If someone does want to reach out to you, would you mind sharing how we could do so?
Yeah, go to neurosource.net, the website, and give us a call for a free consultation at 901-624-0100.
Beautiful. Well, thank you guys so much for being here, for joining us and enlightening us on all the work you're doing, and wishing you a happy and healthy Memorial Day weekend. I hope we get to speak again.
Yes, thank you,
Jill.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your weekend, okay? And have a fantastic day. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
It's a big buzzword now. Manifestation. Manifesting what you truly want in life, whether it's abundance, a job, perfect car, perfect person in your life. We're going to talk about the principles behind that. And she harnesses a lot of those principles in her work as an amazing intuitive coach and hypnotherapist and so much more. It's really all about the energy in getting what you want in life. And she's back with us. And we've talked about a lot of this emotional intelligence and all before. It's about energy and manifestation with Nadia Manji joining us today. Welcome back. How are you?
I'm good, Steve. How are you?
I'm fantastic and still a student of this thing, manifestation. I believe it works. I've seen it before. I've experienced it myself. I'll get to how that happened in a reverse engineered way. But I think a lot of us aren't really sure how to do it. But I guess maybe let's go back to the beginning about energy and how it works. Tell us.
It's vast.
I know. It would take 14 podcasts to explain that, but yeah, just the basics.
It's vast, but let's talk about basic understanding of energy that people have. They have reservations about it, that how energy works, and logical mind sometimes struggles, or maybe most of the time struggles to process it. That how do things happen sometimes, which is we call miracle. If you want to understand, or when you question energy, always remember the word miracles, because miracles happen without logic. Because when there is no logic, there is magic, right? People say that when you let it go, the attachment of your brain, the processing of your brain, things just happen for you. So let's begin with basic understanding of energy. Energy in the surrounding, that's what we experience when we go to places, we meet people, we feel good, bad, uncomfortable, comfortable, something that our body is trying to tell us, that somebody who comes in your space, how does your body respond? And now from a life coaching perspective, and especially I go at a level of transformation, energy is big. Energy is about your flow, about your thoughts, about your feelings. And what is happening internally is being reflected externally, and whatever is external is impacting back internal. So understanding your aura, understanding your energy field, we all have energetic space where we get our bodies giving us signal, anybody, anything, any situation coming in our space. If you look at it from energetic perspective, anxiety is an energy reaction. That something in your energy levels are not aligned, or you're not feeling okay, and then you start feeling anxious. So if you can name it anxiety, but actually it's an energy experience. You don't have it, you cannot pinpoint what exactly is happening, but you're experiencing energy. If you look at a depression, not from clinical perspective, but from feeling perspective, it's energy of depression, that you are going in the past and you're traveling back in time and struggling with that energy to let go. Sometimes when you meet people, it's like, I'm just struggling with this energy, this stuff feeling in me that I don't know how to get rid of. So we talk about energy, but we don't know about energy, so we just ignore it. That's what it is. Energy is your breath. Energy is your feelings. Energy is your thinking. Everything is energy.
Is it reasonable to think that if you are somebody who has some anxiety, and you encounter a situation, let's say it's work related, and you have anxiety about meeting a new client, and you're worried how it's going to go, and if you're going to get the job, with that client or that account, whatever it might be, that your energy is sending out a signal to whoever's around you that you have anxiety, something's up, something, you're uncomfortable. Is it reasonable to think that others are going to pick up on that, and that could really kind of dictate how the situation is going to go?
Of course, we are all energies. Today, me and you are talking. If we don't have the energy, how do we align ourselves? How do we connect with each other? How do we respond to each other? So, when you go to a place, you entered, let's say you booked a spa. You go, there's energy. You feel calm and peaceful. You went to amusement park, there's energy which is loud and vibrant. Same way cities, you go to Vegas, you feel different energy. You go to Switzerland, you feel different energy. You come to Beth and go to mountains, you feel different energy. We use this word and this experience every day in our life. People do feel and experience your energy, and we do the same, whether it's place, person, situation. So going back to that if you are feeling anxious, the other person will figure it out that you're anxious. Probably not exactly in that word, but they will feel something is off. It's like wiring, tuning. If me and you are talking today and one equipment is not okay, you feel like not everything's okay, but something is missing. So that missing part is energy. We meet people, we date people, and sometimes we feel like something was missing, that energy of connection was missing, or chemistry was missing. Everything is energy. It's just that because it doesn't have a tangible form, we don't know how to picture it. And as human beings, we like to see and use our senses. And energy is the only thing that you only sense through sense. There is nothing that you feel, smell, or anything. You just sense. So that is energy. So vibration, energy, and universe senses that too. Coming to manifestation, what energy are you sending it to universe? If that's a powerhouse, how are you communicating with your energy to that powerhouse? We are just tiny bit of particles of that massive collective energy of universe. So if whatever we will project is what we attract. So to projection, it's important that you take care of your own energy. That's your first responsibility, your internal and external. So we talk about chakras, we talk about energetic attachments to our aura. It's a different whole topic, but just to summarize it is that it's not just only talk about senses. It's beyond that. There's a lot more that people experience in meditation that, oh, I saw, felt, or experienced that thing. So energy talks to you. Energy is part of you. You breathe energy. You connect with energy. And yet, because it doesn't have a tangible form, we deny it. It doesn't exist. It's woo-woo.
How can we, and we're going to get back to manifesting in just a moment, but how can we turn up our energy receptors, if you will, so that when you walk into a room, you walk into a new situation, or even people that you know, that you can receive what's going on with them? Is that even possible to get to that point where it's like, yeah, I'm feeling Nadia's energy today. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm feeling something that way. Have you done that? I'm curious. I really am.
Well, curiosity is part of our nature. So thank you for asking that question. But that's where intuition comes in. When you say the word intuition is coming from in tune, the action of in tune, right? Intuition. It's an action where you're in tune. So if I'm in tune with you, I'll sense more, I'll feel more, I'll understand more. And to become that intuitive or being in action of intuition or sensing more is about practicing your internal alignment with your chakras, your energy centers. Every energy center is connected to your physical organs. The more you cleanse yourself internally, the more you become calm and stronger and really, really composed. So when that internal energy is in alignment, externally everything can manage. That's why people say that when you work on you is when you fix everything which is outside. Because anxiety, stress, challenges are inevitable. How you manage, respond is a choice. So you are responsible to your energies.
Let's go to the principles or the the procedure to manifest. We'll pick something. Let's go with a car. Somebody wants a new car, but they want a really nice car. Call it a sports car. They believe it's how am I even going to get that? That vehicle, $60,000. I don't even see how that's possible. Right there, they're being negative, but anyway, how would we manifest that?
You see, you mentioned the word how, the answer sits there. When you are going to figure out how is when you have taken away the desire, the emotion out of the situation. When you stick yourself to how, you're taking the responsibility of getting it done. When the manifestation or law of manifestation says that you need to be responsible towards your actions, but you can't control your actions. So it's more about attachment. So if you get attached, how am I going to get this car? You've already said no, that it's not in your mean or in your possibilities. Instead, if you say, what can I do to achieve that? Then you can really start to program it. Be practical and put your actions in there. And desire. People say that visualize it every day. But how much is the desire? Like today a year ago, I thought Beamer was the best car for me. Okay. A year ago, like I want to get a BMX4. It's perfect car. I would look at manifest it. And then time came when the means were there that you can buy. And then mine changed and moved to Mercedes. That doesn't mean that I didn't manifest a car. It's that the idea was that I was committed. I was super committed to create this. So commitment is a very important part for anything you do. So law of manifestation, when you have energy work or you're doing anything with energy, and when I talk, even I'm looking up, it's visualization, it's imagination, that you are imagining that I want this, and then you feel attach your feelings to it, and then letting it go, not being stuck in the how. But when you're committed, you're going to plan your financial plans properly. You're going to say that I need to look for a better job. I want this. And by the time you start creating these means and you're putting your energy, universe is supporting because you're projecting that energy that you want it to happen. So a lot of the times law of manifestation doesn't work is that because your desire is not that clear and you're stuck in the how. What you want is your choice and what you want is your responsibility. How it comes to you, that is not your responsibility.
So many might think that using the word how as opposed to what am I going to do to make this happen is very similar. But I'm getting from you, it's not. The how is more of a how am I going to do this? More of a negative, and you're trying to come up with the steps as opposed to just letting it happen to you. It's very different. That's what I'm getting from you.
Mm-hmm. It's because you're stuck in the how. You're shifting. Even when you said how I'm going to get it, did you see your energy? Did you see how the struggle you said it? So there's a great example that the car is driving. I give a car metaphor all the time. You're driving a car and the fuel is about to finish. Does the car say, how am I going to get the fuel? It says, I need the fuel. It gives the signal. We go to the petrol station, we fill the fuel. Baby, when the baby is hungry, cries, doesn't know how the milk is coming, but knows I want milk. And the mother has that signal and she goes and does it. So universe is just like that. You got to trust. When you go to petrol station, you know you're going to get the gas, right? You won't go to a grocery shop for gas. When you go to your mom and you're with your mom, you know food is going to be given. No stranger is going to give you that food. So trust element comes from internal alignment when you work on your energies. Having that trust, whether you call it faith. Some people believe in God, some don't, and I don't like to go there. It's personal choice.
Sure.
But you have to have faith or trust in something.
Well, it could be faith and trust in yourself. It could be faith and trust in this thing called the universe. And that's me. I leave religion out of it. Do I practice some type of religion? Yes.
Yes.
It's irrelevant. We don't even need to talk about that.
Yes.
I believe that we're born into this thing called the universe. Yes. It's right here. Look at it. It's got it over here. I got it over here. So this whole thing right here. And it only wants good stuff for you. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. We're not here to be miserable and just, struggle. But we need to have the right mindset. That's where you come in as a coach to get there and get the things you want or deserve
or desire. The
or
things you
desire.
desire. Yes, yeah, you
Right.
deserve and you desire. And energy part is very important element of my coaching. That as much as I work with your mind, as much as I work with your emotional intelligence and feelings, I also work on your energy levels. Now, where is the energy stuck? Where is it not flowing? What is it that you require? If you look that I'm wearing some bracelets and so are you. Is that what are these things doing? It's the minerals from the earth which are aligning with your energy and giving you result. That's what your energy requires. It talks to your energy. So energy is very important part of coaching work. If you're working with a transformational coach and myself, that I have the energy background, I can actually help you understand your own energy and how to tune into that energy.
You are
How
very
I
different as a coach in that you have a lot going on. you know the energy aspect, and I'm totally on board for all of that. In my journey, finally figured it out. Hypnotherapy as needed, all of this in manifesting. Should we believe it's already here? That car, it's here. It's showing up. I don't know when it's going to show up, but it's definitely showing up. There's no doubt. And then take it to deeper levels in believing I'm already in it. When I'm driving in my old jalopy, if you will, I'm thinking I'm in that brand new Mercedes. I can smell the leather. It just the feeling, the positivity. I just opened the sunroof. My hair is blowing. Beautiful day outside, cranking the tunes. Is that part of it as well? Just believing it's here, or it's just like, at the very edge of your fingertips.
That is true, but also you got to do the work. Also, you have to put the emotion, action, commitment. I really emphasize as a coach and accountability is committed. How committed are you to manifest this relationship? How committed are you to have a perfect body or your desired body? How committed are you to have a desired car? Because before deserving state, the desire should be so powerful that deserving has no choice but to show up. But between the desire and deserving is determination.
How to process that. Okay. Yeah.
Between the desire and deserving, in the middle is determination. How determined you are to get your desire. And then you know you deserve it. Because we usually rely on outside world to make us feel that we deserve it. But when it comes from us that I deserve a good home, I deserve a good car, then that deserving and desire are being together. There's a connection. And then you determine, you put your power, you put your energy, you put your mind, you put every being of you into manifesting that.
But when we talk about the steps, the determination, once you have the deserve, desire meshed together, it doesn't, and correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't necessarily mean, okay, now I got to work 90 hours this week and next week and next month just so I can have that car. That's what I'm going to do. It's not about that. It's the energy. It's putting the right energy into it, and taking away the stuff that's preventing you from getting it, like guilt. That comes into play, I think, for many of us. You know what? Yes, I deserve and I desire it. I'm not good enough. You want abundance, but I'll never make it. Let's face it. I'm never going to make enough money. Come on. I can't afford that car. You have to get rid of all of that language. And I want to share with you
limiting beliefs.
Limiting beliefs. How I know that this manifesting works, and I mentioned it before, because I learned it on the reverse engineering side. I would think and I believed in energy, but not deeply, but I would think in my mind about my relationship situation. And I'm this in this relationship. I should be this, but this is where I feel I fit in this relationship. And I would think it, and I would think it. Guess what? That's what I turned out to be in that relationship. And that's, I believe I manifested the negative. And it turned into that. And other situations. So I completely flipped it all around to just the positive and just what we're talking about today. But I wanted to share that because for those who think that this doesn't work, it does. But it comes down to one phrase, and your parents probably said it to you at one point: be careful what you ask for,
Yes,
because
always.
you're going to get
Always
it.
what you ask for. It's always and to the listeners, I would say that when you are new with this energy work, always try to close your eyes and connect to your heart and say what you feel. When you can understand what you're feeling, you're very close to understanding your energy. When you connect with your feelings and you quieten your mind for a while, silence is all about that. That give rest to your mind when you can connect to your being. And when you connect to your feelings, you're on a path of understanding energy. Because thought and feelings, when they align, they create energy. When the thought and feelings are not aligned, your energy will be off. And if you want to understand more about thought and feeling, I have a TED talk on that aligned living where I've shared my perspective about understanding the alignment of thought and feelings and how important it is, to be vulnerable, to really shift that energy. So you can experience in that TED talk that how you can shift your energy when you really feel it. So energy is your responsibility, and that is what universe talks to. Universe language is in energy. It's in hertz. You've heard that. Okay, listen to this frequency, or listen, this is all in hertz, it's all energy, it's all science. Everything is energetic, vibrational. So if that is the language of universe, why would you not learn it? If that is what the universe wants to communicate with, it doesn't need your mind. It only wants to connect with your feelings so you can connect with your vibration so your mind can perform. But we do the other way. We use the mind, then we go to the feeling and energy we don't even look at. So energy is very important. It's the language of universe.
What you just said, I believe, is very profound in figuring this all out. Say that again. We don't respect the energy. What do?
We think, we use the mind. We think it's our moral responsibility to utilize our mind. And then we go to feelings if we allow it. And energy is out of the door. But universe talks to you in the language of vibration. Everywhere out there, whether it's Dr. Joe Dispenza, Bob Proctor, or it is about hertz and science or brainwaves, they're all talking about energy. You match the vibration to your feelings, and then you manifest what you visualize. It's the other way around. But as humans, we do mind, we try to figure it out. Then if we are good with our feelings, we'll put it, and energy will come when we meet a master or a coach.
Yep. Totally. And by the way, I just want to clarify for those that don't know, when we say hertz, we don't mean pain. We're talking about frequency as in HZ, hertz.
Yeah,
and
hertz.
One gentleman, a number of them, Einstein was one of those guys that figured this energy thing out. And we didn't, back in the day, didn't pay a lot of attention to it. Whatever, he's a kooky scientist. No, he was on target. And Tesla, not the car, but it was named after him, Nikolai Tesla. He was the king of manifestation in my estimation, because all the things that weren't in existence, he manifested them. Electricity, it wasn't Edison, it was him. They actually were buddies. They worked together, and then Edison kind of dissed him and they had a fight or whatever. All of that didn't exist. The engine in your car, your vacuum, that came from Tesla.
Everything is from energy, because that vibration you talk to create something. Right. It's frequency of the radio. We used to listen to radio before, the manual radios. Now we have different frequency. Internet is frequency. That how did we create internet? It's all about energy.
Yeah.
But separated because it's not tangible. Solar energy.
We're at a time. I don't want to stop. I want to keep going. And yes, on your radio analogy, when you listen to a frequency like 97.1 megahertz, it's a vibration that comes out of the antenna. It's energy, and that's how you receive it. And we are antennas, I believe.
Yes, just connect with universe's antenna and then see how you do it. And make sure you stay committed.
Yes.
You stay committed, then universe knows that you are at the same frequency. I have to give it. Then universe is compelled to give you, because you are so sure of your frequency. You want to manifest that, and then you will come. But the mind will come in between.
And be committed to, if you can't figure this out, reaching out to somebody like you who can help us walk that journey. I know your website is your name, and it's just a part of what you offer in terms of coaching, cracking the code with life in general, all of this. Your website, spell your name. Just want to make sure we all have it.
Nadiya, Nadia, Manji.com.
Fantastic talking with you today. There's so much that you offer. And
One-stop transformation.
Yes, it's all there.
One-stop transformation.
It's all there. Trust the process. You hear that all the time, but yes, the process involves energy and our universe. Great talking with you today, Nadia. It was real good.
Same here. It's always great talking to you, Steve.
And you know why? Because you got good energy.
So do you.
I hope so. All right, we'll talk soon, okay?
Okay,
Thanks.
sure.
We'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house.
And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
So excited to have our Diamond of the Decade, Rachel Bizzuto, joining us here today live on the podcast and on the Zoomcast. And we're going to talk to her today about the work she does as a recovery coach supervisor. Also, she's a vendor for the courts. We're excited to talk to her about her journey and how she's helping so many, whether it's those with addiction, those that need rehab, those that are battling a lot in their lives. She's here to help with family support and education and so much more. Welcome to the show today. How are you, Rachel?
I'm good. Thanks for having me. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Excited I get to see you live and in person today. So for new timers today, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do, and please introduce Josh as well.
Okay. Well, let's start with the good half. This is Josh. He is a recovery coach. He's an operation manager for my 2 sober houses, and he's my better half. This is Josh.
Hi, Josh. How are you?
Doing good, thank you. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you. So currently, recoveryjourneyllc.org, that's your the website. You're in Peabody. You travel over Massachusetts, though. Do you have 2 locations now?
Yes, we do have 2 locations. We just opened up a sober house in Danvers, and we have a sober house opened in North Andover. But the office is in Peabody. We have an office in Peabody and an office in our house, and we kind of go between both, store the personal records at my house because nobody will bust into my office and take anything. So you know how it is. Nobody likes files on them.
No, but tell us what you do, because you've been working with so many people with addiction to those already in rehab. Tell us specifically what your services are.
Well, we start off, we're a one-stop shop. That's the best way to put it. We definitely handle everything from addiction to getting your life back together. We call it your bucket list, your needs and your wants, and whether it's getting to warrants taken off your account, whether it's RMV getting your license, whether it's finding a job, finding housing, finding financial support, clothes, phone. There's nothing that we don't do. We're very resourceful in getting, because every person is different and every need is different. And so we definitely tackle on what needs to be done and knock off that list and then start another list.
Beautiful. Well, let's get a little bit of your background. Would you mind sharing the struggles that you went through? And I know, we've all been damaged, we've been broken. A lot of us have issues, but that's okay because that's what makes us better, stronger. And look what you're doing now. I would love to hear a little bit about that if you don't mind.
No, that is totally fine. Let me just quench my throat because it's a long story. I know. I started drugging when I was 13 and drinking because I got stalked by a 56-year-old man. And it kind of landed me in a ruminating phase that I couldn't get it out of my head. Why me? Why did it happen to me? And so the best thing that numbed me out was drugs. Drinking just made me go to the bathroom, so I kind of quit that. So drugging was my thing up until my cousin passed away when I was 21 on Cinco de Mayo, and I stopped. But I was still damaged and chose all the wrong suitors. Because I just didn't love myself, and so I let somebody else control me, and it was always detrimental to my health. And the last one tried to pin a GPS on me, and I went through the court system and got vindicated. But the judge took a liking to me and helped me be a vendor for the courts because he saw the trials and tribulations of how I was done dirty and how I came out on top of it. So he really was impressed with my perseverance. My resiliency to keep on going on, because I did 4 IOPs, I did the Recovery Bible, I got a sponsor, I redid the 4th several times. I just kept going and going and going until I could finally say I truly love the skin that I'm in. And glad for the ups and downs in life and what it brings and how to find a solution to the problem. And I think my experiences definitely has helped shape me as a person to be genuine and authentic to help somebody in need.
Well, also, so you came around and you started doing such good. Now, how did you come up with this? I know your mother was also, you mentioned, was an inspiration as well. If you want to talk about her too, and then who else is your inspiration?
I love talking about her. Let's see. So when I worked for a company that had a lot of barriers being a recovery coach, and I know for some it was an awful time, but for me it was the grace of God giving COVID because they closed their doors and I had 80 clients that I wasn't going to let go. So I opened up my own business. And I called it RJ after my son, Recovery Journey. And now I have Josh, so it's Rachel and Josh. So it kind of falls into fruition. But I couldn't have done it without my mom and the backing of her support. She knew I was driven, and together she helped me fill out the 120-page applications for insurances, and she sat there and helped me put everything together. And one of my many careers, I was a graphic designer, so I designed my own brochure and business cards, and off I went.
And tell us a little about your son. Wait, is he 6 now?
Oh no, he just turned 5.
5? Oh, okay. I know we've been talking for a while. I know he was 5.
Yep. Well, if you ask him, he'll tell you he's 8.
Oh my goodness, how cute, adorable. I have Josh, I have a 7 and 9-year-old, 2 boys, so I get it. So,
Yeah.
and this little guy also, I mean, tell me how, I know as a parent what they do, but really how you credit him to a lot of who you are and how you're continuing your life today, right?
Yes, exactly. Because the newness in him and him
Yeah.
exploring and never taking no for an answer and
Yeah.
peas and peas and
Mm-hmm.
just knows how to maneuver in the kindness and is just gentle and he's such a sweet boy that I mean it's people ask me, what is my self-care? And it is
Mm-hmm.
my son and Josh. I mean, literally, like I come home to a happy home. I mean, my son is such a sweet, loving, adorable, wild and crazy boy. But I mean, before Josh came into my life, it was just him and I, and then losing my mom, and a birth with Josh. I have a whole family, and now my son has a father figure, and
Mm-hmm.
his life is complete. It's a beautiful transition, and it's something that I want for all my clients to have that feel good feeling that I have
Yeah.
because of the traumatic past that I've had. Um, I really kind of empathize with each and every one of them. And, if I can obtain this happiness, everybody can obtain it.
Beautiful. Well, thank you for sharing that. And now, Josh, do you also work with Josh too? Are you part of it?
Yes, he's
Tell
a
me.
part.
I do recovery coaching for the men, any all the males she has. And I like doing the same sex. That's just the way I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, you can relate, empathize a little better, I'm sure. I agree.
Well, yeah, and things don't get twisted. But
Yep.
how it goes, early recovery, vulnerability, mother
Mm-hmm.
daddy problem. That's just the way it goes.
Right.
Everybody. Um, I don't know. I manage the house managers of the houses, make sure they're doing. Rachel comes on me, I come on him, and he goes on them. Kind of like the stuff rolls
The
down.
pecking order.
Yeah.
The pecking order of how it goes down. But Josh's his past is very traumatic. Yeah, I mean he got kicked out at 17. He was, drugging and drinking, but his mother chose to be sober and wanted to be selfish, and so she kicked him out at 17 when he was in high school. And so he's been on the streets ever since. He really offers such a true, genuine ability to connect with anybody because he's been on the street and he's had to
Yeah.
walk so many different faces that he can just absolutely just genuinely connect with them and speak their language to help them. I mean, we have one person in particular right now is going into the Navy in May 29th. Army. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And he's looking for a sober house, a place to stay or something. So we're taking him in to our account and we're finding him scholarships to get him situated so that way he can buy some clothes and because I mean he's out in the streets right now, but
When he goes, he's already in. He has his outdate, passed the MEPS, and the ASVAB. He got sworn in. So we tried to have him call the Army recruiter. They can't help him. I said, well, I guess we'll have to take you in. How can you say no?
yeah.
The kid's like, I love you. You saved my life. I've
Ah,
been with the kid since he's gone from Mass. He was supposed to go to the Army, went to Florida. I said, what the you doing down there? He kept in touch. So I got him back here. And then he did that. He got his license. Family threw him out. Now he's in this position. And then we get the houses. How could you not?
Right.
I mean, he's
Yeah.
leaving May 29th.
Yep.
So we're gonna just put him in and get the grants and scholarships, people helping us with money for him. That's what these
To get
places do.
clothes for him, food, you know what I mean?
Whatever he
Sustain
needs.
him, but we're giving him a place. He's going to be our first tenant in the North Andover house. So we're it's already God's blessed us.
Beautiful.
It was so freely given to you. I don't like the statements on AA sometimes, but some of them are realistic. How can you have something like that and have a recovery out in the street? You're not going to put them in the sober home and you have them living on the street. It's just not, it doesn't sound, I can't have that happen, period.
No, but Josh is a huge impact. He's been a blessing to my life. Losing my mom was the hardest thing, but he's been my greatest support, my wind beneath my wings, and helps me with everything. And he really does the same for all of his clients. I just can't speak enough accolades and platitudes for him, but it touches my heart because this is what I want my business to be, is a personal touch, not a number.
Got
And every client, I mean, my phone is always glued to me. It's just, I mean, so isn't his, but I mean, he has implemented everything that I wanted to implement.
Yep.
So together we build a strong foundation for all of our clients. And
that's what I tell them. You need a foundation like a house. You don't have a good foundation, the house will crumble. I don't have to read a book. That's why I'm good at what I do, because I don't have to try. I don't have to think about it. Every person you adapt to, and you can take a bit of your life and identify people with, so you can be in the same page. And I don't look at people how they dress or talk. So I come at you with just me. I said, this is me. And then what you see is what you get. Everyone says it. A lot of people have not walked any lines, but they're trying to teach someone how to do it. It doesn't work well, and then they become a number. Exactly. People are humans, and they know right away if you've walked anything anyway.
Oh, well, let me also ask, there's so much to what you have to offer. RecoveryJourneyLLC.org. I know that's the website, the best way to contact you. Can we break down some of your services? I know we've talked many times before, but being this is our first Zoom, I would love to find out specifically, the types of things you're helping people with. I mean, there's a lot. So maintaining sobriety, substance abuse, legal issues, public housing, but there's a lot to that. Would you mind sharing that for us? Thank you.
Yeah, so we do detoxes, CSS, TSS, which is all transitional placement to get clean. And then when you get out of them, we help you find sober living. We help you find apartments. We help you reunite with your family. Interventions, anything that, whether it's RMV down to filling out a resume. I'm actually working on one of my clients, and I love doing resumes. So I did her resume, and she felt empowered. She felt on top of the world. And now she's out there applying for jobs just from a simple formatting of a resume. But that's the whole thing. It's where we do to build confidence in people. Exactly. Give them hope.
There are people that care for genuinely no reason, because we just do. For no money, no nothing, no reason, because that's what you're supposed to do.
And that's the best part. We take all insurances, so no money ever comes out of a client's pocket. We don't take co-pays or any of that stuff. But all insurances pay us. What else? What else have we done?
Well, you're helping people are in the need with food, with clothing, also helping them transition with jobs, right?
Outside resources around.
Yeah, outside resources, bring them back into the community.
Your guy got a job.
Yeah.
I mean, some people were still teaching how to live their life with hygiene, getting up, going to get a job, trying to give them motivation.
Right.
You're doing like a lot of different things in one. You're doing like therapy, speaking, telling them the truth at the same time, telling them don't slip up. You're in a sober house too. You got to get yearned, and it's very hard doing it all too.
Right.
To keep it balanced.
Yep.
There's nothing when she says it that we haven't done or don't do. Sometimes we're just an ear to listen. It's just to let somebody have hope that someone's there.
Right.
They can actually call somebody
and have
it will get done
in
the majority.
Right. I mean, that's the beauty of it. I mean, I have clients that I haven't talked to in 6 months because they got a job and they wanted to, do their thing for a little while, and then they call me back and say, "Hey, can I come back to you?" And I'm like, "Always," and we'll pick up and go for coffee and just kind of refresh and regroup and whatever is on their list of maybe apartments or finding a car or
Their new bucket list for you.
their new bucket list
They come
that
back.
gets generated. Because life is a roller coaster. It's always ups and downs, and you have to find the happy medium and the balance. I mean,
No.
there's nothing we don't say no to. I think we'll say not right now. We'll get it done tomorrow. Just so we can give it the time and attention that it deserves. Each one deserves that.
Got it. And I know also legal issues as well. Could you talk about that? Because you're helping people with jail and incarceration. And as a vendor for the courts, there you really know the system. Could you share a little bit about some of those types of services with legalities that you're helping with too?
Yes, it's all about getting them out of incarceration and into a 6-month residential program. And it all varies on what insurance takes what or what their technical issues. Because some people can move into a sober house and just do an IOP, which is an intensive outpatient program.
Another bracelet.
Some people have get out on a bracelet, and we have to, we drug test them more to give to the POs, and we work with POs. We have some people that have warrants that need to be eradicated. We have some people that have tickets and fines. We have some people that have B&Es, some people that, the amount of charges is endless. But we either get contacted through the database and the lawyers contact us for social working stuff. And then we transition them into the sober house. And depending on what location they want to go in, we'll transition them to. And what else?
Well, we're waiting on someone now.
Oh yeah, we work with a lot of integration now that we're MASH certified. We can be on that list for Massachusetts.
What is it? What is this stand for?
Alliance
Massachusetts
Sober
Alliance
House.
Sober Home.
Yeah. But yeah, it's all about giving them a second chance, and that's what we do. I mean, I think I mean, I have 2 cats, but I believe in 9 lives because I think I'm on my 11th. But it's all about giving second chances and hope and
Chances,
inspiration
options.
and options.
And they make their choices. It's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
They get result. They're coming out. They've already